And there's a swing. Ground ball into that wide open spot on the right side. Base hit to right center. Yaz hustling around third. He'll score easily. Casey Schmidt getting a base hit with 2 strikes, and that ties the game at 1. Breaking for second. Here goes the throw to second. Now breaking for the plate and a wild throw home. Well, the Giants are just giving away the game here. Wisely stepped out in front of the bag, took the throw from Sable, and then with Castro breaking for the plate, he threw back and he threw it wide.
In the dirt, and it skips up around home plate. It hits off the umpire Titchener. Julian breaks for the plate, and he'll score. And I don't think there was anything that Blake Sable could do about that one. A wild pitch makes it 6-1. That one's blasted to left field. My goodness. It is off the facing of the second deck. Ryan Jeffers just unloaded on that pitch from DeSclafani. And it's 7-1 Twins.
And that should do it.
The Giants blow one on getaway day. And now they head off to Milwaukee to take on the Brewers. What's up, everybody? Good morning. It's Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the Waterboy from the Murph and Mac Show, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning with Overnight Dave behind the glass. And yeah, Dave, one thing missing from those package was maybe the 3 or 4 errors, which I'm sure you'll probably hear later on in the show as we continue to talk Giants baseball all day today. No NBA action last night. The Miami Heat will look to actually close out the Celtics in Game 5 tonight. Celtics a big 8-point favorite. So really, baseball was the only thing going on last night. That is, unless you're in the Tribe with me and Adam Copeland.
The Tribe has spoken.
Shout out to all my Survivors watchers yesterday who saw the 3-hour season finale. I was tuned into Survivor. I'm not going to put any spoilers out there, but shout out to everybody in the Tribe this morning, and we'll see if the Miami Heat, Eric Spoelstra, and Jimmy Butler will snuff the torch of the Boston Celtics tonight. Some great NHL playoff action last night. I mean, it seems like we're just kind of mirroring what's going on in the NBA with the NHL. Both teams going up 3-0. Both teams breaking out the brooms. We got sweeps left and right. But I think the Stanley Cup will actually follow the actual playoffs in the hockey, not like in basketball, where we're going to have a week off if the series ends tonight. So as much as I want to see the Miami Heat win and eliminate the Boston Celtics, again, I'm probably going to stick with the same take I had 2 days ago when the Celtics survived Game 4 in Miami. I said, hey, the good thing is we get more Shaq, more Kenny, more Chuck, more Ernie. We get the inside the NBA crew as long as the Eastern Conference Finals continues on TNT. So I wouldn't mind if the Boston Celtics win tonight. I don't think they cover that 8-point spread. I'll definitely be throwing a few shekels on Jimmy Butler and Miami. But I do think they can extend the series, but I don't think it's going much further than Game 6 back in Miami.
I can't guarantee that any.
We all know the stats by now. Teams that are down 0-3 in the NBA playoffs are 0-150. I don't think the Boston Celtics are going to be the ones to break the curse. But, Dave, as we were reminded during Game 4, the last team to come back from a 3-0 deficit was a Boston team. That, of course, being a Red Sox. That, of course, is something I don't want to talk about. So we'll digress and get away from the NBA action, even though there are some Warriors rumors out. And this is pretty much what happens when there's not a basketball game going on. People start going crazy and start thinking about hypotheticals. And yesterday, all over Warriors Twitter, were rumors about LeBron James being traded to the Warriors. Now, that's something I don't even want to entertain. Kind of like the other day when we were talking about LeBron and whether or not he's going to retire.
Only God knows.
Yeah, only God knows what LeBron's going to do. But I'd say there's a pretty good chance he does not come to Golden State. But hey, people are out there throwing out their trade packages. BetOnline has actual odds for LeBron's chances to come to Golden State. So, hey, it's a possibility. You're saying there's a chance? I don't want it. I'm not buying into it. But, hey, if you are, if you're Joe Lacob, if you're Bob Myers deciding if you want to come back, do you make a trade for LeBron James? I don't know. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to check in on the UMA text line this morning. And, of course, you can always check in on your San Francisco Giants, who didn't win yesterday in Minnesota. We'll blame it on a getaway day. I think overall you look at this as a good start to the road trip, winning 2 out of 3 games on the road in Minnesota versus Bailey Obear and Sonny Gray. Now, the problem is they ran into a Bay Area native yesterday. Joe Ryan, North Bay kid out of Marin, had a pretty good outing. Honestly, didn't even really have his strikeout stuff working. And, of course, I know this because I'm a man that bet on Joe Ryan have over 5.5 strikeouts yesterday. So, not the greatest day for Bobby Boucher and his bets, and not the greatest day for the Giants. But again, overall, big picture, we're approaching the 50-game mark for the San Francisco Giants. And here they are sitting with a 24-25 record. I came in this morning and I was joking with Dave. I was like, at least it lasted one day, right? At least the Giants were back with a 500 record for one day. It's kind of like when people have like those signs up in the workshops. It's been this many days since our last injury. Well, it was 47 days since the last time the Giants were at 500. They got back to 500 on Tuesday, but now we're putting that one back on the board. It's been one day since the Giants have been 500, and maybe they get back to an even record today against the Milwaukee Brewers. They actually have chosen now to give Logan Webb some extra rest. So, again, we're going with a bullpen day, but it is not John Brebbia. It's going to be Scott Alexander out of Sonoma State as the opener today. And we also got some news about maybe some prospects who could be right around the corner. Farhan Zaidi came on after the game yesterday, joked about how he knew it was his day to come on KNBR because the Giants got beat 7-1, and they just started kicking the ball all around the place. And he talked a lot about Kyle Harrison, something that we mentioned at the end of the show yesterday. His performance in Sacramento, going 4 innings, no hits, no runs, only 1 walk, and 9 strikeouts, was absolutely blowing that heater by dudes. But I think the more important part of that stat line is the 1 walk, because that's something that we paid attention to a lot this year with Kyle Harrison. Hell, with a lot of pitchers down in AAA since they implemented the robot umpires in the automatic strike zone. The walk rates are way up, but as of lately, Kyle Harrison has been cutting down on it. And right now, he's only throwing about 60 pitches per game. That's only about 4 innings. So I think the Giants' plan as of today is to continue to stretch him out. But this is a guy that maybe we're looking at to join the Giants as soon as July, August, sometime down the stretch, whether it is in the starting rotation or the bullpen. The bullpen has been pitching better as of late. Shout out to Ryan Walker yesterday, had 4 strikeouts in 2 innings. But getting back to the Kyle Harrison picture, I think that's what we're all waiting for at this point. After seeing the success of Casey Schmidt, who was the only guy to drive in a run yesterday with an RBI single, after watching Patrick Bailey behind the plate stealing strikes left and right, the prospect train is here. It's rolling. Farhan guys are finally making it to the big leagues, which raises the question on whether or not it's a coincidence that a lot of these guys are coming up in Farhan Zaidi's contract year, something that we can get into the other side once we start hearing some of this Farhan sound. I like the conspiracy music, Dave. That's a nice touch right there. But hey, questions that we can get into this morning as we are looking at the Giants with a 24-25 record after losing yesterday in Minnesota, despite the fact that they out-hit the Twins 10-7, but it's those errors, man. 4 of them in the column yesterday. I had Brandon Crawford and Brett Wisely booting back-to-back balls. I really did feel bad for Anthony DeSclafani as he's just kind of standing out there. Only got charged for 4 of the 6 runs that he let in. But, man, that's hard to watch for a pitcher. But, again, this is a team that we've been talking about for the last week or two who has improved defensively since adding Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey. A team that has been pitching better with their bullpen. So I'm not going to freak out too much yesterday after one game. It's early. They're in a different time zone. They're getting ready to pack up and go to Milwaukee. This is just one of those throwaway games that we're going to forget about in a week or two. But it's something that we're going to remember going back to this trip to Minnesota and the whole Carlos Correa fiasco and the fact that he's now dealing with plantar fasciitis on one of his feet. So maybe Farhan was right all along. I know Carlos Correa spoke to the media before the series started and talked about how he had no ill will towards the Giants. I know there's some Giants fans out there who are keeping an eye on his stats so far this season. It hasn't been the greatest season for Carlos. Had a couple base hits on Monday, but misses 2 out of 3 games. The Giants take 2 out of 3 and kind of just tread water in the NL West. Because yesterday we saw the Dodgers lose. They took on the Braves, lost 4-3. The Diamondbacks, who are one of the hotter teams in baseball, they lost to the Phillies yesterday. The Padres lost to the Nationals. The Rockies even lost, if anybody cares about what the Rockies are doing. So that's the thing. Again, don't freak out, people. It's 1 loss to the Twins. I don't even know if people are freaking out, but it seems like anytime you go on Twitter, there's people complaining about something. That's just the life we're in, and that's why there's people on Twitter talking about LeBron James being traded to the Warriors. Again, something I'm not really looking into, but hey, we can look into it in a couple minutes. We'll check in on that Game 5 tonight from the Boston Celtics and the Miami Heat. But coming up on the other side, let's get into that Farhan Zaidi sound. Let you hear what he has thought of his prospects making their major league debuts and when we could potentially see Kyle Harrison in this rotation for the San Francisco Giants. It's a Thursday, Dave. We're drinking at noon. It's KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. On my off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
Ground ball to short, and Crawford boots it. It was to the left of Crawford, and it looked like he tried to pick it up and throw it before he had it. Now swing, ground ball to second, and right through the legs of Wisely. What is going on? Unbelievable. This inning should have been over already a couple of times. Going outside, now breaking for second. Here goes the throw to second, now breaking for the plate, and a wild throw home. Well, the Giants are just giving away the game here. Wisely stepped out in front of the bag, took the throw from Sable, and then with Castro breaking for the plate, he threw back and he threw it wide, and I don't know that Sable ever even got a glove on the ball.
In the dirt, and it skips up around home plate. It hits off the umpire Titchener. Julian breaks for the plate, and he'll score. A wild pitch makes it 6-1.
Those are the airs I was looking for this morning. Thank you, Overnight Dave. It is Marcus Boucher back on the leadoff spot this morning on a Thursday morning where the Giants are now traveling to Milwaukee to take on the Brewers. But before we get into today's ball game, we got to wrap up this series against the Minnesota Twins. A series that did not end with a sweep, but I think when you look at it from a different perspective, maybe take a step back, especially after seeing the first 30 games of the season for the Giants. They have won 7 out of the last 9. They take 2 out of 3 from a first-place team, and now they're back, nearing that gravitational pull of a 500 record, sitting here at 24-25, almost at the 50-game mark, and 3 games back in the NL West. So it's not the end of the world, and I think right now, the Giants are playing some of their best baseball. Now, they did not display that yesterday, and that's a big reason why they lost. Because of those 4 errors. Because of Brandon Crawford at short, because of Brett Wisely at second base, because of Blake Sable behind home plate. And that's why we've been talking so much about these prospects over the last couple weeks. Casey Schmidt, winning the Gold Glove in the minor leagues, playing third, playing short, playing second. A guy like Patrick Bailey behind home plate, stealing strikes on Friday night in his MLB debut. Well, here we were yesterday without Casey Schmidt up the middle, without Patrick Bailey behind home plate, and the Giants put on one of their worst defensive performances of the season. In fact, yesterday, the 4 errors were a season high. But when you are watching this team every single game for 162 games like I have been doing, you can kind of see that this has been an outlier, especially over this last 10-game stretch. The Giants have been playing better baseball. They've been better defensively. They've cut down on their strikeout numbers a lot. It seems like the first month of the season, all we were doing were talking about how the Giants were on pace to set an MLB record for the most strikeouts. Well, something's changed in the last 2 weeks. Whether it is a two-strike approach, spreading out, sitting down, choking up, just trying to put the ball in play. The Giants have won a lot of these games by actually knocking runners in when they're on base, not relying on the long ball, not just sitting back and waiting for a home run. But yesterday, they turned back into the pumpkin that was the 2022 Giants, a team that had 4 errors like we were just talking about, and a team that left 15 runners on base. They were 2 for 16 yesterday with runners in scoring position, and the only man that was able to knock in one of those base runners was Casey Schmidt, the prospect that we've all fell in love with over the last 2 weeks since he made his MLB debut. Now, I think there's one guy that's probably loving Casey Schmidt more than anybody else, the man that drafted him back in 2020, Farhan Zaidi, who is now kind of seeing his prospects finally make it to the big league level. I believe it was last year when Cole Waits made his debut for the Giants. That was the first player ever drafted under Farhan to make it to the big league level. Now this year, Cole Waits has dealt with some injuries. He's been up and down with the team, but everybody has been focusing more on this 2020 draft class that includes Casey Schmidt in the second round, that includes Patrick Bailey as the first round pick, and oh, by the way, you can throw in Kyle Harrison as the third round draft pick from that 2020 draft. And yesterday, Farhan Zaidi spoke about all those prospects with Tolbert and Copes. If you missed the full interview, you can go listen to it on KNBR.com. But here was Farhan Zaidi breaking down everybody's favorite number 6 in San Francisco, Casey Schmidt, and what he's done at the big league levels in these past 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think it's given us a lot of stability. Casey's been obviously a huge shot in the arm. I think one of the underrated benefits of bringing him up, I mean, we have over the last couple of years had a couple more kind of corner infield first base DH types on the roster, and we still have. But you know, we had Darren Ruff, who did a nice job for us, who's signed with the Brewers now as a kind of right-handed bat. And when we brought up Casey, it was sort of in that roster spot. And you know, when you go from having a full-time DH to a guy who can play anywhere in the infield and give you great defense, it's given us the chance to give Thyro a few DH days, give J.D. Davis a few DH days, and I think that's just helped a ton keeping guys fresh because we're in a stretch where we're playing a lot of games, a couple long road trips, and even that, I mean, you can have the same lineup and just be rotating the DH spot to get guys off their feet, so I think that's helped a ton.
And that's probably been the best part about Casey Schmidt being with this team so far, is that versatility, is the fact that he played 3 different positions in his first 7 games. Holding down the hot corner, playing short, playing second. And right now, maybe looking like the best glove in that infield, which is saying a lot when you got Brandon Crawford, the best shortstop in Giants history, holding it down. But we've also seen Brandon Crawford struggle a lot this year. Not only with his bat hitting 172, but with some of those errors like we saw yesterday. And that's why we're kind of getting to the point where we are seeing Casey Schmidt play every day, just at a different position. But it might be time to talk about maybe Casey Schmidt in an everyday role at shortstop. If he's playing better defensively, if he's got more range, if he's got more left in the legs, obviously we're talking about guys who are nearly a decade apart in age, but maybe we are talking about that everyday role for Casey Schmidt. But when I had the chance to ask Mike Krukow and Dwayne Kuiper about it last week, they said he isn't an everyday role. He's just had a different role every single day. Regardless, I want Casey Schmidt in the lineup. He's been there every single day except for one game. The guy's been playing phenomenal. I know his batting average has now dropped to 328, which is kind of hilarious. People like complaining about how he's dropped from 320 to 328. That's going to happen in baseball. Water is going to find its level. But this is also a guy that's gone 19 for 58 in the major leagues, has 19 hits, couple bombs, 10 RBIs, had a stolen base over the weekend also. The kid does it all, and I think he's one of the guys that we are all getting excited about. The other guy we're getting excited about is the man that was not behind home plate yesterday, Patrick Bailey, who was the first-round pick of 2020. So here's Farhan Zaidi breaking down his first-rounder, Patrick Bailey, how he kind of had the accelerated path through the minor leagues, going from Double-A at the start of this year to only having a cup of coffee with the River Cats in Sacramento for Triple-A, and how he has performed at the major league level so far with Joey Bart still dealing with that groin injury.
He's obviously made a great impression. I mean, behind the plate, he has such great hands. I mean, he's so good at stealing those strikes while not really looking like he's trying to do it. I mean, there have been some of these calls that he's gotten over this past week where I'm kind of just laughing to myself, and you feel like you stole a cookie from the cookie jar with some of the strikes he's able to get us. So that's been great. The at bats have been really good. He's had his first couple starts were against lefties. He's historically weaker from the right side, but did a really nice job there. So yeah, as far as what the future holds, we'll see. A lot can happen by the time Joey's back, but when you come up, we've talked about this with young players. If you can hold your own defensively, that's something you can bring to the park every day, especially at the catcher position. And then the offense is just a bonus. So he's really done a phenomenal job behind the plate.
And he's made a great first impression. Going back to that Friday night on Star Wars Firework Night when he came in as a late inning defensive replacement. Going to Saturday when he got his first big league knock when I was in the building down at 3rd and King. Fast forward to Sunday where he hits his first home run off a 98-mile-per-hour Jesus Luzardo from the right side of the plate. When all the scouting reports say, he's actually better from the left side of the plate as a switch-hitting catcher, which is fine. If he's showing power from both sides of the plate, sign me up. Because here's the thing. As much as I love Joey Bart, as much as we've been right out front of the fan club, Patrick Bailey has more home runs this year than Joey Bart. And I know he's dealing with an injury right now, but it's never a good sign when another first-round draft pick that was actually drafted by the GM. We got to remember Joey Bart is from the previous regime, and now Patrick Bailey's making a good first impression. I'm not saying this means Joey Bart is kicked out the door and is on his way out of the Bay. I actually do think there's a scenario where they could keep both of them and go with the platoon system going forward. Have Joey behind the plate versus lefties. Have Patrick Bailey behind the plate versus righties. Like we said, the scouting reports will tell you Patrick Bailey is better as a left-handed hitting catcher. And that's essentially what the Giants were doing earlier this season with Joey Bart and Blake Sabol. Now, we saw Blake behind home plate last night, and Blake's having a hell of a season, especially after being a Rule 5 guy and the Giants stealing him away from the Pittsburgh Pirates roster. But I think we all know that Blake Sabol is not an everyday catcher. And so maybe you could put him out in left field where he was on opening day. We've seen him at DH also. But defensively, Joey Bart is better than Blake Sabol, and hands down Patrick Bailey is better than Blake Sabol. And that was my whole takeaway from that first weekend. Hell, it was my takeaway going back to watching Patrick Bailey down in San Jose, that this kid is a great defensive catcher. And in the big leagues, if you could hit 250, give me 15 to 20 bombs, but control a staff and steal some strikes, you're going to have a role in the big leagues. So as long as Patrick Bailey continues to play great defense, call great games, and swing the stick a little bit, I think he's going to have a chance to stick around on this roster. But again, this was not the Giants' plan. They came into this season with Roberto Perez as their opening day starter. He had that shoulder injury. He disappeared. Joey Bart now dealing with injuries. They tried signing Gary Sanchez to a small contract in the minor leagues. He never even made it to the big league level. There's been a lot of rotation, a lot of movement behind home plate. But it's not the worst case scenario to have two former first-round picks in Joey Bart and Patrick Bailey back there. I think that will be the plan moving forward. I guess the question is, who's going to have the opportunity to catch Kyle Harrison first? Because when we're looking at this prospect train, going from Joey Bart, hitting a bump in a road with Elliot Ramos, who's been up and down, looking at guys like Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey, everybody's been keeping an eye on Kyle Harrison. I'm one of them. I'm one of the guys that's been posting beer batter videos from his time down in San Jose. And it seems like since being in San Jose in 2021, this guy has flown through the organization, going up to Eugene, going out to Richmond, And, of course, now being in Sacramento. And we gave you that stat line earlier today. We talked about it yesterday also. Had his best outing the other night. Goes 4 scoreless innings. Goes 4 hitless innings. Has 9 strikeouts and only 1 walk. Now, the Giants pulled him after 4 innings because he is on a strict pitch count right now. They're allowing him about 60 pitches. But that's the pace you want to be on through 4 innings of no-hit ball, around 60 pitches. Here was Farhan Zaidi about Kyle Harrison, what he's been doing so far in AAA, and if the Giants are going to start extending that leash and letting him go deeper into some ball games.
Yeah, we've kind of been in that 460 range with Kyle. I mean, some of the decision has been because especially in a couple of his earlier outings where he wasn't as efficient with his strike throwing, the pitch counts were getting up there, and so we didn't kind of want to keep extending him out. But I think you'll see him get to the 575 range as soon as this next start. He obviously had a phenomenal outing last time out. I watched a lot of it. He's been working on shortening his breaking ball a little bit. He's got a big breaking ball that, sometimes is hard to command. And, one of the issues is he doesn't get a lot of swings at it because it's so big that guys just give up on it. And so he's been working on a shorter one that he, I think, debuted in that last outing and think it helped him a lot with the strike throwing. So I think you'll see him kind of build up to 5 innings this next time out.
And that's what we want to see from Kyle Harrison. We want to see him expand his pitch count. We want to see him throw more strikes. Hell, I want to see him develop that changeup a little bit more because these are all the things that we saw in spring training this year. We know he can pump 95, 96, 97-mile-per-hour fastballs. We know he has a dirty slider. But the pitch in the big leagues, especially as a starting pitcher, you're going to need at least 3 pitches. So that's the game plan for Kyle Harrison right now. Build some length, work on that changeup, and throw more strikes. And sooner rather than later, I'm sure he will be up at the big league level, especially when we're looking at the back end of this rotation with guys like Ross Stripling. I know Sean Manaea had a better outing his last time out. I know Alex Wood has had some up and down outings, but they're not even letting him go more than 75 pitches. He's almost on the Kyle Harrison plan also. Again, sooner rather than later, sometime this summer, I expect to see Kyle Harrison in this rotation. And here was actually Farhan talking about that timeline. For all the young pitchers in AAA right now, like Kyle Harrison, Keaton Winn is a name to keep an eye on also.
The general thinking is twofold. One is for a lot of our young pitchers, and Kyle is a good example of this, they're much more likely to be pitching for us later in the season than early on. So a sort of slower buildup, preserving those bullets to avoid the Strasburg-type situation is part of the thinking there. The other is there's research that we've done that we've seen out there that, pitchers generally, you can mitigate injury risk by building them up more slowly throughout the season, not just going 460, 575, 690 in successive starts, but letting guys repeat each of those levels multiple times to build up arm strength. So it's both to kind of manage injury risk and also to try to preserve bullets for later in the season.
And I think with the Giants having the quote-unquote pitching depth that they do, they can afford to kind of slow play Kyle Harrison a little bit. But as I've been keeping track of the last 2 years, he's on the fast track to the MLB level. Going back to last year when he was one of the best pitchers in minor leagues, when he was performing at the Futures game, when he was setting pretty much every record in strikeout-wise for the Giants since Madison Bumgarner was down on the farm system. The guy has been absolutely phenomenal. Again, the one thing he needs to work on, cutting down that walk rate a little bit, throw more strikes, work on that changeup. But this is a dude that has an opposing batting average of 157 against him in AAA this year. The control issues have been a bit of a problem, but when it comes to power pitching, when it comes to striking guys out, Kyle Harrison is at the top of the list for the San Francisco Giants. Keaton Winn is another guy we saw in spring training. He's in AAA right now, throwing 98, 99 miles per hour. Carson Whisenhunt is a guy to keep an eye on. I saw him on opening night down in San Jose. They only kept him around for 2 or 3 starts. He's been moved up to Double-A. He's in High A in Eugene. I've already heard rumors about him going to Double-A. I've already heard people like Susan Slusser and Andrew Bagley talk about maybe he'll be one of the guys to go from Low A to the major leagues in one season. That would be one hell of a ride. He is a guy that's 23, 24 years old. I believe was a senior when he got drafted in the second round by the Giants. So Carson Whisenhunt's a guy to keep an eye on. Reggie Crawford, their first-round pick. He ain't going to be in the bigs no time soon, but we told you yesterday he is expected to make his debut with the San Jose Giants. So a lot of fun and interesting stuff, especially with all the arms that the Giants do have in their system. Again, I guess the question is moving forward, if you call up some of these young guys, do you insert them into the starting rotation in place of Ross Stripling or Sean Manaea, or do you put them in to help out your bullpen? A bullpen that has had an up-and-down year. The first 25, 30 games of the season, let's just put it out there bluntly, they underperformed. But again, during this last 10-game stretch where the Giants have won 7 out of their last 9, I guess technically it's probably 7 out of the last 10, but we're trying to make it sound better than it really is. The Giants have been pitching phenomenal with their starters and with their bullpen. Here is Farhan Zaidi on yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes, breaking down the Giants' bullpen so far this season, where it has struggled, and where they can see improvements moving forward.
I'm actually going to go with the bullpen, just because we led the league in bullpen ERA in 21. That was a big part of our success. Scuffled some last year, got off to a bit of a rough start this year, and for those guys to get on the roll, they've gotten so many big outs. We've won a bunch of close games in this stretch. That's just a huge momentum builder for the club. And, you know, when you are in a game late, you just feel like your bullpen's going to win it for you. And we've won a couple games late, I think, not just because of their performance, but because of the confidence the whole team has in those guys at the end of the game.
And we've seen that the last 10, 11, 12 games. And that's why they're winning. It's not a surprise. You play better defense. You get your bullpen to perform how we all expected them to perform preseason. I mean, you look at Camilo Duvall, he's got some of the dirtiest stuff in the league. He is one of the best closers. You look at Tyler and Taylor Rogers, two guys that can give you different looks, different angles. I love what I saw yesterday from Ryan Walker, a guy that kind of has similarities to Sergio Romo, but throws 96, 97 miles per hour, throws completely across his body, has a dirty slider. He's a guy that was tearing it up down in AAA also this year, has now made 2 appearances for the Giants. Curious to see how he moves going forward. In about 4 or 5 days now, the Giants might get Luke Jackson back also, one of their big free agent signings to add more depth to that bullpen. Again, it's pretty simple. Pitching, defense, timely hitting, you're going to win ball games. Unfortunately, the Giants did not display too much of that yesterday, out hitting the Twins 10-7, but losing 7-1, leaving 15 runners on base, going 2 for 16 with runners in scoring position, and having a season-high 4 errors. But again, it's a getaway day. They're in Minnesota, going to Milwaukee today. Throw this one out the window. They're back below 500, but they'll have a chance today with Scott Alexander as the opener. Don't think there was any injury news with Logan Webb. I heard Kapler say yesterday, yeah, we're just giving him an extra day just to, just because. And then he was questioned like, oh, is it because of his back? No, it's not. It's not because of his back. It's got nothing to do with his back. Well, all right. Well, that's the reason why you pulled him out of the game. But we'll keep you updated if we do hear any injury news on Logan Webb. Sounds like he should be good to go this weekend. And we'll see if the Giants are good to go in Milwaukee tonight. Of course, that game can be heard right here on The Sports Leader on KNBR. But on the other side, let's get back into some basketball. Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight. Draymond Green put out a podcast talking about the NBA script and also talking about his best friend, LeBron James, potentially joining the Warriors. We'll play that sound for you on the other side and discuss the likelihood of LeBron James being traded to the Golden State Warriors. All that and more next on a Thursday morning. It's Marcus Boucher on the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
A broken Boston Celtic team. Maybe they have found themselves here in Game 4. By far their most impressive half of this series. They've done it before. Trailed 3-2 against Philadelphia in the conference semis. Won Game 6 and 7. And now they trail 3-1 with Game 5 on Thursday back in Boston as they win Game 4, 116-99 to avoid the sweep in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Back on the leadoff spot on a Thursday morning, it's Marcus Boucher getting you ready for Game 5 tonight between the Boston Celtics and the Miami Heat. After hearing the rejoin of the LA Lakers getting swept, our guy Aaron Gordon out of Midi High School down in the 408, getting the block combined with Jamal Murray to end LeBron James, maybe his tenure with the Lakers moving forward. Yeah, we'll get that out of the way in a second, but we should pay attention to the series actually playing tonight. That, of course, is between the Celtics and the Heat, where the Celtics avoided the sweep in Game 4. And now I'm hearing a lot of talk about maybe the particles are in the air for the Boston Celtics to complete a 3-0 comeback just like the 2004 Red Sox. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, like, damn, do I really got to relive this all over again? We got to bring this S up? And I guess that's what happens when Derek Jeter and Alex Rodriguez are sitting courtside, kind of lobbing up an alley-oop to the graphic team at TNT. But I don't expect to see Jeter or A-Rod courtside tonight. That game will be played in Boston. And the Celtics are an 8.5-point favorite, which kind of blows my mind. I get it. They're at home. It seems like everybody expects them to win, but I feel like everybody expected them to win Game 1 and Game 2. Hell, we've been joking for weeks about the NBA script and how everybody wanted to see the Lakers versus the Celtics. Well, guess what? Nikola and his older brothers, the Jokic brothers, got a hold of that script, tossed it up in the air, just like they tossed Mike Malone in the air after eliminating LeBron and the Lakers. And now Jimmy Butler and Eric Spoelstra have got a hold of the script, and they're about to rip it completely in half. because I do think the Miami Heat are going to close out this series, unless it is in the script that the Boston Celtics are going to have a big comeback. But that's unlikely to happen, even though Draymond Green checked in yesterday on his podcast and talked about the NBA script.
You going to get this podcast.
Yeah, you going to get this script from the NBA. Here's Draymond Green, who I will remind you, picked the Lakers to beat the Nuggets in this series. And here he is giving his response to the NBA script and how the Nuggets and the Heat have gotten a hold of it and have torn it apart.
If you had either one of these teams winning the series, which some people definitely had Denver winning this series, I don't think anyone had Miami winning the series. In saying that, if you did, there's no way you had it this way. Like, even the smartest of the smartest didn't have it this way. Like, there's just no way you had it this way. The Lakers getting swept and Miami sweeping Boston, like, you just didn't. It didn't follow the script. We were talking scripts. That definitely wasn't the script. So, for all the script lovers out there, the script has been burned. Like, it definitely didn't follow the script. Number one.
Burn that script. I love that soundbite from Draymond Green. He's like, what the hell?
That definitely wasn't the script.
I thought we lost to the Lakers because it was part of the script.
So,
we're going.
For all the script lovers out there, the script has been burned. Like, it definitely didn't follow the script.
It's been burned. It's been toasted. And maybe Draymond got the wrong script and is a reason why he picked the Lakers to win that series against the Nuggets. And yeah, shout out to Draymond Green and all the professional athletes who rip guys on air and on TV for making bad takes. There's Draymond Green, a part of the new media. Shout out to that whole back and forth between J.J. Redick and Stephen A. Smith the other day. I don't know if you saw that, Dave. J.J. Redick called out Stephen A. Smith for not playing basketball, saying, you're not an athlete. You don't know what you're talking about. Hey, J.J. Redick had some bad takes, and Draymond Green just had one right there about the Lakers taking out the Nuggets according to the script. But I guess my next question is, what's in the script for Draymond Green? As we've been talking a lot about his future with the Warriors, whether or not he's going to opt in to that $27, $28 million contract, or if he's going to go leave to go play with his best friend LeBron James down in L.A. Those are the conspiracy theories that have been floating out there. Thanks for the music, Dave. But it's also a real possibility. And I think it's more likely that Draymond Green would leave the Warriors and join the Lakers than it would be that LeBron James leaves the Lakers and joins the Warriors, which is something that I really haven't even really thought about. But because there were no NBA games yesterday, NBA Twitter seemed like they were obsessed with this story about LeBron potentially being traded to the Warriors. And again, yes, it's all speculation and storylines and people just throwing out hot takes. I believe it might have been Colin Cowherd who first put it out on his show that the Warriors should go out and trade Andrew Wiggins, Jordan Poole, and Jonathan Kuminga to go get LeBron James. Now, that's given up a lot to get a 30-year-old, not going to say washed-up superstar. LeBron James is still one hell of a player. But I guess if you are looking at the one timeline with Steph Curry, would you make this trade? I probably would prefer not to give up Andrew Wiggins. We got to remind ourselves, he's 28 years old. He's not 35, 33 like Steph and Clay are. He's one of the guys that are actually in the middle between the two timelines, him and Kevon Looney. So those are guys I definitely want on the roster. But I also saw other trade packages floated out there. Would you trade Kuminga, Moody, and Jordan Poole for LeBron James? Now that I would actually listen to. That I'd probably say yes to. As much as I don't like LeBron James, as much as I don't want to see him in those black rose-colored uniforms that the Warriors wear every other night, I think you would have to say yes to this trade. It kind of feels like you're playing fantasy football and you're sitting there and Tom Brady's on the draft board. And Dave, as much as I hate Tom Brady, sometimes you got to draft him. And we're at the point now where, Dave, we've got Tom Brady as an owner of the Raiders. Yeah, how about those Patriots, Dave? But look at a situation where we've been in the Bay Area. I know there were plenty of 49er fans who hated Richard Sherman, but hey, they welcomed him with open arms. He came to San Francisco. Yeah, Dave, I know he was part of the Super Bowl blown lead in the fourth quarter, but still, I think 49er fans enjoyed Richard Sherman. So that's my questions. Would Warriors fans embrace LeBron James? I wouldn't, but I'm sure Bob Myers or Mike Dunleavy, whoever the GM is next year, Joe Lacob, Steve Kerr, and of course Draymond Green would embrace him with open arms. Again, man, I'm not even going out looking for these type of stories, but I saw it in my email when I woke up today. Here, Marcus, here's the odds for LeBron James' next team if he's not on the Lakers. Number 1, the New York Knicks. Number 2, the Philadelphia 76ers. Number 3, the Clippers. 4, a reunion to Cleveland to go back to the Cavaliers. Yeah, I don't see that happening. 5 is the Phoenix Suns. Is LeBron going to go join with Kevin Durant after they're back and forth throughout their careers? And number 6 is the Golden State Warriors with 9-1 odds plus 1,500. Again, I'm saying that's a bet I'm not making. But if you are trying to entice Bob Myers and Draymond Green to stay with the team, maybe you do bring in LeBron James. I don't know. I'm not buying it, guy. Just like I'm not buying LeBron James is going to retire. He's waiting to play with Bronny. He's going to be with the Lakers at least 2-3 more years, in my opinion. But hey, this is the NBA offseason, and this is the drama that we're going to get into until we get to the NBA Finals. And maybe the Miami Heat will rip up the script tonight and eliminate the Boston Celtics. We'll ask Murph and Mac their take on LeBron to the Warriors on the other side. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Nice touch overnight, Dave.
Yeah.
R.I.P. to a legend. Tina Turner rolling on the river. Shout out to my sister, who once did a solo at my mom's dance recital with the full Tina Turner wig on, rolling down the river.
That is awesome.
Dave, thanks for topping off the show today. Murph, what's up,
5:59,
man?
my day is made that your sister did a full wig dance routine.
Dude,
to
solo on the stage at like 11, 12 years old.
Shout out Amy Boucher.
That's my big sis.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. I'd like to see video of that.
Oh, we might have some video evidence.
Yeah.
Remember when I showed you the video evidence of me doing the
as real
Grease
as
lightning performance?
More real than Bigfoot and the Abominable Snowman. I've seen the video, dude.
I'll hit you with a hand job.
I wish we could see the cameras right now.
Should I put it on me real quick?
Turn it around. Turn it around.
Pull Tom Turbert.
Do it. Turn it around. There it is. Today's already a win. Today is already a win. We've got the Amy Boucher story, and Waterboy flipped the camera and did the hand jive.
Now I just messed up Murph's camera.
No, we're good.
I hope
baby.
it's back on you.
I think you can still see.
It's all good. It's whatever. The studio's a mess anyways.
And today's already a win.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 6 o'clock.
It's
and
a
I'm like,
win. We got the hand
people
jive. We got Tina
people like,
Turner.
how was your Thursday? I'm like, great. My Thursday was awesome. So yeah,
Ooh, the
he's still doing it, by the way.
hand
On the other
jive,
side, I
baby.
can't do that. I
need
don't
a
have
producer
the
cam over here.
I don't have the skill set. I don't have the skill set.
It's the double tap, the shake of the hand.
Double tap, shake.
Paulie's got it down. Bum, 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 bum,
Okay, so
bum.
boom,
Dun, dun.
boom, boom, boom,
Perfect.
boom, boom,
We got it. Me and Paulie Matt got it
How's
down.
this? Boom, 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 boom,
Oh,
boom, boom, boom,
dude, you
boom.
got it. You're doing the hand jive, baby. You're doing it, Murph.
you hand job,
Now, what would your Tina Turner knowledge be? Just kind of like, when did you become any awareness of Tina Turner along the way? Amy,
My sister's
Okay,
dance
that's it.
recital.
Okay,
Yes,
that's it.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
That's when I got
So
put
for
on the
us,
map.
and I said this on Twitter yesterday, for me, I didn't know the Ike days for whatever reason. It's just when I got to be like 15, 16 years old and MTV introduced her to us, I was like, and they were like, the comeback of Tina Turner. I'm like, well, I didn't know. I am embarrassed to say I didn't know the Ike years. So for us, it was What's Love Got to Do with It was her very first breakthrough video. And then they all just came after that. Obviously, climaxing with Simply the Best.
What do you want, Private Dancer?
A Private Dancer. And then the Mad Max Thunderdome, We Don't Need Another Hero, which I didn't embrace as much. But, and then Simply the Best, which for Paulie Mac, I'll tell this story one more time for you, Waterboy. So 1994, World Cup is being played in America. USA hosts the World Cup. Ireland is playing Italy in New York in 1994. I can't miss that. I can't miss it. My mother's Italian. My father's Irish. So that was it. That was the video overnight, Dave. And MTV was like, the comeback of Tina Turner. I'm like, who's she? But she was walking around Central Park sexy as hell in jeans and all that. Anyway, long story short, the night I flew back to New York on a red eye to see Ireland play Italy at the Meadowlands. So we landed at JFK in the morning. I got a cab, hungover, drank on the plane the whole time. I'm 25 years old. And we get in the car, and the Rangers had won, the New York Rangers had won the Stanley Cup the night before.
Mark Messier, come get the Stanley Cup.
So it was only hours old. Like they won it at like 10 or 11 o'clock, and I'm in a cab at 6 a.m.
Before you proceed, you know when they gave Mess the cup, what they blasted over the Garden, PA.
Oh, that's right.
So I'm in a cab, and they're playing.
the best.
So I'm in a cab, and I was not a hockey guy. I didn't follow it much, but I was aware, and they were playing, the whatever station they were listening to, the KNBR of New York.
WFAN.
Was playing Simply the Best, laced in with highlights of the entire playoff run. And the cabbie was like crying, and I was like,
So
man,
was I.
I was like, something
Tears of joy.
Something big is happening here.
That's
so,
Mark Messier saving New
shout
York
out
City.
Tina Turner, Simply the Best, 94 Rangers.
Can I chime in with a
That's the
couple
end of the
other
story.
Tina moments, just
please
real
do,
quick?
please
So
do.
for me, everything you said is spot on, Murph. You're right. Like, we were the generation that kind of met Tina formally during the Private Dancer thing. But for me, I had a couple of steps on you on that before, because when The Who made their movie Tommy, they made a movie of their album Tommy, and they had all kind of special guests. Eric Clapton was in the movie, the guys from The Who. They brought in Tina Turner to sing the song on the Tommy soundtrack called The Acid Queen. So she played the Acid Queen in Tommy.
Wow.
And
What
then,
year is that?
That's going to be mid-70s.
Okay.
That's going to be, but I saw that before the Private Dancer came out.
All right, so-
But never, ever forget, Marcus, I have one demand today. That's that you drop the needle on one of my favorite duets of all time. Come on down, Tina Turner, and come on down from the Great White North, Bryan Adams. Can I get a It's Only Love?
Yeah, I heard that on the
Great
radio
rockin' tune, and I'm going to need to hear that
Paulie
today.
Mac, I got you. Stand by. We'll hear it in about 10 minutes now
Sorry,
because
Big
the
D.
Murph and
We gotta
Mac
get you
show
home.
starts now. Thank you, Dave, for the Tina Turner tribute and your great work on the leadoff spot as always. But it is time for the Murph and Mac show, and you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, a Cumulus Media station, the sports leader, and the Murph and Mac show starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
That's probably the latest we've ever played the horn, so sorry, Dave. That was the
Tina Turner,
long-winded Tina Turner.
She deserves a tribute,
Stanley
believe
Cup,
me.
Tribute. So there you go. Yes, I'm sure we'll hear from her all day long.
Well,
but
the big one that you talking about, like the pre-private day, like she made that one really big song called River. What's it called? River Deep Mountain High, and Phil Spector produced it. That was like a big thing in the '60s. But you're right, dude. We met Tina formally in the mid '80s when we were in high school. Yeah,
and I only then, as Peter Hartlaub hit me on Twitter and said, then we kind of worked backwards and learned all about. At least I did. I mean, for whatever reason, I didn't know about the Ike Turner years. I like to think I knew my musical history, but then you find about, then you hear, whatchamacallit, not Rolling on the River. The name of the song is
Proud Mary.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Proud
no,
Mary.
but you're right. Yeah, that's roll. Yeah, totally.
So anyway, we will, of course, remember her. We lose them all, man. We lose them all.
Well, Jim Brown last week, Tina Turner this week. I mean, they usually do come in threes. I'm going to knock on wood and hope that everybody can just stay on this earth for a little while. But yeah, it's
we're going
been
to try to stay on the earth through this show today.
Which is, we'll see if we make it. There's no guarantees.
All right. Hey, Giants baseball was early yesterday, and they just flushed one down the toilet early.
Yeah.
They're not fielding the ball, which was what. Listen, my big picture on this is you've won 7 of 8. You laid an egg. Move on. You know what I mean? Don't freak out. Now, if you want to dive deep, Brandon Crawford made another error, and he could have been charged with another error. So the Brandon Crawford story is playing out right in front of our eyes. You know what's interesting is tonight is the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner, which I get to sort of MC. I think my job is just kind of keep it moving, Paulie. Like, hey, if somebody's speaking too long, just kind of like put a foot in their rear end. Be
tempo is everything at those events. You can't drag. You can't be up there. And that reminds me of another thing that happened. You got to just get to the point.
What's the longest public speech you've ever given? I want Paulie for unfiltered for 35 minutes.
I don't know. I mean, maybe I can't even point to one.
Yeah.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't even know. Like, anytime I've done any kind of public thing, I try to keep it as brief as possible. Yeah. I really do. Because generally, we're there to introduce other people. Like, it ain't about us. They're not there for us. So any situation like that I'm in, I'm like, ladies and gentlemen, here's who we're here to see. And I just try to get to it, Well,
this is Kipe's big thing is that Dwayne Kuiper is introducing Buster Posey tonight.
Well, you heard him say essentially the same thing.
He said that his introduction is going to be, here's Buster.
That's it. That's all you need to say. But I know a lot of people are going to want extended Kipe minutes.
It's interesting. Everybody you meet says, hey, man, you can't go long at a banquet. You can't go long at a banquet. And yet, at the same time, people will get up and go long at a banquet. Are these people who are going long at people? Are they not the ones who are participating in these conversations where you say, don't go long at a banquet? Are they like in another room when that's being told?
Georgie boy,
do people lose track of time?
I think some people just like to be on the mic. I think some people like that spotlight and they're going to want to like maximize their minutes or whatever. But I don't think the M&M...
Most people, isn't public speaking a fear?
For a lot of people, yeah.
Some people are like, hey, man, I can't get enough.
Yeah.
Give me more mic time.
Totally.
I need some tutelage on the mic.
I need more speeches. Yeah.
So anyway, that's going to happen tonight. And by the way, if you don't know who's going in, Buster Posey, Patrick Willis, Gary Payton. Gary Payton's like, hey, man, I'm already in the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Shout out Glove.
I might as well toss this one on the pile.
Yeah. I wonder if GP2 shows up for that for his old man. For real.
I hope so.
Support him.
And then the guy I've talked to overnight, Dave, to each of the past 2 mornings, Andre Ward.
Yeah.
He's a huge Andre Ward fan.
I love that guy's face. He's got a great face.
And then Julie Foudy, who I think my kids' generation would know. She's the roving reporter at the Little League World Series in Williamsport.
See what I mean?
She walks around.
Roving, yeah.
She was a Stanford
When was the last time you roved? Did you do any roving recently, Murph? I haven't roved in a while.
I need to rove
Although,
more.
well, you could say technically I probably roved throughout the LA Forum last weekend.
Did you rove down at Skull and Roses in Ventura?
I was definitely roving.
Yeah,
Thank you. I
there you
roved
go,
all
yeah.
over the beaches of Ventura. Yeah,
say
I was roving. I'd like a good Murph rove.
Well, there's that famous song, The Irish Rover, and it's no, nay, never. You know that one,
And
right?
while we're here doing our thing, shout out Carl Rove, and then finally shout out the great Led Zeppelin song, The Rover.
This is all true.
Which is a great track, by the way. Shout out The Rover.
And then if we're going to do Mount Rovermore, shout out the softball position in pickup adult softball leagues.
Dude, yes.
Generally, there's a guy Rover.
There's a Rover
He's
out
playing
there.
like
Where's
shallow
my Rover?
center.
Yeah,
So he's
yeah.
shallow center.
Totally.
And then shout out, when we were growing up, we heard every dog's name was Rover, and yet I've never met anybody who owns a dog named Rover.
What is it? Red Rover? Red Rover
Yeah,
said
yeah.
Murphy right over,
Well, we were
right?
growing up like in cartoons, a dog house would say Rover
all
on
the
it, you know what
time.
I mean? Yeah.
That was like the standard dog's name.
And yet, do you know anybody who named their dog
Not
Rover?
one. Never met a Rover.
Exactly.
Not even one time.
There you go. We've taken care of Mount Rover.
Okay, we check.
All right. Listen, it's going to be a fun Thursday. We got a fun guest list. And the Giants,
listen.
you just flushed the Giants game yesterday.
I agree.
Although I would say Blake Sable's, another pass ball from Blake Sable.
Well, this is,
It's just, go ahead and put Pat Bailey there. That's all I'm going to say. Just go ahead and put
No
Pat,
question.
Put Pat
No
Bailey there,
question.
and let's work with that.
No question.
And then, of course, are we going to address this LeBron thing?
Yeah, sure. We'll talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, it started with like Colin Cowherd. Like that's where it started.
I got some
It's like,
crazy.
like Cowherd sets the agenda for us now. Is that the deal? Like,
he throws out the breadcrumbs and we follow
It's
him.
okay to talk about it as long as Cowherd said. I got no hate for Cowherd at all.
No, me neither.
You guys are
Murph,
very
shout out the
talented.
Herd, you know?
Yeah, he's a very talented
Yeah.
broadcaster and all that. But I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah.
saying, because he says LeBron might come to the Warriors, now we got to
The
chase
whole country is aflame. Yeah.
Probably we got to chase it like Rover chasing a ball.
I
You know
can't
what I
add
mean?
to that.
So-
It's too good.
All right. All right. Well, get the guest list from Waterboy. Marcus on the other side doing
Look
the
at
hand
Marcus.
jive.
Look at my guy.
We'll try to keep these cameras in place.
Thumbs.
That's right. We are on a stream. If you didn't know, you can see us on KNBR.com, the KNBR app, the YouTube live stream, Twitch, KNBR. I can see that some of you have tuned in. Hi. How are you? Good to see you guys. Okay. We'll do all next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Listen.
Here's what's trending now on KNBR.com. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Ground ball to short, and Crawford boots it. It was to the left of Crawford, and it looked like he tried to pick it up and throw it before he had it. Now swing, ground ball to second, and right through the legs of Wisely. What is going on? Unbelievable. This inning should have been over already a couple of times. Going outside, now breaking for second. Here goes the throw to second, now breaking for the plate, and a wild throw home. Well, the Giants are just giving away the game here. Wisely stepped out in front of the bag, took the throw from Sable, and then with Castro breaking for the plate, he threw back and he threw it wide, and I don't know that Sable ever even got a glove on the ball.
In the dirt, and it skips up around home plate. It hits off the umpire Titchener. Julian breaks for the plate, and he'll score. A wild pitch makes it 6-1.
I mean, it was not good. We just didn't play good defense, but as I mentioned, this is not a trend or anything like that. It's just we didn't play good defense today. We need to turn the page quickly.
Well, there it is. Yeah, again, I'm not going to freak out. They won 7 out of 8. They were doing really, really well, and they had a bad one. Now, we'll see what goes on in Milwaukee. If they continue to start chucking it around the yard and going back under 500 and get back to like 3-4 under, then we can have a conversation. But one bad one. Do you want me... Should I be a D right now and jump? Jump my partner, my beloved partner, Paulie Mack?
I suppose if it's good for the show,
I
why
love
not?
this guy so much. I insist we have the windsock up.
Yeah,
but it's good for the show to create controversy.
Let's get into it. Yeah.
Of all the, I understand, I get it.
Oh, you talking about the Bryan Adams selection?
I'm just saying, is that really the one we want to?
It's one of my favorites. One of my favorites.
Really?
Oh yeah, dude, this is a great track. Great track. I think this is a top 10 single too. This is a big hit.
Of all the things she's done, this would be the one you'd walk in the room.
Back it up with your own selection.
Well, I mean,
what do you need?
What do you want? I got like 10.
Well, listen. Well, then you take it from here. I told Marcus, I said, this is the one I need to hear today.
Well, I would think this one would be like a little later in the show. Like if you're gonna this is usually the intro segment. I think you got to come right out with, the Proud Mary, obviously.
Well, I think the OD was playing that, though, already.
The audience changes every 15 minutes,
Well, then let's give Murph what he needs to make him happy, because I'm good going any which way with Tina. I'm not, I really am. There's plenty to choose from.
I know, but
we got 4 hours.
I would have said this is sort of like the equivalent of let's say.
Listen, I'm not going to stand here while you disparage the Canadian Bruce Springsteen. I'm not going to have that.
I told you it was going to be a controversial take.
You don't roll up on Bryan Adams without me bowling up.
This is like when the day Prince died, we come back with like the theme from Batman. You know what I mean? So
I prefer we don't do that. Yeah.
So, anyway, I just tried to poke the bear there.
No, again, I'm going to stand by that track.
I'm going Grant Williams on Paulie Mac's Jimmy Butler.
Well, let's get the younger generation's opinion of the song. Marcus, you're hearing it probably for the first time.
I don't have hate for it at all. I'm just saying it's certainly not like when Tina Turner passes, it's not. I think Tina herself would say, you might want to give me a little, either Proud Mary or, it's the obvious one, but simply the best. I mean, I know it's obvious and anthemic, but it would probably be a little more symbolically appropriate.
We want to hear some of that kind of early 70s, mid 80s glory era kind of thing. Did you know also that Tina Turner, speaking of early 70s, she opened for the Stones on one of their famous tours, the Exile on Main Street tour, and apparently there are a lot of people that say she taught Jagger a lot of his moves on stage. Like they came directly from Tina Turner.
That's a good factor.
Yeah.
That's better than that song.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. 408, though, comes right in here and says, I'm with Paulie. I'll ride with
Murph's off the mark on this one, but I'm going to let him do his thing. Okay. It's a great track.
Okay.
It's a great track.
Hey, here's today's big hit.
Yeah, dude.
Today's big hit.
The bosses are going to love this.
What song should we have rejoined Tina Turner? Yeah. And listen, 83 years old. She made it pretty far. God
bless her, man. What a life she lived, too.
As we say with all the musicians, they leave us their gifts. You know what I mean? The musicians and the actors.
Forever.
So, anyway, thank you, Marcus, for creating content on the air.
Well, I didn't think I was going to get a fight out of you.
No, we didn't either. I didn't see it coming.
And so maybe I should have came back with this Tina Turner song.
Mm-hmm. Well, there you go. This is high level because I was going to... 2 things. 1, he doesn't want us to fight. And 2, Tina Turner is so relevant that this was the song I used in the Jock blog. Remember at spring training, I said, if you guys remember this, I said, I was so mad about the Giants off season and everything, and failed Correa, failed Judge, and how they weren't really going anywhere, and how I didn't think they had any high hopes. And then I said, I wrote a whole Jock blog in early March saying, at times like this, I turn to Tina Turner. And she had a soft rock, late 80s, early 90s hit called I Don't Care Who's Wrong or Right, I Don't Want to Fight. And I said, I don't want to fight with the Giants anymore. I just want to enjoy them, so I'm going to go into this season hopeful. And I use this song as the symbol in the Jock blog. So thank you, Waterboy. Perfect peace pipe, buddy. Perfect. Remember we played this for you and you liked it.
I do, and I do like a good peace pipe, too, on top of everything else.
What's in that peace pipe?
Puff, puff, give,
What's in it? Just some hybrid?
Well, it depends on but my pipe? You know what's in my pipe. A nice hybrid that everybody can relax with.
Yeah. So here's Tina. What
a pipe. What a set of pipes, man.
And then 650 comes in and says, I'm with Murph.
Yeah.
No idea what Paulie was thinking. Read the room, Paulie.
Right.
We don't want to fight no more. All right, guys. Quiet Wednesday night, right? What'd you do? Anybody?
Well, I had a full band practice with the Freestone Peaches. And again, I got to plug the gig. We'll be headlining the Union Street Fair.
Headlining?
Yeah. Saturday, June 3rd from 4 to 7. We're doing 2 full sets of Allman Brothers music. By all means, come on out. By the way, grab a free set. Don't cost nothing. It's the Union Street Fair. Marcus, come on out.
I would say this is highly likely that Waterboy should go to this
I've already gotten the stamp from Copes. He's coming.
Oh, then I'm there.
Yeah.
I'm there. I'm putting it on my calendar right now.
The Allman Brothers are very conducive to, they're conducive to the peace pipe, if you know what I'm saying.
Allman Brother tickets.
Totally.
Get out of here.
That's what I'm saying.
Where was it? I just heard Almonds the other day, and I thought of you, buddy. It was at sort of an out-of-context Almonds. Where was I'll come up with it, but I was walking. I said, listen to that, Allman Brothers. And I said, I got to tell Paulie about that. It'll come to me later.
Do you remember the Greg Allman song, this solo song called I'm No Angel?
Well, I don't know, but when he passes, should we come back with it?
You just took the riff right out of my mouth, because that was like a pop song he had that was a big hit. I was going to say, when Greg Allman died, I should have led with I'm No Angel instead of Whipping Post or Statesboro Blues.
I think, God forbid we ever lose the great Bruce Springsteen, but eventually we're all going to expire, and then Paulie and I will be working.
Give me a Secret Garden.
There you go.
Which is right
out of my mouth.
My least favorite song of all time. I still can't believe you wrote that song.
Then 4 and 5 bounces back and rides with Paulie. Listen, I'm not saying it's not a bad song. I'm just saying it's not the representative song. It's like Frank Sinatra dies, I'm not going with L.A. as my lady.
Well,
You know
when
what
did
mean?
I say it was the representative song?
Well, I just think this
When
is
did
kind
I
of
don't recall saying that.
this is the first segment rejoin we have. You know, so it's like our introductory.
I'm going to let Murph take it from here. You're going to call the shots, man. I'm going to sit back and listen to your jukebox. I'm not getting involved.
Well, I mean, I could easily do that, but I'm just saying.
All right, you're in charge, man.
Okay, I'll happily do that because my musical knowledge is I'm quite confident in it. I'm simply saying this is always our intro segment. You know what I mean? Thank you very much. I told you this was a hot topic. It was supposed to be.
Move over, LeBron James. We got other topics at hand here.
I was overtly poking him just for fun. I didn't know he was going to get so defensive.
Yeah, now I'm getting really upset. Now I am upset. I might walk off, actually. I'm close.
I was trying to just kind of stir it up for fun. All right, so that's all I was trying to do. You can stir it up for fun with me, too, and I'll try to keep it together.
Yeah,
all right? So it's only love. It's only a song, right? So how was your Wednesday night, buddy?
Oh, my Wednesday night was fantastic. Not a lot of sports going on, but one thing that me and Copes were locked in last night. Dude, a 3-hour series finale last night of Survivor.
So did it, like, does it still, after all these years, carry the same, like, weight and drama and, like, in jockeying and backstabbing and all the stuff that, like what just happened in the last few minutes here between me and Paulie?
100%. You got best friends turning on each other, stabbing each other in the back, just like the Murph and Mac show this morning.
Did the winner lie his or her way to the championship?
No, actually,
or you don't want to spoil it, right?
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it, but
this speak in vague generalities.
This was much more of a kumbaya type season.
I thought every year was defined by lying, and only the liar wins.
It usually is, but even Jeff Probst last night was like, yeah, this was a real wholesome season. I'm like, this is BS. Put Copes out there on the island.
Yeah, so did you think that whoever won did not play a good game? Or
no, he played they played a really good game. But it wasn't the typical backstabbing, lying.
So
and
the
cheating.
person who won didn't lie and kill somebody off. That's
his whole routine was almost being like blatantly honest to your face. Like, if you write my name down, I'm going to vote you out. Like, it was almost like he was the godfather of the season. Again, no spoiler alerts this morning, but it was a good season overall.
All right,
and that's how I spent my Wednesday night.
That's it. 3 nights. So I had too many boards. I had 2 board meetings yesterday. Junior Giants, although we're doing some pretty exciting stuff at Crocker Amazon. Hopefully, it's funny. One of these projects we're working on. We're trying to do these field renovations. And at one point they were talking about, like, well, what this project would be done by. And at one point somebody threw out, well, we're looking at 2033. Paulie, 2033.
Who's going to be around in 2020? The whole planet might be gone in 2023.
I mean,
don't throw 2023 at me. I don't have the capacity.
It was the first mention I've heard of 2033. Like, have you pondered 2033?
God, no, dude. I don't even ponder 24.
Yeah.
I don't take anything for granted.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around 2023.
Bro, if I can get out of May in one piece, I feel lucky.
Have any sports trades gone down that have involved a 2033 draft pick?
Although, you know what, though? There kind of is a precedent. Shout out Magic Johnson signing that 25-year deal. Do you remember that?
What year is that?
This is probably 87, 86, something like that.
2002?
Well, and Marcus, this was a staggering deal. It was Dr. Buss gave him a 25-year deal where he would be paid $1 million for 25 years consecutively. Insane.
Yeah.
And back at that time, but that's the only thing that's ever gotten that far into the future. Maybe Bobby Bonilla?
Well, yeah. But here, I was going to say, here's the riff. The riff is that the only thing certain in 2033 is that Bobby Bonilla is getting paid, right? You know what I mean? That's it. So, but yeah, we had that, and then I had a TAM High Boosters meeting. So it was a little quiet Wednesday night. Come home, my kid's watching a Red Sox Angels game.
What goes on at a booster meeting? What goes on?
We're paying it. We're writing checks, Paulie.
Right.
Taking care
of
this.
My specialty. Who needs one?
There's a light standard that's broken. There's a banner that fell down.
Okay.
There's a
stuff like that. Repairs.
A swimmer who went to the high school state meet who knows his hotel room paid for. All these things.
Right.
You're tidying up, making sure everybody's taken care of. How's that?
Did you guys put in a fun...
swim team needs new parkas.
Right.
How's that?
The stoners need new
Baseball team needed... base stoners need new
You know
bongs.
what I mean? I know they got a lot of stoners.
The hacky sack crew needed new bean bags.
Totally, dude. Bean bags.
Do you ever play hacky sack?
Not at all.
Isn't that part of the dead?
It is, but I'm not buying it. I'm not
You never even hopped in for one game?
No, but my buddies and I used to riff on that at some point, they should make a varsity sport at a hacky sack, and we designed the jacket, too.
Probably there might be.
We designed the varsity jacket. On the back of the jacket, it'll have the high school name, year you're graduating, and then just a foot with a ball above it. That's it. It's
pretty good.
Instead, you know how they have like the football on the varsity jacket or basketball. Now I want a foot with a beanbag.
Waterboy, you did it last through your generation, hacky sack?
Oh, I'd say it's actually pretty big for 90s kids.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
like a lot of
Yeah,
kids
it's a
like
whole thing.
bring them to school and like have them at recess.
So have you partaken?
Yeah, but I was like,
Here, what a surprise.
Oh,
Here
see,
he comes.
Triple E's like, that's
Triple E
fine.
walks in,
like,
two
I got
thumbs
one in my
up.
He's like a
backpack
gold
right
medal
now.
winner, yeah.
Yeah, so we used to play it at recess, but I was always like the kid who would like jump in and then just boot the hell out of the hacky
you're the
sack.
kid who
I
you're
would
like
just launch it.
So you were like John Belushi with the guitar in Animal House, just smashing it against the
exactly.
wall.
Do you
Yeah.
go
For
so far?
chaos.
Do you dare call it a sport?
No.
Well, you just
Is
said
it a sport?
No, it's not, Paulie.
I mean, if it is a sport, it's got to be the
Well,
least amount of
Paulie.
physical exertion, of like less than bowling.
Actually, to tell you the truth, some of the and I got to shout out my guy Ad.
You just stand there.
Paulie, who was the best hacky sack guy at your high school? Because I know who mine
We had a
was.
few. We had a few
The
dudes.
guy's name was Ad Zhang. Ad Zhang.
He sounds like a
Z-A-N-G.
hacky sacker.
His first name was Adolf, but he conveniently went with
How
Ad.
come? I don't understand. Why would he do that?
So I think his parents are from Germany. He was from Bolinas, Paulie.
Wow. Well,
Yeah.
that's where, yeah.
And he used
Cut
to
out
kind
glass
of
bongs.
he used to kind of just put on shows because if you could, you could leap and like put your foot under the other leg and kick it. You know what I mean? There's like hacky sack moves.
Oh,
There's like
totally. No,
moves,
guys
yeah.
get it up on there. You ever see this one where they pinch it on the shoulder and the head? It's like they got all these poses. It's nuts. You got any given Grateful
Listen,
Dead show, you'll see him kicking
Triple
it
E
around.
says if NASCAR is a sport, then I'm riding with hacky sack as a sport too.
Well, here's
listen,
the thing, NASCAR ain't a
Triple E
sport
says.
either.
Ooh.
I'll go down that road. I'll go down that
See,
road.
I'm not a racing guy,
Now,
but
I've been in a room with Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt. I can't say that. When you've been in the presence of the King and Dale, then you gotta recognize.
That's
So,
fine.
all right.
They're driving laps.
I'm not getting involved in that one.
I drive every morning.
Wow.
I'm not an athlete.
See, we were looking for a hot take this morning for the big hit. We got it.
Oh, I get into this all the time with Mike Holder because he's a big racing guy. He's like, these guys are athletes. You don't know nothing about the G-force. I was like, what about the astronauts?
Well-
They deal with G-force. Are they athletes too?
I remember also that when Lance Armstrong pre-steroid was winning all his Tour de France's, it was a Skip Bayless went on a jihad saying that he was not an athlete and that cycling is not a sport.
Yeah, that's not a sport
And
either.
oh my God! Wow.
If there's no defense, I don't really consider it a sport.
Defense would be some French guy sticking a flag in your spokes when you're trying to go up the mountain, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Those people get way too close on that. They like the crowd and the thing. You're like, get out of my way.
Dude, that's why they get those massive pile-ups.
If there's no
Those are
D, so
insane.
golf is not a sport.
Yeah. I don't think golf is a sport either. I think it's a hobby.
Waterboy's
Murph.
hot today.
I think it's a hobby.
All right, guys. This is hotter than the Tina Turner song. I'll tell you that right now. Okay, guys, let's get the guest list on a Thursday, a scorching Thursday, with dim lights. How do we look? The lights are dim.
Overnight Dave has responded, by the way. He's not taking this line down, Marcus. I'll read from the good book of OD. Anybody who says racing
I think he means to say is not
a sport should put on a fire suit, get belted into a car, and go 100 miles an hour straight at the wall and make a left-hand turn, and then tell me it's not a sport.
Hell yeah, sign me up. I'll do it.
All right, that's between you
you're
and OD
riding
now.
with the-
I'll hop in a car.
Yeah.
All right.
You have a fire suit handy?
I'll get a fire suit.
So the only sports around, so like handball is a sport where you're running through that, like where they run through and they. You ever seen handball, like the Olympics?
It's an Olympic sport.
Okay,
yeah.
yeah,
it's kind of athletic. You got to run.
That's the thing. Half the Olympic sports aren't even really sports.
Yeah, there you go.
They're Olympic games.
Ask Andy Baggerly, who was eliminated on an Olympic sport question. Andy Baggerly was on a roll in Jeopardy, won 3 in a row. He was racking up, and then in Final Jeopardy, he missed an Olympic sport question. And the answer is The answer was, what is trampoline?
Oh, dude, that's not a sport.
Well, there it is.
Come on, dude. They have
There it
speed
is.
walking in the Olympics. That's
There
not
it
a
is.
sport either.
So he, the question was like in the 2008 Beijing Games or something like that. This sport was bounced its way in for one appearance only or something like that. And he's like, I don't know. And what is trampoline? He missed it.
Come on.
He missed it and he
That's
got
how they got
eliminated.
bags?
That's how they got bags.
They got bags with a trampoline.
Is there a defense in trampoline?
No.
By the way, you say if there's no defense, it's not a sport. Does that mean D'Angelo Russell is not an athlete?
Oh, nice one, Murph.
All right, there you go.
Jordan Poole, too. We'll throw him in the
Jordan,
conversation.
much more relative. Much more relative. Thank you very much.
All right.
What do we got?
All right, starting off at 7:15 this morning. We'll talk sports. We'll talk football. We'll talk baseball. We'll talk everything with Chris Rose, 7:15 this morning.
Good dude. Yes.
Love Chris Rose.
So, and then that will kick us off. Then 7:35, Sean Estes, the lefty, to kick off our Power Hour on a
Yeah,
Thursday.
Giants on to Milwaukee, and per Kipe's request, Corbin Burns will pitch Saturday. Remember, Kipe says Corbin Burns will pitch every single game against the Giants. Well,
Every
just
time.
Saturday. Giants are going with an opener tonight. Scott Alexander, 440.
Here we go.
My app says the Brewers haven't named a starter. And then they go Peralta Friday, Burns Saturday. Anyway.
Remember when Kapler first got here, he was doing that? He wasn't naming like starting pitchers till like right before the game. Yeah, we're still reviewing the data. We're not sure.
Oh my God.
Yeah, just throwing it out there.
By the way, I meant to tell you,
The element of intrigue.
Friday night game, he came out during that incident where Skip Schumacher got ejected, and I was at the game with my family. He's wearing that like top coat, Paulie. You seen that? Goes down to like the knees.
I have seen it. It's yeah.
It's definitely
it's almost like a. I don't know what that is. It's hard to.
It's like a top coat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, most of the. I don't even know how to describe that.
Well, it's definitely like a look. You know what I mean?
It is a look.
Like Boach didn't wear the top coat.
And he's got those powerful strides too, with the jacket hanging down, the legs are working.
Yeah.
He's coming out, he's pointing.
Anyway, go on. Yes.
All right, Sean Estes in the Power Hour, 7:35. Then we'll get into the big hit this morning, 8 a.m., talking about the LeBron James to the Warriors
Yeah,
rumors.
probably. We'll ask you the question.
Come on, huh?
Do you even want it to happen? That's the question.
Come on.
We'll ask you at 8 o'clock.
808 KNBR is the number. You can check in on the big hit. Then we'll get to the cooler of content, 820. Matt Mayoko, 9:15 this morning, talking 49er football and OTAs. And then topping off the show today, 9:35, forever Giant and current hitting coach of the San Jose Giants, Travis Ishikawa, joining the show.
That sounds good to me. It's a Thursday. That's a good thing. And we'll have to get into this. Are you worried at all about Brandon Crawford? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Giants, who, of course, before they moved to San Francisco, were the New York Giants going back to 1883. But they do have a connection with Minneapolis. The Giants' AAA team used to be here. Ground ball to short, and Crawford boots it. It was to the left of Crawford, and it looked like he tried to pick it up and throw it before he had it. So it's going to cost at the least more pitches. It looked like the inning was going to be over there.
There we go, Paulie. That's from me to you. My love letter to you, buddy.
I'll tell you this.
You're simply the best, Paulie.
You know how like
you are.
When you have certain memories and there's somehow like music is attached to a specific memory.
I want to know it.
This is like Exhibit A for me right here. I will never not hear this song and think about Mark Messier and the Rangers winning the Cup, because as soon as Gary Bettman gave Mark Messier the Stanley Cup, boom, they dropped this and they blasted over the Garden speakers. So as they skated the cup around, you know, the tradition is the captain gets it first, then he'll give it to his assistant captain. Shout out Brian Leach. Shout out Adam
do you know
Graves.
who it is?
Oh, dude.
Leach, that's the jersey that I asked the guy, how was the ball game?
God, dude. Brian Leach. Shout out Brian Leach, the first American-born NHL player to win the most valuable player of the Stanley Cup Finals, Brian Leach.
It's a great stat.
Anyway, they give it to the assistants, then the entire team gets their turn to skate the cup around. You take that lap, and they're blasting Tina Turner. So
keep it going, Waterboy. So keep Paulie at the Garden in 94.
Yeah, it's a good place for me to be.
Where were you physically?
I was in the house I was renting with my buddy Dougie and a few other lunatic Ranger fans.
Did you have to leave the room?
Couldn't get a ticket. Forget about trying to get into those games.
Were you hugging these guys?
Oh, tears, bro. Tears. Very similar to our celebration in Texas, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Tina Turner. And for the Schitt's Creek crowd, this song plays a key role.
Oh, tell me. What does it do?
Well, you know, there's the son, what's his name? Gosh darn it.
The Levy kid?
The Levy kid, yeah, but I'm trying to remember his character's name. God, my brain. He's gay.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's like he has this sort of sly romance with this guy, and it climaxes with him playing this song for the guy.
And that's where you go.
It's a little, it's a little tearjerker scene in the show.
Murphy goes Levy, I go Messier.
Well, I go Messier first because I told you about the cab ride in for JFK. But anyway, Tina Turner, what a career, and what a powerhouse. What a powerhouse.
Perfect word for it, too. She really was. She was a force of nature. Her voice is
raspy soul.
Incredible.
Raspy soul and R&B, man. Yeah. So anyway, we'll continue to sprinkle them on throughout the morning. There's all sorts of them to get to. But
if anybody's interested, too, just throw this out there. HBO did a great 2-part documentary about Tina Turner last year, and I'm sure you can pull it off demand. It is fascinating. Her childhood in Tennessee, the backwoods of Tennessee. I mean, she grew up literally like with a dirt floor. I mean, she came from nothing and became a worldwide superstar. God bless her. Rest her soul.
Interesting you say that, because I was just reading the Pat Willis piece in the Chronicle that Eric Branch wrote, because Patrick Willis is going into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame tonight. You know, the big one for him, obviously, is Canton, and it's still out there. It's probably... Excuse me, Paul. It's probably going to happen.
I think it is, too.
But these things in the NFL...
Might take some time, yeah.
Pro Football Hall of Fame is like a deli counter where you got to just take a line and wait.
I mean, they do that, yeah.
In the story, Branch alludes to the fact that Willis came from nothing.
Yeah.
He came from a really underprivileged background in Tennessee.
I think that speaks to, like...
Really underprivileged.
Yeah, it speaks to the drive that these kind of people have that elevate to the very, very top of their game, whether it's Patrick Willis, Tina Turner, like... That kind of fire is a fire that can only burn when you really have those circumstances. When you grow up in that kind of hardship, like you are driven beyond belief. So Patrick Willis rising to the top.
It's surprising sometimes to see people who come from means or comfort.
Shout out Steph Curry.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And Klay Thompson.
And Clay.
Yeah. Who are as driven as anybody.
Yep. Which
is surprising because they woke up in silk sheets.
It's a really good point.
You know what I mean?
I guess you have that mentality or you don't. You're either like a stone killer.
Ask Waterboy, as an old baseball star, and you revved at the top of your peer group when you were growing up. It is this is something coaches and I talk about all the time in Little League when you're drafting kids. Is competitiveness born or can it be taught?
I feel like most of the time it's born.
I agree.
It's that killer instinct.
I agree too.
It's just how you're wired.
Yeah, and some kids have it, some don't.
I think I would say that some can grow into it as they get older, but there are those who just have it naturally.
And you know how you can tell, Murph, is just for you or me as a parent and you're a coach, like being around youth sports, you can see it early. Like the kid that's just diving into the bleachers for a loose ball. Like, you don't teach him to do that. Some of the guys just do that. Yeah. Most of them don't.
And then there's the ones you try to teach it to.
And you can't teach that, though. Yeah.
Not,
I need you to hit the floor for loose balls. Huh?
I know, yes.
I'm on Insta. I don't know what you're talking about.
So, totally.
Yeah.
But anyway, you use that Simply the Best rejoin not only to pay tribute to Tina Turner, but to pay tribute to Brandon Crawford, who is, without question, the best shortstop in the history of the Giants franchise.
If that's okay with Creative Tony.
Now, there was a guy named Travis Jackson. And this is, I can't speak to Travis Jackson. I wasn't around to see Travis Jackson. But he would be the only other guy because he's a Hall of Fame shortstop, but he played for the New York Giants from 1922 to 1936. Travis Jackson.
Nice.
And he was a top 10.
Traveling Travis.
The guy finished in the top. I mean, I should probably give him a little more respect.
Give him some love, man.
Because he finished in the MVP voting top 5, 1, 2, top 10, 1, 2, 3, 4 times in the top 10 MVP. Now, Brandon Crawford did not finish 4 times in the top 10. So I got to give it up for Travis Jackson.
He finished once in the top 10, though. Give him that one.
He did.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. And there's 3 other times that he finished in the top. By the way, it says he finished I didn't think there was a 1924 MVP. Was there? Yeah, Dazzy Vance.
Dazzy Vance. Bro, dancing Dazzy Vance. He was a...
Dazzy Vance knocked off Rogers Hornsby, by the way, who hit 424 that year.
Shout out the...
Not as good as Dazzy.
Shout out the great... Is it uncle or grandfather of Bruce Hornsby? I forget, but they are connected. If you believe that, it's true.
By the way, Dazzy Vance, 28-6. Who was it? Hornsbys are related?
Yeah.
Wait, Hornsby and
Bruce Hornsby is related to Rogers Hornsby.
28-6 with a 28-6. He also hit 2 bombs that year. Dazzy Vance.
Dancing Dazzy.
So anyway, the point is, other than Travis Jackson, so let's just say Brandon Crawford is one of the 2 greatest shortstops in the history.
I'll buy that
franchise.
easily, yeah.
And we were all happy that he coming back this year, but he's not playing.
No, listen, no.
And the biggest thing is, the bat can come and go, and you're not expecting much with the bat. In fact, it's funny, as Casey Schmidt's kind of cooling off now, although he did get an RBI knock yesterday, but he also struck out 3 times. They're going to start figuring him out, and we're starting to see the settle down on. But the argument has always been, you're going to play him anyway because of the glove. And that's the way it was with Crawford, too.
Totally.
Like, you need to have Crawford out there for the glove, and now the glove is
it's tough to see that, yeah.
Barking back a little bit.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because it's so automatic it has been so automatic with him over there. He just eats it up at short, so... and also, but I mean, he will go down. I mean, I would say probably the defining moment of his career, I guess there's 2, the Grand Slam in Pittsburgh is a big one. And then, of course, the double play we saw in KC. I mean, that's going to be the defensive highlight forever.
So right now, he's hitting 172, and his OPS is 575. These are really bad numbers. Now, he had a calf strain, obviously, and it dinged him around a little bit. So, has he been coming back from that? But anyway, just saying you're kind of on alert right now. And it just goes to show you, like, Susan Slusser wrote a thing about Carlos Correa, and she was saying, there's this narrative out there that it's good that the Giants didn't get Correa. And her argument was, no, you know what? It would have been good to have him because Casey Schmidt should be a third baseman, and you would have theoretically Correa and Schmidt on the left side of your infield for the next 5-6 years. That would be a primo. So anyway, it was a good point by her. Yeah, it would have been awkward for a year with Crawford. Crawford would be playing third right now. And the argument against it would be that Crawford would be a third and Schmidt wouldn't get the call up. So that's the negative part. But she said the positive part would be that Schmidt would be at third and Correa would be at short. And right now, Crawford at short is, and it's tough to see. He's a prideful guy.
It really is. That's what's tough about the decline of like guys that you love in pro sports. When they lose a step, it can be painful for the fans too.
And the guy going in tonight to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, Buster Posey, never went down that road.
Well, that's what walking out on top will do for you. Shout out Patrick Willis. He did the same thing.
Same thing.
There are a few of these guys that say
Andre Ward.
And I remember specifically Patrick Willis saying he was having so many problems with his feet. Because I was like, this guy could easily give us another 3-4 seasons. But he said, listen, if I can't play at the level that I want to compete at, I'd rather not be out there. So he quit while he was ahead.
Jim Brown. Who was the receiver from Calvin Johnson?
Would you say, and I'm not an expert on this, Murph, so if I'm wrong, just give me a slap to the kisser. But didn't Sandy Koufax also walk away like near the top of his game?
Without question, yeah. But
Like
but actually, Paul, I tell you, he was felled by elbow. He couldn't do it anymore.
there it is.
The elbow, he couldn't throw it.
But
anymore.
I know he had he was dominant and it was a short window.
But then the elbow blew.
Okay.
He couldn't go. So anyway, it's tough to see. Last night, Crawford, he did get a knock yesterday and drew 2 walks, which is a good game for him. But it was the errors. He made 2 errors yesterday, and he actually could have been. Pardon me. It says he has 2 errors. Wait a minute. The Giants made 4 errors yesterday?
Yeah.
It could have been a third, they said, on the throwdown. Were you watching when Sable threw down and Crawford did not?
Yeah, I think that's it because during
Did they go
the
back
game,
and reassign that error?
The box score only had 3, but this morning it had 4. So I think they gave Crawford an error on that.
Damn, he wakes up in the morning. They told him we added an error to your total.
Yeah.
Oof.
And that's his 6th error of the season. There's only like 3 or 4 guys in the MLB who has committed more errors than him this year.
Damn. Now that's wow.
Yeah.
So.
See the hush that just came over the room. No one knew where to go.
Yeah. All right. Hey, speaking of the 49ers, camp is underway, and Dre Greenlaw.
Let's go, Niners.
Going to join Papa and Lund today at 12:30.
Nice. So I got to catch that.
You and I saw Dre Greenlaw down in San Jose.
I can't say enough good things about Dre Greenlaw. I am a monster fan of that guy. I think he's one of the more here in the Bay, we know how great he is, but I think nationally more people need to know about the greatness of Dre Greenlaw. He's going to have a big year.
All right, here's the deal. Our big hit preview is, I cannot believe this, and Waterboy's the one who brought it to me yesterday because I had a bunch of meetings yesterday, so I missed this, but they're talking about LeBron to the Warriors. We'll talk about it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Man, there's some in today's game, but Steph Curry. That's the one. Steph Curry's the one I want to play with, for sure. Man, I love everything about that guy. And that mother, lethal, man. When he get out his car, you better guard him right from the moment he pulls up to the arena. As soon as he get out of his car, you better guard him.
Start guard him.
Yeah, better guard him. Man, you might want to guard him when he bed. Swear to God.
He's serious.
He's serious.
Please guard him as soon as he got the car. Don't let him touch that little carpet right there.
There it is. That was the shop in 2022.
You better guard him when he gets out of the car. I like that, LeBron.
And it's something he doesn't say things by accident, as we know, when he threatened to retire.
It's all calculated, man.
By the way, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
Thank you,
Kevin Harlan, for that nudge there. Yeah, I mean, this is what happens now when you have, the Western Conference Finals is over and the Eastern Conference Finals is 3-1 and you're
People
waiting.
start flipping out,
yeah,
creating these theories. I got to remind you, too, that LeBron has been working on Steph now for about 2-3 seasons. You remember at the All-Star game, I think it was 2 years ago, when he was in Steph's ear, like the whole game, whispering in Steph's ear and all this. I don't think this is any, new story. I think now that the Lakers just got swept, it's more of a priority to LeBron to say, all right, what's my future look like? I'm getting older. It's getting harder to do this. I need better players around me. And of course he loves Steph Curry. Of course he'd want to play with Steph. The question to me is, does LeBron James make the Warriors a better what does he do to the whole thing?
So no, actually, flip the script, Paulie. I think he's saying Steph should come to the Lakers. How's that? Oh, I'm kidding, of course.
No.
That was a joke.
No, I can't even write that. I'm not even joking.
Couple things here. One, all right, talk about RIP2 timelines, said John Hollinger, meaning that talk about if you go for LeBron, you talk about the shortest of windows. You're trying to win one more, and then you're done. And by the way, you've traded, according to the talk, whether it's Cowherd or Chris Haynes or whoever's throwing it against the wall, you're looking at something like Kuminga, Wiggins, Poole, Moody. That's what you're looking at.
To get LeBron for 2 seasons,
or some form of those 4.
Yeah.
3 of those 4 in some way, and draft picks or whatever. So to get LeBron for 2 seasons, at which point then it's all over. You got nothing.
Let me ask you this.
Nothing left.
Let me ask you this. Much like
you have maybe another championship.
Well, that's okay. So in '94, when the Niners added Deion Sanders, it kind of felt to me when the move happened, I'm like, all right, well, this might be the piece they need to finally beat Dallas, and they did, and they won a title. Do you think LeBron James, if he's a piece the Warriors added, does that automatically equate to a title for you?
No, it does not. But it's certainly it makes them, the most relevant team.
It's the hottest ticket in the history of the universe.
In the world. You're
Get ready for Jumpin' Joe's prices on that, too. We've got a new price plan.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the LeBron James special.
Package.
Yeah,
Yes,
totally,
exactly.
dude, totally.
It's
called the LBJ package.
And looking ahead to 2026, we have the Bronny Jr. package. That'll be coming in.
It's a father and son special. Yeah.
Yeah, if you sign up for seats with your son, we'll get you...
Totally.
We'll get you 2 hot dogs, one for the father, one for the son. Back to
Father,
chips.
Son, and Holy Spirit.
Do you remember when the Warriors did that in the bad days? They had that, hot dog and chips offer. Do you remember that?
Yeah, a little.
It was a big selling
They were
point.
giving stuff away.
We used to run those ads. Come to the Warriors, hot dog, chips.
Grab a chalupa.
It was
dude,
it was hot dog, chips, and a Coke for $5.
Dude, I remember the first ever chalupa I got from Taco Bell. Score 100 points for the Warriors, you get a free chalupa.
Place would go bonkers.
Dude, I went nuts as a kid.
What is a chalupa?
I have no idea what it is. It's delicious.
Yeah, it's a great question.
Delicious.
I would say it's a fried fatty thing.
Yeah, it's like an egg roll with not egg roll stuff inside. It's got other stuff in there. Your beans and cheese.
Yeah,
I think.
Cheese.
A fried, fatty, cheesy thing.
It's delicious. Shout out to Chalupa and shout out to Cheesy Gordita Crunch, my favorite from Taco Bell.
Is it like if you deep fried a quesadilla kind of thing?
No, it's more like
deep fried churro with cheese in it?
Bro, it's deep fried cholesterol.
Yeah, I know.
It's almost like a deep fried torta almost.
Look at you.
All I know is
Can you smoke one of those?
That. So, obviously, so could they? Your question, could they win the championship? Well, who would they have to beat? First of all, the Lakers would be off the table. They'd be done, right? So you wouldn't have to worry about them. So now you're looking around the West. You're still looking at Denver. Jokic should be like, yes, bring on Steph and LeBron. I'll take them, By the way, you're also talking about a Warrior team that wouldn't have now Wiggins or Kuminga or Moody.
Yeah.
That's
so now you're talking
about
really old team all of a sudden.
Steph, Clay, Dre, LeBron. Well, that's pretty good, but Talk about mileage.
No,
how many regular season games would these guys play?
Oh, you want to talk load management? 808 KNBR.
They might play 5 regular season games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just to sneak in as the 8 seed, and then we'll be fine.
Well, you know what's interesting, though, Murph? I was listening last night when I was on the road. I was driving all the way down to this band practice. We practiced down in Menlo Park, by the way. Yeah,
Paulie.
Menlo. Well,
Look at you.
It's a 6-piece band, not including me. So you got guys coming from all over the
How long does a band
band.
rehearsal go?
Excuse me?
How long does a band rehearsal go?
This one went a couple of hours. We went through the set twice.
That'll be like you're expending energy, too.
Tons. Dude, I'm not kidding. Burning off, sweating. It's a physical act. There's no question. But anyway, when I was driving down there, I listened to the Draymond Green podcast, the one right after the Warriors when they were eliminated. And he did this big thing about, did you listen to it, Marcus? Okay. So Murph, he said that, listen, this is the day after they got eliminated. And he goes, listen, I looked at Clay last night and we talked and we said, guys, we're going to lock in this summer like we haven't locked in a long time. So he sounds like pretty hell-bent, Draymond Green, and it sounds like his teammates are as well.
Hey, Bolly, they were eliminated for 15 minutes on that Friday night in L.A., and they were already talking about running it back.
That's what I'm saying. So it seems like their commitment to do it right next year. So I don't think they're going to take the first 50 off next year. I think you're going to see a more focused and committed group. I really do.
Except for the load management is a real thing, though. I mean, we've heard people say this because we're marveling at Steph Curry's longevity. And people have said to us on the text line, they're like, guys, that's load management. I mean, like, for all...
Wait, I lost you. What does that mean?
Like, Steph is as fresh as ever at age 35. And the reason why is because he's not having to play every game. And so, like, if we want, like, us old heads are like, you got to play 82. You got to play 82. Like, well, if you want that, your guy's going to be done by age 34.
Or maybe hurt when the playoffs come. And that's the other thing. But let's not forget, too, you guys, when the Warriors were at their very best, it was commonplace to see all the starters sitting by the time the fourth quarter. They used to put teams away in 3 quarters.
The 2016 Golden Days, Paulie.
Yeah.
There it is.
So, they've been on the court more. They're in more tight games now, and there's less time off to just catch your breath. But load management would have to be part of the equation.
And we saw it a lot this year with Klay Thompson. What was the first 60 games of the season? He didn't play any back-to-back nights the entire year.
That's true.
But he also put up a career high in three-pointers made this season.
So let's talk about, like, instead of just reactively dismissing LeBron with a knee jerk because you say, he's a flopper, he's a narcissist, he's LeBron, he's been the enemy forever. Let's actually look at the positives of bringing him. So you're going Steph, Clay, Dre, LeBron. Okay, Looney, I presume, stays in this scenario too. So you got your 5. There's your death lineup, by the way. Steph, Clay, Dre, LeBron, Looney. That's your death lineup at the end of the games. But who's behind that? Patrick Baldwin Jr.
There it is.
Ryan Rollins.
Who's behind that? That's the question.
Go ahead, Waterboy.
You'd still have GP2.
GP2.
Correct.
Okay, that's an 8-man rotation you could probably live with.
Yeah.
Now, again, are they good enough to beat the Nuggets? Are they good enough to beat the Wemby Spurs?
How about the fact that, you know what's so crazy about can they beat the Nuggets? Great question. How about the fact that LeBron James and AD and D'Angelo Russell and Austin Reeves, they couldn't even get a game from those guys, dude. But a lot of people are speculating that the Warriors just taxed them, like they were so spent after that series. They just didn't have the stamina.
Also, we're all just sleeping on the Nuggets, too. And Jokic, I heard Tim Legler say yesterday, whoever wins the East is roadkill for the Nuggets. Yeah, he called it.
Well, now
he
Pat
said Denver
Riley
will beat either team.
Now Spoelstra and Pat Riley are going to stay up like for 48 hours.
He basically said there's no way to stop Jokic.
I don't think he's wrong.
Because if you do everything, where he goes with the ball is always the right place and always at high velocity. And
even if he's out in half court, he'll do one of those off the shoulder threes and it'll swish.
So listen, is this going to happen? Like my gut instinct likelihood is a lifelong sports whatever I am. I don't know. Whatever I am.
Some kind of truth teller. A soothsayer.
BSer.
Yeah, like a voodoo prince. I'm not sure.
Right now, my gut instinct tells me like 11% that this could happen. So higher than 1, higher than 1, higher than 5.
But less than 20.
But less than 12.
Right.
12.
Right. Now, Murph, is this on the 0 to 3,000 scale?
Yeah, shout out Mr. 3000. We'll go there again. Are you 3,000% sure?
What would you guys say, Paulie, as a guy fresh off a 2-hour rehearsal with the Freestone Peaches?
Shout out Statesboro Blues.
What percentage would you say that the Warriors would do something like this?
I think Lacob would seriously consider it for a variety of reasons. Guy's running a business, right? You're bringing LeBron James. That's good for business. You start right there with the father and son package we talked about. Step right up for the LeBron James father. It's a generational package. It's available now. So, yeah, it's great for business. Lacob will give it a lot of thought. I'm sure Curry would be down. I'm sure Draymond would be down.
Yes, I think they would be down.
It's big time. Oh, they're all boys. Those guys are all boys. Yeah. So, yes, they would love that.
And they would think that we'd create something historic that could never be replicated.
So I wouldn't dismiss it. I'm just saying I would not dismiss this as craziness. But I think the reality, I'll go as high as say 25%.
Ooh,
yeah, I'll go 25%. I think Joe Lacob will give it serious thought.
I could,
Joe Lacob
you just might have bumped me up to 12.
Yeah, okay. See, it's already changing.
So what about you?
I'll take you all the way down to 1%.
Okay.
I think there's a 1% possibility because, yeah, it's fun to talk about on talk radio, sports radio, all that good stuff. But then you get down to the actual business perspective of it.
People are going to have to sacrifice then. They'd have to compromise.
And LeBron James is on the book for $50 million next year.
But
Joe
again,
Lacob's dealing with the CBA taxes.
I'm not saying that was one of my first thoughts was, wait a minute, how does this work financially?
It doesn't.
Yeah,
well, now let's just, I'm going to use the 94 Niners as another example again. But I recall, didn't Jerry Rice take a nice pay cut to accommodate Deion Sanders?
Well, they futzed with the cap.
They did something.
So, you can futz, and I got to say that word carefully, by the way.
F-U-T-Z, futz.
You could futz with the cap.
Futz.
And
I like that word.
I don't think you can futz with the NBA cap as much.
Okay.
What you do is you sign a guy to a big signing bonus, and then you transfer his money. And all. I don't think you can futz. I'm going to, again, flirt with the FCC
until something bad happens.
And I don't think you can futz with the cap like that in the NBA, particularly because now they've put in these anti-Warriors measures in the CBA where you can't just do the Brian Windhorst checkbook championship thing. Which was so like, come on, bro. Come on. Is he trying to Brian Windhorst telling me, yeah. Anyway.
I've got enough of Windy. Yeah.
Really?
No, Windy.
Well, listen, we know in Waterbury, this whole segment started with LeBron saying it himself. In 2022.
He loves him.
Hear it again.
Man, there's some in today's game, but Steph Curry. That's the one. Steph Curry's the one I want to play with, for sure.
Steph Curry's the one I want to play with.
Boy, what a coincidence LeBron just threw that out there. Boy.
Now, would the Lakers make? I mean, I'd say would the Lakers make that trade? Well, if LeBron tells them trade, I mean, LeBron has that kind of power.
He does.
Where he's like,
has much power.
This is where I'm going,
bro. He's neck and neck with Adam Silver, and I'm not even kidding.
He might be more powerful.
How about that?
Yeah. So anyway, listen, guys, it's out there. It started in the media, but maybe it didn't start in the media. Maybe it started with LeBron saying that, and maybe it started with two things happened. One, in 2022, LeBron said, "I'll play with Steph," and then 3 nights ago, he said, I don't know if I'm going to come back, and I got to think about my future. So, and again, we still don't know what's up with Bob Myers.
It's a piece of work.
Still don't know what's up with Bobby Myers. And the new one on Bob Myers is that the Clippers GM just left to take over the Washington Wizards and their WNBA team too, and their G League team. And the Clippers' job is now being viewed by some as attractive to Bob Myers.
I've heard the same.
Jerry West is in the building. It's his guy.
I know. I've heard
he
that.
He has a long history in LA.
Makes a lot of sense.
Where he was obviously a UCLA Bruin, and he was an agent down there. And, he can go get himself a nice home in Pacific Palisades and raise his family over there. And
I'll give you Bobby Myers. We'll take LeBron.
I know, seriously.
Good luck. Yeah.
So Myers could be a Clipper GM, and LeBron could be a Warrior. This is again, would the MLB just kill for this kind of intrigue and drama?
I swear to God, and I love Bob Myers, man. He's been a great friend to us over the years, and look at the work he's done with the Warriors. But I swear to God, zero part of me thinks that not even with Bob Myers himself are the Clippers ever going to rise to the very top of the NBA. I'm sorry, I just don't see it happening.
That's like Indian burial ground type stuff.
Even if they're in the Western Conference Finals, something would happen to Kawhi or something would go wrong. I mean, they're the Clippers.
There's a curse. Yeah, you're just a Clippers.
They're the Clippers.
And that would be kind of the same with like the... give me another, from another sport.
How about watch me piss off
the Jacksonville Jaguars? I don't know. Is that the wrong one?
I was going to say, Murph, just to upset our friends up 80 a little bit there. You mean like the Sacramento Kings?
Oh, yeah. In fact, overnight, you guys, I'm just kidding. Could the LeBron, Steph, Draymond, LeBron, Steph, Draymond Warriors beat the Kings?
Only God knows.
I do know, God knows, we do have 2 tickets to see Rob Zombie, Alice Cooper Ministry, and Filter at Bone Bash 19.
That's nice.
On September 22nd, so stay tuned. Paulie will call out for that later.
Hey, give me some Rob Zombie.
We booked Chris Rose. He'll be the perfect guy to chew the fat on that. He's the Cleveland guy. He knows LeBron. What does he think about this?
Okay.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Steph Curry's the one I want to play with, for sure.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
everybody. Paulie Mack saying good morning. Great to have you on board Thursday morning here. Let's talk about Metallica. 72 seasons. Great new album. Let's talk about Metallica Blackened Whiskey. Have you guys tried it yet? A lot of people don't know this. I'm going to admit this on the air. Here's a big reveal. I gave Brian Murphy, my co-host, a bottle of Blackened for Christmas. That was my Christmas gift to Murph. I said, drink this Blackened whiskey, because Murph loves whiskey, and he was quite fond of it. He said he's already consumed the entire bottle. So something's going right. I can vouch for it, too. It is really good. It's Metallica combining with one of the great distillers of all time, Dave Pickerel, and they have come up with Blackened American whiskey. So they use the noise sonic enhancement process, which reverberates against the oak barrels. The whiskey moves, more flavor is released, and the end result is an incredibly smooth finish and just a great tasting whiskey. Quite easy to drink, too. Do a shot, mix it with ginger ale, what have you. Blackened whiskey is whiskey remastered. Now, you can find Blackened whiskey at your local retailer, or just go online to blackenedwhiskey.com. Place your order there. And remember, kids, Blackened American whiskey is 45% alcohol by volume, bottled by Sweet Amber Distilling Company, Columbus, Ohio. And please enjoy responsibly.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. assets with David Hollander, Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We continue the homage to the great Tina Turner, huh?
See, that's a great vocal right there. Listen to
This
Tina.
is the one that, for at least for my generation, in my viewpoint, where she entered the chat, Waterboy. This was the first video on MTV. They're like, the comeback. And I'm like, wait, who? I didn't really know who she was. I was only 15, 16 years old.
I always had an awareness, too,
Yes.
because she's very close with the Rolling Stones, like throughout their entire history. She opened for the Stones in the 70s.
Ooh.
She opened for the Stones in the 80s. Do you remember at Live Aid, she did a duet with Mick Jagger? I mean, they were close to like engaging in the act on stage. It was more than simulation, I'm telling you. Go Google Mick Jagger and Tina Turner Live Aid and enjoy, and make sure no one's home when
Chris
you watch
Rose
that.
is sitting on hold going, wait, what?
Oh, he knows. Chris Rose knows.
All right. It's always great to catch up with Chris Rose on the UMA guest line. He's checking in bright and early. And good morning, Chris. How are you, man?
Good morning. Of course I remember that. Come on, guys. I mean, that's like my wheelhouse.
Me
when you're
too.
talking Live Aid and everything. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Man. Good old Tina. She made it to 83. What an impact, huh? And, it's funny. You're kind of our generation. Sort of, she entered the MTV era with that song, What's Love Got to Do with It, and the album Private Dancer. And she was probably in her, mid-40s at the time.
Yeah, that's correct.
Sexy as hell. Sexy as hell.
Yeah. Really incredible, incredibly talented. I was shocked when I read that she was 83 yesterday. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But you're just like, no.
I know.
It felt like she never aged and was just a tremendous talent, and everybody rallied around her. And, it was a tough one yesterday.
I read that she's gone into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame twice. I read that.
As she should.
Yeah.
She's the queen. Queen of the scene.
What, as a coach and a player, like Lenny Wilkins.
That's awesome.
She's the Lenny Wilkins of rock and roll.
Coach and a player, totally.
Chris Rose, NFL Network, BattleBots, the Chris Rose Rotation Podcast, Baseball Today, John Boy Media, everything he does. So, Chris, guess what, man? We always just check in because we like just chewing the fat with you. But how about this off yesterday's little kind of wind in the sails story? LeBron to the Warriors. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not really paying attention to that sort of stuff. Listen, LeBron will always have a special place in a Clevelander's heart, always. But, I don't pay attention to the fodder that goes on at this time of year for that stuff. Like, does it make sense? I don't think so, because I think of it from a dad standpoint, okay? He moved out to Los Angeles. He finally really settled his family here. Bronny's going to USC.
Right.
So on days where he can, wouldn't he want to go down to USC and watch his kid play? And then Bryce, who's really, really talented, I've heard about him for years, is going to a school called Campbell Hall out here. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't he want to go watch his kids play as much as possible? So, to me, it makes sense for him to stay here. At this point, I don't think it's as much about the championships as it is about his lifestyle and what he wants to do. And am I wrong to be factoring that into the equation?
No. It's interesting you say that too. I mean, the counter would be it's like a short Learjet ride away or whatever, So, but
but
he's at that stage in his life.
Does he really want to be getting on a plane all the time? I know it's a short trip and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. No. You're right. Yeah,
from where he lives to USC.
Yeah, I'm with you, and you're right. He's at the stage in his life. Like, everybody enters different phases in their life, and this is the phase of his life where he is all in on his kids and his kids' basketball.
He controls everything with the Lakers anyway. I mean, do you think? Listen, this has played out for years in Cleveland. It's why he signed all those short-term deals. He wanted to have control of the team and the narrative and the direction, right? Hey, if you don't extend J.R. Smith, hey, if you don't extend my buddy Tristan Thompson, then I will lead. Well, he ended up leaving anyway, and then the Cavs had got stuck with these contracts. But the point is that that's why he put that out there the other night. He put that out there so that everybody in Los Angeles could go, whoa, hold on. Even if it's not great long-term for us, what do we have to do to keep LeBron happy for next year? This is what he does, and he's one of the few athletes in the history of sport that has the power to do it.
It's very true. He has that incredible power, and he can call his shots. And, I mean, I don't know. This is sort of style points question, Chris. We're talking to Chris Rose here, of course, on the Murph and Mac Show. And that is choosing the night the Nuggets won. Did you feel like he should have maybe waited a day or two to do all that and let the Nuggets have their shine, or is that not relevant?
I mean, should he have? Yeah. I mean, but that's our job as people who are producing, once again, the narrative. And I know that it all goes, I mean, Malone said it after game 2. He's like, everybody after game 1 was talking about how the Lakers made in-game adjustments and only lost by a few points, and they're in great shape. It's like, what about talking about Joker, one of the greatest stat lines in playoff history? What about talking about us winning the actual game? Like, that's what happens. I mean, can you believe Adam Silver's going to go nuts if the Celtics don't come back from this thing? And personally, I think it'll be a wonderful series if Miami plays Denver. But I understand, because I've been around TV long enough, and I've heard executives talk and bitch and moan about, who they've got in series and stuff like that. So, I mean, yes, should he have, but that's the way it goes.
So by the way, you let us in on a little secret there. So behind the scenes, the execs are trying to fix it for the Lakers and the Celtics.
Well, they don't have any say. I know who they root for. I mean, it's obvious. The Lakers and the Celtics would bring in substantially more money to the NBA than the Heat and the Nuggets. What they need to root for, if that series happens, they need to root for a 7-game series, because then the interest continues to build. So that's what happens.
Yeah, they very well are going to get the Heat and the Nuggets. And it's funny, Chris, you said you would enjoy it, right?
Absolutely.
I've said the same. Paulie Mack has said the same.
I think it'll be a great series.
So, if all of us are going to enjoy it, then why can't everybody enjoy it?
Well, the casual fans probably, right, Chris? Like the casual basketball fans that would be drawn to L.A., Boston.
Yeah, I'm not, I mean, I'm there regardless of who's playing. Yeah. It's the rest of the people, right? I mean, how do you think Gary Bettman's doing today, right now in the NHL? Right. Not great.
No.
Right? Not that there's a ton of, because hockey's on a different level than the NBA, but there are some teams that can move the needle and some players that can move the needle a little bit more than what they're going to end up getting.
Yeah,
sorry, that's
sure.
my private jet that's arriving.
I understand.
Right?
I know how it is.
Is that you taking LeBron up to meet Joe Lacob? Is that it? Is that what that's going on?
Yes, so, I mean, thanks for blowing my cover again.
Yeah. You tried to kind of put up a smoke screen early. Nah, his kid's going to Campbell Hall and all that. Yeah, so we're talking to Chris Rose here. Hey, we know you do all the baseball and talk it a lot. Our Giants aren't really moving the needle. I do have a big picture question, though, and that is I'm all in on the pitch clock. I love it, and everybody seems to love it. I just wonder, I don't think it's going to have it's not going to have like a tectonic plate effect on the popularity of the game. I think the people who like baseball still like baseball. Is it bringing the formerly casual fan back? I don't know. Or is it too early to say? I don't know. What do you think, Chris?
I do think it's too early to say. And I made this point when the pitch clock started, was that if we're going to do this, we have to also kind of force a hand at the grassroots level of the sport to get things going, okay? Because at the end of the day, the thing that's going to make the sport a bit more popular is kids wanting to participate in it and then find their favorite player and their favorite team and things of that nature. But if the kids get bored while they're playing it, and there is an inherent slowness, right, to the sport anyway. But if we can somehow, I'm not saying put a pitch clock on every Little League field, but there's a way to get sometimes do we really need 8 pitches to warm up when the same kid's been throwing it?
Yeah.
I'd be like, guys, you get 3 pitches, let's go.
Yep.
Let's get this game going. Let's create a tempo to it.
Yeah.
So at least it gets, now still that means that little Johnny who played left field and still might not see a ball hit to him all day. That's possible, and that doesn't create excitement. But I think there are probably just a few little things that we can get to continue to move that in the right direction. But overall, like when you watch a baseball game, it does move significantly faster, and you're like, the baseball night can be wrapped up by 9 o'clock here on the West Coast instead of 10:20. And you're like, man, I could still go watch an episode of Ted Lasso that I have saved.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%, man. And again, like you said, it might take years and years for this to take root, that the kids growing up can go to a game and not say, oh, Dad, that was boring, I don't want to go back. But we're all in. I don't think there's anybody who's against it. I really don't. Hey, before we let you go, one last baseball one just for fun. Like I said, the Giants are 24-25. They are not really thrilling everybody. But the one, I'd say the story, as I'm scrolling through the standings here, there's various stories. Bochy in Texas, we love it so much. The AL East is loaded, and the Rays and the Yankees and the Orioles and all that. But I'm looking at the Padres because we're staying on the West Coast here. And, it's early, yes. But they didn't want to be 22-27, and they are, and they lost to the Nationals last night. I don't know, your take, Chris, and what you're hearing when you talk to all your baseball people about this really slow start for what was supposed to be the most sizzling hot team in baseball.
Yeah, it's been a bummer. So they feel, in some of the people that I've talked to, a little rudderless. And, baseball, it really pays to have kind of a consistent way about you. You know you're going to go through times during the season where you're going to have a 5-game losing streak. Well, okay, that happens, but let's make sure it's not 8 of 10, twice in a season or something like that. So I don't know how many guys. I know that they've had some team meetings. I love Bo Mel. You guys know him well from up there in the Bay Area. But it just feels off. It doesn't mean that they can't get it going. Let's remember they kind of snuck in as the 5 seed, I believe, last year or what have you. And they ended up taking care of the Mets in that 3-game series. So you just need to get to the playoffs. And I still think that they're going to probably A.J. Preller can't sit still, right? He can't sit on his hands. He's going to make some sort of additional play and figure out where the true weakness of this team is and kind of move on from there. But I have been shocked and disappointed because they were my preseason World Series champ. Yeah, I'm the idiot that got on that train early.
Well, who was it last year? Was it the Braves a couple years ago who, on Memorial Day were like 10 under or something like that? And I mean, it's,
Well, listen, there's been plenty of teams. Like the year the Nationals won it all, they were like 17-31.
Yeah, that's the Nationals, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and they ended up winning it all. So even though we're almost 50 games into this thing, and you're like, hey, we're like almost a third of the way in. Let's get this thing going. They do need to start cranking it out a little bit. There's no question. And they've been disappointing.
Rudderless. All right, Chris. Oh, last one for you, just for fun, because we go all the way around the way. And this, Paulie and I haven't even talked about this, but the death of the kickoff in the NFL.
Oh, dude.
How about
we
that
haven't talked about that yet.
You can fair catch a kickoff and get the ball at the 25-yard line, which sounds like Andy Reid came out and said he's against it.
I think yeah.
But, the violence of the game is a real thing, and people say kickoffs is a really violent thing. Chris, you're around NFL Network.
It's probably the most dangerous play in the game, really.
Your reaction?
Well, yeah, I mean, the studying of it has shown that it is, right? I mean, and it makes sense. You let a guy run 60 yards at full speed. What other play do we have in that other than a punt return where you can fair catch it in the field of play, right? So there is that protection. So it'll be interesting. There's no question about it. I'll be very curious to see how teams utilize it. And they're just, there aren't that many kickoff returns and punt returns for touchdowns. Very, very few now these days. Very few.
Man.
So, you want the ball in the hands of your quarterback that you're paying $200+ million to, and we'll get down the field that way.
The kickoff has become the primordial tale in evolution here. You're going to shed it. So, Chris, always fun to go around the horn with you, buddy. We'll continue to watch you on BattleBots and listen to Chris Rose Rotation and, of course, John Boy, all the good stuff you're doing, man. So, thanks for hopping on, brother.
Always appreciate it, guys. Take care.
Yeah,
thanks, Chris.
Rose, good dude. So, he says LeBron kids in L.A., one's at USC, one's in high school. That's his life right now. It is true, that It's his time to be around his kids.
He raises a lot of great points. Yeah, why would LeBron want to run away from where his kid just landed to play college ball? And
Just
then
to play with Steph?
Yeah, and on the punter thing too, Murph, could you imagine being in that position where not only are guys running full speed at you for 60 yards, you can't even keep an eye on them. You got to watch the ball. You got your eyes not even on the guys coming. I'd be peeing in my pants if they ever told me to return punts. I don't want any part of that, so I get it. Marcus, you're a football player. It's a hell of a job to be tasked with punt returns.
Well, that's why I was glad. I was usually on the front line blocking. You know how the receiving team has the very, very front line, the hands team for the onside kicks. Then I would drop back to the second, third guy, but every once in a while I'd get a squib kick. And Paulie Mack, you feel like you're on an island.
No, because it's coming at you fast and furious, but you got to watch the ball. You can't even look at those guys.
And everybody's spread up. But I do think with these new rules, the NFL will evolve, just like we've seen them kind of do this corner coffin kind of kickoff style to try to land it in the 5-yard line. I think now we're going to get a lot more squib kicks to take away the fair catch.
Shout out John Taylor. Where is he? He used to return punts for touchdowns.
Yeah.
808 KNBR.
Those were the days, buddy. All right, Sean Estes begins our Power Hour, our big hit. Do you want LeBron on the Warriors? Cooler content coming up. Travis Ishikawa, Matt Mayoko in the 9 o'clock hour. All right, Estes next on the Sports Leader.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
All right, Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, and we've always talked about all the positives. Large cheese pizza, wings, delivery, prompt, courteous, professional delivery, fresh pizza, dine-in specials. Now let's talk about something bigger here, catering. Yeah, a lot of you have events. We got graduation coming up, right? Little League team parties, swim team parties, all these things. Amici's can cater. All right, your favorite pizzas and other items in a catering menu. Pastas, salads, flame-roasted chicken wings, large sizes, so your group can help themselves buffet style. You line it up and grab that plate. It's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering them Amici's full range of menu items. So whether it's a corporate lunch delivered or food for a special event, Amici's has the range of options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. So check out the catering menu at Amici's.com. And when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, Amici's delivers.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Monday, June 19th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Bay Area.
Good morning. Good Lord.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. On the mound, he broke hitters down.
And this one secures the shutout for Sean Estes.
And now on the mic, he breaks down the Giants. It's former All-Star lefty Sean Estes with Murph and Mac.
Sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And by Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers we hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, we love our Thursdays with Estes, and Tolbert and Copes love their Thursdays with Jeremy Affeld, who joins them at 3:15 today before the 3:40 pregame, before the 4:40 first pitch. Scott Alexander, the Cardinal Newman product.
And the vague kind of resemblance to John Franco. I'm staying with that one. Look up John Franco, kids, and tell me what you see. I see Scott Alexander.
He's on the hill today. My MLB app has the Brewers still on a TBD. Waterboy, you got a better app than me, buddy?
Yeah. I haven't seen any updates on who's throwing for the Brewers today.
I got a TBD. Is that Thomas B. Dorfman? Is that his name? I don't know. TBD. I don't know.
I'll go with that.
I'm just
sure.
Tim B. Davis.
Fine.
How's that? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
How about Terry Bradshaw, Donnie Wahlberg? I don't know. Anything works. Yeah.
Anyway, the Brew Crew, who's playing well, so it's a tough stop. Don't forget. I hope they don't run into that wrestler kid who threatened to fight me. Yaz.
Oh, that guy.
Yaz.
Describe the kid's physique. You could tell he was like
about 5'5". Big forearms.
You don't mess with wrestlers.
Neck muscles.
You don't mess with them.
Big calves.
They'll put you on the ground in a blink.
Cauliflower ears.
Yeah, that's enough. You've said enough. You've said it all.
It's always the ears. Dead giveaway. It's always the ears.
This guy's got a cauliflower ear. I am steering well clear of that
Stay the hell
kid.
away from that guy.
And he actually he looked like he was quick. Like he would run around me and tie me up and then run around the other side and tie me up. And all that stuff.
I've seen wrestlers take down big dudes. I've seen it.
That all happened in Milwaukee. All right, we're waiting for Sean Estes to get settled. He was in transit, and we're going to talk about the Giants losing yesterday. Listen, I'm not going to make a big deal about that one. They took 2 out of 3 in Minnesota.
It was a short-lived stay at 500.
Well,
they got there, they got right back out.
It's a great line from Waterboy this morning about the workplace accidents. It's been this many days since we had an accident. Waterboy wants to sign up this morning. He said on the leadoff spot, which you should listen to, 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.
I recommend it.
He said there should be a sign up 1 day since we've been at 500. You know what I mean? Very funny.
Yeah.
Susan wrote in her story, she said they still have not posted a winning record at any point this season.
Well, listen. Can I get a Russo? Listen.
Listen. And Paulie Mac, I was thinking about you this morning. The riff I almost went with was like a band where they're in town for one night and one night only. That's the Giants right now with their 500 record. For one night and one night only.
You missed it.
The Giants are at 500.
I'm liking all these very much so. The 4 in Milwaukee, realistically, can you split 4? That would be great. You know what I mean? That would be amazing. You do have Webb.
Well, if they split 4, they're still under 500.
This is true.
Okay, so I'm looking to get back to 5. Yeah.
One night only.
That's it. Yeah.
So the other thing,
you know what I mean?
If you missed it, it was one night.
Yeah.
The other thing I would say, and we're still vamping as we get to Sean Estes, just keeping the Estes army at bay. We will get to him. Just a second. He had to get to a spot where
I would consider myself to be part of the Estes army. When I first moved back to San Francisco in '96, Estes, what was his All-Star year? 97?
97, yeah.
Yeah, like I really enjoyed him that year. He was a big part of that team. He was like their lead dog in the rotation. So if you're talking Estes Army, you're going to include Paulie Mack. I'm telling you that right now.
Well, then guess what, Soldier? Because I think he's calling in.
Okay.
You're going to report for duty.
That's right, Private.
You're going to report for duty right now.
Actually, let me give you the appropriate response, too. If we're going military, Murph, you know how I got to respond.
You're not a writer. You're a killer.
I'll give you the whole gamut.
You think you're some kind of writer?
Yes.
You're not a writer. You're a killer. You think you're Mickey Spillane?
Mickey Spillane.
Oh, man. Okay, guys. The connection making with Estes as the Giants are in Milwaukee to take on the Brewers. Brandon Crawford, not a great day yesterday. Kind of creeps into our thing. Sean Estes, Casey. We lost Estes. Casey Schmidt strikes out 3 times yesterday. Brett Wisely makes 2 errors. And we're a little confused. We want to have this ironed out. Yesterday, Brandon Crawford was only charged with 1 error, but this morning in the box score, he has 2. And it looks like they assigned.
That's not fair.
Well,
you shouldn't wake up and all of a sudden there's another error sitting there next to your name. It's like, wait a second. Whoa.
It's like, you
already got.
The old mama said there'd be days like this. You wake up in the morning and you get an alert on your phone that they added an error to your lecture.
It's like, wait, time out, man. The game's already been played.
No way to start my day.
I already handed in the scorecard. What do you want from me?
We started our day great. Like Waterboy was doing the hand drive at 5:58. That was a great day. And I found out Amy Boucher, his sister, did an entire What's Love Got to Do with It 12-year-old dance at a recital.
I'll do it right now again, Marcus. Me and you. Ready? 1, 2, 3 with the hands.
on the mic, on the TV.
Hand jive,
Paulie.
Right there. Keep doing it.
Yeah, so you got to go.
Another one. You got to keep doing it.
No, you got to go like this, like this, like this, like this, and then with the thumbs
And
over
what's
the shoulder.
What's the song?
Hand jive. Hand jive.
I know, but how's it go?
Now can you hand jive, baby?
Okay.
Boom, boom, boom. Oh yeah. Oh,
that's at the dance.
The dance, yeah.
That where Travolta shows up with the
the Latina, and then Olivia Newton-John gets all upset.
Yeah,
there's almost a rumble in the gym.
There you go. You got to know.
Murph doesn't really ride with grease like we do.
I ride 100%.
Okay.
Saw it in the theater, everything, the whole deal.
In fact, we have our own grease since we're buying time. I mean, I haven't done a Kapler tribute, I think, all damn year.
Absolutely. 100%. Yeah.
Hey, it's Gabe Kapler. Listening to Murph and Mac.
No, he's not.
This club could be automatic, hydromatic,
I like the feel of it.
ultramatic.
Yes, awesome, right?
Why could be Grease Kapler?
No, it's a good question.
Go Grease Kapler, his shoe game is the best for miles. Grease Kapler, go Grease Kapler. Go Grease Kapler, you're trimming up your beard with a smile. Grease Kapler, go Grease Kapler. You are supreme, the ladies scream, for Grease Kapler.
It was creative, enjoyed it, look forward to our next discussion.
There's so much.
That was good for my head.
First of all, I haven't heard that in forever. It sounded great. Some songs age better than others. That one aged very well.
Okay,
very well.
Good.
And all those insincere comments that he says in there. Yeah, that's a good question. I look forward to our next conversation. All the BS, right? He does not at all.
That's a really good question.
Great question.
And then, dude, the fact that you just said the ladies scream and you nailed it.
Well, this is true.
We were talking to an unnamed. I'm not going to throw her under the bus.
I'm still recovering from that comment.
She was telling us, you guys don't even know what's being said on the other side of the fence, on the women's side of the fence about Kaplan.
And
That's an uninformed take.
She shared a quote that one of her lady friends had shared with her, and it actually rattled me.
It rattled
me. I'm like,
because it was a little too detailed.
That's how the ladies talk amongst themselves.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Interesting. When he comes out in the top coat in the hip hop shoes.
They like the hip hop shoes and the long coat. What can you do?
Anyway, Estes said he needed a few more minutes.
Okay.
Maybe it was well, I almost had a riff there. I'm not going to do it. I was getting his bags checked at the airport. All right. Anyway, Crawford made 2 errors. He's hitting 172. I wrote a jock blog about Crawford in spring training where I was just like, we had a man on that when you were gone, Paulie, and Estes and I did those shows. 3 things happened. 1, Alex Cobb was phenomenal. 2, Luke Jackson became our guy. Praise Dale and raise hail. And he's due to come off the IL, I think, Monday. Like, this is a coming homestand. The bullpen's going to get a lot better. I love this guy. And then 3, I had an emotional moment when Crawford came in. I was like, damn, this is him, the last of the old Lions. He's the last of the old Lions. And I had penned an ode to him about just, appreciating what he represented and symbolized. On a night where we're going to put Buster Posey into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame tonight, you got Brandon Crawford still suiting up and going out there. And yet, it's not going great, right? He's hitting 172. The OPS is in the 500s, and he made 2 errors yesterday. Now, he said after the game, hey, listen, it's a couple games. I made 2 in Detroit, 2 here. It's just a couple games. But obviously, it's a bad look. It's a tough look. it's something he doesn't ever do. These stupid metrics, Waterboy. How do we figure out defensive runs saved? Just a computer tells you. I think my biggest problem with analytics is that I have to wait for the thing to spit out of the printer to know how the guy's playing.
Yeah.
Whereas the old days, you used to watch the game. You know what I mean?
I would use my eyes. Jack Clark can hit. Yeah.
But right now they're saying his defensive runs saved is like -6 or something like that, and whereas in his best year he's at a +6.
It's a great call, dude.
But
when I used to watch Jack Clark, I'm like, that guy can hit right there. He's a good hitter.
But I honestly wouldn't even know how they figured defensive run save. That was my biggest thing with WAR. They're like, hey, he's got a good WAR. I'm like, well, but how do you figure it?
And you know, there's like different websites that use different equations to figure out their WAR.
Right.
So
and
we don't
probably
know what
different.
WAR we're talking about.
Probably the same for defensive run save, too.
Exactly.
All right. The connection has been made to Sean Estes on the UMA guest line. You all settled there, Lefty?
You all good to go?
Not even close, but hey,
we appreciate the effort, man. We do appreciate
who knew
it.
the school got out in Arizona and everybody and their mother left the next day.
Oh, so what are your duties right now? What's clawing at you here? What fires are you putting out right now?
Well, I guess none now. I'm trying to get checked in here at the airport, but like I said, it's been a zoo. School got out yesterday for most kids, and so I don't think parents can wait to get out of here. Starting to hit triple digits here in Arizona, so people just they leave the next day. People that get out of here, they go.
So the airport's a mess, is what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, fair enough. Usually is.
Gave myself plenty of time.
That doesn't matter.
But, credit card doesn't work. Trying to pay for a bag, it's like you have to go to the kiosk, the full service, and then full service is already jammed. That's where I was at. But hey, apologize, guys. We're here.
You're here, buddy.
In Milwaukee right now.
You're going to Milwaukee.
Yep.
You and FP, the old teammates, are going to be reunited up there.
That's right. Yeah, I'm sure there might be a beverage or two exchanged.
Very good. All right.
In the glory days.
Giants baseball. The team you're going to was on a roll, man. 7 out of 8, and then they threw one away yesterday. I mean, the kind of the attitude has been just flush it and move on, I guess. And they're playing really good. Your attitude about the team you're going to see in Milwaukee tonight?
Well, hopefully it's the team that we've seen the past week and a half outside of yesterday, because yesterday was one of those games where, you get sure-handed guys making errors, and Wisely is one of the best defensive guys the Giants have. You have Crawford making errors, and we know how good he is. I think yesterday we kind of saw a little bit of a difference, and not a knock on Blake Sable, but just how good Patrick Bailey is behind the plate. The difference maker he is, just not blocking balls and calling games. And I mean, the numbers that he has, I mean, a short sample size with him, but the numbers he has with the pitchers since he's been behind the plate, they've been crazy. Like just the strikeout to walk ratio, stolen bases. Pitchers don't have wild pitches. I mean, because a lot of times I talk about this with a good first baseman. A good first baseman can cover up, some bad defense in the infield as far as throwing errors. You saw Brandon Belt do it for all those years. You make good plays, picking the ball, picking up your defense. Same thing goes for a catcher. Pitchers have to be allowed to throw the ball in the dirt. They have to be allowed to bounce a breaking ball once in a while. They have to be allowed to do that because that's where you have to try to get swing and miss, especially when you get 2 strikes. And sometimes you're just gonna grip a ball too tight, and you're gonna end up throwing a dart in the dirt, and the catcher's got to pick you up. And a really good defensive catcher will be able to do that. And so I think we saw the difference yesterday. I mean, I'm not knocking Blake Sable at all. He hasn't had a lot of reps behind the plate in his career. But Patrick Bailey, I wanted to just point out how good he is behind the plate and what a difference maker he is, just controlling everything. And those pitches, those wild pitches, those, things that happen within the game, those little things, they make a big difference in the whole body of a 9-inning game. So defense yesterday obviously was not good. They threw a clunker out there defensively. And then, I mean, you got to look at missed opportunities as well. And that's kind of what they've been doing when they've been on this little stretch. But they've been getting that big hit with 2 outs. They've been getting a big hit, period. They've been getting the home run ball with runners on base. But yesterday, they just kind of put they kept runners on base. If you want to really have a silver lining yesterday. They got a ton of guys on base. They were 2 for 16 with runners in scoring position. That just shows you there was opportunities. But they also left 15 of those on base. So if you keep creating opportunities in an offense, you're going to score some runs eventually, right? So that's the positive. It wasn't like they just went out there and threw a dud up offensively, but they just didn't get the big hit. But all in all, I expect this team to be the team we've seen the last week and a half. They give me no reason to believe they're not. Day game after a night game, tough to win a series on the road, and swallow it, move on.
Yeah, and they won the series and all that, and you're right. A little bit on Crawford. You know, you just talked about him and how good he is and everything, and there's that metric we were just talking about. There's a metric out there, the defensive runs saved. I don't know. We don't even know how it's figured, but he's not showing well in that. And he had the really bad day in Detroit and the really bad day yesterday. He's also not hitting. You know, it is early, but, you know, just your thought on what the Giants brass might be thinking about him and how much you play him and what he's thinking. You know, look, yeah, there's still plenty of time to have a good season, but it's not off to a gret start, and it's not characteristic, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. So what are you seeing?
Yeah, it's tough. It really is tough. I mean, you don't want to get negative on the guy, right? Because, I mean, he's been so good for so long, and all of a sudden, like, he has a year like this year where he's not hitting well. You know, there's some games where he just hasn't looked good defensively, not moving as well. You know, he's already been a little bit hurt. You know, so you just wonder if you know, there's some injuries there, some like, you know, and he'll tell you, like, you never feel 100%. He probably will tell you he felt like that way his whole career. But he was also younger. His legs were fresher. He moved around the field better. You know, you could overcome a little bit of those nagging injuries. Right now, you know, it's not going well for him, man. You know, and you know, he'll go out and he, to his defense, you know, he even said it yesterday. He's like, really, it's only been a bad few games this year, and on a consistent basis, he's been playing pretty good defense. So, but trust me, you talked about the defensive metrics. You talked about all that. That's what the Giants look at. Trust me. I mean, they're looking at the whole body of work as far as a defensive player. It's not necessarily the plays that they're making or not making. It's the plays that they're not making that they should probably make that aren't errors, right? Balls that they're not getting to in the hole, balls they're not getting to up the middle, throws are not being able to get off because they're getting the ball a little bit later. That's what defensive metrics takes into consideration. So haven't been good for Brandon Crawford, and it's hard because at some point in someone's career, especially if you're a middle infielder, where there's nowhere to hide, right? You have to move all over the place. Now you can't shift guys and protect them and put them in the right spots. You know, you have to be more athletic right now, and you know, and it just everybody gets to that point in their career where they're just. You know, it's like I can't do the things I used to do. And as long as, you know, I think at the end of the day, it's how much is he hurting the team? I mean, that's how you got to look at it. How much is Brandon Crawford hurting the team? If he's hurting the team, then there's got to be, then you either got to, you play him less to keep his legs fresh. So when he does play, he's closer to 100%. Or you just say that, you know, this guy deserves to be out there every day. You know, he's earned it. And you ride it, right? I don't see this regime doing that. So I don't know how long the leash is going to be. We've already kind of seen it, especially when you get a lefty pitcher. You're seeing Casey Schmidt play short or Tyro Estrada play short. You know, so they're already starting to do that with Brandon, not playing him every day, sitting him against lefties. But at some point, you know, he's got to show that he can hit. I think that would cover up a lot of the defense if he starts to hit the baseball. Then it makes more sense for him to play against right-handed pitching.
Well, something to watch for sure, and worth talking about. The other thing that's happened since we last talked to you, and you mentioned it about the Sable answer, is Patrick Bailey.
Here we go.
He got called up Friday morning. Yeah. We talked to you last Thursday. So, I mean, just kind of to circle back on that, your thought on what you've seen so far, and you sounded like you like what you saw, and also what it means for Joey Bart, and also just this dude here to stay. Like Bailey and Schmidt are the front of a movement that could be the next two, could be Matos and Harrison.
This is the next generation coming in.
Yeah, hit a little, play a lot of D. I mean, and you're going to be in the big leagues, and then figure it out offensively. You know, don't be a liability offensively. You know, you can't if you're hitting $110, $120. maybe even $1.50, that's probably not going to work. But, when you make up, and I alluded to it early in our conversation about really how many runs he saves behind the plate. I mean, really, it comes down to that. It's, okay, if you're not producing offensively, you're not driving runs in, but you're saving runs, you're still in basketball, they call it plus minus, right? Or even hockey, it's a plus minus. How, your effectiveness when you're on the court, when you're on the ice. Well, you can look at that as far as defense in baseball is considered too, right? How many runs is he saving behind the plate? So far, and really it's not even quantifiable at times because, what kind of game is he calling? How many pitches is he stealing? I mean, they have some metrics for that as far as pitch framing, but how comfortable does a pitcher feel with you behind the plate? That changes the confidence of a guy on the bump. Just knowing that the catcher behind the plate, knowing you can throw certain pitches in certain situations and he's going to block the baseball, or you can pitch to corners and know you're going to get some strikes called. It does wonders for a pitcher's confidence. And just calling games too, just in-game communication with players, in between inning communication with players, with pitchers, going over the upcoming batters the next inning. I mean, that all goes into it. And so far what I've seen and what I've heard from pitchers, they absolutely love throwing to him. They already feel like that they feel like he's already played 10 years in the big leagues just with how he talks to pitchers, right? And how he works with them. And if you have a catcher that's on the same page as you and he's working just as hard as you are out there, man, that goes a long way. So I love what I've seen of Patrick Bailey. He was talked highly about in spring training, the defense. He obviously won a minor league Gold Glove defensively. So, pedigree's there. But now he's at the big league level. How fast does the game speed up on him, right? And that's what you're waiting to see. Well, it hasn't sped up at all. He slows the game down. He just doesn't look phased at all. And then the hitting right now has been a little bit of a bonus, right? You got hit from the right side. He got a home run from the right side. His first hit was from the right side. He finally got a hit from the left side the other day. So, the hitting's a bonus right now. And I think he's going to be a guy that can hit at the big league level as well as Casey Schmidt consistently. But, they're young. They're going to be exposed at some point. And but really the defense doesn't go into slumps for those two.
Yeah, I mean, Bailey and Schmidt. Yeah, Schmidt yesterday, just RBI single, also struck out 3 times. Are you seeing, we didn't expect him to hit 450. He's down to 328.
Yeah, he's cooling off a little.
But, there's the figure. We talked about this. We expected this counter adjustment.
Yeah.
We're seeing it, right?
We're seeing it, yeah. When you see 37 pitches in a 4-game series like he did against the Diamondbacks, league goes on notice. This guy's very aggressive when he gets in the box. And obviously it's not a secret. I mean, the Giants hitting coaches are talking about that. They're trying to help him make adjustments on the fly here at the big league level. And then in Minnesota, he started taking some more early strikes, which probably frustrated him because he's saying, why am I taking that pitch? Because I was swinging at that pitch a week ago and I was driving doubles in the gaps and hitting home runs and hitting the ball hard. Now you're caught in between. Like, what should I do?
Right.
It's an evolution, man. It really is. But I think he's got the bat to ball skills. He's got the great hand eye. He's got the power. He's willing to learn. I think that's what you love about a kid like that he's going to work hard to get better. Offensively, yeah. I mean, is he a middle of the lineup guy right now? No, because he just does not. First of all, he doesn't kind of fit the mold of guys that go up there and work counts, take pitches. He does swing at pitches for the most part that he can drive. Now it's a matter of not swinging and misses, not fouling those pitches off. When you get those pitches that you can hit, you can do damage with. You got to do that. And then obviously the chase is with the slider away he's been vulnerable to that. So, and that's just a matter of recognizing spin, seeing more big league pitching, knowing what pitchers are doing to you, knowing how they're going to attack you, and then making your adjustment from there. But I really believe that he'll be able to do that. I mean, he hit over 300 at AAA this year. He's been able to hit minor leagues everywhere he's gone. So I don't worry, at some point he'll be able to make that adjustment.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. And like you said, he must be so frustrated. Wait, but that's a strike. I could drive that thing. So, all right, Brew Crew, what are you expecting? I mean, the Brewers were here earlier and the Giants played them well. As Kipe says, he thinks Corbin Burns pitches in every game against the Giants.
He seems to, right?
Thinks he's going to make 4
He's getting 2 starts in this series.
The pitching matchups been. He
is going Saturday, according to my MLB app, and they also pushed Logan Webb back to Saturday. That is of note that he's going to not go tonight. They're giving him 2 extra days of that back tightness, so that is something to watch when you get there, Sean.
Yeah, Alexander's going to be opening tonight, I heard. And then, I saw Logan on the trip. He said he's fine. They're just being very cautious, and so the back's not an issue for him at all. He probably wanted to pitch tonight, but I think it's wise at this point of the year just to give him a day or two more to heal it. So I don't worry about Logan. But you're right. I think Corbin Burns will pitch Saturday, and then he'll probably come in and close it down on Sunday.
Yeah,
why wouldn't he?
Exactly, man. All right. Well, hey, you had graduation yesterday, right?
I did. Yeah, I saw the 18-year-old, throw the cap in the air, and got to see him walk yesterday. So that was great. It's always fun. I mean, those graduations go pretty long, but it's always fun to hear a kid's name called.
Does a Sean Estes get a little emotional when he hears the pomp and circumstance music and sees his son walking across the stage?
Oh, come on.
I didn't. I mean, I do. Whoa. I don't. I mean, it's not emotional like I'm shedding a tear. I got, it's just kind of more reminiscing, but I'm more one of those guys. I let it settle in, and then I probably will start to think about it over the next few days and get emotional. Maybe I live in the moment. It's like he's graduated. It's a happy day for him. I got 2 more kids too, by the way, that I got to go through.
Right, I know.
Oh yeah, believe we know all about it, man.
People are gonna be like, it's gonna hit.
Last one.
It's gonna hit you on the. It's gonna hit you on the treadmill at the Milwaukee Hyatt.
All I got to say, Sean, is keep that wrist loose, man, because you'll be writing checks for years. Okay.
There you go. Yeah. It'll turn more into frustration and anger.
Yeah. Wasn't so much emotion as it was anger. Yeah.
Resentment is the word.
Totally,
Resentment. Yeah. It's so funny. You're still bothering me, kid?
Yeah.
You're still draining money from my bank account?
Sadness.
Oh, man. All right. Well, listen, process the emotions in Milwaukee. Have a, what do they call it? The custard. We always talk about brats and beers, but don't sleep on the Cops custard there. That's really good. It's like it's like a
custard, obviously a brat or 4.
Yeah.
I got sauerkraut, brown mustard on mine. I don't know about you guys, but that's what I'm looking for.
Sounds good to me, man.
So freaking good.
Sounds real good.
So freaking good. And the Cops custard, Paulie, it's like a richer, creamier version of ice cream.
Sign me up.
Yeah,
I'm in.
Yeah. All right, Sean. Look forward to the broadcast this weekend, man. Thanks for hopping on.
Thanks, Sean.
Okay, guys. Thanks. Have a good week.
There he is. Sean Estes fighting his way through Sky Harbor Airport, where you and I have fought our way many times to tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
Murph seen me do some of my best work at the Sky Harbor Airport, where I just go right up to the gate and I go, yeah, listen, my seat's no good. Can you move me?
True.
They usually do. Murph, I got to say something real quick, a little anecdote. Like earlier in the show, we started the show with some Tina Turner thoughts and memories, and I told Murph, I totally attach like a specific Tina Turner song to the Rangers winning the Stanley Cup. Let's juxtapose that and move forward to this segment where I also exclusively kind of attach Brian Murphy to the Verdue dynasty when you guys were in Milwaukee. So I'm not even kidding. When I hear brats now, I think about the Verdues. And when Murph went to the Verdues, he's like, my boys I hooked Murph up with.
It's like,
Murph, grab a brat.
Well, there's a lesson in there about how to treat people. Okay? So like how you are as a person. So because Mikey Verdue, I'd never met him.
Oh, he's rock solid,
he's
man.
He's one of Paulie's buddies for years and years and years and years and years. And so
Paulie says, the Brian Wilson game, or the Brian Johnson game, for God's sakes.
Paulie says, my buddy Mikey Verdue is going to be in Milwaukee. You guys should hook up. You guys should hook up. Out of respect to my guy Paul here.
I appreciate that.
I say very similar to you going to meet Mark Cannizzaro.
Which I'll do again.
Okay. So
yeah, you just give me an opportunity.
But I said, Mike Verdue and I text. We texted. He goes, you guys, I said, I got like 7 guys with me. He goes, you're all invited to the tailgate.
That's how they roll. Yeah.
And when we arrived, Verdue's brother lifted up the top of the Weber.
They're the greatest.
And there might have been, 12 to 15 grilling brats. And he's like,
steam coming up.
And he was like, grab one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, they welcome you to the family like no other.
And then we're like, but we're not going to kill your beer supply. And he opened up the cooler.
Oh,
no,
we're loaded here.
Yes,
grab a beer. Yeah, grab a beer. How many Verdues were on hand that day,
just
roughly?
2.
Okay.
But no, because then his son, so 3.
Yeah.
So 2, 1 generation.
There's
3.
a lot of them, dude.
But anyway, the point is, when in doubt, invite people, feed them the brat, and give them the beer. There it is.
We rest our case.
All right.
Yes.
The big hit. I can't believe we're doing this. There was big debate behind the scenes, but we are going to go there.
Okay. Hey,
the LeBron James to the Warriors rumors.
Here we go.
And here's the question. 808 KNBR, we're open for calls.
Yeah.
Do you even want it to happen? As you, the Warrior fan who's ridden with Steph, Clay, and Dre, do you want to see this scenario where in the final 2 years of his contract, LeBron James comes to San Francisco to fulfill his wish to play with Steph Curry? The Big Hit, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mark Spears stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to talk about Bob Myers' future with the Warriors and whether or not he could be interested in becoming the GM of the LA Clippers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murph and Max. Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
This is tasty. I want you to take a deep breath. And this is not tinfoil hat stuff. This is stuff that actually you're going to say, that's crazy. And then in about 3 minutes, you're going to be like, not that crazy. Kevin O'Connor at The Ringer reports, LeBron to the Warriors is something people are talking about. Now, I know what you're saying. Yes, the Warriors are already old. It would feel like they're punting on the future. Oh, wait. They already got rid of Wiseman. They've already punted on their big guy for the future. And they said last week that Clay, Draymond, and Steph is what they're building around. They don't care about their future.
There it is, guys. The Big Hit laid out by, well, that's our buddy Colin Cowherd. Shout out Cowherd. But Kevin O'Connor from The Ringer, the guy who writes it, that this is something that's being talked about. So we're going to talk about it on The Big Hit. Welcome to The Big Hit, everybody. The big story of the day, and that is, well, it was a little quiet last night. Giants lost a day game in Minnesota. Bob Myers didn't make a decision. Draymond Green didn't opt out. There was no basketball to be played.
You should have come to the Allman Brothers practice. We could have jammed. Murph could have gotten on the maracas.
But it says here, he wrote on The Ringer yesterday, Kevin O'Connor wrote, why is Will James walk away from the NBA after getting swept? Why not? So what did he say? So why did he say he might hear our four possible teams? And he actually talks about the fact that the Warriors are a real option. Now, he and Draymond Green are very, very close.
BFFs, as far as I know.
As O'Connor writes, how soon until Draymond Green begins recruiting LeBron to the Warriors, or has it already started?
Better question. Has it already started?
And says, will it continue? I want to jump down to cut F as in Fred. LeBron James on the shop in April of 2022.
Here we go.
Man, that's in today's game, but Steph Curry. That's the one. Steph Curry's the I want to play with, for sure. Man, I love everything about that guy. And that mother, lethal, man. When he get out his car, you better guard him right from the moment he pulls up to the arena. As soon as he get out of his car, you better guard him.
Start guard him.
Yeah, better guard him. You might want to guard him when he bed. Swear to God.
He's serious.
He's serious.
Please guard him soon he got the car. Don't let him touch that little carpet right there.
Okay.
First of all, I got to shout out the guy in the background. That's my boy. I've never even seen the dude. I haven't seen the show, so I don't know who that guy is. But I love his little comments. LeBron James, I want to play with Steph Curry. You hear the guy in the background. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Just chiming in with his 2 cents after everything LeBron says. I like that dude.
It's like a hype guy, right?
Totally.
You know what I mean?
Shout out Flavor Flav.
You better
start guard him.
Yeah, better guard him. You might want to guard him when he
That guy's money. That guy's money. Give him a show.
The first text that comes in, 510, you mortgage the future? No, because what would it take? You would have to trade all the pieces. Because you're not trading Draymond, obviously. You're not trading Steph, obviously. You're not trading Clay. It's Steph, Clay, Dre. And you would obviously probably part with Andrew Wiggins, two-way Wiggs, and then the young kids, Johnny Kuminga, maybe a Moses Moody, maybe your boy Jordan Poole. So obviously all these names are on the table. And you're looking at, you would have a team of Steph, Dre, Clay, LeBron, and then Looney. That would be your death lineup. So Steph, Clay, Dre, LeBron, and Looney. You like that lineup?
So with the not bad. So with the losses, the potential loss of Moody, Kuminga, Poole, and who's the other guy? Kuminga, and the additional LeBron James, is that a championship winning team right there?
Well, it's certainly a contender. I'll tell you that. I mean, we talked to Howard Bryant about this. It's so true. LeBron still can get to the basket anytime he wants. That's what blows me away when I was watching him this spring. It's like, look at this guy.
Can I riff, though?
Yeah.
He can get to the basket anytime he wants, as long as it's not Jamal Murray blocking his shot with the game on the line. Yeah.
Or tying him up.
Yeah.
By the way, the other quote from the LeBron, the shop, quote, I like the way Draymond talks to guys. I would love to get it. Can I say PIS? Can you say the...
As long as used in the proper context, yes. Like, you can say it really pissed me off.
Okay,
like,
well, he
that's
says, I would love to get into a pissing match with Draymond.
It's on the line. It's out there now. It's on the line.
I love when somebody cuss me the blank out if I'm not doing my job. I would love that with Draymond. So he's saying, like, he craves Draymond to jump him. He goes, I want to go to San Francisco and have Draymond jump me.
I got to say, too, if you just go back in time a little bit, who knew that one athlete throwing another athlete or having another athlete suspended from a finals game, therefore forfeiting their championship, would lead to such a brilliant friendship? Murph, do me a favor, as soon as possible, throw me off the show. That way you and I can become closer friends.
Very good.
Hey, think about that. It's crazy that they become so close. It's like the guy cost Draymond a title.
From the Lakers' perspective, you would be like, they're loading up for the future. They would be getting all the young guys, and they would be getting a bunch of picks. And, they only have LeBron for 2 more years. So, listen, we said this earlier in the show. How far do you want to go with this thing? And people on the text line say, why are you even talking about this on the big hit? Well, because, guys, sometimes where there's smoke, there's a little bit of fire. This is kind of like Tom Brady to the Niners, and people are like, no. Well, it turns out, it was being discussed.
I'll tell you one thing. It's like what Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch say all the time. Dude, we'll entertain every scenario. We will talk to everybody if it's going to help our team. And don't think this doesn't interest/excite Joe Lacob. I mean, that man is running a business. That man is paid penalties in the hundreds of millions of dollars with the luxury tax. So LeBron James coming in, that's good for business. So I think Joe Lacob his ears open.
Lacob being the great American capitalist that
Murph
he is.
and I have already packaged like new season ticket plans under the LeBron James package.
Because this would be the Bronny Jr. package.
That's right.
If you renew your tickets with your son,
it's a father-son special.
2 hot dogs, 2 chips, and 2 Cokes for $5.
Yeah, totally.
And 2 seats in the upper row near the Modelo Club.
Father's Day, half price.
Waterboy, let me know when you got it, because 503 has a great text and says, man, you talking about putting the old heads, Steph and LeBron, together. He says, man, I can already see the 2 of them joining forces, Waterboy. Okay, never mind. I'll punt it. Never mind. I had a riff. I was an audio riff. Let me know when you got it, bud. Anyway, Paulie, back onto the O'Connor story. Wait, hang on. I got to set it up.
I don't know what's going on.
503 says, yes, I look forward to Steph and LeBron playing together in Taiwan in 2030.
Come on, man.
Thank you. God, it was a long way.
That was a big build-up.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Draymond Green, in April of 2022, reacted to this saying, cut G. Just to give you guys a little history, Draymond Green on the pod in April of 2022.
LeBron says the other day, last week or something, whenever it was, that he has one guy in the NBA right now, that a current NBA player that he wants to play with. That player happens to be you. And I know I saw the other day where you said, you laughed about it and you was like, oh, I'm good. But like, take me deeper into that. Don't give me the laugh, I'm good. Like, take me deeper into what you were really thinking when you first heard that.
But so what you just said is definitely, and like we talk about all the time with Bron, especially knowing our history and the finals runs and all that and playing against him. There is no denying like his greatness in terms of what he can do on the court. And like sometimes even when you're playing against him, you're in awe because it's like the way he can control the tempo of the game, the way he can dominate scoring, passing, just his overall just presence and his IQ, like all that stuff. Like we all talk about it. And you have to appreciate your competition if you want to beat him, because there's got to be that, as coach would call it, the appropriate fear.
Absolutely.
Listen, it's out there. It's something to talk about. It definitely is something to not rule out. I put it at 11% chance of happening.
You ready for this? You ready for this crazy take? I'm going to shock the world with this one. I'd rate it higher than that as potentially as a possibility.
Well, what do you got?
How do you feel about me dropping to 25%?
That's pretty high.
I'm throwing it out there.
course, that leaves a 75% chance
75
of none.
no. Yeah,
707 says, well, why in the world would the Lakers trade LeBron, especially to a division rival? A, because LeBron says, that's it.
That's it. LeBron calls shots, like Murph said. I mean, he
and
might
B,
be more
the
powerful.
Lakers could net a lot for the future by doing that. Because LeBron's 38. We saw him gassed in this term.
That's it.
That much gas left in that tank.
And
the Lakers would be like, what, do we want to keep on this guy, hang on this guy for one more year?
I mean, at some point, the car
when
does.
we can get Kuminga and Poole and Moody and
like
all
any
that.
fine automobile, Murph, after some years, the parts start to break down. They rust. I mean, this is what's happening.
Probably they say when you drive it off the lot, it immediately depreciates. That's what they say.
It's like Brandon Crawford waking up now. He's got another error next to his name. Like, what did I do? I was asleep.
All right. Matt in San Francisco checks in on the big hit at 8:08 KNBR. What's up, Matt?
What's up, guys? How you doing today?
Hey, now.
Good, Matt.
Look, this whole LeBron to the Bay Area thing is hilarious.
Right.
I mean, he's going to use Barry Bonds' steroid dealer. I mean, that'd be the only advantage.
You're saying you don't like him as a player anymore?
He's not worth the contract, guys.
Yeah.
He's not worth it. He's not going to get us there.
Yeah.
He's not going to get us there. All he's going to do is, use some more steroids, get a few more years out there, and bring your kid to work day. And we don't want that, right?
No.
All right, man.
Murph, do you think that LeBron James would compromise Steph Curry's game in any way?
No. They say he likes to be a number 2 guy right now.
LeBron can dish, too. He
wants to be a
dish
number
his
2
A.
guy.
Best part of his game probably is his facilitating at this point.
All right. It's 408 says Steph Curry is probably the only player LeBron James actually considers a peer, and it makes a lot of sense for the Warriors. LeBron would bring a lot of missing pieces that prevented them from advancing here. And for the Lakers, they're simply missing too much in order to be a true contender. So I'm telling you, man, listen, again, the NBA's nuts. Big things happen. Kevin Durant leaves. Kyrie Irving leaves. James Harden leaves. The big things happen in the NBA. Now, Chris Rose came on our show earlier and said he's really into the dad thing now. This is his thing. He's got Bronny at USC. And he's got his other son at Campbell Hall. Shout out Campbell Hall, by the way, a high school I used to cover for the LA Times sports team. Just one little trivia fact that means nothing. But anyway.
Wrong again. See, that's wrrong again. You talk shower cap stories, I'm paying attention.
Well, Campbell Hall, you know who went to Campbell Hall? Darn it. Come on, Platzi, help me out. There was a famous, not the Lopez twins. No, they're from Fresno. Collins? No, they went to Harvard West. Anyway, we'll move on.
Okay, man.
Point is that he's into being a dad right now and seeing his son play high school basketball. Apparently, they say the second one's better. Bryce James is better than Bronny.
Is that right? I hadn't heard that.
How about that?
How old is that kid?
Well, he's the kid in high school.
Okay.
Right
all right. They keep coming. How many LeBrons are we going to get?
I don't know. I think that's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Does he have a daughter? Is there a daughter?
Although, Murph, to be fair,
is there a LeBronina?
A lot of times when they present these stories, you remember the Ball family, they had the kid who stole the watch. I mean, I'm just saying there's always going to be that one kid.
Fredo.
Yeah.
Michael in Santa Rosa checking in on the idea. It's out there. LeBron to the Warriors. Michael, good morning.
Gentlemen.
Okay. You might as well.
That was kind of awesome.
I don't know what we're doing here.
That was kind of awesome, wasn't
you playing music for us, Michael? What tune was that? Tina Turner?
What's going on, brother?
Okay.
It's just another day in April.
I don't know.
Or May.
Yeah, or May. This is a bizarro land we're in right now.
What's up, Michael?
Yeah.
Well, I think LeBron's a bad idea, but imagine LeBron coming in a couple years and tag on Bronny along with it. How can we go wrong? That could be brilliant.
Well, I mean, that's what you're talking about. Like, Joe Lacob likes big things. But Joe Lacob likes big things. Yeah.
Cash cow.
I mean, all the jerseys, all the fanfare. And if they win a couple, they're legendary.
Michael, I like it, buddy. You're thinking like Lacob. Thanks for the call and thanks for the chime, too. Appreciate that. By the way, how about the day?
I don't know what that was.
How about the day you buy a LeBron James Warriors jersey?
That wouldn't happen.
How about that? How about that?
The other thing, too, is like Steph
Number
Curry
6.
would have to endure all that talk again. Like, he can't win one without Kevin Durant.
That's not true. He won 2 without
They still
Kevin
say
Durant.
that, though. They still talk smack about
I think
stuff.
the last one in Boston ended that.
I hope so.
No, it ended that.
As Steph Curry famously said, Murph, what are they going to say now?
Julian in Fresno is next up on the big hit at 8:08 KNBR. Julian, good morning, man. How are you?
What's up, Murph? What's up, Mac?
Hey, man.
What's up, dude?
Glad to be on the call with you guys. Excited to be on. First-time caller. Definitely don't want to see LeBron James in blue and gold. He can stay in the purple and gold for as long as he wants, and hopefully till he's done. Last thing Steph Curry needs is to have that baggage on his shoulders. Look how much he had to deal with this season, just pulling the team along and trying to get them where they got to. So, I mean, granted, LeBron James probably still could get it done for us, but at the end of the day, we deserve a whole lot better with the future that's a lot brighter, I think, than the next couple of seasons.
Now, Julian, I hear what you're saying. Now, let's just end it with this, and thanks for calling. We appreciate you, man. Let's just say you wake up tomorrow or in 3 weeks, and it's done. LeBron is coming. you can't lie. You'd be excited, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we might win a few more games on the road, right?
Well, you and I could help him win a few games on the road, Julian. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. I mean, that's the way to look at it, guys. Can you imagine if it does go down? It's kind of like Gretzky to the LA King. It would be like a monster thing, like LeBron is coming to the Warriors. You would be excited. You would be hard to criticize. It would be seismic.
It would be huge. This would be the center of the basketball universe in a way like
the center of the sports world.
I don't know that the NBA will
ever
of
like Real Madrid or whoever.
Like you thought,
Paris Saint-Germain.
At that time, we thought the Kevin Durant joining this super team, it was incredible. Like I remember doing shows with Murph where we speculated like when they made the deal in the offseason, we were like, what is this even going to look like? How are they ever going to lose a game ever again? Yeah. But it's going to be like times 10 if it's LeBron James. I mean, it'll make the KD thing look small.
You had a thought, Waterboy?
Yeah, I was just going to chime in because I'm guessing I'm like most Warriors fans who don't like LeBron James.
Yeah.
But you also got to remember, not too many 49er fans like Richard Sherman before he came to the 49ers.
So you're speaking truth now.
Ooh,
That's a great call.
I would almost say, for me personally, I have way more bad feelings for Sherman the Seahawk than LeBron James the Cav Heat Laker.
No question.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
dude. I think you've forgotten some of the bad blood. Yeah.
Eating the turkey leg
the Crabtree thing right after the NFC Championship.
The 49ers and Seahawks were eye to eye for years. I mean, they played LeBron in the finals, but they also slapped him around in the finals a bunch. So it was like, we won 3 on him.
I'm with Murph on this.
He didn't threaten me that much. Like, he took 3 from you, dude.
Bro, that was bad blood.
Yeah.
Really harsh.
They took what was ours.
Damn it.
They broke into our house and ate food on our plate.
I'm still saying that title
literally.
game. Literally.
I use that as a metaphor, and then it's literal. At Thanksgiving Day. I wish the producer cam was on. You can see Waterboy chomping on the air turkey. All right. Leo's on 880. We hope it's going well on 880, Leo. Good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, one thing I just kind of wanted to point out is in Draymond's rookie year, there was this one game where Jarrett Jack made this pass. He slipped his defender and he made a layup and won the game against the Lakers. And it was and after that game, LeBron talked about Draymond. He said, "Look, I know he's a great player. I have total respect for him." And we didn't know much about Draymond. He was a rookie. He didn't get much playing time. But LeBron already knew he was a great player. So, that relationship doesn't go back 6 months. That goes back 10 years.
Yeah.
And just, wanted to point that out.
No, you're right. And Leo, while we have you, man, do you remember the first time the Warriors went to Miami with Draymond? And remember how he bowed up and got in LeBron's face?
Right in his grill. It was amazing.
So yeah, they've known each other for 11, 12 years. Yeah. So I'm with you, Leo.
But the first person I ever heard say something positive about Draymond Green was LeBron James.
Yeah. All right, Leo. Thanks for the call,
Good
man.
Call,
Appreciate
Leo.
it.
Yeah.
Listen, again, is it likely to happen? Nah. Is it possible? Yes, it's possible.
I think it's possible.
Especially given Lacob's appetite for big things. Now, Waterboy brought this up earlier, too. There's the whole other aspect of the financial thing. But I thought the Aaron Rodgers financial thing was going to prevent any team from taking on his contract.
Let
but
me handle it.
They figured out a way in New York to take him.
You don't think Joe Lacob's got a few tricks up his sleeve in terms of making that work financially?
By the way, in a quiet sports week, you see New York's freaking out a little bit about his strained calf.
This is what you get now.
We get damaged goods.
This is what you get.
They're like,
you wanted him, you got him. Enjoy.
He was walking around in shorts, not a helmet. They're like, what happened? He goes, I just strained it.
I got to tell you
how. He goes, I don't know, maybe running.
I almost threw up on the train last week because I landed in New Jersey, took a train into New York City for the graduation for Olivia, and I'm sitting there and we're passing the Meadowlands, and there's a big banner, "Welcome to New York, Aaron Rodgers," with his droopy face and everything. I'm like, look at this. I'm so glad I'm not in Jersey. That was
for you. They put that up there for you.
For me? I prefer the Welcome Home Bruce banner they have.
Welcome Home Polly with that pizza.
Yeah.
Which you have the sausages soundbite. Welcome Home Polly.
I could use that for my head, actually.
In which Polly Mac sent me a picture of the half cheese, half sausage pizza he got from Florham Park Pizza in Jersey.
It's almost erotic.
He didn't know because he's an iPhone, I'm
adult.
He's not an
DOLT.
He didn't know he was on live, which is great because you always get that little 1.5 seconds of audio.
I had no idea this was
when
being
there's a
recorded.
live photo, and when Paulie was squaring up and focusing on the pizza.
Squaring up.
Well, you got to focus. You got to tap on the center. And
Which slice am I taking first?
And I didn't know until you sent it to me, and I pressed on it.
I didn't know either.
I tried to vamp long enough. You found it.
Sausages.
You got to tell me when you're going to play it. I stepped on it. Here it is.
Look at those sausages. Damn.
There it is.
I understand.
Nice and clean.
The passion.
All right, that's how we'll end.
Okay, buddy.
The big hit. Hey, guys, we appreciate everybody's thoughts. It sounds like...
Stand by.
Sounds like everybody's kind of where we are, which is like, it would be overwhelming.
Yeah.
there's like part of you that doesn't want it to happen because he's the enemy, but there's the other part of you that would be hugely intrigued.
And the other part of me tells me that Joe Lacob likes this. He likes to roll like this, man.
Again, the finances, 2 years, $97 million on the contract. You're already above the salary cap.
It's a deal loaded with incentives.
Does Clay get moved in this package?
I don't see that. I don't see that. He led the NBA in threes last year. He's an asset.
And once again, here's your death lineup. LeBron, Steph, Clay, Draymond, and Looney.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
Good luck, NBA. Yeah.
Sacramento Kings are like, bring it on.
Yeah.
We got Sabonis. We'll step on you. And then I'll end it with one last thought.
Hey.
Is there a possibility Draymond would punch LeBron at practice?
Oh.
All right. That's just for fun. All right.
Okay, man.
Content on the other side. Matt Mayoko, Travis Ishikawa still coming up. Thanks, everybody, for the big hit on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Look at those sausages. Damn.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Farhan Zaidi stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Coves to talk about the big league debuts of Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey and when we could potentially see Kyle Harrison up with the big league club. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Protect your assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone. Chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All righty. So, Cooler of Content to cool us down after that ridiculous LeBron rumor.
Hey, we got some mileage out of that, though. We got a lot of reaction. People definitely have an opinion.
Well, I mean, LeBron, this guy. It's like Brady, Rodgers, certain guys.
I got to tell you the truth. You know who I'd be, I think, most, well, the more I think, yes, it would. I think this would be safe to say. The guy that I would hate to lose the most, I think, would be Andrew Wiggins, because I think there's a lot there still with him.
He just, it was tough to see him. It was. Broken rib in Game 6. Again, one of those things lost in history will be the fact that he gutted that game out. That was an incredible effort by him. But
it was.
He only scored 6 points because he was playing with a broken rib.
There you go.
It's like, Jesus. Hey, I can't say that. Hey, Cooler of Content.
What's in there?
Jimmy Butler. So tonight, we'll see what the Heat are made of. We'll see what the Celtics are made of tonight.
Where are you? You were throwing out some concern after Game 4. You were like, guys, I don't know. I mean, and you're not the only one. There's people saying now the Heat are in trouble. I mean, they're up 3-1, and people are saying the Heat are in trouble. Like,
they say appropriate fear. Isn't that what you're supposed to have? Like, you don't go in there, we got this thing. You got to be on edge, baby. You got to be on edge.
I got to tell you the truth. I spend my life in appropriate fear. I mean, I'm fearful right now.
So here's Jimmy Butler. Did you feel better if you're a Heat fan and Jimmy Butler sat down to start his postgame like this.
Is everything gonna be all right?
That's my boy.
Dude.
He's ready to go.
How good. He sat down.
He's ready to go.
Post-game media. This.
Is everything gonna be all right?
That's my boy. Jimmy Butler ain't concerned. He's ready to go.
By the way, that's mesmerizing. I can't hear that enough.
I'll take it.
Everything gonna be all right.
Listen, with all due respect to Tina Turner, I'm kidding. But it's a nice vocal from Jimmy Butler.
Now, he's not doing Marley there, is he? Is he doing like Aloe? What's that guy? What song is he singing?
Is everything gonna be all right?
Everything's going to be all right.
It's not Marley. That's Three Little Birds, unless he's doing his own spin on Three Little Birds.
He might be doing a spin on Muddy Waters.
He's not singing Hootie and the Blowfish again, is he?
Come on, Jimmy, give us one. I won't dance. Oh, yes, I will.
Dude,
I won't sing.
Marcus, I give you a raise right now.
I love you, but you wanna wear my ring. Well, there's nothing I can do.
Come on, I'm in on this.
I only wanna be with you.
Somebody get Marcus a raise right now.
In your top 10 coolest guys, who are you moving out to put Jimmy Butler in? That's my question.
Ooh, that's a tough one now. Maybe someone's got to die before we can put a new guy on there.
Because Joe Perry, Kipe, and Bochy stay, right?
Oh, no question.
Okay, all
No,
right.
they're not going anywhere. Pat Riley stays too.
Okay, but so everything's going to be. I think guys, when you're Paulie,
and it's that breathy.
From me to you, given some other stuff going on.
I understand.
Everything's gonna be all right.
I'll try to adapt that into my mindset. It's not easy right now.
All right, we go from that to Dwight Howard, and he's back. Now he's playing in Taiwan, putting up huge numbers, and we recently featured him calling out embattled NBA players and telling them to come to Taiwan.
Come on.
Come on.
That beautiful Muddy Waters.
Come on.
Well, guess what? The guy we just talked about in the big hit.
We got purple and gold jerseys. I got one right here, right now. It's white. We got purple and gold, though. Nobody got number 6. You can have that. You done played in the league for 35 years. You done broke every record. You let go. Let go. Let go. You can be the little GM over here, little coach. You can be the trainer. You can be the cook, little driver.
You can be the GM and the coach.
Come on.
Come on. Come on.
Hey, would you, Paulie, if they made you a great offer, would you move to Taiwan?
Nah.
Really?
Not really. So what am I going to do in Taiwan?
My old high school girlfriend became an executive with Nike, and she moved her husband and her daughter to Taiwan.
Yeah.
Come on.
She's living in Taiwan.
Crazy thing is, in my actual history, the Paulie Mac history, I actually do have experience with one of my exes who was in Taiwan teaching English.
We both have exes in Taiwan.
I swear to God.
How crazy is that?
Swear to God. Yeah.
When they date a Murph or a Mac, they're so messed up they got to leave the hemisphere.
We got no choice. I'm headed to Taiwan. A month of dating Paulie Mac catapulted me out of the country
to go watch Dwight Howard play basketball. Yeah. It's Alicia Keys, according to Triple E. No one.
Alicia Keys all day with Alicia Keys. Where's she been, by the way? Give me some new stuff.
Everything's gonna be all right.
Damn, he's got it.
I'm
got
a
something,
Butler
man.
guy, bro.
He's got something.
Butler guy.
Draymond on his podcast talking about that script for the Lakers and the Celtics.
If you had either one of these teams winning the series, which some people definitely had Denver winning this series, I don't think anyone had Miami winning the series. In saying that, if you did, there's no way you had it this way. Like, even the smartest of the smartest didn't have it this way. Like, there's just no way you had it this way. The Lakers getting swept and Miami sweeping Boston, like, you just didn't. It didn't follow the script. We were talking scripts. That definitely wasn't the script.
Yeah.
So for all the script lovers out there, the script has been burned. Like, it definitely didn't follow the script.
That's a pretty good cut. The
Good
script has
sound.
been burned is a good cut. I'd keep that one there. By the way, Miami did not sweep Boston, so he recorded that before Game 4, which we thought was the case.
That game they lost, Game 4, that was the first home loss for the Heat this entire postseason. That's how good they've been at home.
The script has been burned. Like,
All right. Hey, so Tigers-Royals, that's pretty low wattage AL Central. But remember Andy Bagley told us AL Central is the best music division in baseball? Minneapolis with Prince and the Replacements and Bob Dylan and Husker Du and all that.
Nice.
And Kansas City being Kansas City Jazz and Detroit being Detroit Rock City and Motown and Cleveland being the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So we got all that. Then we got a Tigers-Royals game that's so empty that on the rejoin at Kauffman Stadium, we pick up a fan cursing out Javi Baez and Detroit.
Well, Kauffman Stadium is the 6th oldest ballpark in Major League Baseball, opened back in 1973, but it might become one of the baseball cathedrals that finds itself victim. Hang on, fellas. Sorry for that, man. Sorry about that. Doggone it. Well, what I was saying here, Shep, so we apologize for the language you guys heard there at home.
Some Kansas City Royals fan goes to a matinee on a Wednesday at Kauffman Stadium and unloads blank Baez and blank Detroit.
Victim.
Wow. Now, Paul, you've told me now, and I don't always heed this advice as well as I should, but you've always told me, hey, in show business, man, you got to keep rolling. You can't be worried.
You can't stop. You got to just
this
keep
guy
going.
Got so rattled. He
had to collect himself. Yeah.
Doggone it.
Yeah.
You got to never let him see you sweat. Right?
Actually, no, you can't. You got to keep the show must go on, man.
Oh, man. All right. That was fun. All right. Good cooler content from Jimmy Butler to Dwight Howard to Draymond to the fan at the Tigers-Royals game. Okay. On the other side, we can talk about, Matt Mayoko, 9:15. And Travis Ishikawa at 9:35. Farhan Zaidi came on with the afternoon guy. I want to hear what Farhan had to say. I didn't get to hear it. I was in too many meetings yesterday.
Right.
Farhan, the future. Next on the Sports Leader.
The script has been burned.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The script has been burned. Like, it definitely didn't follow the script.
So is this what you'd say about LeBron? Like, you don't want another hero?
Very nice, dude. Yeah, we got enough heroes. I got Dre, Clef, and Stays.
We're continuing to sprinkle in the
Great
Tina Turner
call,
tributes here. And rest in peace, 83 years old. What a life. 2 Hall of Fame inductions, 2 different times.
Yeah.
Who was it? Chris Rose, who said it's like Lenny Wilkins going in as a coach and a player. You know what I mean?
That's what Murph said to Candace when Candace was like, hey, Murph, let's have... Well, she didn't call him Murph. She goes, hey, Brian, let's have another baby. Murph goes, we don't need another hero. We're good with the 2.
I think we're out of that business, by the way.
Yeah. Business is closed.
Buddy of mine, peer of mine, just introduced me to his grandkid. How about that?
Wait, say that again?
So, a kid I grew up with since kindergarten, just sent me a picture of his grandkid.
You know what I mean?
Grandkid.
Yeah, see?
So,
it's weird, too, in the rock and roll scene, too. Like, there's all these grandfathers out there now. They're like my favorite guys. Sting's a grandfather, for Christ's sake. By the way, he was at the Bruce show in Rome, Sting, watching The Boss.
Really?
Yeah.
Was he wearing something sleeveless to show off his deltoids?
Of course, dude. He's probably... No, I'm not impressed. By the way, also, your boy Nick Cave was at the show, too, in Rome.
You're down with Nick Cave?
No, I respect. I don't know enough about him, but shout out the birthday party.
It's like that art house crowd.
He's a brooding, dark type. Yeah.
I had some art house friends that were into him, and I just, they'd be like, I got my Irish buddies. They were Nick Cave, Paulie, and the Bad Seeds.
No question. I got friends that worship at the feet of Nick Cave. I don't know that much about him, though.
408 says, hey, Murph and Matt, can I get a fresh pot, and can I get Murph to check his Insta DMs?
Well, let's do the coffee business first.
Somebody sliding into my DMs.
Fresh pot! Hold on, I don't like that one. Give me this one.
Say,
Here we go.
Waterboy, how do I don't even know how to I don't even know how to check them. What do I do?
Maybe one more coffee?
All right, thank you very much.
Hold on, we get Murph covered too.
I'm making coffee. You want coffee?
209 says time for a tattoo and a Harley, Murph. Is that because of Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome? Is that what they're saying?
I guess so.
Now, you didn't see that movie, did you?
Me?
Yeah.
Back in the 80s? Would you believe it if I told you I did not?
Neither did I.
I did not. I was never attracted to like sci-fi stuff like that. Like it just doesn't ring my bell. I don't know.
Yeah.
I got no problem with it. I'll watch Alien with Sigourney Weaver like anybody, but that's kind of where I draw the line.
925 says the NBA script made an appearance on Paulie's podcast.
I don't even know the reference. Maybe someone talked about it. I guess last week. It's hard to remember.
The script has been burned.
Yeah.
650 says...
Oh, we did talk script. That's right, because somebody had sent me... That's right. Okay. Last week, did you guys see that fake script that was being circulated? I think Paul Tonelli sent it out on a text. Anyway, we were talking about that. Good ears on you, and thanks for listening to the podcast.
650 says, there's film of Jimmy Butler sitting in the postgame locker room singing Clarence Carter's I Be Strokin'. Do we know this? Clarence Carter's I Be Strokin'?
Everything's gonna be all right.
The more Jimmy Butler, the better. I'm telling you.
408 says, as much as I don't like his theatrics, there's no doubt LeBron is one of the 2 greatest players in NBA history. He's won a title on every team he's been on, has made All-Stars out of teammates that would otherwise barely get any attention. He's not a bad guy. He just wants to win championships. Some franchises don't sniff a title run. For him to demand to play with players that are at that level and teams to make sacrifices in the future is probably the best chance for some of those teams. On and on and on. So he goes on to say, if you look at the core objectively and compare it to the Timberwolves, Portland, and New Orleans, is it really that much better? So he's saying, I guess, bring LeBron on there. 510 said, well, this is Stan Tim. He says, George Strait's, all his exes lived in Texas. All your exes live in Taiwan. All right. 408 says, shout out former Raider Taiwan Jones.
Nice. I remember Taiwan.
707 says, maybe he's singing Joe Cocker's Everything Gonna Be All Right. And 707, another 707 says it's Darius Rucker. He was singing a song called All Right. And another one, 3 straight 707 texts. Shout out to 707. Said he's singing No One by Alicia Keys. That's multiple. 716-209-925-415. They all say the same thing.
I think that's what he is singing.
408 says it too. 470. Oh my God. Boy, my God. I hit on a gold. Everybody's saying it's Alicia Keys.
Everything's gonna be all right.
That would be a great power couple right there. Jimmy Butler and Alicia. I don't know if Jimmy Butler's a married man. I hope I'm not saying the wrong thing, but it would be great if Butler and Alicia Keys got together. 2 powerhouses.
650, can you say this? Tina Turner, best gams in the business. Best gams.
What's wrong with that?
Well, I don't know. Is
what
that
is
sexist?
Tell people what gams is if they don't.
Well, she did. The text didn't say gams. It said legs. I went gams.
Her legs were spectacular. Spectacular legs. She used to wear the little miniskirts. You couldn't help but not see them. They were all muscular.
There's an old joke from Rodney. He goes, some people are leg man. Some people are. He goes,
I love this one. I know that one. Yeah.
He said, some people are a breast man. He goes, some people are an ass man. He said, they say, you're a leg man, you're a breast man, you're an ass man. People say, what are you, Rodney? He said, I must be an ass man because people say to me, you're an ass man.
Yeah. I understand. See, hey, you made Marcus laugh. Look at that.
I like that one.
Everybody loves Rodney. Hey.
I'm allowed to say that?
Yeah.
All right, guys.
And definitely shout out Tina Turner's legs.
And by the way, Paulie Mack was asking what would happen if two powerhouses like Jimmy Butler and Alicia Keys got together. Paulie Mack, this is what would happen.
Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright.
I want him on stage, man.
All right.
I do.
All right. Pretty darn good, Triple E. Triple E! Have a day, kid. Have a day. That might make up for me beating him to the garage this morning.
Oh,
there you go.
now.
And by the way, it's crazy how he arrives at the same time. But like, what are the odds? He's coming from a totally different place than I am. How do we arrive at the same time?
Can I
every time?
reveal something
and
to
now
you?
I got to walk in with him.
I'm going to tell you why. A lot of people don't know this, but I think I understand what's happening here. Triple E strategically parks himself up the street with the lights off, sees Murph turn the corner, boom, pulls right in behind him. Oh, hey, Murph, what a coincidence.
That might be the case, too.
Almost like a stalker.
All right. I teased the Farhan sound.
Yeah.
We'll hear it next. What does he say about Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt, Brandon Crawford, all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Everything's gonna be alright.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Beautiful morning here in the city, and we are ready to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He always stops by the Murph and Mac show to spend some good tax advice and tips. So, Steve, what is on your mind this morning, my friend?
ERC, it just continues to boggle me how many people who are entitled to ERC. That's where the federal government will give you up to $26,000 for every employee that you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. There's different ways to qualify. The easy way is a certain drop in gross revenue. And we start there too. Of course, if we can do it the easy way, we do. But a lot of firms, and again, I was telling you, just this week I was dealing with CPAs who were telling their clients, Well, you don't qualify because your gross rating didn't go down enough. So the bottom line is there's another method. And if you say, well, Paulie, Steve, my CPA told me one thing.
Right.
You're telling me something else. What am I to believe? We'll actually give you the IRS publication that says how you can do this. The bottom line is we want you to have everything to which you're legally entitled. And if you want, you can read it for yourself.
Steve, I guarantee it. People just need to call 1-888-TAX-DEAL, and Steve Moskowitz will prove it to you. He knows ERC like no other, and he will work for you like no other. Visit Steve Moskowitz online as well at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ground ball to short, and Crawford moves it. It was to the left of Crawford, and it looked like he tried to pick it up and throw it before he had it. Now swing, ground ball to second, and right through the legs of Wisely. What is going on? Unbelievable. Breaking for second. Here goes the throw to second. Now breaking for the plate and a wild throw home. Well, the Giants are just giving away the game here.
In the dirt, and it skips up around home plate. It hits off the umpire Titchener. Julian breaks for the plate, and he'll score. A wild pitch makes it 6-1.
I mean, it was not good. We just didn't play good defense. But as I mentioned, this is not a trend or anything like that. It's just we didn't play good defense today. We need to turn the page quickly.
The depth of a... by the way, somebody pointed out that the Twins must have put the kibosh on his dugout playing because he had to do it in the... he did his postgame in the office. I wonder if he's a little rattled. I got to do this in the office. They got to come inside my sanctuary. Hey, Jeremy Affeldt joins Tolbert and Copes today at 3:15 to break down the Giants series win against the Twins and this youth movement. And, of course, we are going to talk about this right now because it was a quiet Wednesday, and we already discussed LeBron to the Warriors. Matt Mayock is going to join us at 9:15. Travis Ishikawa at 9:35. Oh, one last thing, Paulie.
Yeah, and I got something to tease, too. Go ahead.
Yeah, you.
I just want to throw this out here. Because like Murph said, it was a quiet night last night, and I want to get this thing a little noisy on a Thursday morning. Marcus, I like my noise. I like my loud guitar. So let me present to you 2 tickets to go see Rob Zombie, Alice Cooper, Ministry, and Filter. I could do it now, Murph, or at the end of the set. What do you think? We want to just do this right now?
They say the time is, you know what? Steve Mariucci used to have a clock in his office in Santa Clara. And instead of 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the, every hour said now.
Yeah, nice.
Got that?
Well, that's why Flavor Flav wore the huge clock, because so you could tell what time it is, if you know what I'm talking about. So, caller 10, 415-896, KNBR will give you a pair of tickets. Again, great lineup. Rob Zombie, Alice Cooper, legend right there, Ministry and Filter. We're happening with this gig at 9, September 22nd, 2023 out at the Concord Pavilion. Have a great time. Caller 10, the tickets are yours.
All right. Paulie's going Rob Zombie. I'm going Giants defensive zombie.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh,
my riff there. Right?
Yeah. Let me give you Tony Soprano.
And, obviously, so they've been playing better. They won 7 of 8. We're not making a big deal out of it, but it's worth talking about.
See?
Because Blake Sable behind the dish, more problems. Another pass ball yesterday. And as Andy Bagley accurately points out in his story, the Twins took advantage. They ran on him. They tested him. They're like, oh, Sable's back there. We're running.
Yeah.
So, listen, Pat Bailey, he got a day off. I get it. But, dude, don't take too many days off. You know what I mean? So, Waterboy?
Yeah, Murph, I don't think there's a coincidence that the Giants had a season-high 4 errors yesterday without Patrick Bailey in the lineup and with Casey Schmidt not playing up the middle, but with him at third base instead.
Right, but third will be his position, right?
True.
I mean, and also, what's also true is that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
True that.
Listen, the positive is they're 7-2 in their last 9. They're 1 game under 500. It was pretty funny, though. They only lasted at 500 for 1 day.
I know, it was here and gone, just like that.
We were talking about Waterboy had 2 good riffs, one being the workplace injury sign, this many days since our last accident. The Giants are at 1 day since last at 500. Or when they're trying to desperately sell tickets to a concert, 1 night only.
Yeah.
1 night only. Marcus Boucher at the Warfield.
An evening with Kiss or whatever.
One night only,
boys.
Marcus Boucher does the hand jive 1 night only.
Ooh, I'll sign up for that. I'll come watch.
Okay, so Farhan, though, came on with the afternoon crew, Tolbert and Copes. And so, hey, we're stealing it. This is good, man. You want to hear from the GM, who is the guy who's drafted and called up Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey. So it starts with the Casey Schmidt discussion. Now, we're starting to see the reaction from the league. By the way, guys, he still has not drawn a walk. Bro, can we make that like a parlor game? Can he draw a walk this weekend?
What are tricks of the trade to draw a walk, Mark? I mean, what do you do? Crowd the plate a little?
Crowd the plate
like,
does help, but just don't swing at everything.
That gets a big part of it, right?
It just comes down to being patient. And right now, he is super aggressive, which I get.
Well, maybe that's what Kapler said. Yeah, when you get up there, just start swinging.
It's the opposite of what he's the big phrase Kapler uses, and I get it, but it's almost hard to teach this, especially to 11-year-olds. Selectively aggressive. It's almost an what do they call it? An oxymoron. Selectively aggressive, because aggressive means aggressive, but only selectively so. Basically, it all comes back. Everything in life comes back to Ted Williams. All right, everything in life. People are like, hey, what do I do about my family problems? I said, I don't know. Ask Ted Williams.
What about property taxes?
Ask Ted Williams.
Okay, I will.
I mean? And also, if you want to know how to catch a damn fish, ask Ted Williams. He's in the Fishing Hall of Fame.
Really?
He's in the World Fishing Hall of Fame.
Imagine being on the rowboat with Ted Williams and Bobby Knight when they would go on those fishing trips. I know. They were like buddies, yeah.
But they never swore, though, Paul.
No, they were very clean cut, like Cub Scouts.
It was very G-rated.
Yeah. Bobby Knight yelling at the fish.
Ted Williams in the Science of Hitting says the number 1 rule of hitting is get a good ball to hit. That's the number 1 key to hitting. He does his little rectangle.
You're saying he might not be abiding by those rules.
The middle is red hot, and you're going to hit 450, and in the lower portions are 210 when you go out of the zone.
Well, to sympathize with Gabe Kapler a little bit, so he's giving them the instructions, and he gets up there, you start swinging. What's the result when you tell your kids? You say, hey, wait for a good pitch to hit. What happens?
Can I go Coach Beard? Coach Beard does that sometimes.
I'll give you Dennis Hopper.
Sometimes in Lasso, when something's going on and Beard's sniffing it out, he'll go, ha! Just to kind of put a punctuation on it, and everybody kind of looks around. I will say this about the Hum Babies. They improved their approach as the year went on, and that I'm very proud of them. They actually tangibly improved their approach. So it can be done. You got to just be disciplined. You got to be in the moment and try to, as Eric Burns will tell you, win every pitch. Now, you're not going to win every pitch, but you try to win every pitch, Waterboy.
Yeah, and to your point, it can be changed. Look at the Giants in the first 20, 30 games and how much they were striking out, and look how they've cut down those numbers since.
Okay.
Precisely.
And they've been winning ball games without hitting home runs.
They also sent David Villar to Sacramento because he was the guy striking out.
Shout out to R. He had a walk-off last night for the River Cats.
Blake Sable's strikeout. Did he?
Yeah, he did. Walk-off, double off the wall.
That's good detail. Really good for his confidence.
Good for David VR.
Maybe light the beam for him.
We are VR.
Let's light the beam.
We are.
There you go.
We go back to that one.
Hey, I want to find.
What do you need, Murph? I see you looking.
The box score. See, now Triple E's bringing in so much stuff.
No, I got it right here. Take this one. Here.
Tell me how many.
I got you right here.
I got it right here, Paul. Thank you. You can keep that. You can keep that.
I'll take that back.
I'm seeing Blake Sable struck out yesterday. 4 at bats, 1K. He's a guy who's improved his strikeout ratio.
Okay.
Anyway, this is all by leading up to Casey Schmidt. And he went 1 for 5 with a rib yesterday. He's down to 3. If you look at the box score that has average on base and slugging, average 328. On base, 328. Come on, dude. Whereas Lamont Wade, average 265, on base 425. So maybe Wade, I think maybe they need to put Wade and Schmidt in a room together. Start rooming on the road. You know? They used to say, who was it? You know, they used to have roommates in the old days.
Yep.
Used to be about Babe Ruth's roommates. I read about this in the Babe Ruth.
Oh, I can't wait. No, tell me.
Well, Babe Ruth's roommate was like this kind of, this guy, and he said he couldn't do it because
Well, just the gaseous, the expulsion of gas.
They weren't the only ones in the room, if you know what I mean.
Well, let's just call it what it was. Babe Ruth enjoyed many dates, and some of them might have been ladies of the evening, if you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but he didn't even care that his roommate was trying to sleep.
Hey, throw a pillow over your head. I got work to do. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I mean, I don't know what you say in that situation.
How about the babe's appetite for everything?
Oh, dude.
Right? Everything.
He was a man who went after it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Did.
He just got after it.
Paulie, should we say he swung for the fences?
And he had those little skinny legs and everything with that big upper body.
Somehow it worked.
Oh.
Maybe being a star worked too.
I mean,
right?
714 something.
Yeah, the lady said 714. I'm in. You know what I mean? What room number are you? Is your room number 714?
I don't just hit home runs on the baseball field. Here, let me show you.
Anyway, so Casey Schmidt but he's not going to go anywhere because of his glove, right? And he's still a good enough hitter that you want him in the lineup. But also what the Giants are trying to do is play D, says Farhan.
Yeah, I think it's given us a lot of stability. Casey's been obviously a huge shot in the arm. I think one of the underrated benefits of bringing him up, I mean, we have over the last couple of years had a couple more kind of corner infield first base DH types on the roster, and we still have. But we had Darren Ruff, who did a nice job for us, who's signed with the Brewers now as a kind of right-handed bat. And when we brought up Casey, it was sort of in that roster spot. And, when you go from having a full-time DH to a guy who can play anywhere in the infield and give you great defense, it's given us the chance to give Thyro a few DH days, give J.D. Davis a few DH days. And I think that's just helped a ton keeping guys fresh because we're in a stretch where we're playing a lot of games, a couple long road trips, and even that, I mean, you can have the same lineup and just be rotating the DH spot to get guys off their feet. So I think that's helped a ton.
Okay. Yeah, the J.D. Davises, the Wilmer Floreses, and all those guys. And listen, we all love Schmidt. He's just so aggressive right now. It's incredible. So
we got to walk this kid, Marcus. We got to get him to draw one.
Paulie, he truly is the young bull. And if we want to keep working in PG-13.
He's full sprint down the hill.
He needs to be water boy more like the old bull.
And if Bruce Bochy's up on top saying, I've had them all, though.
He's got to walk.
Yeah.
I've
had all the cows.
I'm actually fine with his approach right now because you want a young, aggressive hitter. He's up here to hit right now. He's trying to take that everyday job. And I forgot who was it from the Giants beat, but I saw somebody posted that Buster Posey didn't have a walk until his 45th career at bat.
Look at you.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Look at you with the stats.
Those are the numbers I saw on Twitter. I'll double check those.
45 at bats for Buster's first walk.
Yeah, he went 44 without walking.
And how many does Schmidt have?
And Buster did pretty damn good. I think Schmidt's up to about 58, 59 now.
Is that right, Buster? Okay, all right.
Now balancing stuff out.
By the way, our producers are Walter and Danny Dunn trying to help our show. They just sent me an Instagram post about Jimmy Butler's diverse music taste. And it's quotes from his teammates saying that he will play Miley Cyrus. He'll play Justin Bieber.
Okay.
He'll play Rick Ross.
Right.
He'll play country music. He'll play Taylor Swift. These are all Jimmy Swift, favorites.
Yeah. Does he have Alicia Keys on that playlist?
Everything's gonna be all right.
Oh, man. That's pretty good. Okay. Back to the other guy that Farhan called up, Patrick Bailey. Now, one day he was gone and we missed him. Sable was out there clunking it around.
I'm telling you the truth. I did miss him.
Saber
really did.
I mean, I'm just riffing, Blake. I know you're a big league
but he's
player.
doing about,
he went out there with a frying pan on his hand.
I mean, between the interferences and, it's a whole thing with him.
So here we
go.
He's obviously made a great impression. I mean, behind the plate, he has such great hands. I mean, he's so good at stealing those strikes while not really looking like he's trying to do it. I mean, there have been some of these calls that he's gotten over this past week where I'm kind of just laughing to myself and, you feel like, you stole a cookie from the cookie jar with some of the strikes he's able to get us. So that's been great. The at-bats have been really good. He's had his first couple starts were against lefties. He's historically weaker from the right side, but did a really nice job there. So, yeah, as far as what the future holds, we'll see. A lot can happen by the time Joey's back. But, when you come up, we've talked about this with young players. If you can hold your own defensively, that's something you can bring to the park every day, especially at the catcher position. And then the offense is just a bonus. So he's really done a phenomenal job behind the plate.
He's saying he's stealing strikes already. First weekend, umps are getting bamboozled by Bailey. Cookie jar. Stole a cookie from the cookie jar, Farhan said. Wasn't that a thing we said we were kids? Who stole the cookie from the cookie jar?
He got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Murph, question for you. Because your mom, I bet you, seems like the kind of woman who would have had an actual cookie jar. Am I right or wrong? I'm saying there was a cookie jar in your house.
Interesting, Paulie. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, they're usually like pottery, like somebody makes it.
No.
Okay, that's a shocker.
We have one at the Murphy household.
Because your mom, like I have great trivia on Murph's mom. Like I know like the way she took care of you because you shared the stories about how like Murph. Let me tell Marcus. I bet Marcus, you don't even know this. This is something my parents did not do, by the way. Like Murph went down to UCLA and his mom would send him with the Rice Krispie treats.
Well, yeah, backpack.
808 KNBR. See what I'm saying? So if he would seem like a prime candidate to grow up with a cookie jar in the house.
Interestingly enough, she made cookies all the time, and that's what I put in her obituary. I wrote about it. My friends called it Bee's Country Kitchen because it would be blonde Betties, brownies, cookies, Rice Krispie treats.
See, that's
fudge.
exotic, yeah.
But she would just have them kind of cooling on the rack, and then I would go eat them.
Yeah, that
so
sounds
there you go.
good. That sounds
but
good
now
right now.
Candace has a cookie jar, and she actually got it engraved. You can order these things on like Amazon or whatever, and it says, "Eat now or else Daddy will." How about that?
What's the true story? She's
me
speaking
out.
the truth. That's when I come. I strike around 11 p.m. on the weekend. That's when I get into it.
Daddy does to pay the bills.
Yeah.
By the way, 559 talking about selective aggression says Paul Mack, shout out Mike Borden and Faith No More.
So
I know
funny.
he's a friend of yours. Be aggressive, be aggressive.
I was just writing back to that guy. Yeah, Mike Borden for life. And by the way, big Giant fan too, Mike Borden.
Maybe is he starting to buy into the Pat Bailey, Casey Schmidt love?
I'll ask him.
The third guy we got to ask about is Kyle Harrison because he had that outing, 4 innings, 9 Ks, 1 walk, no hits. Everybody's excited. FP sent me a text with 3 letters, LFG. All right. By the way, FP in Milwaukee doing the broadcast.
Nice.
So anyway, here is Farhan on Kyle Harrison, stretching him out and improvements.
Yeah, we've kind of been in that 460 range with Kyle. I mean, some of the decision has been because especially in a couple of his earlier outings where he wasn't as efficient with his strike throwing, the pitch counts were getting up there, and so we didn't kind of want to keep extending him out. But I think you'll see him get to the 575 range as soon as this next start. He obviously had a phenomenal outing last time out. I watched a lot of it. He's been working on shortening his breaking ball a little bit. He's got a big breaking ball that, sometimes is hard to command. And, one of the issues is he doesn't get a lot of swings at it because it's so big that guys just give up on it. And so he's been working on a shorter one that he, I think, debuted in that last outing and think it helped him a lot with the strike throwing. So I think you'll see him kind of build up to 5 innings this next time out.
Okay. 5 innings is next time out. Waterboy, I know you're on this stuff as our guy. You hawk this stuff. Do we know when his next outing will be? So today's Thursday. He pitched Tuesday. And they're off on Mondays. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, maybe Sunday or maybe next Tuesday.
I think you just figured it out. Yeah. You just did the math for me,
Do we
Murph.
know where they're going to be? Anyway, well, we're on it, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, we're following this stuff. He just said maybe 5 innings, maybe 75 pitches, and watch the curveball. Is it breaking too big? Is it breaking too big? What about how many times did you change your grips on your breaking balls through your career?
Well, it's weird because I think people don't recognize how often this happens. Like we heard sound from Logan Webb a couple weeks ago talking about how he found a slider that he's been looking for 2 years.
That's crazy.
And so it was weird because I didn't play baseball year round. I went and played football, but it would definitely take me a few weeks to get that same curveball back. But you're always messing around with grips. You're always moving a finger on one side of the seam, the other side of the seam, and just seeing how the ball reacts out of your hand.
It's really interesting because I always thought, once you got your grip, you got your grip. But these guys in the bigs are still tinkering, man. They're like, Paulie, your guys on stage just improvising and jamming.
Yeah, great analogy, actually. Yes, it's a never-ending quest to improve, yeah.
Like you and I trying to improve.
I'm trying. I don't know if anybody's buying what I'm selling, but I'm trying.
Miserably.
I know.
One more time. Farhan says, okay, when's he coming up? Maybe later in the summer.
All right.
Maybe.
The general thinking is twofold. One is for a lot of our young pitchers, and Kyle is a good example of this, they're much more likely to be pitching for us later in the season than early on. So a sort of slower build-up, preserving those bullets to avoid the Strasburg-type situation is part of the thinking there. The other is there's research that we've done that we've seen out there that, pitchers generally, you can mitigate injury risk by building them up more slowly throughout the season, not just going 460, 575, 690 in successive starts, but letting guys repeat each of those levels multiple times to build up arm strength. So it's both to kind of manage injury risk and also to try to preserve bullets for later in the season.
Okay. There it is. So Farhan's got a plan. Can't accuse him of not having a plan. They're minimizing injury risk, and they're saving bullets for later in the season. This kid is 21 years old. It's exciting to think that next year on opening day, coming out to the chalk line will be Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey. I'm going to say Kyle Harrison makes the opening day roster next year. And then Luis Matos, quite possibly. You're talking about 4 guys right there, and then maybe
now
even
it starts
more.
to feel, that's really taking shape there.
There's a couple we don't talk about. We don't talk about Keaton Wynn and Carson Wisenhunt. These guys are rocketing through, too. So these guys get used to those names, too.
That's the cycle of baseball, man. You know what I mean? We started the show today by talking a lot about Brandon Crawford and how it's kind of tough to watch. Like, when he has a tough defensive night, it's like, ooh, that hurts a little. But we love Brandon Crawford, and he's been so automatic over there his whole career. But meanwhile, simultaneously, here comes the new crop. Here come the pups.
In honor of you saying we love him and we do, do you have
got it.
Do you have the
Yes.
acapella or
I got
the studio
it all.
one? Or
No,
do you
I
want
got
to go
it.
whichever one you want?
Let's go acapella, because that's right from the heart.
I believe in you.
Taylor,
Shannon, if
not
you might
bad.
recall, how deep is your glove?
How deep is your glove?
Deep is your glove.
Yeah, Cope's on background vocals.
Is your glove? I really need to learn.
Not bad.
'Cause I'm telling you the Crawford rules. I'll break it down.
They all lost their way.
And they all should believe me.
Dude, here we go.
It belongs to you and me. I believe in you.
The lick. Yeah. Clink.
Listen to
There
Cope.
it is, guys. All right, Matt Mayoko on the 49ers next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Mark Spears stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to talk about Bob Myers' future with the Warriors and whether or not he could be interested in becoming the GM of the LA Clippers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. The Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Well, I don't want to compare it to other years, but I mean, we got two guys who are talented enough to be taken in the top 5 of the draft, and we have another guy who played like it last year. So I like the 3 guys we got, and I've always been a fan of Brandon Allen. Just watching him throughout his career, and to be able to get him in here also, I feel real fortunate with our 4.
We now return with Murph, Mac, and Mayoko. NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Mac Mayoko.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. And by UCSF Health, redefining health.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I love the tributes, Waterboy. Thank you for the more Tina Turner, the better. Now, one of the reasons we chose this one is because we just heard that Matt Mayoko is going to do this hit from the 6th hole at Tilden Park.
Well, Matty Mayoko better heed Tina's advice. Matty, you better be good to us.
Matty, so ready for a dad joke here? So when I play golf and I hit a shot where I can't see how it turned out, I say to my partners, I call that the Tina Turner because it better be good to me. All right, that's my dad joke on the golf course.
You got to laugh at him, man.
All right, I do it. I say that on the golf course. I've said it for years, and now we've lost her. Anyway, so there you go. So today, Maddie, when you hit a shot, you can't really see where it is. Say, I hope that's the Tina Turner. All right.
Okay, absolutely. In memory of the great one. Yeah. But right now, I'm standing about 75 yards in, short par 4.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I'm birdieing this hole.
Well, yeah. Now are we doing just a little knockdown wedge here? What are we doing? A little?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a little bit of wind in my face. Could you fill about 15 seconds?
Yes, go hit the shot. Yeah.
I'd like to hear it.
Yeah. So, Paulie, I'll tell you because you're not a big golf guy, but
get into a golf voice too. Like get into a Nance like that.
75 yards.
Okay, here we go. Okay, hold on one second. Okay.
He's got 75 yards, slight wind in his face.
Phone right by the ball.
Okay, 75 yards, slight wind in his face. Look, sets up well for his gap wedge, which he usually hits about 80.
Spectacular.
With the wind 5 yards, should knock this thing down. Maybe get a little spin back. Could be looking at birdie, everybody.
Hey, you know what? That's a good-looking shot right there.
Yeah.
Nice, man.
Man.
You know what?
It's rolling. I got it bounced.
Are you, in honor of Tina Turner, are you dancing, a.k.a. private dancer?
See.
All right?
Absolutely. I'm 20 feet for birdie here.
Paulie, they call the putting green the dance floor. So are you dancing?
Yeah. Nice.
So he's dancing.
Nice.
He's got about a 20-footer. That's, not an automatic, but
it's doable.
It better be good to him.
How's your putt game, Matt? Are you a good putter?
Not good. I'm not good at anything. I play once or twice a year.
Right.
How's Tilden this morning? Just gorgeous?
It's really cold, but I'm dressed appropriately.
All right. All right, Matty, what's going on with the 49ers? What did we learn this week?
I don't know that we learned too much other than they're really confident, sounds like, that Brock Purdy is going to be available week 1. And, I think the fact that he's expected to start throwing next week, that's a good thing. And it sounds like, he's coming along very much on schedule. So just in hearing what Kyle Shanahan had to say, I would say the odds-on favorite as of right now to be that starting quarterback September 10th against Pittsburgh would be Purdy.
Okay. So that's just great news. Like we were saying, so many things could have gone wrong, right? I mean, when they open up the elbow, they got to find something worse, or the recovery's not going. But knock on wood, everything is going well for him. And now that would mean he throws next week, or
he's going to start throwing. He's been doing going through the motions with a towel. But he'll start throwing, start ramping it up. He's not going to be ripping 45-yard throws down the field, but he's in a situation right now where he's doing everything but throwing a football, and he's basically going through the motions, like I said, with something light in his hand, and then next week he'll start throwing the football. Okay, I'm going to size up this.
So
do your thing, man.
Is it breaking right to left to right?
It looks pretty straight. Maybe a little bit of left.
Hey, Maddie,
to right.
I'm rooting for you.
Leave it short. Do
Okay,
not
don't leave it short.
leave it short. Paulie,
Okay, I'll be
you never
back
want to
in
leave
10
it
seconds.
short, right? You don't want to leave it in the jaws.
In all respects, yes.
It'd be like you walking off the stage saying, I didn't give it my all on that vocal.
See, that would never happen. I'm going to sell out every time. But one thing, that's a sentence Tommy Lee has never spoken, leaving it short.
It's all very true.
Oh, I missed it by a half inch.
Well, they call that the it burned the edge, Maddie, or
Yeah, oh, very much so. So it's a gimme par.
and do we also at this point say that's what she said?
Oh, hey now. See, we're going blue today,
Hey-o.
Maddie. Yeah.
Hey-o.
Hey.
Lasso made a reference to that in his last episode. He goes that he said something about being long. He goes like they would say that girl said in the American Office.
Murph will be up in the Catskills next week. Yeah.
Anyway, back to 49ers.
Yeah.
Okay, so and then there was another report from Sam Darnold about the Sam Darnold talent bolstering your whole thing. Anything you heard this week or saw this week about him that changed anything about his trajectory?
No, I mean, I think that there's, they think he is a very talented guy, which he is. I don't think that's in dispute. And, we saw it on the practice field. Yes, he can absolutely throw the ball very well. I would say probably the bigger thing, though, would be Trey Lance. He just seems to have, I don't know, maybe even a better mindset. I think the work in the off season, I think the lack of pressure now that he feels.
Yeah.
And it appeared to me like he was spinning the ball a lot better. The big thing that they talked about this week, and that we've heard about in the past, is that just how much that finger impacted him, the broken finger from his rookie year, and it really changed the way he gripped the ball and threw the ball. And I could tell that he was spinning it a little bit better spiral. So, it sounds like he's in a better position right now than he was a year ago when he was the starter. The problem is for him is that if Brock Purdy's healthy and Brock Purdy does nothing to lose the job, then Sam Darnold and Trey Lance will never have an opportunity to get on the field. And that's, obviously what the 49ers are hoping for, because Purdy right now is the presumptive starter, and if he plays well when he gets out there, then he's not going to give anybody else a chance.
Yeah, Brock Purdy, man. The story going well, the recovery going well, and everybody's saying he's going to be the guy. What other stories were cropping up at camp? I imagine Drake Jackson. People are keeping their eyes on him. Some of the rookies. What to you, outside of quarterback, what storyline grabbed you the most at the OTAs?
Well, I think when you talk about OTAs, it's guys in shorts and shirts running around, and so that really doesn't lend itself to much analysis of the big guys. Even the linebackers. If you're not in pass coverage or you're not catching passes, then there's really nothing you can tell. The offensive linemen, it isn't exactly their time to shine, nor the defensive linemen. But I would say the one thing that kind of popped out to me was the cornerback situation, or even nickelback, to be more specific. Isaiah Oliver comes to the 49ers from the Falcons. And, to hear Steve Wilkes talk, when they knew they were losing Jimmy Ward, they felt like they needed to go out and get a guy that they considered one of the better nickelbacks in the league, and that's Isaiah Oliver. And, that was somebody that really wasn't on, I don't think, anybody's radar as being a top-flight nickelback. But he showed up the first day of practice. He had some pretty good coverage, some PBUs. So it sure looks like he's kind of the guy right now that it's his job to lose for that nickelback spot, which really, when you think about it, is probably the biggest, most important unknown starter position on the 49ers.
Right. The nickelback position and the DBs, of course, always an issue, but that's where Steve Wilkes is supposed to be helping out big time too.
Yeah, and he's a guy that he's a very hands-on defensive coordinator from the sense that, his background is coaching defensive backs. And you could tell, he's out there, he's really coaching those guys up. So, his forte is the defensive backfield, just like, the last two defensive coordinators, Robert Saleh and D'Amico Ryans, their forte was the linebackers. So a little bit of change in emphasis as far as where you see the defensive coordinator for the 49ers during their practices.
Hey, Matty, not about the 2023 Niners, but I'm doing the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner tonight, and Patrick Willis is going in.
I will see you there.
Oh,
Nice.
What's your Pat Willis story?
Yeah, give me one. Give me a good one.
Man. There's so many.
Yeah.
I guess, it's almost after his career's over. Just the fact that how he was such a dedicated, do everything right kind of player, but when it was over, when he felt like he couldn't be the guy anymore, he quit playing football. He retired and hasn't ever really turned his back to, or hasn't had any qualms about moving forward with his life. And, I'll give you a little bit of insight here. He's been a finalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame the past 2 years. And he publicly and privately was all about Zach Thomas getting into the Hall of Fame before him. So that kind of gives you a little bit of insight into what this guy is all about. His idea was, as much as he wants to be in the Hall of Fame, he feels like some of the older players, who are around longer, deserve it more than him. And so he's just a very selfless guy, and a guy who just really is comfortable in his own skin, doesn't have to, politic for himself or pump himself up. He's very confident in what he accomplished in the game. And so he's just a really solid person.
And he will get into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, right? That's not even...
I believe so.
Me too.
Yeah. No, I think that, probably after last year, I'm feeling very confident. What's the distance here, guys? 195. Okay, I got a 195
By
shot.
the way, did you go out as a singleton, or are you playing with people we know?
Oh, no. I actually, here's the funny thing. Can I tell them what street we live on? Okay. So we, my two neighbors, we live, and tell me if this isn't set up for three golfers. The street we live on, Sweet Drive.
Wait, what drive?
Sweet Drive. So, how can you not be a golfer
Dude,
and live
Sweet
on
Drive.
Sweet Drive?
All right, so,
Yeah.
all right, so this is your crew? This is the Lafayette crew?
Man, let's drive it. Oh, you hear that?
I couldn't quite hear that.
It's a par 3 and 195, and
what are we hitting there? 191. See, at our age now, 195. Where are you going? Are you going to go hybrid? Are you going to go hybrid on this?
I think so. Yeah.
But see, I still carry the 4-iron.
I go
blade.
hybrid too.
I still go 4-iron.
The one clown says, "Hey, that's driver for you." Yeah, okay.
Well, that's a true story.
Okay, I'm gonna put the phone down.
Okay, last one, Maddie. Hey, what's your? Take a breath. Swing slow. All right, that's it. So, Matty Miracle getting a 195 hybrid to the par 3. Paulie Mac, 195 is a little challenging on a par 3.
I believe you.
But did you hear that? That was Matty's swing.
That was a nice.
That was Matty's
record
swing.
that and cut that. That was a nice, solid swing.
That was not good though.
It sounded good over the air.
Snap it left or push it right.
Left.
Yeah, that's what happens. We get quick, don't we? We get quick. Yeah. I hear you, buddy.
All right.
Well, listen, I'll see you tonight, and I'll find out if you broke a hundy, all right?
Okay, sounds good.
All right,
I look forward to this. Is a really fun event, and I know, Murph, you've done this how many times in the past?
I think it's only my fourth or something like that. Yeah.
Dude, I was just telling the guys about the year that Brad Gilbert went in, and Andre Agassi gave one of the all-time
best speeches I've ever been in present for. Yeah.
It was unbelievable. The next day, I went out and bought his book.
Seriously.
He was no, I'm serious. He was the greatest public speaker I think I've ever heard.
I think I'd sign on that petition, Matty. I really would. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So we can't promise that tonight, but I can promise we're going to keep it moving, Matty. That's what I promise.
Okay.
All right.
Very good.
All right. Matt Mayoko.
Cheers, Matty.
Football.
Yeah, man.
And Brock Purdy maybe throwing next week. How about that? No more violent motions with a towel.
Let's hope not.
Violent motions with your hand and a
Unless
towel.
I'm home alone, then it's okay.
One last thing. Sure. Travis Ishikawa is now going to do Giants post-game analysis.
You don't have to twist my arm. Kind of waiting for this all day, to tell you the truth.
Ishikawa Davida, honey.
I don't know.
Don't you know that we love you? Ishikawa Davida, baby. Don't you know we will always be true?
Honest to goodness. One of the
It's got
there's
its
that
own
station
charm.
on XF, Sirius XM called Deep Cuts.
Yeah, that's one of them.
That's Peter Hartloff's favorite.
Peter,
Is
I
he number
appreciate
one?
the support, brother. I really do. By the way, he's pretty due on the show. He's due.
Okay, Ishikawa Davida, baby. Don't you know that will always be true? Next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now the stretch. Here it comes. Swing, and there's a drive deep into right field. Way back there. Goodbye! A home run for the game and for the pennant. The
the pennant. And Travis Ishikawa is being clobbered by his teammates as he comes down the third base line, and he is mobbed at home plate.
Yeah, too much fun to always remember that moment. And fun to talk to Travis Ishikawa. I have to remind you that we are sponsored by Marin Health, your gateway to better health with an exceptional medical center and more than 150 primary and specialty care doctors in clinics throughout the North Bay. And also want to remind you that 49er football coming your way when Dre Greenlaw joins Papa and Lund at 12:30 today. So, Travis Ishikawa, it's been a while since we had you on the Murph and Max show, but great to see you doing Giants pre and post on TV, and welcome back to the Murph and Max show. How you doing, Travis?
First, thanks for having me. I don't know what gets me more excited, hearing the John Miller's call that home run or getting to hear Journey's Don't Stop Believing right
Dude, great call, Travis.
That's the magic of radio there, buddy. The magic of radio.
Serve them both up.
I know it. But no, I'm doing good, guys. How have you guys been?
Yeah,
Good, man.
We're still holding it. We're still holding it down, and we've watched these eras change as we've done this morning show through the years, and we'd love to talk to you about what you're seeing out there too, and maybe share some memories too. But we'll start with, first of all, you getting into TV. Tell us a little bit about that. Like, you're good at it, and this is something you want to do, huh?
Yeah, I mean, right after I got done playing, I actually had contacted NBC looking into, doing something, and there just wasn't a fit at that moment. And, then I got into the coaching with the Giants and completely forgot about it. And then this spring I was over in big league camp, and NBC was doing a thing on David VR. They were following how to mic'd up, and they were in the cages and doing interviews and stuff. And I just happened to start talking to one of the producers there, and she had mentioned that I was a name of interest, and if I was ever interested in doing it. And of course I was saying, well, I've got it committed to coaching, but I go, I'll be in San Jose. We get pretty much every Monday off. If there's ever availability, I'd love to do it. And so we exchanged contact info, and when I got up to San Jose, I gave them a call, and just like that, they're like, yeah, why don't you come on up on your next free day and shadow, and then we'll get you in a couple weeks later. And lo and behold, there I was this week doing my first episode, just freaking out, nervous as all can be, but really enjoyed it. Had a lot of fun doing it.
Yeah, and do you find yourself like wanting to be, brutally honest or nice to the players?
It's a good question.
I mean, as an old guy who knows how hard the game is.
You got to go in soft, or do you let it do you let it all fly?
No, I've always told myself, especially on the coaching side, to never forget how hard this game was, and so always kind of have that mentality and that mindset going into it. And obviously, yeah, there's going to be times where you got to be a little more critique, a little more critical on certain plays, but just with the mindset knowing that this game is tough, it can get sped up on everybody. Everybody goes through stretches. They're all human beings and not robots, and so understanding from that mindset is where I plan on doing a lot of my commentary from.
Well, we're looking forward to it very much. And, of course, as part of the San Jose Giants coaching staff, you can offer expert analysis on two guys who are here, Patrick Bailey and Casey Schmidt. Now, I say that. I want to make sure. Were you in San Jose when they came through?
I was not. So I didn't get the full season experience with them. But, I've dealt with them both in spring training. I had Casey. Casey was on my team the first Instructs camp we had after the 2020 pandemic, and MLB approved us. So I had Schmidt for about 6 weeks, and then Bales, again, just kind of coming through spring training.
Okay, so a little bit on Schmidt then. The glove speaks for itself. What we've actually talked about this morning on the show is, the league is starting to counter him a little bit. He struck out 3 times yesterday. He also had an RBI single, which is great. But I'm wondering, he hasn't drawn a walk yet this year, which is like the classic young guy, right? But I'm wondering for you, Travis, as a hitting instructor, how do you kind of calm Casey Schmidt down and get him to be more selective? Or conversely, you want him as aggressive as he can be?
Yeah, I think obviously early on you don't want to limit or cap what his ability is, and his ability is to hit the ball hard, put it in play, and we showed that the first couple weeks. And like you said, it was just a matter of time before the league kind of started adjusting, and now it's going to be Casey's responsibility to make that adjustment. And I think kind of now would be a good time because, just from some of the games that I've seen, it looks like he's really kind of going out of his zone a little bit more, not swinging at his pitch like he was earlier in the couple weeks ago. And so, just having those conversations, I think he knows it. Obviously I know JV and Pedro and Dustin know that too, and they're having those conversations, and now it's a matter of being able to kind of temper the emotions and wanting to do more as a young kid, right, to prove yourself. But, trusting that getting yourself into good counts and even drawing walks is still helping the team as well.
Was that something for you? I mean, how was you when you were hitting? Did you want to be as aggressive as possible, or were you grinding from the jump? That was something you always had.
Yeah.
I definitely felt like I was always grinding. I don't remember myself walking very often when I first came up. I feel like I was swinging it a lot. I think now the mindset, though, back then was, rookie hitter, more than likely a veteran pitcher on the mound. Umpire's probably going to, give the benefit of the doubt to the pitcher. So, and you don't want to strike out, so you're looking to put a ball in play early. And I've always been a guy that was looking to take a good hack at the first pitch I saw, and I didn't really try to draw walks. I mean, I know I got my walks just based on them not throwing me strikes that I couldn't swing at, but yeah, I think that's going to be a common thing for a lot of young kids coming up, just because you feel like you need to prove your worth by hitting, right? And as opposed to just sometimes just having a good at bat, taking those walks. Like we saw the game that I did, right? You looked at the start of the game against Ober, who had a 1.7 ERA going into the game. High carry fastballs, great game planning, by the hitting staff up there. And you saw Wade take some close pitches, draw the walk. You saw Yaz take some close pitches, draw the walk. And then before you know it, the guy had to come in the zone. He had a J.D. Davis double and a Conforto homer, and that was the game right there. And then you look at the other side, right? They had was it Garlick hit the solo homer, right? If there's a couple walks there, it's a whole new ball game. Instead, it was just a solo shot, and they ended up winning 4-1. So, being able to draw the walk can play vital, right? It might not feel like it at the moment, but if it leads to a big inning, then that's all the difference in the world.
Yeah, well, think about the greatest of all time, Ted Williams and Barry Bonds. All they did was walk. So we're talking to Travis Ishikawa, of course, the 2014 hero and World Series champ of the Giants, who's now San Jose Giants hitting coach and doing some NBC Sports Bay Area pre and post.
I got to just kind of ask Travis a question about looking forward, if we could. I mean, are you spiritually and mentally prepared for the 10th? I can't even believe I'm saying this, man, but the 10-year reunion of the 2014 team, it's right around the corner, Travis. I'm just letting you know.
No. It just happened last year, right? A couple years ago? It can't be 10 years already.
Yes, 10 years, buddy. 20.
Man, that's crazy. No, that's incredible. I know I was disappointed with the 2020 shutdown that our 2010 reunion got shut down, but yeah, looking forward to next year and getting to see a lot of those guys that I've kind of lost contact with and reconnecting and just being able to share that experience with the fans again.
You ready to relive the greatest moment of your life over and over and over?
I'm ready for
again.
that. Yeah.
I want to live in a world where people are like, here's when you were at your best.
What do you mean? I don't do that every day. What are you talking about?
He's gonna hang up and go back to the phone, look at it again. So, Travis, interesting question for me. You obviously come from the Bochy era and the Bam Bam Mullins era and the Tim Flannery era and Ron Wotus and that whole staff, and now you're a hitting coach under the Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler and all that, Kai Correa and Justin Veely and all these guys. So I'm wondering, did you have to kind of adjust your hitting attitude? Because they look at hitting differently now. At least I think, unless you have a different answer for me. Is there a difference in the Giants organization you came up with and the one you're coaching in now?
No, I would say they're probably very similar. I just think the verbiage has changed. I think both eras or generations, they're talking about the same thing, just in their own terms. And, hitting's always been the same, right? You get a good pitch to hit and you try to hit it hard. And then if they don't throw you a pitch to hit, you take your walk. And I think that's kind of always been the mentality. I think, certain guys, maybe a little bit more free swinger trying to hit home runs, those with power. But at least from my perspective, I wish I could have been more of a power hitter, but I wasn't. And so I needed to sink line drives all over the field. And I think that's what we're trying to do here is again, getting good pitches to hit and just hitting the ball hard. And I don't think, we're not prefacing try to lift and separate and launch angle and all that. I mean, those are results of good swings, but if you're searching for those launch angles and those high, angles off the bat, you're going to put yourself in a bad position. And so, I think it's just going back to just trying to hit the ball hard, and then obviously on a line is ideal. And then if you miss hit a little underneath, now it's going out of the ballpark. So, that's kind of the message that we're trying to get to our young guys is get a good pitch to hit and hit as hard as you can and try to stay through the middle of the field. So if you're a little early, you're pulling. If you're a little late, you still have the right, the opposite side field to play with.
And has the banning of the shift changed how you guys are coaching also? Because now line drives are back. Like, you don't have to hit it over the shift.
Yeah, well, you know what? I was these last couple of years. We haven't had the shift down in A-ball.
Oh, okay. That's
yeah, so I think that was, you know, we're the minor leagues are kind of the guinea pig for the major leagues. So all the rules that got applied, you know, to major leagues this year, we've been dealing with for the last 2 or 3 seasons. So, you know, at this young level, right, you got a lot of kids that really don't know their swing or their body yet. So the big message for them is just really when you get your pitch, putting it in play. And hit it hard, as opposed to, you know, maybe trying to work, you know, the gaps or trying to beat shifts and things like that. So I think, if anything, it's definitely allowed hitters to kind of just relax a little bit more in the box and just kind of put their focus on taking a good swing and knowing that, you know, if they pull it a little bit more on the ground, they're not going to be, you know, the results won't be as negative as they were in the years past.
Travis Ishikawa, the voice, San Jose Giants hitting coach, 2014 hero, World Series champ with the Giants, and now NBC Sports Bay Area. By the way, do you have another gig scheduled on TV?
I do. We have normally we have Mondays off, but Monday's Memorial Day, so we've got a day game down in San Jose. So Tuesday we'll be off, so I will be back up there on Tuesday in studio.
All right, looking forward to it. Sweet. And then, you know, we've been asking you kind of big picture, but about the 2023 Giants.
Yeah.
And when you're back in studio, 24 and 25. I'm just going to ask you about go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you're saying.
I was just going to ask you about, I know I was asking about the minors there for a little bit, but I want to ask you, kind of close out here by asking you about the 2023 team. So the 24 and 25, Haniger and Conforto are getting settled. Conforto's ahead of him, right? Manaea and Stripling haven't totally caught fire, although Manaea pitched well in Minnesota. The rookies are up. You know, I'm just kind of, Crawford's having a tough start to his season. I'm just kind of wondering, have you figured out the identity of this team with Game 50 tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think just it's kind of similar to the 21 team, right? Like you're looking to just get consistency from the pitching, from both the starting and the bullpen, and that's what was really the plus for the Giants in 21. And I know that, you know, what they tried to do up there is just get a lot of pieces and you build the depth, right? Because obviously injuries are going to happen and things are going to take place. And so the pieces are there. I think the effort's being put in and I just, you know, I think they're right on the cusp of figuring stuff out. Just like you said with Manaea, I mean, I got to see him pitch in spring training and gosh, maybe I just been spending too much time in rookie ball and in low A, but it was really fun watching him just put the ball where he wanted. And so I think just like the young guys coming up, right, new guys coming over, maybe just trying a little hard and just mis-executing a couple of their pitches and just kind of putting themselves in tough spots. And I think as they continue settling down, right, they'll start to find what made them successful in years past. And you know, again, you're looking at the pieces that we brought in, you know, Haniger, Conforto, and you know, just the ability to control the zone, hit the ball all over the place. I know Hanny, you know, kind of coming off that sickness from Mexico, and I think he's going to start coming around. Obviously, you see what Conforto's doing. It's remarkable, and it's really cool to see him using the middle of the field, going the other way, driving the ball, you know, because I think that's the message that sticks, again, when we're trying to work with these young kids. So, you know, I just continue to think that, you know, as the Giants continue getting healthy, you know, getting Jock back and Slater and all those guys, and just continually, you know, just trusting the process and the game planning, and you know, the staff up there is doing a remarkable job. You know, they're doing their homework, they're doing their research, so I think that they're going to be set up to be in a good position. Then it's just a matter about staying healthy and executing.
Yeah, like you said, right on the cusp would be sort of the feeling right now. They're 13-9 in May. So, I mean, that'll get you a long way. If you do that again in June, that'll get you a long way. So, all right, Travis, great catching up with you, man.
Man.
Really
good to
fun.
hear you.
And, and we'll look forward to doing it again. So, have a great broadcast. Have a great Memorial Day weekend. Thanks, you,
brother.
Thank you guys for having me on. I appreciate it.
The very cool Travis Ishikawa.
Never, ever, ever will forget the night, not sitting too far from where Murph was when he sent that ball out of the yard. Man, it's unforgettable. I still have it documented on my phone,
Do
too.
You?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
My kid was, let me think about this. What was that,
So that
14?
was 9 years ago.
He was 10. James was freaking 10,
Oh,
dude,
my God.
at that
That's
thing.
younger than Rory right now.
Yeah, and he's
even.
waving his towel. It's like a
my
whole
God.
thing, yeah.
And so when I wound up writing that 2014 book, and you know me, man, I'm the sappiest dude.
But you need that, though. You got to be, yeah.
The Ishikawa story, dude, I was like, dude.
It's unbelievable.
When I was typing his story into the book, you got Rambo, you got...
stand by. I do. I got it all. I know exactly what you're asking for.
You got, what's his face, Stiller? Yeah. This was me.
Well, the thing
because
is,
the story he told was about, he was done with baseball. And he was in a hotel room in some minor league city, and he called his wife, and and he was emotional. And he was like, it's over.
Listen to the big gas, the pull at the end.
And they decided to hang on for like another day or two, just to like hang on for another week to see what happens. And then he got the call up. And then, dude, look, then he has that moment. You couldn't keep your eyes dry when you told the Ishikawa story.
You
in
want to talk about emotional, triumphant, like just climbing the mountain stories? How about? I mean, it's neck and neck. We got Travis Ishikawa over here, and I got Ryan Vogelsong over there.
You know what you got right there? Thanks to Copes. We got Waterboy on our camera.
Where?
Look at your screen.
Hold on.
Look at your screen. Look at your screen.
Yeah. Give me more Waterboy. The more Waterboy, listen, the better.
The producer camera's back up.
It's about time.
Back. The Copes cam is back.
Copes out here getting things. He's shaking trees.
Is
getting
Copes
things done.
running the station at this point? I think. Can I ask Copes for a raise? Is my next question.
Or you can ask him for something a little more modest.
Can I ask for Copes for a better parking spot? I mean, I might see Copes for all kinds of things.
Right. Yeah. Everybody go to the stream. There he is.
Marcus, welcome back, kid. Welcome back.
Hi, Marcus.
Now we got to blow him up.
Woo, we're number one.
My only change would be minimize us, maximize him.
104.5 and 680, these sports leaders.
The Giants have won the pennant.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, that's it, Waterboy. Way to end it. You know what I mean?
God rest her soul. What a voice. What a performer. She was a real deal, man. You want to talk about real deal? That's the real deal.
Yeah, it's the real deal. You're right. So thank you, Tina Turner, for everything. And thank you, Waterboy, for all the rejoins, too. And thank you for bringing Paulie back to the 1994 Stanley Cup.
Thank you for that.
And me to the cab after taking a red eye from SFO to JFK.
I want to thank Marcus for being so handsome, too, because his camera's back up. He's going to make us look better by association, so thank you.
And shout out the Schitt's Creek crowd. This played a big role in the Schitt's Creek series. Yes. This, Waterboy, you're pointing.
Oh, I was pointing at Paulie Mack. He was talking about the stream being up and live.
Yeah.
People missed that this morning, 6:01 a.m., me and Paulie Mack doing some choreography.
Well, they can go back and see it.
Some hand jive.
Because you can now go back and see the shows. So go see it.
And now we got the camera, Murph.
And I'll do the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame tonight. Hopefully come back tomorrow having kept it under 6 hours and not screwed up. So, Waterboy, good to see you on the camera. Paulie Mack, see you tomorrow.
Cheers,
Triple E,
y'all.
great job on the Alicia Keys thing, Triple E. Hey, and Tina Turner. Hey, when you think change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. And you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Steph Curry's a I want to play with, for sure.
The script has been burned. Like, it definitely didn't follow the script.
Everything's gonna be alright.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman.
San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Nah, there's some in today's game, but Steph Curry. That's the one. Steph Curry's a I want to play with, for sure. Man, I love everything about that guy. When he get out his car, you better guard him right from the moment he pulls up to the arena. As soon as he get out of his car, you better guard him.
Oh, start guard him.
Yeah, better guard him. Man, you might want to guard him when he bed. Swear to God.
The other quick part is like, okay, if you take a fantasy draft and you're like building a team out and you got what Bron can do and the way that I can shoot the ball, like obviously there's like a curiosity, like what would that look like? But also there's a realism of like, that's why I said I'm good right now. It's just, you can never let your mind go from what you know is your situation, what is your moment, your time, and who I've been rocking with from day one. So that's my best answer at it, because it's fantasy, it's wild, but there's a respect and appreciation. There's a surrealness because of where I came from and how we first interacted back when I was in college. But if this was 2K, that'd be pretty lethal.
Oh, 2K. We got a lot going on today. We got, obviously, that to discuss. There's already all sorts of rumors because the draft is quick in the NBA. We'll discuss. We did discuss briefly, you may have missed it, what happened with the Giants yesterday in the 7-1 loss. Farhan Zaidi talks everything. Kyle Harrison, young guys, Brandon Crawford, all that when he was on yesterday with Tolbert and Copes. We'll get into that conversation as well. Secret surgery, Jimmy is back. The 49ers don't have to worry about it, but the Raiders certainly do. We have a lot to discuss. It is a Thursday on the Downhill Cider Week, plus the L.A. Clippers need a general manager. A lot to discuss. Good morning, my friend.
They do have Lawrence Frank, who really kind of runs their basketball ops, but I know their technical general manager has left and gone to the Washington Wizards, so we'll see. But a lot to get to, certainly. That's why we wondered, Jimmy Garoppolo press conference was delayed about 24 hours. Did he pass a physical? Well, he kind of did, but they knew he would have surgery on that foot, so he'll be ready for camp. But he's going to a new team, new receivers. He knows the offense with Josh McDaniels there, but you want to be on the field during OTA, so kind of odd. So we just heard LeBron James, and we heard Steph Curry. And LeBron hints at retirement after being swept out of the NBA playoffs, which the Warriors did to him, by the way, in 2018. Beat him the year before in 2017. Also beat him in 2015. He did win one in 16, the teabagger. So what do we make of this? He's talking about retiring. Now there's a rumor that Rob Pelinka would trade him to the Golden State Warriors. What would be the compensation going back the other way? How would that possibly work? We heard LeBron in the shop talking about playing with Steph earlier in the year, and then Steph talking about LeBron. And this isn't like Team LeBron against Team Steph when you're drafting for an All-Star game, John. I mean, how would this even work? Financially, he makes $47 million next year and over $50 the following year. You could redo the deal, obviously, but for player compensation, what are we talking about? How insane is this rumor?
First of all, you're not going to like it because when I saw...
You're trading everybody. Wiggins is gone.
Well, that's it. I mean, I'm not saying I would do it. I'm just telling you for salaries to match up. Poole's gone, Wiggins gone, probably Kuminga gone. They'd probably want somebody like that. So that's first of all, the trade itself. But then do you want a guy, and look, I got a ton of respect for LeBron, everything he's not, whatever. Just he's one of the best of all time, and I'm not into, you and I are both not into GOAT debates and everything like that, but whatever. He's probably on the Mount Rushmore, however you want to say it. He's really good. But at 38 and talking retirement, are you just going to say to hell with it? And here's, our starting lineup is Clay, Curry, LeBron, Draymond, and whatever. And you're going to give up everything else.
We're keeping Kevon
Looney. That's your five. That's a great five.
He's more than whatever. Yeah,
it's a great five, but you're completely capped out. You can't really add anything. You got veteran minimum. Maybe a couple of guys would want to come play with you with that kind of a team to chase a ring. But first and foremost, before we get to who you would have to give up, would you want that?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, and then Bronny James would be coming off the bench, I guess, in a year after he goes one and done at USC. And is he even an NBA player? I think the whole thing is media-driven here. He's talking about retiring 1 minute. Why would Rob Pelinka trade him? He has him under contract for one more year. So, he can opt out, he and Anthony Davis, the following year. But why would the Lakers trade him to the Warriors? Why would they do that and put that team together? Now, whether or not they have any depth, and then they're older players. You're going to have to factor injuries, obviously, especially when you get to April, May, and June, and foul trouble, suspension. I mean, you lose one or two of those guys, you don't have enough. But, I mean, and I admire LeBron, the way he played this year, more than probably the last several years. I mean, going back to his younger days where he really made an effort to guard people, he would fit in. There's no doubt. He'd be a fantastic piece here. But, to your point, he's 38. He's already brought up the R word. So, how long is he going to take here to giving up all? I would have done this for Kevin Durant, and I was the one guy out there last summer when Durant, demanded to be traded from Brooklyn on June the 30th, and nothing wound up happening. Do the Warriors regret not going to get Kevin Durant? I do. I think, everything that happened this year, you wouldn't want to put Wiggins in that deal, but if you had to get Durant, Wiggins and Kuminga and Poole and Wiseman, look at what you got now. But to do it for LeBron, and I know Kevin's older as well, but he's early 30s, mid-30s, where LeBron's older 30s, later 30s. And then just the baggage. I mean, we should also almost open this up to a Danny's Big Poll tomorrow. Does Dub Nation want LeBron James to be a member of the Warriors? Seriously? I mean, how would that even fly after all? And we're seeing weird things, obviously. Tom Brady's buying a piece of the Las Vegas Raiders. The whole thing is just weird. But, I mean, after all the contentious battles with him, 4 straight years in the NBA Finals, John, beating him 3 times, playing him this year, losing to them in 6. I mean, from the basketball standpoint, how would you possibly make the trade? How would it work financially? And, as far as players going back the other way, why would the Lakers do that? Why would the Warriors do that? And would you throw Bob Myers in the trade and get Rob Pelinka back the other way? I mean, how would you do it? And then, do we want to do it? From a sports fan perspective, do we ever want to see LeBron James take off the purple and gold and put on the blue and gold?
I don't, because now let's look at 2 scenarios. Okay, so they win a championship. They win a championship with LeBron, which they could very well do, and then he rides off into the sunset, whatever he's going to do. He's got 2 years left on that deal this year and then a player option. And then you're completely gutted. I mean, is that worth one more championship? I don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, if you assured me they're going to win it, I mean, how are you even going to make the deal?
I'm just saying, like,
honestly,
if you give up all those guys and your lineup,
well, why would the Lakers trade him? Why would they trade LeBron James? And would James want to come here? Whole thing is just weird to me. And the other part of it is
he wants to win championships. He said at the end in his press conference, he doesn't care about conference championships. He wins championships. Does he have a better chance with that group to win a championship? Yes. Than what he currently has with the Lakers, and knowing that D'Angelo Russell's a free agent and Rui Hachimura's a free agent, and he's got
Austin
a number
Reeves
of guys,
is
Austin
restricted.
Reeves. So there's a number of guys. So they're kind of uncertain, and you don't know what Anthony Davis is going to bring
and
night
the
to
Lakers
night.
would do that. The Lakers would trade LeBron James for that. What would you have to trade? Andrew Wiggins, Jordan
I'm
Poole,
still working on it because
Jonathan
you're still
Kuminga.
short.
Bob Myers has to go on the deal for Rob Pelinka, and they were together at the Wasserman Group, and I think there was a contentious relationship between them, so I'm not sure. But if Bob does stay, who makes this trade? This is Mike Dunleavy's first move, is to trade for LeBron James. I mean, you know what it is people have websites, and they got to move content, and they got to talk about things, and they float it out, and people just they concoct it. It's media-driven, and I'm not sure. I mean, but for Durant, I would have cleared everything out to get Kevin Durant. Because I think Kevin, even though he's got an
more time,
factor,
right? You got more time.
He's younger. You would think, although Kevin, he does get hurt a lot. LeBron was hurt this year, but LeBron's already talking about retiring. Now, if he comes here, it'd have to be an Aaron Rodgers situation where he'd have to guarantee you he's going to play out the rest of Steph's contract. But beyond all that, the whole thing to me is just ridiculous. But people are talking about it. I mean, do we even want it? Do you want LeBron James a Warrior? Or do you want to beat LeBron James no matter where he goes? And hopefully he stays with the Lakers and we build this great rivalry. But, I mean, it's just, to me, it's just fabricated by the media. I can't believe there's any seriousness to it. Because the first thing is Bob. Is he going to be with the club or not? And Bob, what we're hearing now, Raymond Ritter's in New York a little longer than he thought. So the Bob Myers press conference is going to be next Tuesday, I think, is what's going to happen. And we'll take it for you live. But, I mean, there's just so much up in the air now. And, we thought about Draymond Green playing with LeBron James. We thought Draymond going to the Lakers. I mean, seriously? LeBron James to the Warriors?
Yeah.
Blows my mind.
All right, I'm working on the trade machine right now. Okay.
Who else
I
you got to
figured it
throw
out.
in there? Wiggins, Kuminga, Poole.
This is what works. Here. This is where this camera comes in. This camera comes in handy.
Okay. I got nice.
Can you read that?
Yeah, a little small.
That works.
Give it to me. Who else we taking back from salary from them?
Max Christie. You got to take it back. It's complicated, but the trade that works is Wiggins, Poole, and Kuminga for LeBron and Max Christie, who was their first-round pick out of Michigan State. They don't need him. He didn't do anything. So that's just to make the salaries work. So that's what your deal is. You're giving up Wiggins, Poole, and Kuminga essentially for LeBron.
Can we do Wiggins and Poole and keep Kuminga?
No.
And not take him back? You got to take back Christie?
Yeah. There's a little bit. I mean, if you didn't want to add Kuminga, I don't know if you could get him. I guess you could put in Poole and some other small pieces that you could put in GP2 instead of Kuminga. You could do things like that. So I don't know. I would think if I'm the Lakers, I would.
I vote
Kuminga.
no. Yeah. I'm not doing that.
Look,
I think that's preposterous.
I love sports radio conversations as much as anybody, and I love stoking the fire and having a bunch of fun with this. I don't see it. The reason why, like you said, there's rumors out there that he would do it. There's the audio from from the barber shop where LeBron said he'd like to play with Curry. I mean, of course,
why would
everybody
the Lakers
like to play.
do that? If the Lakers trade LeBron and they bring those three there with Anthony Davis, where are they in the West?
Which
are they
Poole
a
you
playoff
get?
team?
Is Kuminga any good?
Well, I mean, Jordan Poole's going to be a good player. Assume Poole and Kuminga. Those are upside players. They're going to have bad games. They're going to have bad years. They're human beings. They're not machines. But they're good players, and Wiggins is a good player right away. But if those guys are in your starting lineup with Austin Reeves and Anthony Davis, is that good enough to win if you're the Lakers? Why would you do that?
The only reason you do it is you'd look at yourself, and I don't think you would with LeBron James. You'd look at yourself and say, we can't win the West, right? You'd say, we can't win a championship even with LeBron James. I don't think that would be the case. If you just got to the Western Conference Finals with LeBron James, now you could lose Hachimura. You could go out and get Kyrie. I mean, there's a lot of – they'd have to renounce –
I'd go get Draymond Green if I'm not.
And they could possibly do that too. To get Kyrie Irving – They'd lose just about everybody. I mean, I don't think D'Angelo Russell's that big of a loss, but Rui Hachimura, they'd have a tough time signing Reeves.
They would have a tough time signing Reeves?
If they wanted to go out and get Kyrie and he wanted the money that he probably wants. But again, it's the Lakers saying to themselves, we could get this big haul. You'd probably have to put some picks in there. We could get this big haul, and we don't think we can win the West anyway. And I just don't think the Lakers think like that. They're a major market team with LeBron James. Why would they think? And they just went to the Western Conference Finals. Why would they think they couldn't win it?
Yeah. To me, it's just media driven. One thing I was thinking about with LeBron looking to retire, he has eligibility left in college. Could he go play at USC with Bronny if he did that? Or because of the billions of dollars he made
I think the billions
in
of
professional
dollars,
sports,
yeah.
John, he would no longer be eligible.
I don't think he's eligible.
He hasn't used up any eligibility in college.
I think the big Nike contract that he signed the moment, even before he stepped foot on the NBA.
You don't think USC would find a way to get him on the floor?
Oh, they would. Are you kidding? College the way that it is right now?
He could have an alias.
Could you imagine the deals that he could get as a college student? Oh, my gosh. Blow things out of the water.
I've seen him before.
Imagine his dorm room. Be amazing. Remember Josh Rosen had that hot tub? What would LeBron's look like? Be unbelievable. It's probably what I'd like to see Bronny's dorm room. My kid as a freshman had to live in the dorms. It was required. I wonder if they're required to live in a dorm at USC and what would Bronny's dorm
That's
room
more
look
likely
like.
to happen than LeBron James comes to the Warriors. He goes to USC.
Well, and that's the whole thing, too, just to put a capper on this whole thing. So, first of all, text line is wide open. You want LeBron on the Warriors. Just wondering. But
Hell no!
The second part of it is, so he's got a player option. The whole point of that is, and I'm with you.
He'd have to redo his contract.
Right. 'Cause I don't know how good Bronny is, but let's just say for the sake of conversation, he's a one-and-doneer. I don't know that he is, but let's just say that he is. So what is LeBron going to do? He's going to play this season out, and then he's going to opt out of his deal, and wherever Bronny goes, he's going to play for the league minimum? I mean, he's been saying forever.
Play in Europe.
Well,
is his son even an NBA player?
I don't know. But he's been saying that that's his dream, right? To hang on long enough so his kid plays.
Yeah.
All right, so let's say that Charlotte takes his kid, just for, again, a bad team. Charlotte takes Bronny James. All right, what are you going to do? Go play in Charlotte for $5 million? I don't think he's going to go do that.
Charlotte?
No, I'm just throwing a team out there. Some team that's going to be in the lottery next year. Like so he's going to opt out. Bronny gets drafted by Team X, and he's going to go play for the vet minimum. LeBron James. Okay, let's see how that works
James
out.
will be a Warrior when his old man comes here.
Yeah,
Save a roster spot for him, Mike Dunleavy.
Yeah, we didn't get LeBron James, but we got Bronny. What's he, like 6'3" point guard? Maybe he's good. I don't know.
Well, I mean, one thing LeBron kind of backed off a little bit was that notion. This is not Ken Griffey Jr. coming to play with Ken Sr.
Yeah, right.
I mean, is he even an NBA player? Let's see how good of a college player he is. You're putting a lot of pressure on the guy.
All right, text line is wide open. We are on the stream as well. If you go to KNBR.com or the app itself, you can check it out. We're on YouTube and Twitch. Questions, comments, thoughts on either of those places, you can check it out. If you have missed the wardrobe changes for Papa, you have missed a ton. How long have we been doing this thing? About 2 weeks? The wardrobe changes are phenomenal.
Long enough for the Giants to get within one game. Actually get to 500, but we didn't have a show till they lost. So technically, since we've been on the air, they were at 500, so fleeting amount of time we fell back, but right around that time.
Yeah, right around that time we started to get to that. So check those out as well. We'll get into it. Farhan spoke to the boys yesterday with Tolbert and Copes. We'll give you some of the things that he said about Kyle Harrison, some of the young guys coming up, what he thinks of Patrick Bailey, Casey Schmidt, and where they are right now. We'll get into all of it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Harrison, he struck out 9 in just 4 innings in his last outing, and Giants president of baseball operations Farhan Zaidi joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to let everybody know that they plan to increase Kyle Harrison's pitch count after that strong outing. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Business owners talking to you. Are you feeling stretched thin by the pressures of growing your business? You're keeping up with changing regulations. You're staying HR compliant. You're hiring and retaining top talent. You're handling payroll. Whew. The list goes on, and it's tough to maintain momentum and still keep your employees engaged. So fortunately, there's Insperity. Insperity puts over 35 years of HR service and technology to work to help you develop a people strategy that scales with you. So what if your HR strategy included access to better benefits to help you keep the employees you have and attract new ones? What if it offered training for for your employees to increase their skills so they become more productive. You know this as a business owner. There's always going to be challenges to face, and no matter where they come from, Insperity is ready to help you move past them by providing the HR solutions you need.
The sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yeah, I think it's given us a lot of stability. Casey's been obviously a huge shot in the arm. I think one of the underrated benefits of bringing him up, I mean, we have over the last couple of years had a couple more kind of corner infield first base DH types on the roster, and we still have, but right. You know, we had Darren Ruff, who did a nice job for us, who's signed with the Brewers now as a kind of right-handed bat. And when we brought up Casey, it was sort of in that roster spot. And, you know, when you go from having a full-time DH to a guy who can play anywhere in the infield and give you great defense, he's given us the chance to give Thyro a few DH days, give J.D. Davis a few DH days. And I think that's just helped a ton, keeping guys fresh, because we're in a stretch where we're playing a lot of games, couple long road trips, and even that, I mean, you can have the same lineup and just be rotating the DH spot to get guys off their feet, so I think that's helped a ton.
That's Farhan Zaidi, president of baseball operations for the Giants, joins Tolbert and Copes every couple of weeks. I would highly suggest you go back and listen to that. Not only talked about the young guys that have come up and given, as he said, the Giants a shot in the arm, but he mentions Kyle Harrison, of course, the great outing he had last time out. 9 strikeouts over 4 innings and a little bit of a tightening up to his curveball that they've added to this whole thing where he's throwing more strikes, and so he addresses that as well. Brandon Crawford situation. So make sure you listen to all of that. By the way, it's you and I together for a while. Nick Wagner's going to join us at 11:30, the latest from Niners OTAs. Brian Kenny, one of our favorites, is going to join us from MLB Network at 11:50. And Drake Greenlaw, 49ers linebacker from Niners OTAs, at 12:30. So we got a while to hang out and talk some Giants baseball. I love the
do,
Rowdy
and
Cat,
with Brian Kenny, we certainly want to get into what's going on with the San Diego Padres. Just perplexing how bad they are. They are 22-27. They're playing the Washington Nationals today, John. If they lose that game, they will have the same record as Juan Soto's old team. They will be 22-28, and their numbers, the runners in scoring position, are galling. So we'll talk to Brian Kenny, who was just on MLB Now, the Thinking Man show, and he's got a lot of interesting things to talk about. What's going on with the Padres? What's going on with the Mets? Although they're back to 500 right now, they have lost 2 in a row. But with the Giants, they got to 500 ever so briefly at 24-24 after the 6-13 start, and then lost yesterday, and probably the worst defensive game of the year. With did they give Craw a second error? I think they may be up to 4 errors on that game yesterday. Wisely had 2, Conforto misplayed 1, and just weren't very sharp. But they are playing better baseball. There's no doubt. I mean, they're back in the mix. You know, the Dodgers, even though they've had the injuries to their starting rotation, took 2 out of 3 from the Braves, did lose last night, but they're 6 up on the Giants. Giants are going to see them coming up in a little bit of time here as the schedule starts to turn to mid-June. They go to Dodger Stadium for the first time. So we'll see where they're at there. But I think, overall they're a 500 team or right there, 1 game under, John, and they're playing better. After the 6-13, you have to look at what they've done. Going 17-12 or 18-12, whatever it is. That's one of the better records in baseball since April 22nd. But you heard Farhan talking about Kyle Harrison after the great outing the other night. We thought maybe he'd come up and pitch, but it's going to be a little while longer. They want him to work on things. You don't want to rush a pitcher up. When he comes up here, you want him to stay up here. But the bigger issue, and Andrew Bagley will join us tomorrow in the Athletic Word about it today. What do you do when Jock Peterson comes back off the IL? And what do you do when Joey Bart comes back off the IL? And I know the baseball gods have a way of working these things out for you, but Blake Sable's defensive performance yesterday is just lacking. I mean, if you want to bring Joey back up and go to a co-op of Joey Bart and Patrick Bailey behind the plate, I'm all on board. But then how much do you catch Blake Sable? Is he your third emergency catcher? I always thought Bochy's teams were much better when you had a third catcher on the roster, and now you're going to 26-man roster as opposed to 25. And this guy's kind of like a half a catcher. He can do it sometimes. Do you want him to do it all the time? But then, how much does he play in the outfield, John? And left-handed hitting option when you have Jock back on the roster. One thing Farhan said with Tilburn and Copes weeks ago, we want to keep Blake Sable on the roster the entire year. Can they afford to do that? He's hitting very well, but I think one of the main issues yesterday, and obviously Wisely and Craw, Conforto's line drive, those plays were obvious, but Blake Sable right now, if you're building this around pitching, starting pitching, the revamped bullpen, and airtight defense, you can't have a catcher that is learning on the fly at the major league level and be a playoff team.
No doubt. And you heard Farhan, he gushed. I mean, it's funny. No matter what the team is, they can say certain things, and then you know exactly what they're thinking. They love Patrick Bailey. They love that he can steal strikes. Farhan said that yesterday in the conversation, and you can just tell in his tone of voice that they like Patrick Bailey. So I think Patrick Bailey, unless he's hitting a $160 or something, I think Patrick Bailey's going to stay up here. And they value his defense. They value his abilities to steal strikes. And so I think he's the guy. And then, as you point out, I don't know what Blake Sable does, because if Bart's your backup, and for right now he is, and they said great things. Gabe, after, I don't think it was after yesterday's game, it was the night before, he said great things about Sable, and he talked about his analytics and what he's doing and his hard hit rate and all these different things. So I don't think Blake Sable's going anywhere, because they can't demote him, because then he gets offered back to what was he, with the Reds? I think it was.
Couldn't you make a trade
with
them, though?
You could. Yeah. So that's one option, no doubt. But I don't see how he's playable behind the plate. You just can't do it. You can't. And with these new rules, the Twins were like, oh, you're going to play Blake Sable? Every single team is going to do what the Twins did, which is, okay, let's try the double steal. Let's get movement on the bases. He can't handle it. And so
they lose when he catches. Right. That's the bottom line.
You're exactly right. They lose when he catches. And then as far as the outfield is concerned, look, you got to get Haniger at bats. Conforto's in there. Yastrzemski, when he's healthy, is in there. Where does he play? These guys have got to get going with the bats, these new guys that they got, so they've got to be in there just about every day. The infield, we've talked about that already. You're going to get J.D. Davis. You're going to have Schmidt, and then whatever. You get Crawford in there. I mean, you're starting to get set, I guess is my point, and I don't know where Sable fits. I don't know where Jock fits because in that cut that we played coming into the segment, and I was chuckling when he said it. I don't know if you know this, but we have a lot of first baseman DH types. They got a ton of them. So,
they have for years.
Okay, so you got Wilmer, and you want to rotate guys when Crawford's going to play on those on occasion. So J.D. Davis is going to DH at some point. Where exactly do all these guys fit?
Well, I mean, and then what happens when Austin Slater comes back? Not just Jock Peterson. So obviously Austin Slater against left-handed pitching is your center fielder and leadoff hitter. Yastrzemski's out of the lineup, so you play that game. But with Sable, he can DH, he can play left field, and he can, if you want to, do something, say Joey Bart's behind the plate, and you want to pinch hit for Joey with Sable, you're all right doing that because you have Bailey if he's not in the lineup that day. There's a lot of moves you can make when you have a third catcher, and Sable would be kind of a 2.5 catcher. But your point would be, Sable's offense has gotten a lot better. For a long time, he was strictly swing and miss or hit a bomb. But now he's starting to work, and he's a good offensive player. Haniger is struggling, John. I'm waiting for him to get out of it, and obviously he started the year, what did he have, the oblique thing and then the back thing, and then he got sick in Mexico City. I mean, how many times was he up yesterday with big shots early in the game, later in the game? How many runners did he leave on base yesterday? And I think eventually he'll figure it out. But right now, Sable's a better offensive player. So against right-handed pitching, do you want Haniger in the lineup or do you want Sable in the lineup? I mean, if you could load up with all your left-handed hitters, and when Jock comes back, he's your DH and Sable plays in left field, and you got Yastrzemski. I mean, you could play Conforto and then go to a true line change but do you want to pay Mitch Haniger all that money to be a platoon player?
That's what I was just going to say. And I guess that shouldn't.
Against right-handed pitching?
I mean, I guess that shouldn't matter, but it does matter. I mean, if I'm paying, I didn't pay Mitch Haniger to be part of my line change. Like you said, I paid Mitch Haniger to play against righties, lefties. I mean, he's got to be, and we talked about this in the offseason, they have to get more guys that you plug, 4 or 5 guys in the lineup, and then if you want to move other guys around, that's fine. But you got to get an everyday lineup. And Mitch Haniger, for the kind of money that he's making, needs to be an everyday guy. He's off to a slow start, but for right now, I think they have no choice but to get him out of this funk by playing him.
Yeah, then we talked about this at the top of the show. I mean, the real issue is Brandon Crawford, and your bottom line. Your best offensive lineup is no doubt J.D. Davis at third, Casey Schmidt at short, Tyro Stroud at first. Is it also your best defensive lineup to have J.D. Davis at third and Schmidt at short and not have Schmidt at third and Craw at short? I mean, yesterday was bad. April 15th, Comerica Park was bad. Overall, the number, well, ask Brian Kenny. I mean, the one thing about defense and emphasis on defense, I don't think that Farhan, like his time with Billy Beane and even with the Dodgers and Andrew Friedman, I don't know if he valued defense as much as he should. But by going into the minor leagues, bringing up Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey, and then you bring up Matos at some point later in the year, and Harrison.
He's made some nice
now
plays.
All of a sudden, these are your homegrown guys that are good defenders. So you kind of went that route anyway. But, the real issue is, what do they do with Brandon Crawford's playing time? Would you stash him back on the IL and say he's not over the calf injury? Is it, why don't they go on minor league rehab assignments?
He just didn't want to, I guess. Yeah.
I think they feel they can get him better or get him ready quicker at the major league level with all the different machines they do and the thing they do at the major league level. Yastrzemski couldn't buy a hit. What was he, 0 for 17 or so? Then he came out of it a little bit. Wouldn't you rather go 0 for 17 in Sacramento than do it in the Giant lineup?
Absolutely. We'll continue to talk about Brandon Crawford is the big story, plus Kyle Harrison, what Farhan said about him yesterday. Text line is one up, and I'll get to some of them, really good ones, coming over right now, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We're also on the live stream as well. Whether you want to go to Twitch or YouTube there, you can go directly to them at KNBR.com or on the KNBR app. Continue the conversation. Brian Kenny, about an hour to talk about all of Major League Baseball. He's always great. We'll do all that coming up. It's Bob and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Monday, June 19th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Summer starts right here. Well, I'm in the studio, but it starts at Modesto Toyota for great savings on that new Toyota you want. And get this, no dealer markup. That's right, I didn't stutter. Modesto Toyota has no dealer markup, and there are new cars, SUVs, and trucks arriving every single day. So what you do is check out the incoming vehicles at ModestoToyota.com. You pick out the one you want. It's got all the bells and whistles that you need. Yep, that's the one. And then you reserve it, and that's all with no dealer markup. It's that simple. Modesto Toyota has been family-owned and operated since 1965. They've grown every year because they take care of you, the customer. Now, that means getting you a great deal with the very best price. And, of course, great customer service. It's time to get out, enjoy that wonderful weather that is on the way. And summer starts here with the great savings on that new car, SUV, or truck you want from the vehicles arriving daily. I've seen these. I've seen the big trucks. They're loaded with new Toyotas. So come get yours with no dealer markup. Now is the time to get that great deal on your new Toyota at Modesto Toyota. So what you do is you go online, new cars, SUVs, and trucks are arriving daily. You pick out the one you want, no dealer markup. It's where I get my Toyota. It's where I got my son's Toyota. Check them out right now at ModestoToyota.com.
Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yeah, Yeah, we've kind of been in that 460 range with Kyle. I mean, some of the decision has been because, especially in a couple of his earlier outings where he wasn't as efficient with his strike throwing, the pitch counts were getting up there, and so we didn't kind of want to keep extending him out. But I think you'll see him get to the 575 range as soon as this next start. He obviously had a phenomenal outing last time out. I watched a lot of it. He's been working on shortening his breaking ball a little bit. He's got a big breaking ball that, sometimes is hard to command. And, one of the issues is he doesn't get a lot of swings at it because it's so big that guys just give up on it. And so he's been working on a shorter one that he, I think, debuted in that last outing and think it helped him a lot with the strike throwing. So I think you'll see him kind of build up to 5 innings this next time out.
Oh, the Farhan laugh. There he is yesterday on Tolbert and Copes. If you missed the interview, go to KNBR.com. Well, not right now because we're on, but like at 2 o'clock or 8 o'clock or 10 o'clock.
You can do both. Can't you do both?
I guess you could.
You multitask. Stream, listen, read.
Yeah, you can do all of it.
The triple cast.
We talked about the position players and the things that are going on, and we'll continue the conversation about Brandon Crawford and what they do about him. But Harrison had topped out at, that's right, 69 pitches. So now Farhan says they're gonna stretch him out to about 75 pitches. And we talked about this yesterday late after we got on after the Giants game. 4 innings pitched, 9 strikeouts, no hits, no earned runs. He has struck out 56 and 30 and 2/3, but he has walked a lot of guys. Now, some of that can be attributed to this robot ump thing that Jeff Pat. We've talked about it briefly, but Jeff Passan wrote about it today. So we'll get into that in just a second. It would be one thing. I don't think they're going to rush him up, but Scott Alexander's going to work. They're going to do another bullpen game. Then Alex Wood, and we know about Stripling. Manaea was a little bit better. But there is a need for Kyle Harrison. So as you look at this whole thing and you see the last outing that he had, any kind of timetable, what are you thinking about Kyle Harrison?
Well, obviously they're watching it closer. I don't think there's a need for it now. I mean, obviously Stripling's on the IL. Manaea threw well out of the bullpen the other day. So you could, I don't know what they're going to do. They're going to go bullpen again after just going Brebbia, Manaea, and then Beck, and then Alexander. Alexander's going to start tonight against Milwaukee. So there is, there's a spot now where, you could do a bullpen game once every 5 or once a week. But it's interesting because this is Logan Webb's spot in the rotation. But he's not going to pitch tonight. They're downplaying the back tightness, but he left his last start early. So he's going to go on Sunday. So that'll be a full week off with Logan Webb. So, what Farhan's talking about with Kyle Harrison, the 5 and 75 is 5 innings, 75 pitches. Last time out against the Dodgers, the Oklahoma City Dodgers, he was dominant. He went 4 innings and had the 9 strikeouts, the 1 walk, got up to 61 pitches, the start before 68, the start before 69, which, as you say, is the highest all year. So he's thrown 62, 35, 57, 55, 66, 61, 50, 69, 68, 61. You get him up to 70, and he throws 5 innings. First of all, why are they not stretching him out more? Is it the overall innings pitch count they want to stay low, and they're going to build him up throughout the year? I mean, he started the year, he threw only 2 innings his first outing. His second outing, he went 2/3 of it and then got bombed. Walked 4 and gave up 3 runs and a couple of hits. Didn't throw well, so some of that's been by performance. But even when he's having a good outing, he's just not stretched out now. I mean, that's a way to protect a young arm. So if you did throw him into the rotation at the Giant level, it wouldn't necessarily be an opener, but it would be more along the lines of an Alex Wood, where he would be an Alex Wood. They're not letting him go through the lineup a third time. He's going through twice. He's getting 18 guys, and that's it. And they take him out no matter how effective he's been. And he's had a couple where he's been an out away from qualifying for a win, John, and they pulled him. I know FP wasn't happy about that when they did it the other day. But why are they're just trying to keep his innings down? Why is Kyle Harrison not already stretched out to 80, 85 pitches, 90 pitches?
That's exactly what I think they're doing. I think they're taking the best left-handed pitching prospect in baseball and using kid gloves. I don't necessarily agree with it, but that's what they're doing. I'm sure there's some number that they could provide that would say, why they're doing that. But I agree with you. I mean, let's get him going. And as far as the need for Harrison, and look, I'm jumping the gun on this because I like all the energy that these young guys are bringing, and I think the fans love it. Alex Wood's going through 3 times, so that means you're using the bullpen. You got a bullpen game, that means you're using the bullpen. They use the bullpen a ton. It's why DeSclafani yesterday, sometimes you got to wear it when you're doing bullpen games, and Alex Wood can only go a couple of times through the lineup. And I'm still not convinced. I think the defense can be good. I think they're going to have enough hitting, but I'm not convinced on this bullpen. And I like Ryan Walker, this new kid. That's another young guy that they've brought up. He's been impressive so far. What did he strike out the inning yesterday? I mean, I like this kid.
And that he struck out the next batter to begin the next inning. He's nasty.
But you're using this bullpen. It's really early on in the season, and I know you like driving the bus between Sacramento and San Francisco, but you can't overuse this pen, and it's one of the weaker parts of your team. So you've got to get some guys who can eat some innings here. Beyond
Luke Jackson's coming. I think he's going to be elevated on Monday, on Labor Day. He may come back.
They need it, and they need some. Other than Logan Webb and Alex Cobb has been kind of hit and miss. He's had some high pitch counts in some games this year. They've got to get some guys from the starting rotation who can consistently eat some innings. Now, is that going to be Harrison eventually? He's got to at least come up and throw 5. Your starters can't throw less than 5 consistently, and you have a bullpen game during a week. That's not good.
So it sounds like he's not going to. I thought maybe he'd come up and pitch Memorial Day. Memorial Day was always the line you looked at with a rookie and the Super Twos and all that. Buster, and by the way, Buster's going in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame tonight. He came up at the end of the 2009 season. Then they brought him up in 2010, just before Memorial Day. And the rules with the CBA are different as far as, Super Twos and losing that extra year of eligibility. Then, Buster took off when they traded Benji in July, and he wound up, doing what he did. But I just kind of looked at Memorial Day sometimes in May. Schmidt got here before that. Obviously, Bailey kind of surprised us, came up before. Was that driven by the Bart, groin injury, or they just wanted Bailey here? And you see what he's doing to the pitching staff, the way he's nurturing it now, even though he's a rook and just barely, he only had 14 games at AAA. It's pretty amazing. But with Harrison, it just sounds like Farhan, and I have no opinion on, what they want him developed here. They want him to be a ready-made product where he comes up like Lincecum, like Bumgarner, like Kane. He's here to stay. And he's this is, as you say, he's the best left-handed prospect in all of baseball. And, you look at all the reports of the minor league systems, he's a hotter prospect than even Casey Schmidt or Patrick Bailey or Mato. So, when he does come here, and he is a East Bay guy from De La Salle High School, there's going to be a lot of fanfare around him, like when Casey came up. You want him to have success, obviously. So it just sounds like he's not quite marinated yet. He hasn't been in the cooker long enough. So then when would you do it? I mean, would you do it in Colorado? Would be the next time you go on that trip? You can't baby. If he's ready to roll, you let him pitch. And with the swing and miss stuff, maybe – altitude's not going to bother him if they don't barrel it. Then you got a 3-game series against the Cubs. Then you got that series where you go to St. Louis for 3 and the Dodgers for 3 in mid-June, John. Then you come back home and play San Diego and Arizona, which are 2 National League West teams. What's wrong with the Padres? Arizona looks like a playoff team right now. So I don't know if you're looking for a soft spot to pitch him. If he's ready to roll, he's ready to roll. But I kind of thought, maybe Monday against Pittsburgh, Memorial Day, to debut him there after what he did against Oklahoma City this week, John. And so we'll see. But if not, in May, Farhan's kind of talking like maybe we're not looking at June. It's more like July and August for Kyle Harrison.
Yeah. I remember I was working at Detroit, and Justin Verlander was the 2nd overall pick of the draft out of Old Dominion. And what happened was they had, I can't remember exactly, maybe there's a rain out or something like that. And they needed an extra pitcher, and they brought him up on July 4th. And we changed our plans, and we went to the game. I was like, sorry, I got to cover this game. And we went, and he pitched on July 4th, and it was like a 5-inning game.
July 4th against Seattle, John? Yeah. They're home against Seattle on the 4th
And so, I don't know, maybe it's something like that, where you throw him in. But to your point, which is a good one, which is you don't want to bring up Kyle Harrison if he's not ready, and then you're driving the bus to Sacramento and back. That's not what you do with big-time prospects. I remember that with Brandon Belt, where he kept going back and forth. You bring a guy up, Casey Schmidt, he's ready, or Patrick Bailey, he's ready. There's a need, and I understand Joey Bart getting hurt, but I don't know that they would have brought up Patrick Bailey if they didn't think he was going to be a long-term solution. You don't want to mess with your top prospects, bring them back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You want to be ready and to say, okay, we've done everything with Kyle Harrison. He's jumped all these hurdles. Now they're expanding him out a little bit past 5 innings and 75 pitches, because you don't want to have him come up here and go, he can only throw 75 pitches. You just want to let him loose once he's here, don't you?
Remember, Casey Schmidt, it's been, position players are different anyway. He played at San Diego State. Patrick Bailey played at North Carolina State. Kyle Harrison, the UCLA Bruins wanted him and gave him, a $2.5 million bonus, but the Giants, I think they had to give him a $2.5 million bonus to get him away from UCLA. He didn't play college baseball. He went right from De La Salle in the East Bay, Treat and Witten right there on the corner there. And he came up at 19 to pitch for San Jose. He's 21 years of age this year, John, and he hasn't pitched. He didn't pitch college baseball. He's a high school guy. So his development, there's ways to do it that way as well. Obviously, we've seen, pitchers, flourish that have won World Series here, but he's 21. He's a little bit younger. How many innings has he thrown in all of minor league baseball? 242 and 1/3 innings of minor league baseball after not pitching anything in college. So he's got great stuff, obviously swing and miss stuff, but what's the line there? How many innings do you want him to pitch in the minor leagues? With somebody who went right from high school to pro baseball before he makes his major league debut. Don't turn him into David Clyde here.
There's some references on the text line, and thanks for the text that Farhan had mentioned, like Steven Strasburg, who hasn't Strasburg had 2 Tommy Johns, I think?
He has.
So the fear is obviously that they used him so early, and they used him a ton, although he went to San Diego State.
But
so
he was a college pitcher as well.
Yeah, he was a number. Yeah, here it is right here. Let's see. The general thinking is twofold. He said, one is a lot of our young pitchers, and Kyle is a good example of this. They're much more likely to be pitching for us later in the season than early on, like you pointed out. So a slower build-up, some sort of preserving those bullets to avoid the Strasburg-type situation is part of the thinking there. So that's exactly what
he threw his rookie year in San Jose. Kyle threw 98 and 2/3 innings. The next year, actually he was up at another level as well. So he threw 113. No, that was in 21. 22, he threw 113 combined, 84 in Richmond and 29 in Eugene. So last year, 113, John. He's at 30 and 2/3 this year. So he's 98 and 2/3, 113, and now 30 and 2/3. So all the way through this year, what do you want him to get to? Like 140 innings this year? Somewhere in there?
Yeah, I would think. Yeah, and I do remember the year Strasburg, they shut him down and the Nationals went to the playoffs and everyone was all
Mike
up in
Rizzo
arms
took
about
hell
it.
for that.
They said, you know what, he's done. Sorry. And that's exactly what they did. So they're going to keep, look, especially top guys like this. Strasburg was the number 1 overall pick. He, like you said, he's different because he went to San Diego State, but that's just the way things go now. All right, we'll get into this conversation. There's still some more meat on the bone as far as the Giants are concerned. 11:30, Nick Wagner's going to join us. We'll get you the latest from 49ers camp. So we'll continue and we'll get that conversation going in anticipation of talking to Nick. We'll do all that coming up next only here on the Sports Leader. This is John Lund for my friends at the Dolan Law Firm. You know, you hear ads for personal injury and employment attorneys all the time, but did you know many of them aren't even based here? You know, many times you'll never even see the attorney you thought you were hiring. Chris Dolan and the law firm at Dolan Law Firm, totally different. They've been headquartered in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. The award-winning attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they're dedicated to relentlessly representing their clients in the pursuit of justice. Chris Dolan and the attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm have been repeatedly recognized as not only the best attorneys in the San Francisco Bay Area, but in the entire state of California. The Dolan Law Firm, they've recovered, now get this, more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements for the clients. They know that a serious injury, harassment, or act of discrimination, it can be devastating. They'll evaluate your case for free, confidentially, with no obligation on your part, never charging you an hourly fee. They get paid when you get paid. The Dolan Law Firm, they live here, they work here, they win here. Online at dolanlawfirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
For sure, I feel good. Arm is feeling good. So to say I'm going to be ready by this time or this time, I just, we're not trying to label any kind of timeline like that. For sure, though, that's a goal, right? You want to be ready for the season, and if that's the case, great. But like I said, we're just taking it one day at a time, and don't want to say anything that we regret down the road or whatever. So
that's Brock Purdy. They're being so careful. We don't want to say anything we're going to regret down the road. I do that every day. You do that every day. By the way,
yeah, we fail at it miserably. We say this is we've all had medical issues in our life.
Exactly.
Right? You don't know a timeline on anything you do, so he doesn't know. But they as far as Brock. It's a big week. They're on the field, back on the field today for phase 3 of OTAs. Memorial Day weekend comes up, so they're on the field next Tuesday, and then they're not on Monday, obviously. Wednesday, we have half of a show, so I think I'm going to go down there and be able to watch that, and then we are going to do our State of the Franchise on Thursday, and then the very next day, on June the 2nd, will be the 12-week mark since Brock had the surgery done on March the 10th, John. And he's going to be cleared to start throwing the ball, lobbing the ball a little bit. So next week will be a good week, and I'll be able to go down there and see some fresh eyes. Nick Wagner will join us coming up at 11:30. He was there for the organized team activity phase 3 on the field on Tuesday, so he'll give us thoughts on what he's seeing from Brock and Trey and Sam Darnold. But obviously for Brock, and Kyle did come out and say that they're optimistic that he's going to start throwing at some point next week. If it's actually right on the 12-week marker on June the 2nd or earlier, maybe sometime during the OTAs next week. And he's not going to step in and rip it with Darnold and Trey, but he'll be able to build it up and lob it and then just go from there. But Kyle did say that they right now, they are optimistic that he'll be ready for the Steelers on September the 10th.
So the big story is, and we got into this a little bit the other day, but just for those who did not hear the conversation, so we had this guy on, Dennis Guile. He was a quarterback coach for Colin Kaepernick, and Colin spent about 10 weeks. This was in March of 2015, and we found the transcripts to it. The audio's gone, but we found the transcripts to it, and it basically was exactly as we had said the other day, that he was super excited. And so I'm sorry to be skeptical about, when we talk about Trey Lance, I'm sorry to be skeptical about, motions and different things like that. It's just that after that situation and the guy telling us that we were going to be super surprised, I just don't know how much I believe. I don't know how much you've seen, and I'm excited for you to go down there and actually see it for yourself. But has this whole thing about his motion just been overblown because it's the quarterback position and we have nothing else to write about right now or talk about?
No, he had, as we laid it out, and I knew about this, during his rookie year, and they kept it quiet. But then Kyle at the Dwight Clark event last Wednesday opened up about the finger injury and how, the fracture of the index finger on his right hand, his throwing hand, obviously, against the Raiders in that last preseason game of his rookie year of 21, that set him back. He could not, straighten it out fully. We talked about how he's gripping the ball differently with the index finger. For those of you watching on the live stream, you could see it on the way he's gripping. And this may be even more recent, but with his index finger, he was not able to put the index finger on the point of the ball. And actually, to some degree, the index finger was off the ball completely. So he was throwing the ball with three fingers, not like your Scotch, John. That's a quarterback with a three-finger release here, Mordecai Bryan style, and a thumb. And it's just, that's where your accuracy is. The power fingers are obviously the index finger and the middle finger. So you got to put the index finger, you don't have to, on the point of the ball. Guys throw it all differently. We told you Terry Bradshaw did not put his index finger on the point of the ball, and he was pretty good. One of the great throwers of the football. He would grip it. See where Trey has it on the laces further down. So anyway, the first thing they had to do was just completely get him to change his grip based on the injury. But then also when you look at this picture, the elongated windup is what is also a concern. And that's what they wanted Colin Kaepernick to clean up. Where on the pullback, he's dropping the ball, and there's a loop there. And you see it. It's just, you could have, Kaepernick had a hose. Trey has a hose. But if you take your other hand off the ball, defense is key on your left hand. Mm-hmm. And if you take that off the ball, and then, that's what they drive on. So that's the key. And then in the straight pullback, if it's got a little loop in it, then the window's going to close on your ability to get the ball there, no matter how strong your throwing arm is. Then there's accuracy involved. So, no, he needed to clean up his mechanics. He needed to clean up his footwork. And Kyle talked about a wider base. And he went down and they worked with Jeff Christensen in Dallas, who works with Patrick Mahomes and others, Jimmy Garoppolo. And I'm sure Kyle and Brian Griese and the Kubiaks have detailed, what they want. We had Dado on, Rod Dado's grandson, last year, and it was all done in combination with the 49ers and what they wanted them to do. But the first thing, he's got to play more and see the field. But I think he'll figure that out. He knows where to go with the ball, by and large. It's that, does the ball know where to go when he leaves his hand? So he's got to be more accurate. And the gripping of the ball, taking the loop out of the ball, cleaning up his footwork. What did Bill Walsh always talk about? Footwork. He used to tie a string on Steve Young's ankles, kind of like a boxer. So you're wide, but you're not too wide. If you get too wide, you lose power. If your feet are too narrow, you lose power. There's a point there where you have to have the width, be the same where your feet are with your shoulders and get lined up to the target. And Trey's got to do that. Now, working with Mahomes, that guy's just insane. He doesn't do anything technically correct.
And that's kind of my point, is that, look, he can clean up everything he wants. But the other aspects of playing the quarterback position, we'll play a cut for you because I thought it was really fascinating, Kyle said the other day. But, Trey Lance, just to give people a sense of things, Tom Brady gets rid of the ball out of the pocket from snap to throw in 2.3 seconds. Trey Lance in his career is at 3.15. You can't hold it that long. You don't see it as fast. Patrick Mahomes doesn't get set. Brett Favre a lot of times didn't get set. There's a lot of different ways. Phillip Rivers had a crazy way that he threw the ball. But the other elements of playing the quarterback position is where I struggle to see if the Trey Lance gets it, sees it fast enough, can make the moves. They take away. The thing about Kaepernick was, change your motion all you want. I saw his eyes go down the minute that his first receiver was covered, and he could throw it through a wall and he could shorten up his motion all he wanted, but it didn't matter because the other elements of the game, or of playing the position, the intricacies, he never mastered those.
Yeah, I think the numbers with Trey are a little bit deceptive. Because he's more of a runner and a break the pocket kind of guy. So he is going to keep. There's going to be some where he gets it out on time, and there are going to be some where he's scrambling around behind the line. But overall, I think he sees it well enough. He doesn't see it perfectly. Nobody does, not even Tom Brady. But I think it's just when he is going to do it from the scripted play and it's in the pocket and he pulls the left hand off the ball. How could he be more accurate with his delivery of the football there? So you saw it in college a little bit, John, where, he'd have 5 throws in a row. It's like, wow. Then it was, what the F was that? It just sailed into the sideline. Josh Allen had that as a younger player. Josh Allen could not complete a simple check down at Wyoming, and you saw it in his rookie year with Buffalo, just a check down in the right flat to a back. He may even complete the ball, but it'd be way low or way high or not in the pocket at all where you can get the run after catch. Obviously, Jalen Hurts in accuracy. He went down to Dado and cleaned up his mechanics. So I think they feel like they knew when they drafted Trey there was some inaccuracy there that they could coach out of him. That it's just at this level, Rich Gannon got to be a much more accurate player later in his career than he was early. So I think they feel like they can coach that out of him. And over time, he's just got to get the reps. So we can go to Kaepernick and his, QB guru, and you're going to be super surprised. And Cap was not able to apply it from the offseason work to the games. When you got into the live game, he reverted back. And a lot of players do that, whether it's a swing in baseball or a shooting mechanic in basketball. You can work incessantly. And, how much bad muscle memory did he build up from the fractured index finger going back to his rookie year on the right hand? But I mean, he's a guy that's willing to work at it, John. He's a guy that's willing to be open about it. But it really is something that he's had to work on from his hand and the grip of the ball all the way down to his footwork. So guys get better. I mean, did you ever think Jalen Hurts would be as accurate as he was this year in the pocket, watching him last year, John, or even the year before? Hell no.
No, especially early in his career at Alabama, because as good as he was and as good as those teams were, I always thought to myself, well, if they ever get in a situation where they're behind, which those teams rarely were, he can't pass his way back. In fact, so much so that when they had Tua, they benched him in the second half of the national championship game because they had to come back. So he didn't have confidence. Then he went to Oklahoma. He proved it, and obviously what he's done in the NFL and changing all that. So, yeah, I think it can be done. Another point that you just made at the end, and again, this is what this guy Dennis Guile even said to us. I was looking back at the transcripts. He was saying that they fixed a lot of things, but he said exactly what you said. When the bullets start to fly, what does a guy do? Does he revert back to what he does or did? And that's exactly what happened to Kaepernick, is that they worked for 10 weeks, and then bullets started to fly, and he did what he did. So,
Tim Tebow.
Yeah, exactly right.
They work with Tebow, and Tebow had a low carriage. He held the ball low. I mean, that guy was as inaccurate as any quarterback I've ever, and to the point where he did not fix it. I remember him warming up in a game at Mile High in Denver, and he's just spraying the ball off the wall, like over and over to warm-ups. I'm like, it's windy, but it's not that windy. What's he doing? And he never could figure it out. Really, he became strictly a running quarterback. They're not there with Trey. I think he's going to put in the time. He's going to work at it, and he's going to give himself the best, effort to be able to do it. But, I mean, the first thing he had to do was get over the finger injury and just re-grip the ball. So it started from the gripping of the ball to the wind-up and getting the loop out of it a little bit, and then, the base being what it is. But, Nick Wagner is going to join us a little bit, and I don't know if you saw Nick's piece in ESPN. It was a fascinating, detailed, long piece about the history of Tommy John surgery and Frank Jobe, and we all know that, going back to Frank Jobe, the orthopedic surgeon of the Dodgers that, saved Tommy John's career in the 70s, and Tommy actually won more games after he had Tommy John surgery than before. But it's the invention of the internal brace surgery that Brock has had. And Nick did a great job, a very, detailed, the history of it, talking to all kinds of doctors and the people that invented it. I mean, what if there wasn't a internal brace option for Brock Purdy, John, when Dr. Meester went into his elbow on March the 10th, and he would have had full-blown Tommy John replacement surgery, the ligament replacement surgery? What would we be looking at here? He would not make the season on time. And it would be either Sam Darnold or Trey Lance being the starting quarterback. And when would Brock be able to come back? So the doctors that invented this internal brace surgery, and they've done it on a few others, Clayton Thorson, the Northwestern quarterback, had that as well, John. what would we be looking at? So and this will change quarterback play and recovery from a UCL injury, which are rare. But if that was, how long ago has that been invented? It hasn't been that long that it's been invented.
No, it's pretty amazing. It's amazing. I mean, when you see it too, and there's a little video up with Nick's story up there, and I'm forgetting her first name. Her last name's Bell, and she does a great job with ESPN and all the injuries. But there's a video, and she's got a model right there, and kind of shows what they do with that thing. It's just unreal. It's unbelievable what they can do with modern medicine. Anyway, we'll talk to Nick about it at the bottom of the hour. It's a great point. I'll play that. We'll play that cut for you. Coming up next, we found out what Kyle Shanahan said he's looking for in a quarterback, and you don't even have to think. You know exactly what he's thinking and exactly who he's talking about. We'll play that for you coming up next, and we'll talk to Nick Wagner. Great piece that he's got up, and we just like talking to Nick, and he's been down in camp, so we'll ask him about things beyond the quarterback. I know that's crazy, but we will ask him things beyond the quarterback. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Trending now on KNBR.com.
Our pal Mike Silver from the Chronicle, he breaks down the 49ers quarterback hierarchy. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Timing, accuracy, where the ball should go, what play they have, who makes the consistent right play the most, who plays the most realistically. That gives you the chance to win.
Cam Inman asked that question, and I thought it was really interesting and illuminates what Kyle is looking for. He said timing, which does the ball get out on time, accuracy, where the ball should go, who makes the consistent right play, and who plays the most realistically. In other words, he doesn't want you running all over the place. It's Kyle's offense. He wants you to run it. Those are the things that he said are important. Brock fits that. Darnold fits that. I swear I think they were drunk when they took Trey Lance because he never mentions anything about
you are Can we go back to that draft and your love of Trey Lance over Mac Jones? And I was the one guy that wanted Mac Jones.
And I don't like Mac Jones either, and he's not doing anything.
But he had a very good rookie year.
I'm not hating on Trey Lance. I'm not at all. But all I'm saying is that he said timing, accuracy, where the ball should go, who plays the most realistically. I mean, all those things are Brock Purdy and or Sam Darnold, and none of those things are Trey Lance.
Well, he hasn't played enough. He only played. Do you realize, and we love our 420 in the San Rafael High School wall.
We do.
You know that he's thrown 420 passes in college, 318 in college, and 102 in the NFL combined.
Mm-hmm.
So he just hasn't had the body of work. Where Brock Purdy's thrown 10,000 passes in college. So whatever it is, whatever the number is, it's just way higher.
Yeah.
Not sure it's 10,000. I got the number. Whatever.
But I get, your point is taken.
I think it's
he played 4 years. Yeah, he started midway through his freshman year.
If you were to ask any coach, and certainly of somebody of Kyle, who's not just a head coach, he's the offensive coordinator and one of the brilliant designers of football, not just calling plays, but designing plays, using the 5 eligibles. What's most important to him is accuracy and getting the ball out on time into the right guy. But that's when it's blocked up all perfectly. When somebody misses a block, when you have a tight end assigned to block Hassan Reddick on an over route, double move route to Brandon Ayuk in the championship game, and Brock Purdy does not step up in the pocket, and there was an avenue for him to step up and avoid the pressure over Tyler Croft and Hassan Reddick, it would have gone differently on that play. So, Brock, his numbers, is he accurate? He had 67% of his throws last year. He had 13 touchdowns, 4 INTs, and even some of the INTs, I can remember one that was bobbled. I remember one of the 4th down. He took a shot down the sideline, so I take 2 of those right away. But he didn't play perfectly every time, and he spoke about how he got better. But, Kyle wants a natural thrower of the football. It was one of the first things he said when he got here. That's Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold is a natural thrower of the football, more so than any of the other guys. Brock is decisive, and he's accurate with the ball. And he's sneaky athletic where if you do have a missed block, you see him running around a lot and staying alive and making insane plays. How about the one, John, when he got out way to his right after scrambling around like 12 seconds and he hit Brandon Ayuk in the back of the end zone and Brandon dropped the ball. It was just insane. Trey is able to keep plays alive, and you have more design runs with Trey. But with Brock, it is the knowing of where to go with the football. I would say the one thing about Sam Darnold is we don't know if he knows exactly to go with the football. He's the best pure thrower of the ball, but I know you're going to bring up, Ghostbusters, and I'm seeing ghosts. He can't see 12 and 13 defenders on the field or pressure that's coming that he thinks is coming that's not coming. So I think being around Brian Griese and Kyle and Brock and Trey, hopefully you coach that out of Sam Darnold. But I think they all have their different skills. But as far as what you laid out right there, that is Brock Purdy. But I also have heard Kyle talk about a natural thrower of the football. Not like Brock is not a natural thrower of the football. He's a great thrower of the football. But Sam Darnold was the 3rd overall pick in the draft, not 262. And I don't care about that. It doesn't matter. You look at the room now, John. You got 2 number 3 overall picks in the draft and number 262. And 262 is the guy that's probably, if he can be healthy, and we'll talk to Nick Wagner about his offseason and what's going on with Brock Purdy and the internal brace procedure he had done, John. But I hear what you're saying, but that doesn't mean that Trey Lance can't get there. He just hasn't had enough
Right.
snaps and reps to get there.
Well, and after he said that, I just looked at some of the numbers, and they don't mean everything, but this is through Pro Football Focus. So timing, ball gets out on time. Brock Purdy's at 2.73, which is a top 10 number. Lance is at 3.15. To your point on Darnold, this last year. He was at 3.22, which was near the bottom. Accuracy, Purdy's at 67%. Adjusted rate, which this is an interesting one. This takes out drops and all the other kind of things. Daniel Jones was number 1 in the NFL at 80.1 in adjusted completion percentage. Purdy was top 5 at 77.4. So where the ball should go. He's not perfect in that, Purdy, but he's pretty good. And then the part that got me was who plays the most realistically is what he's saying. So in other words, in camp, when guys are running all over the field, they're doing those kind of things, Kyle has designed an offense that many people think the guys are open. So the first one's covered, second, third, whatever, we're getting guys open. Kyle Juszczyk is running down the sidelines on a wheel route. He's wide open. Kyle wants the play executed the way he wants the play. And I don't think he wants a variance on that play. I think he wants it exactly how we wants it to play. And another thing that he's often talked about in the past is, did you maximize the play? Did it go to the right place? Did the play get maximized? That's what Kyle values. He designed this offense. It is a well-designed offense. He wants someone who is going to take his vision and execute it on the field without a variance.
But what do you do when the right guard blows a block and all of a sudden there's pressure in your face in the A-gap? I mean, yeah, if everybody does their job on a play, you want the quarterback to be able to get the ball to the open guy, readily, whoever that guy is. But it doesn't always go that way. You got players, the Dallas Cowboy defensive line screwing up your game, where it's 9-9 going to the fourth quarter because you can't block their front, you can't run on them. The same with the Eagles in the championship game. It doesn't always go that well. Otherwise, he would have kept Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy got the ball out on time. What's Jimmy's release time from, pulling away his hand to getting the ball out? Jimmy wouldn't always see the field properly, which was confounding. But there's a little bit of everything here. I think Brock has the ability in a sneaky way. And, Brock's 40 time coming out of college was 4.84, but he plays a lot quicker than that because he's just so damn elusive. We've seen it a lot. The one thing was he did get out to his left, too much and not step up and get out to his right, to his throwing hand side. But they've all got different skills. We'll get Nick Wagner's thoughts on what he saw from OTAs just one day out. And, obviously Brock's not doing anything now as far as throwing the ball, but I would think, John, I'm anxious to go down there next Wednesday and watch. And this is OTAs. You don't have helmets on, some of it, and nobody's hitting anybody. You don't even have an offensive line. But there are some quarterbacks that just impress you with their physical skills. Like you watch them warm up, and I watch them all warm up. Every team that comes in, I watch them, and you watch Aaron Rodgers warm up in August. It's like, wow. This guy is such a natural thrower of the football. It's insane. Or Justin Herbert. Or I would think of the three, Sam Darnold is probably the most impressive pure thrower of the football. But to your point, getting it out on time, getting it out. And Sam's accurate, but it's the field, the cloudy picture you get when you're not playing 7-on-7. It's 11-on-11. And you got guys, we're going to talk to Dre Greenlaw later and, buzz it into coverage, trying to fool you. Robbers and lurkers in the middle of the field and all that. So they have different skills. I would say, of the three, although Darnold can run and Brock can run, they ran a lot of design quarterback runs when Steve Wilkes was the coach for Sam Darnold last year in Carolina, those last 6 games. A lot of a read option, and he pulled it on a lot of them and ran. I saw him score touchdowns. And Brock at Iowa State, they ran a lot of that, design runs, pistol and gun runs, and speed options and all of it. And obviously Trey in North Dakota State could do it as well. So that's the other element, is being able to, run away from the pressure. And also pocket presence, John, is what you're talking about. That's where Brock is probably just different than the other two. Maybe, and Sam didn't play all 4 years at USC. What did he play, 2 years there?
Yeah.
So he didn't have the body of work that, Brock playing all those games in college. 47 college starts, 48 games and over, 3 or 4 for 12,000 yards. It's just he's able to process as well. So I think, and Kyle was asked this, and he kind of dodged it because I don't think he wanted to denigrate, Jimmy Garoppolo and other players he's had on his staff, on his quarterback room. But this is the best quarterback room Kyle Shanahan's had as a head coach in the NFL.
Yeah. And look, I'm not here saying that Brock is perfect. There's a lot of people on the text line, and I'm not hating on Trey whatsoever. I'm just simply saying taking what Kyle said and saying these are the things that he finds to be important. You mentioned this, and I think it was something that was said at the end of the year with Brock Purdy, and because of the injury, we really didn't talk about it a ton. As you pointed out, he needs to learn how to step up into the pocket and not go out left. That was his escape route was out left. He's a right-handed quarterback. He needs to step up in the pocket. There's things he needs to learn. There's things he needs to get better at. He's not a Super Bowl winning quarterback right now. I think there's things that he absolutely needs to work on. But we saw early the things that Kyle values the most, he does very well.
Well, I mean, hell, he won every single start he had. They ran the table at the end, won 10 in a row, and the 2 home games in the playoffs. So we could have beaten the 49ers could have beaten Philadelphia that day if he would have stayed healthy. I think everybody thinks they could have. Now, would they have? I don't know. Then you get in the Super Bowl against Mahomes. Who knows? But he's damn close. And the one thing is, he would get out. He'd get pressure, and he'd get out to his left. And the one play that, he gets hurt on was a play that people are critical of the Tyler Croft blocking assignment. But if he does step up there against Hassan Reddick, there is an avenue to step up and hit Brandon Ayuk on the double move. And if he hits that play, John, it could be an entirely different game. And obviously it set the 49ers up to lose that game in the NFC Championship game. And now there's great uncertainty about, what Brock can do this offseason. But this internal brace augmentation is what Nick wrote about. Stefania Bell is the medical expert that co-authored the piece, John. It's just fascinating. And Nick he'll tell us what he saw from OTAs, from Sam Darnold, and what Trey's doing, the rework mechanics. But really, whoever the hell invented this internal brace may have saved the 49ers 2023 season.
Nick Wagner is going to join us coming up next, one of our favorites, and it is a great piece on ESPN. We'll talk about that and then what Nick has seen from OTAs. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader. Oh, hey there. You've heard Pop talk about the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley and the CLR procedure so he can see better. He's in the booth now. Hardly even needs binoculars up there. He doesn't need glasses. He's walking around. He's cock of the walk, baby. And so finally, after many times going into a dark restaurant and needing my flashlight for my iPhone, scrambling around to find my readers so that I could actually look at my phone and see who was texting me or calling, because, you don't want to pick up the phone if it's not somebody you want to talk to. Mom's calling. I used to pick up the phone, but now that I have the CLR procedure myself and I can see beautifully, Mom's calling, and that's going to be a 30-minute conversation. I can't do that. It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Had CLR. It's called Custom Lens Replacement with Dr. Joe Ling and the incredible team down there. Simple. I know you're thinking to yourself, oh man, it's my eyes. It is a simple procedure. They explain everything. They're absolutely great. They are awesome, and I've said this before to you. It is a life-changing procedure. I couldn't believe my eyes, as they would say. Don't need the readers, don't need the glasses. Had a couple of adjustments, and it's been a great life-changing procedure. You got to do this. Call 877-GET-2020 to schedule your free consultation. That's 877-GET-2020, or see them online at BayArea2020.com.
There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
We're hoping for week 1, and I feel pretty optimistic about that. That's what we're hoping for. He'll be ready to play in week 1, and usually that doesn't mean that's the day he comes back. Usually you got to come before that to make that goal, and that's kind of the goal we're hoping for, and don't have any reason to think differently.
As Kyle Shanahan, of course, talking about what we always talk about, the quarterback situation, whether it is coming back with Brock Purdy or the motion of Trey Lance or Sam Darnold or whatever. That is always where the conversations start, and we love talking to Nick Wagner. We haven't talked to him yet, and of course he's been down at OTA, so give us a little news from down there as well that is non-quarterback related, as crazy as that sounds. Nick, of course, covers the 49ers for ESPN, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're good. We appreciate the time. We haven't talked to you in a while. It's good talking to you.
Yeah, of course. Always good to be with you guys.
Yeah, and your story, Stefania Bell and you co-authored a story the other day, Nick, that was just fascinating. First of all, it is so long, it is so thorough, but it all leads to Brock Purdy and the offseason debate, the torn UCL, what surgery would he have, the full-blown Tommy John, but he did have the internal brace augmentation is the way you describe it. So just give us the history. How long is that internal brace augmentation been around, Nick?
Yeah, guys, it's pretty fascinating, and I always joke with Stefania whenever there's an injury, and I've been doing this for almost 2 decades, but there always seems to be injuries and words that I've never heard of, right? Like, I am not a doctor, nor do I play one on TV, but this surgery has only been around for a little less than a decade, actually, and it really started from a conversation that a doctor named Jeff Dugas had with James Andrews. Everyone knows who James Andrews is. Tommy John at the forefront of that, has been around for a long time doing that surgery. But he just turned to Jeff Dugas one day and said, hey, there's got to be a better way than Tommy John. There's got to be a way that we can do this where we can get throwing athletes back on the field quicker. And so it took about 2 years. This internal brace was already being used in ankles and wrists and things like that, but it had never been done in the elbow. And I think there was some initial skepticism after talking to Jeff Dugas, who kind of, I think the way to put it is pioneered this surgery, at least in the elbow. There was some initial skepticism that it would fit in the elbow. They'd be able to do it in there because it's a little bit more of a confined space than some of the other places they were doing it. But once they kind of proved that they were able to do that, he worked on cadavers. 2013 was when it kind of it was birthed. So really, we're less than a decade here at this point now. We're coming up about on a decade anniversary, which in surgery terms is, relative infancy. It's still pretty new. And there's only been 3 professional quarterbacks, guys, that have had this surgery, and all 3 of them have appeared on a 49ers practice field in a 49ers uniform at some point. Nick Mullins, of course, was the first. Clayton Thorson, who was a USFL quarterback and got hurt last summer, but was actually drafted by the Eagles a few years back in the 5th round, and then was a tryout quarterback for the 49ers a couple of weeks ago at their rookie minicamp. It was actually his first time throwing with a team since he got cleared from this injury. And then, of course, you have Brock Purdy, who is still on his way back from the surgery as well.
So, and it's a great piece. Nick Wagner's joined us from ESPN. Make sure you check it out at NWagner, WAGONER is Wagner, at NWagner, and you can see the piece. And Stefania Bell, it makes it easy for a simpleton like me because there's actually a video there, so that's really nice. But because it is such a relatively new surgery, is there any concern here? Because obviously through time, they've perfected the Tommy John. They've perfected the knee injuries. All these things that were at one point career-threatening or career-ending, they're not anymore. So is there still progress to be made, or do they feel pretty confident about it?
Yeah, it's a great question, John, and it's one that I asked too. And really, what I find myself doing when I was doing a lot of these interviews with Stefania is I go in as the guy. Stefania and I are talking to Jeff Dugas, and I'm the guy that's saying, like, explain this to me like I'm 5. Because I don't understand this stuff. And Stefania can ask some more.
You're the doofus
questions.
Talking to Dugas. Yeah. I got it.
Absolutely. And I'm the doofus in a lot of conversations I have. Maybe the one I'm having right now, if we're being honest about it. But the thing is that there isn't enough of a track record like there is with Tommy John, where it's been over 40 years to say definitively. But I can say that if you look at, and we have some of the data in there, the failure rate of the surgery that happened over the last 9-10 years, it's a very, very low number. And I think the biggest thing that people need to understand here is that what is being placed in the arm to kind of pull that ligament back together, to put things in place, is it's basically made of collagen. It's a collagen tape, but it's very strong. And the way Dr. Dugas explained it to me is that it's almost like Kevlar, and it eventually dissolves. So when the ligament actually heals, that thing goes away, and it's basically you're just kind of back to normal, as opposed to putting a graft in like you do with Tommy John surgery. I talked to Jake Delhomme for that story, and he was one of the quarterbacks one of the few quarterbacks in the NFL that's ever had Tommy John. And they took a graft from his hamstring and put it in his elbow, and so there's an element for those guys of, it doesn't even feel like my arm. It takes some time getting used to, but it's not the case with this internal brace thing. And the other big question, John, and we won't know the answer to this for a while, is how does it affect performance? Is he going to be back at full strength? Will his arm actually be stronger? Because some guys come back from Tommy John and say that, then will that be the same case with this injury? So there's, again, like you said, still a lot of questions that need to be answered, but at least so far the returns they're getting have been kind of overwhelmingly positive.
So the 49ers on March the 10th, when Dr. Meester in Arlington, Texas, performs the surgery on Brock and says we don't have to go full-blown TJ, we go internal brace, they're like, whew, is that a load off? All right, so then we started counting 12 weeks from that date. And the 12th week is this coming week from tomorrow. It is June the 2nd, and the 49ers will be on the field next week, and you'll be there as well for OTAs, and you were there Tuesday. I want to get your thoughts on what you're seeing. So the theory would be that Brock at that point, Nick, would be able to start to throw the ball where it's a lob or whatever it's going to be. So can you pick up the rest of the story if you know it? What will he start doing next week, building up to hopefully being involved in training camp?
Absolutely, and it's the thing that I think people need to understand is these are not hard and fast timelines. So even starting the throwing program, 12 weeks has always been kind of the standard, that everyone's been looking for, but it could be 10 to 12 weeks. So we're in the window right now, and it is going to be next week. So it could be even a little bit earlier than exactly 12 weeks. But what he's been doing over the last few months is almost exclusively just working on range of motion and flexion and doing plyometrics and bouncing tennis balls off of things like that very simple kind of recovery types of things. And then when he starts the throwing program next week, that will consist of it won't be a full football, right? He won't have a standard NFL football that he is just throwing, even short distances. It is usually they start with like a half of a football in terms of what the weight is, so it's a little bit smaller, and then they kind of work their way up. And then as the next couple of months go along, he'll start throwing at a little bit further distance and a little bit more intensity and those types of things. And then when he gets to the final stage, assuming there's no problems, and I talked to Clayton Thorson, Stefania's talked to Nick Mullins, and what they said when they went through kind of the throwing program that Brock Purdy is about to start is that the main thing is that they never really had any issues like feeling like themselves. The main thing is just not pushing themselves too far too quick. But once it comes back, the kind of feedback that they've been getting, once they start feeling comfortable, is that they feel all the way there. Like they don't feel like there is some sort of thing that's going to hold them back once they reach a certain point. And then once they get there, they can start going. So that's why you see, the initial timeline that people put out there is 6 months on the recovery from this injury, but it could be 5 months. It could be 7 months also. It just kind of depends on the athlete and the time course that they're on too. The very first person, guys, that ever had this surgery, I wrote about this in the story, was a high school baseball pitcher down there in Alabama, and he was the first person to have the UCL repair with internal brace, and he came back and was cleared fully to go in 5 months and 3 days in time for his season. So it's not a matter of whether, if Brock Purdy comes back in 5.5 months, that won't be considered rushed. It's just that was his timeline, that was his situation, and that was when he got back there. But the fact that he is on schedule to start a throwing program is a very, very good sign, because the only way that he can really have setbacks here is if he pushes himself too hard too soon within the confines of that throwing program.
That is great information. Nick Wagner's joined us. You need to check out his piece on Brock Purdy and the recovery and the brace surgery. Look, Kyle's saying all the right things. John has been optimistic from the beginning. Kyle's kind of coming around. He originally said it might be, first few games, and now he's saying, hey, we think it might be the first game. Is there any consideration, because this is how teams work nowadays, they don't want to rush guys back. They certainly don't want to rush back what they think is going to be a franchise quarterback who's 23 years old. Would they do that just to be extra careful, or do you think it's realistic that really they are, if he's ready, they're playing him week 1?
Yeah, I think there's a reason that Kyle's optimism has come around here, and I think that's because Brock is on schedule that allows him to begin that throwing program. And guys, like, I can, just to give you, I mean, we don't have a lot of examples to compare it to, but I'll use Clayton Thorson as an example. Clayton Thorson was cleared at, I think it was 209 days or something like that, so it was a little closer to 7 months. But the difference is they didn't have to, like, he wasn't in a time crunch, because when his injury happened was in the middle of the USFL season. And then when there was the injury that happened, he was not going to be able to come back for that season. And he wasn't even going to be able to come back to try to make an NFL roster in training camp at that point. So it was really just a matter of, like, okay, Jeff Dugas, who was the surgeon on Clayton Thorson, he even said, like, we could have cleared Clayton a little bit earlier, but we just didn't have to. There was no reason to do that, so we gave him a little bit more time. And Nick Mullins, I think, was his injury happened in, I believe it was December in 2020, and then in January was when he had the surgery, and he was cleared in time for training camp that year. So even before training camp started. So I don't think that it's going to be a matter of rushing him at all. I just think that if they believe that he's on track with this throwing program, and once he gets in it, he doesn't do anything crazy and just go out there and start chucking 50-yard bombs, which I'm sure he won't, that he's going to remain on schedule and be able to get in there at some point. As you heard Kyle Shanahan say, it's going to have to be before week 1 to get back and get used to it again. But even if it's within 2 or 3 weeks of that season opener, I think that's a realistic target right now.
In the meantime, on this May 25th, he's kind of on towel duty or shadow pitching, where he's going through the footwork of quarterback play, but he's not able to throw the ball. And the 49ers are getting on the field at 12:30 with a stretch, and they'll go to 2 o'clock. Media not allowed in today, Nick, but you were there on Tuesday for Phase 3 OTA practice number 2. So I want to ask you about Trey Lance and maybe your thoughts on Sam Darnold, but mainly with Trey. Sure. The reworked offseason as far as gripping the ball after the right index finger injury, the fracture going back to his rookie year, and the base is a little wider, Kyle said. What did you see from Trey Lance on Tuesday, Nick?
Yeah, Pop, it's really interesting, and I was asking a bunch of questions about the finger injury, and I know we're almost 2 full years removed from that, but I think it's been probably under discussed in terms of Trey Lance's development, and I'm as guilty of that as anybody. I knew about it, I knew it was an issue. I don't know if I knew the extent of it, but it was made very clear that Trey Lance in his rookie season, when he hurt that finger, they gave him some time to recover, but it didn't fully heal, and so he spent his rookie season kind of with an adjusted throwing motion, trying to work around what that finger does. And as it was explained by Kyle Shanahan, as Trey Lance talked about the other day, the trickle-down effect of that is that it throws off other things within your throwing motion. And we know, guys, like with quarterbacks, everything is tied together. Your feet are tied to your eyes, are tied to your arm, and tied to your brain. All that stuff goes together. And I think that Trey Lance had to make adjustments that really changed what his mechanics were. And then the way Kyle Shanahan kind of described it was last year, it wasn't so much that Trey Lance wasn't healthy from the finger, but it was almost more like he was trying to unlearn the thing that he had taught himself so that he could get through his rookie season. And then now that he's fully past it, he's been able to spend this offseason getting back to, setting his base and being where they wanted him to be, even pre the finger injury in the first place. So you go out on the field, and I know everyone wants to break down all the little videos and stuff, like it's a Zapruder film and all that kind of stuff. And I get it. Everyone's interested, especially at this time of year. There's not much else to chew on. But, to me, I thought the ball was coming out of his hand good. It looked a little bit more like it did in his first training camp, which I think we would all agree was when he looked the best, at least in his time as a 49er. But again, 7-on-7, no pads. I'm probably the wrong person to ask for any kind of sweeping takeaways from any sort of OTA, at least until the pads come on and they're doing 11-on-11. But if nothing else, guys, my biggest takeaway from Trey Lance the other day was what happened inside, which was on the podium. He just seemed like he was in such a better place, like a good place mentally and kind of understanding of his situation. And I think the good thing for him, guys, is that I think this year he's going to have competition again, too, which I think also could help him because, again, you go back to his rookie year, the best we ever saw him was when there was a competition with Jimmy Garoppolo. Even if they didn't want to call it that, there was that. And I think that's another thing that's kind of going to help him light a fire under him and get him where he wants to be.
Great stuff, Nick. You're the best, man. We look forward to seeing you down there. Great piece on Brock and his recovery. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
You got it, guys. Take care.
You are no doofus.
He is no doofus.
We're the doofuses around here.
I don't know anything. This is Nick Wagner, covers the 49ers for ESPN at N Wagner. Make sure you check out that piece. He's in there. And then Stefania Bell with the medical side of things, as you said. And there's videos, so it makes it really easy on you, which I enjoy. Brian Kenny is going to join us coming up next. We got a lot of things to discuss with him, including Jeff Passan had a piece on robot umps, when those are going to be coming. And Brian Kenny loves his numbers, so we'll get into that. By the way, for people who are asking, more 49ers talk, 12:30. And he's going to be right on time. I got a good feeling on this one. Dre Greenlaw is going to join us at 12:30, so do not miss that.
Dr. Dre?
Dr. Dre, the defensive side of things.
Big play, Dre?
Yeah. How about all this offense stuff?
You know we got to ask him about, John, is the interception he had against Tom Brady. And remember he asked Brady to sign the ball? I think Fred Warner
kind of greased the skids on that whole thing.
TB12 wasn't happy about that, was he?
So we'll get into that with Dre at 12:30, but Brian Kenny in the meantime, talk some Giants, widen the lens a little bit all over Major League Baseball. We'll do it next. Brian Kenny from MLB Network on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Papa and Lund on a Thursday. One of our favorite guys, Brian Kenny from MLB Network, MLB Now, the show for the thinking fan, Pop. Brian
That's
joins us.
not us, John, but he can help us.
Brian joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Always our pleasure, Brian. How are you?
I'm doing well. There are thinking fans out there. It's a smaller demographic, but it's out there.
No, we are. We love the analytics. What I love is when you come on MLB Now and Mad Dog Russo is wrapping up his show, High Heat. I heard you this morning. He is not one to embrace. He just loves the game. He loves the old style elements of the game, but you're trying to enlighten him on the thinking analytics side. It's fun.
Yeah, no, I love Dog. He has a real grasp of baseball history, and there's room to talk things out. I mean, the fun part is like we're talking Trout and DiMaggio. You know, like it's fun to do that. And baseball is a sport where you can do these comparisons. I think it's great. There's no perfect answer. I'm not as strident as I perhaps used to be. There's things that maybe we're not capturing, but those are great debates.
Brian Kenny's joining us. I love it. And we have been around here now that Farhan Zaidi is around. We talk numbers and more than we ever have on all of our shows. So I think it's great. And I think people are getting much more educated to things, and it's not, the way that it used to be. Let me ask you something, though. I was reading a piece by Jeff Pass on ESPN, and then we had talked to some people down in Sacramento with the River Cats, the AAA affiliate of the Giants here. The automated umpiring in AAA, they're a couple days a week. It's an umpire, and then you can tap your helmet a couple of days a week. It's an automated. It's obviously the robo-ump back there. Where are you on the robo-ump?
Oh, I like it. Again, I'm sure there are things to work out. I think it's great that they're working them out, at high-level minor league ball. It's not like AAA's, high-level baseball. And I think we'll love it once we get to the point where, nothing will ever be foolproof, but we'll be at a spot where the mistakes are very rare. I think we're very close to that. I'm not looking to take umpires out. You'll still have an umpire back there. He's got lots of things to do, as we can see now, with pitch clock and pitch timer violations and that sort of thing. But I'd love just to get it to a point where we're not arguing about the strike zone. It's just where we can concentrate on the game because the calls are the calls.
Brian, we're about 50 games into this season, so roughly one-third we're approaching this weekend, Memorial Day weekend. Give me your thoughts on what do the numbers show on all of the changes in the offseason with the rule changes. The most dramatic rule changes in the history of baseball, not just the pitch clock, the taking away the shifts, the more balanced schedule. Obviously, we're shaving about 30 minutes off the game. I assume batting averages on balls in play are a little bit higher. But what are your thoughts as far as the stats showing how the rule changes have impacted the game?
Well, I think the beautiful part is all baseball has done is take 36 minutes of dead time out. And it's truly revolutionary. I mean, I think it's like bigger than baseball. I said on the show when it first started, you know how we're always blaming they? Like, why don't they do something? You know, it could be your boss. It could be the government. It could be baseball. It could be football. Why don't they do something about it? Well, they finally did something about it. So what are we going to, bitch about now? They did it. It's 36 minutes of dead time out. So now I see columns now where, so this 36 minutes of dead time has been taken out of the game, but the strikeouts are still high. I'm like, all right, hold on. Can we just attack one huge problem at a time? And they solved it. Like, they solved it instantly. It's working. You have to change the whole way you watch baseball now. You can't even multitask. You actually have to pay attention. I'm retraining myself still. So that's monumental.
You're 100% right. And I got to tell you, Brian, I didn't like it. I was totally against a clock in baseball. You can't have a clock in baseball. And I've sat down and I love it. You hit it right on the head. You're taking out all that dead period. You're making guys stay in the box. They want to do this whole time. Numbers are up. I mean, like you said, you can't solve everything, but this is one of the best rule changes in any sport, maybe of our lifetime. I love it.
Oh, no question. I mean, I used to always point out, hey, I was on a plane once and they were showing the 1978 World Series. It's Yankees and Dodgers. And one after another, Thurman Munson's getting up, Dusty Baker's getting up, Ron Say, everyone's tapping the plate, and let's go. Let's go. No one's stepping out. No one's Velcroing anything. Let's go. The game was fast. The ball was in play. And I used to say, hey, this is when, baseball was even huger. It was a national pastime. It was massive. And it's a fun game to watch. It's a fast, exciting game. It had just slowed down for a variety of reasons. And the Players Association, they're just going to be obstinate to do anything that the league tells them to do. I understand why, but I've been advocating this for 10 years, and it's fantastic. And again, how many things in life ever work this well where, hey, we saw something, we planned for it, we executed it, it worked exactly the way we wanted it to work. Eureka! It can actually happen in human history.
I go back on YouTube and watch the 78 World Series all the time. Greg Nettles' performance in Game 3. Flipped that series around. It was legendary. And speaking of the Yankees and Dodgers, obviously they're two of the top 5 in payroll. Yankees not number 1. The Mets have passed them number 2, and the Dodgers are 5, and they kind of came down a little bit. But I want to ask you about the teams that are 1 and 3, because they are in the National League, and I think they're going to be competitors with the Giants as far as a wild card spot. The New York Mets and their payroll, Brian, at $377 million. They started slow. They got hot. Now they're back at 525 and 25. They've lost 2 in a row. But the San Diego Padres are 22 and 27. A lot of people picked them to not only win the National League West this year, unseat the Dodgers, but maybe win the pennant and win the World Series, a payroll of over $280.4 million. Start with the Padres and then go to the Mets. What's wrong with these teams?
Yeah, it's puzzling. And look, I think also it's the beauty of baseball where at the very beginning of the season, not only, look, the Padres underperformed a lot last year. The Mets did not. The Mets had a great season. Both, though, made massive investments and good investments. Like you can say it's going to cost them down the road, especially when you're signing guys to 12-year contracts. Even if it's Xander Bogaerts, and he's a terrific player. I love him. But 12 years of, you want a 39 and 40-year-old Xander Bogaerts? I get why they do it, but you'll still pay the price down the line. But this year it was supposed to pay off. So I think it is. I think it's the beauty of baseball. It unfolds pitch by pitch. Each year has kind of an exponential amount of variables as to the outcomes. And so it has to unfold on the field. And, I always say, look, the production will out. I think Mets and Padres both get better, make the playoffs. I think the Cardinals, same thing. But I always throw it in with, hey, I felt the same thing about the White Sox all last year. Never happened. So it can become a thing. It can become its own animal. And if there isn't a certain, esprit de corps, if there isn't a certain cohesion or identity with the team, it doesn't have to come together. I'd be surprised if it doesn't, but I didn't expect, if the Padres lose today to the Nats, they'll have the same record. I have to admit, I did not expect that.
No doubt about it. Brian Kenny, the great Brian Kenny, has joined us from MLB Network, MLB Now. You need to make sure that you're checking that out every day. It is awesome. Just to stay in the National League, I think Arizona, and it's still early, but they're 29-21, and they seem to be for real in this thing if we assume that the Dodgers are going to win the division. But then you got teams like Pittsburgh hanging around and Miami hanging around, and the Giants are right after that. Do you see Pop was just asking you about, teams like the Phillies and the Padres and the Cardinals and coming up. Do you see some of these teams that are hanging around early, like Pittsburgh, Miami, and Arizona hanging around in this wild card chase?
Of the teams you mentioned, I think it's Arizona. I think Arizona has balance. They've got excellent players. They play good defense. They're aggressive on the base paths. They've got a top two in pitching in Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. I think they're the most complete. Geraldo Perdomo has been a revelation. I don't know if you've seen his flash line. Like he's performing like an all-star, and he's a great base running, great fielding shortstop. Corbin Carroll is a future star if he's not a star already. So they kind of have everything. I'm not saying that they're not at the level of raw production of the Dodgers or the Padres, but they're a good club and they get after you. And I think again, what I mentioned, team identity. And this is something you can measure. You can measure it on the base paths. Even especially now with some shift restrictions, a little more emphasis on base running. Baseball awareness and base running aggressiveness play a big part in baseball. And the Diamondbacks from the get-go have attacked. When you have that a team mindset like that, it does mean something. And they have the overall production, just not all grit and guts. But I think that, Ketel Marte is like an underrated star. Christian Walker is an underrated, excellent player. They've got a bunch of guys like that. Lourdes Gurriel. They're a good team. I think they can make the playoffs.
29-21. They're only a game and a half back of the Dodgers. Where do you see the Dodgers overall? We just saw them play Atlanta. They took the first two games of the series, Brian, and dropped the finale yesterday. They've had some injuries in their starting rotation. Obviously, they've gone young with Bobby Miller and Gavin Stone. I know you had a poll this morning on MLB Now. Who's the best team in the National League, the Dodgers or the Braves?
Yeah, that's tough. I think it's whoever's pitching is healthier because that makes the difference. I have a huge amount of respect for both clubs, but I like the Dodgers. I think, look, right now the Dodgers' top two, their superstars, play like superstars in Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts. They're both performing the way they should be performing. The Dodgers, I think, are fascinating. They did a reset this year because, I did a whole essay on this on the show. You have a tendency to think, fans do, a lot of us do, that, hey, you got to keep your foot on the gas the whole time. Every year, go for it. You just can't do that. It's not possible to do as an institution or a ball club. You have multi-year contracts. You have to make investments. You have to live with them a little bit. But they have taken their foot off the accelerator, I think, because they won 111 games last year. They got knocked out in their first round of the playoffs. And they see, is it worth it for us to try to go for 110 wins a season? They've been averaging 107, and it's not. So I think they said, hey, we're getting a little older. We want to reset. We want to get our young guys. You have to get them. You have to let James Outman play. You have to let all these young guys play if they're ever going to develop. So they eased up, but again, it's a great baseball move. It's healthy for the organization, and they didn't go out plunging into the free agent market other than J.D. Martinez, a one-year deal. So one of the other revelations is that the Mets and the Padres, two ascending clubs, spent big. The Padres, I think, committed $800 million in the offseason. $800 million in the offseason. They should be surging. They're not. They're the Dodgers, kind of just the model of excellence, doing it in all fashions. And maybe they're a little weaker this year. They could be stronger this year. But in a 3-5 year run, they're going to be winning 100 games a year.
Brian, over in the American League, Bruce Bochy's Texas Rangers, 31-18. We're about 50 in. Is what Boch doing with the Rangers, is that sustainable all season long?
I think they're good. I don't know if I think the Astros still win that division, but they are good. And again, I might not like the long-term deals. I don't like the long-term deals actually of three guys who are great. Corey Seager's great. Marcus Semien leads all of baseball in WAR. He's an outstanding player. Jacob deGrom, when he pitches, is the best pitcher in baseball. I don't think I would have done any of those deals. However, this year, you're going to have an outstanding club when those guys are playing. So, they're going to be quite good. I don't think they're as good as the Astros once they get it all going.
Yeah, they have a 3-game lead over the defending champions, Dusty's team. And then our Oakland A's, Brian, are 22 games back at 10-41. The whole Vegas thing is just getting more and more real by the day. But they're on pace to go 31-131. The Cleveland Spiders out of the record book. The New York Mets is 62. What do you make of what's going on with the A's, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, it's a full reset. You're always better off like doing a full rebuild. But yeah, this is drastic and it does hurt. I do throw people's way when they bring up the A's. Look, it's only recently in the last 3-4 years that they were winning 97 games. They won 97 games twice, over the last 5 years. So I think when you win at that level, you should be allowed to rebuild. So I go easy on the A's. They never really did a full rebuild and hit bottom. They were able to contend and be outstanding, for a long time when they really didn't spend much. We got used to the A's and the Rays being excellent on very little money. I think eventually you do have to reset. I know what's happening with the move and everything else. It's a shame, but you've got, as an organization, you have to let somebody ease up when they're spending this kind of money to have a reset and a rebuild.
Brian, you're the best. We always watch MLB Network and MLB Now. It's great stuff. We always appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Feel smarter now, John.
He's the best.
Should we ease up on the A's, John? They're 10-41. They're on pace to win 31 games. That would be 131 losses. Are you serious? Come on.
I was in Detroit.
That's not a reset. That's a demolition.
That's the movie Major League, and I think they're doing it on purpose just to move. They're trying to be as pathetic as possible. It's terrible. It's everything. You and I have talked about it. I mean, it's the organization, it's the building, it's John Fisher, but
they've never been this bad. No one has.
No one has.
They're 5-20 at home and 5-21 on the road. Their run differential, 51 games in, is -183,
and
it's not Major League.
And I rarely watch them, but my son's an A's fan, and he's back in town from college, and so I'll watch them with him for a minute or two until I just want to vomit. They're just so bad. I mean, they're terrible. They're terrible defensively.
They're 10-41.
Everything about them. I mean, we talk about the Giants, like we're talking about their defense, or what. I mean, it's just they're the worst. And we just had Brian Kinney on. They're the worst analytically. They're worst when you watch them. I mean, it's just they can't
in
make
history.
They can't make basic plays.
The 62 Mets that beat them by 10 games in the standings. What are the 1899 Cleveland Spiders? I got to look them up.
Oh man,
they're going to go 31-131.
I was in Detroit when they won 43 games. This team would beat them 12-0. I mean,
all right, so the 1899 Cleveland Spiders went 20-134. So the A's may be able to nose them out.
Yeah, that's it. Imagine winning 20 games all season long.
They could break the record for losses, though.
Yeah, they could.
Because you're playing 162 as opposed to 154. I mean, they could do that. Right now, they're on pace to lose 131 games. The record's 134.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
It's bad.
It's the worst of all time. It's the worst. It's awful. All right, we'll give you a little bit of palate cleanser coming up next and a couple of things I got to run past you. And then Dre Greenlaw is going to join us. We talk so much about the quarterbacks and the offense of the 49ers and all that kind of stuff, and we overanalyze it. But let's talk some defense. Dre Greenlaw got a new defensive coordinator. Yeah, let's go.
Defense.
What does he think about Steve Wilkes? And like you said, what about how to get that Tom Brady ball and where the heck is that thing anyway? We'll ask him about that at the bottom of the hour in about 15 minutes.
It's in Vegas, I think.
Yeah, exactly. We'll do that at 12:30 with Dre only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now
on KNBR.com.
The Giants lose 7-1, but Farhan Zaidi likes the young guys coming up. If you missed the interview, it's sitting there and trending on the all-new KNBR app. always a great day when we can talk to Steve Moskowitz and Moskowitz LLP. And today, Steve, we're talking ERC. What's that about?
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is where the federal government is giving away, that's right, giving away up to $26,000 for every employee an employer had during 2020 and 21 to qualify. There's different ways to qualify. The easy way is a certain drop in gross revenue. But in my experience, and I just had a case like this week where the CPA told his client, you don't qualify because your gross revenue didn't go down enough. And I said, yes, you do. And the client said, prove it to me. So I sent him the IRS publication that talked about what I talked about. And then I had a meeting with the client and his CPA. And the CPA's response was when I gave him the IRS publication, and I quote was, oh, he just wasn't familiar with it. But that could have cost the client hundreds of thousands of dollars. No offense to somebody that's not familiar with this. Is a one-time, once-in-a-lifetime deal. A lot of CPAs may not be familiar with it. If that's the case, we're happy to give you the publication if you want it. We just want to make sure that you get everything to which you're legally entitled.
That is awesome. There's ERC, and then there's ERC with Steve Moskowitz and Moskowitz LLP. You got to call them right now at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I'm referring to exactly the question they just talked about in regards to probably blitzing a little bit more. I believe in zone eyes. I think that's how you make plays on the football, particularly from the underneath positions. So zone is still going to be a high element of what we do. But I feel like we have the skill set and the talent to be able to get in, a guy's face, press man, make the quarterback hold the ball, particularly with our front.
That is Steve Wilks. We're going to get into some defensive conversation in just a second, and then we'll talk to Dre Greenlaw at the bottom. By the way, just checking out the text line, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. It says, hey, Pop and Lund, love your show. Been a long-time listener. Watching you, here's where it gets good, live with my kids. Hoping you can do a shout-out. Guy moved to North Carolina 7 years ago. Shout-out to Ken M.
Can't do it, Ken M. Cannot do it.
I don't know how good of a parent you are.
Taking personal calls here on the.
No, I'm just the point in bringing that up and reading it. First of all, there you go. Shout out to you.
Great.
But he's watching live with his kids. Would you recommend watching the live cast with your kids, especially
how old
if you're
are
going
his children? Are they not in school? Is it a half day? What are they
Ken,
doing?
if you're still listening, how old are the children? Because we might get
3:20
Papa's
there.
nipple out again. I don't know.
No, we're not going to
Never
do
know.
that. Where is he
Never
from?
know.
He's in Charlotte, North Carolina.
He's in North Carolina.
Charlotte, Greensboro, Wilmington.
Waxhaw, North Carolina. Don't know where that is.
Where the hell is that?
I don't know.
By Mayberry RFD?
Is that by where Patrick Bailey is from or Madison Bumgarner is from?
Or Steve Wilks was coaching in Charlotte.
There you go. I don't know.
So we are going to talk to Dre Greenlaw coming up. And one thing we got to get into, and you heard Steve Wilks talking, this is a profound change going outside of the building. Robert Saleh was the coordinator here, and then D'Amico Ryans, and we'll get Dre Greenlaw's thoughts on going to Steve Wilks, who not only was a very successful interim head coach in Carolina, John, went 4-2 at the end, almost get him in the playoffs. They were actually 1-5 when they fired Matt Rule right after the 49er game, and he got them. They wound up under 500, obviously, but they were close. But he also was a head coach in the NFC West with the Arizona Cardinals and beat the 49ers twice with Josh Rosen. So to have a former NFL head coach on Kyle's staff is interesting. How will that impact game management? And Wilks is going to be upstairs in the booth. He's not going to be on the sideline where Saleh and D'Amico were. So if you wanted to bring him in game management, that's something that he's done, obviously, as a defensive head coach and a defensive coordinator. But then you heard him talking about blitzing more. And one thing I got to ask Dre Greenlaw, he talked about zone eyes. The 49ers could play man on the outside. Warner and Dre are so good playing with zone eyes and dropping into the hook zones and playing zone in the middle, so you could do both. And then, Patrick Willis is going into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame tonight. What a great class it is. Buster Posey is going to go in, and the son of God, Andre Ward, and all that. But do you put Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner, or I should say Fred and Dre, although Dre's really there. Fred's thought to be the best linebacker in football. But, Dre's probably the best number 2 and the best duo, even though he lost disease. Is there any way, and I know Mike Silver wrote the story last year, where you'd compare Fred and Dr. Dre to Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman? Are they on that level yet?
And not at their peak. Remember when teams would try those crossing routes when Willis was, didn't have the toe and was just still flying around, and then Navarro was kind of elevated, and you're like, whoa, this guy might be as good. When they were at their peak, they were ridiculous. Those two,
and they could both cover. They not only were ferocious in the run game, and it was a different defense because you ran a 3-4. So both guys. But when the 49ers, basically it's a 4-2-5. And then one thing we got to ask Dre about is the insertion of the nickel. Who's going to be that third linebacker with Aziz gone to Fred and Dre? And then when you go nickel, which you're in, 2/3 of the time or 3/4. Certainly against the Rams, you're going to be into the lot. Seattle's going to play a lot more 11 with drafting the rookie from Ohio State. So it'll be Isaiah Oliver will be in that nickel spot, which is kind of like a third linebacker, especially with his long arm. So I want to hear Dre's thoughts on that. But I agree with you, but they're getting close, I think. It's just, the combination, Patrick and Navarro could do anything, whether it was play the run. You could blitz. But remember, they brought that cross Mike, the Pittsburgh Steeler Buck blitz, where they both came together and crossed. Fred blitzes a lot. They don't bring Dre much. So I want to ask Dre about blitzing. He only has 2 quarterback sacks in his career. One his rookie year, one his second year. But then as far as man matching, 49ers play a lot of zone, and Fred can, take a back out of the backfield here and there. But where Bowman and Willis, Patrick Willis was the best coverage line. He changed football. When you man match Jimmy Schmidt, the tight end, you put Navarro on a running back. So when you look at the whole skill set, you can run your defense around those guys. So I think Patrick.
They never miss tackles. Like that short stuff, that quick hitting stuff,
right?
That was so popular. They never missed tackles. They caught it. The guy was down.
49ers are good there. They call it the kill zone, where you want him to check it down over the middle. And Dre had 129 tackles last year, and Fred, All-Pro Fred. But we'll hear from Dre Greenlaw coming up. By the way, Waxhaw, North Carolina, is it Waxhaw?
Yeah.
29 miles south of Charlotte.
Yeah, good job.
He knows
Ken
Steve Wilkes.
Ken just texted me that back. He's still listening. Didn't say how old his kids are, but he did say south of Charlotte. A couple other quick ones, and then we'll get Dre Greenlaw. Our Pop and Lund going to be on the patio next Wednesday before the Giants game. Yes, we are. Just so
Maybe. 49ers are having an OTA that day.
Oh, they are?
I don't know. Yeah.
So we'll see.
Can I leave at 11:45 and get to Santa Clara for a 12:30 practice?
Sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. Have to have the car running.
Yeah, no problem. But I'll tell the story later. I got in a bit of a tiff. I knew it wasn't you, but it was a black Tesla like yours the other day. Yeah.
What happened?
Because you live in the city.
Was it Elon Musk himself?
I thought it might be. You live in the city.
Amen.
There's construction everywhere. You can't get to the freeway ever. And so I was in a right turn lane. A guy was trying to come from the center lane to turn left, and I had been sitting there for about probably 5-6 minutes. Because it was jammed. So I rolled down my window. You know me, I'm real tough and big. And I said, "I've been waiting here for 10 minutes. If you think you're turning, you're crazy." And I was yelling and screaming at the guy.
You had road rage?
And he goes,
Tesla? Is that what's your point?
And he goes, "Hey man, it's cool, relax." And so I got in there and I got on the freeway.
He gave you a hit off his joint?
No, he was a nice guy. And
he was in a Tesla. Is your point?
Black Tesla. I thought it might be you. Had smoke windows. I apologized. I apologized. The guy went, "Hey, sorry man."
Wow.
It took like an hour to get out of the city the other day.
Chill out, dude.
Yeah, I did. I chilled out while I was driving. I didn't realize those blueberries were a different kind of blueberries. So right after that, I chilled right out. It was fine by the time I got to the bridge. All right. Pop's got that's my favorite. By the way, that's my favorite hat that you wear. I like that
This one here? It's
yeah,
the
it
one
looks
you
nice.
got for me.
That's
the
a
one
beauty.
You got for me.
That looks nice. I like it.
The SF, the red?
What do you had like 3 or 4 of them today? I like it. You got my favorite on right now, the Witch. That will lead us right into Dre Greenlaw. We'll do that next. You'll hear it live only here on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Business owners talking to you. Are you feeling stretched thin by the pressures of growing your business? You're keeping up with changing regulations. You're staying HR compliant. You're hiring and retaining top.
Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcast. We are the sports leader.
The Niners, Brady back, and a throw right. Ball got tipped, intercepted by Dre Greenlaw, dropping back into coverage. He tipped the ball up into the air and intercepted it. Tom Brady picking himself up off the ground, finds out he has thrown his second interception of the game.
And it's Kerry Hyder that time who does a great job on Tom Brady. Another flat throw from Brady. Greenlaw gets his hand on it, tips it to himself. I love that. I was talking to Greenlaw at practice the other day, talking about exactly this. He goes, man, if I can get me one this week against the GOAT, wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, it was for me, to be honest. It was complete but I try to be a gentleman. No, it was actually, look, it was a great play he made. I'm happy he's got the ball. I wish I didn't throw it, but I'm trying to be a good sport because a lot of times I'm not a good sport. I could be a pretty bad sport. And so in the moment when they get me in the right frame of mind, I'm actually a good sport.
that was last year. The Niners beat the Bucks. Brock Purdy on one side, but that was Tom Brady on his podcast. Let's Go, talking about Fred Warner came over, then Dre Greenlaw had the ball, and Tom Brady and that whole thing. And Dre Greenlaw joins us from OTAs. We'll get into OTAs and how Dre is doing in the offseason and all that kind of stuff. But Dre, take us through that on the field. Fred went over. You got the ball signed. Tell us all about that.
Yeah, man. No, yeah. I went over afterwards, and I was telling my teammates, that I wanted to get the ball signed. I was gonna go get it signed. They was like, "No, you're not." And I was like, "I bet I do." And they was like, "Man, you get this signed, you the GOAT, man." So I went over there, I started talking to him for a little minute, and he kind of like, he wasn't too happy. Of course, he threw 2 picks, so, he wasn't too happy. So I looked at it, I was like, man, you know what? I was supposed to get this ball signed, but you ain't got to sign it, man. And then Fred comes behind me. He goes like, you get the ball signed? And I looked at him, and I was like, man, you got to sign this ball, man. I already told him you to go sign this ball, so he signed it. And it was just a cool experience, man. But just, one of the greatest football players to ever play the game. So it was just unreal moment.
Yeah, and it was a great game and a great play by you to drop into coverage and tip the ball up in the air and come away with it. But I think the biggest signature of last year was the 49ers getting you to sign a contract extension. And then early in the year, Dre, and then you go out and you just ball out. I mean, whether you're a Pro Bowler or All-Pro, the hell with that. I mean, just talk about the season you had last year, 127 tackles, playing next to Fred. Are you playing the best football of your life right now? Big play, Dre.
For me, it's just about being in the moment. Just, take advantage of the opportunities that I got. Just being on the field, being on the moment with my brothers and going to have fun. And, at the end of the day, our ultimate goal is just to go win the championship. So, every day, now throughout the summer, we put in that work to, go achieve that goal. So, and it's a great feeling, working with the guys that, we got in the room, Fred, those guys just to push me throughout the summer and stuff like that. So, whenever season time is time to go, our goal is to win a championship, and, that's what we're going to try to do this year.
Dre Greenlaw joining us, Pop and Lund here on these Sports Leaders. We'll get you through some OTAs. Nothing major, though, right now. You're not in OTAs, but no big deal, just healing up?
Yeah, nothing major. I'm actually on the side just kind of running, just continuing the off-season training. But, nothing major, just a little cleanup in the thumb. Was giving me some problems just whenever I was punching at the ball or whenever, I had to use my hands on linemen. Just finger was just really, really jammed up. So I just had to get it cleaned up and fixed. And it's going really well right now. So I'm just waiting. I guess now I think they're going to keep me out of OTAs for the most part, just because you don't want any setbacks right now. But, no, it's going really, really well.
Yeah, you are good at punching the ball out. You got a couple of forced fumbles last year and a couple of forced recoveries. Your technique, your head coach likens you with your uppercut swing to Mike Tyson, and then he says you look like Mike Tyson. Are you buying that from Kyle at all, Dre?
I'm just playing ball. I think if I was trying to find the best way to be able to just, make an impact on the game, whether it's me punching at the ball and my teammates, getting excited for it and they're doing it too, and you got all guys punching at the ball now, or, and getting one out, hopefully to change the game or, just in whatever way possible, honestly. So, but yeah, he have made that comment a few times, and a couple of people told me I look like him, so I don't believe it, but
not a bad thing. Not a bad thing.
Dre Greenlaw is joining us, Pop and Lund, talk some 49ers as they're in OTA. So this is kind of the start of it, right? Where this is officially your 2023 season. What is it like? You guys got so far in the NFC Championship game. Now you hit the reset button and you start all over again. What is that kind of like to get back into the swing and all that?
It feels great. Honestly, it's like, for me, it's like just the best feeling ever, just to be around, the team, to be at the facility. I've actually been here for about 2.5 months already, training. So I kind of already, just been up here, but just so comfortable with, just the teammates and all the guys, just meeting each other, meeting the new guys. And, it's been great. A lot of the new guys getting a chance to get good reps in and get used to the defense and, getting used to the new coach and, everybody just getting familiar with each other. So, it's just been a great feeling just being back all together. So, we can just get this season started and start working on the details of it.
Yeah, and you mentioned the new coach, your new DC defensive coordinator, Steve Wilks, interim coach last year in Carolina. Of course, the head coach in Arizona going back in 2018. You go from Robert Saleh to D'Amico Ryans to now Steve Wilks, Dre. And he's been talking about being more aggressive, with more blitzing and more press man. He also talked about using the athleticism of the linebacking core. Fred does blitz a lot. You had a sack your rookie year and one your second year. You have 2 quarterback sacks in your career. Can we expect more Dre blitzes this year?
I do hope so. I do, but I talked to him as well, and just based off what we've been doing, there's going to be a lot of ways that he's going to be able to, just match us up on running backs, and whether he's calling it, whether we're hug rushing, the running back, or whatever it is that he's calling. But he's definitely going to be sending us a lot more, so that should be fun. So hopefully we can get some more sacks this year for sure.
Hey, Dre, your defensive coordinators are popular around the league. So Saleh goes off to the Jets, and now DeMeco Ryans goes off to the Texans, and Steve Wilks is a veteran guy that comes over, was the head coach of the Panthers, comes over and is your DC. How do you expect things to be different? What is it like to have Steve Wilks and have DeMeco move on?
Of course we're gonna miss DeMeco. Just DeMeco was one of them guys that he was a player as well as a coach. And just that, relationship that you had with him, for bringing a lot of guys that he had, for a lot of us he had brought in, and then just being familiar with the game and understanding the game, and just relating to him that way. So it was just awesome having him as a coordinator. And, ever since Steve come, he's just done a great job of just not trying to be anybody or trying to be something he's not. He's kind of just been himself. And I don't know, he's allowed us to be ourselves as well. It's not like he wants to change a lot of things. He loved the way that we play, the way that we play, and and the scheme that we had last year. I think it's going to be awesome for him to just mix his own deal in there, and like he said, make us more aggressive in different situations, and that's just going to be fun to add to the pot. So it's been a great change so far. As far as just him, just like I said, just being himself, being a great leader that he is, it's going to be fun to work with him.
Well, he takes over the number one defense in pro football last year in many categories, including the most important points per game, and obviously the defensive player of the year, Nick Bosa, and the great front. Javon Hargrave is now there, and the two best linebackers in football, and you and Fred. But I even called it the last few years the best trio of linebackers in football, with Azeez Al-Shaair as well. So not having him, Trey, what are your thoughts on the base defense when you have three linebackers on the field? Who are some of the candidates that could be that third? And then, more importantly, when you guys go nickel, that third linebacker is your nickel back. And that was K'Wan Williams for a long time and Jimmy Ward last year. Isaiah Oliver is big and strong, and he can give you that blitz off the slot. So tell me about, a third linebacker candidate in the base, and then when you go nickel, your new nickel back.
Yeah, for us in base, honestly, like you said, we're going to be missing a really, really good linebacker in Azeez. But, just like, how the game is, that's just how the, business works. You play good, they pay good. So, and, he had one of those seasons to where he knew he was a starting linebacker. So, but, we got a lot of guys, honestly, that's just, the 49ers is, as an organization altogether, do a good job of, drafting and getting, high character, just guys that fit their system. So we got a lot of guys that, that can run, that can hit. Flan, OB, two guys that, are probably going to battle it out for that position. And then you got some young guys that can also come in and make a difference as well. So, D and Jalen, and those going to be some guys to watch for that can probably compete for that spot as well. So, it's just been a great OTA so far, watching them learn, watching them grow, watching them get better. And, it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. Just young talent and, guys that's been in that position already, that understands it and knows it and know how to play it. So, it's the best of both worlds. But, and as far as the nickel spot, just seeing Isaiah and what he's able to do. He's a long guy that's, like you said, physical, this ranger guy that can cover. Man-to-man is very good zone coverage, cover nickel, which is, perfect for our defense. So, it's been good to see, just like those guys get those reps and learn the defense and, make plays, and you can just see the confidence grows in them as they, every day as they continue to work. So, I'm just ready for training camp so I can be a part of it, really, honestly. So every day I'm just working right beside them, just waiting on my chance to be able to get out there with them. So it's been good to watch.
Jerry Greenlaw's joining us. OTA's going on right now. Like I said, camp around the corner. You sound excited about it. Pop mentioned this name, Javon Hargrave. He switches sides, and you got to love that. Now you got Armstead and Javon Hargrave. They rebuilt some of the depth along that defensive line, but Hargrave in particular, how nice is it going to have that big guy on your side, maybe clearing some way so you can make some plays?
Oh, it's gonna be huge. I actually talked to him whenever he came in. I was like, "We're gonna get this clear." You know what I mean? Just like just coming from Philly, man. We're gonna get this clear, man. Like, I got a little lucky, but we ain't. I didn't exaggerate too much. But they still did a good job. They're a really good team that last year. But just having a guy like him that can move people, that's aggressive. It's gonna help everybody out, not just me, but it's gonna help. The guys behind me as well, because I just think it just all works together. So it's going to be fun to just, how, you already got the guys that we've had before, like you said, Eric, Bosa, all those guys up front. So it's going to be fun to add in a guy with some experience as well,
Great stuff, man. By the way, before we let you go, where's that football? Where's that Brady football?
The TB12. What
is it in a case or something?
It's definitely in the case, but I'm not going to tell you where.
Okay, you'll have to kill us. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt for sure. But
so, what does he sign on a ball? Does he sign TB12 HOF or Tom Brady, Lord of the Rings? What does he sign?
It's TB12. It's TB12. It's I'm just making sure nobody got in the case. Nobody can touch it, so it doesn't wipe off or it's crazy, but. No, it was an unreal feeling, man, and it's the fact that I just manifested that and prayed about it the whole week. I said it was going to happen and it happened, so it was awesome for him to get a chance to sign it too. It was big.
That's awesome.
He doesn't even sign Thomas Brady or Tom Brady. He just signs TB12.
Marketing all the time.
Nice and smooth. I like it. Nice and smooth.
Yeah, that is smooth. That's gonna be worth something, man. We appreciate it, man. Get healthy. We can't wait to see you in camp and have a great season. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
All right, I appreciate y'all.
There's Trey Greenlaw giving us the insight into getting the TB12 ball. That's what he's signing.
What does Terry Bradshaw sign on his ball? He's the only TB12 that's allowed to sign?
Probably copyrighted. He probably saw, if he sees a Terry Bradshaw try to be TB12, he's probably going to sue him, knowing him.
And then he's going to have to change it to TB12 HOF.
TB12 HOF.
7 rings.
Is he going to write on the ball, too, just win, baby? Is he going to start doing that, too?
Don't start. Don't start. I cannot even go there. Tom Brady, owner of the Raiders.
Yeah, I heard that.
They called Jimmy in today. You had off-season surgery? What's going on there?
Looks like our owner's going to have to be the quarterback.
Oh, boy.
Can you imagine that? I'm coming out of the booth. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Maybe that's
his rights. Tampa Bay have his rights still?
Well, he's the owner of the Raiders. Do they still have his rights if he's the owner of the Raiders? Can the owner come out of the booth?
Can he sign formal retirement papers?
I don't think he's done
that. How'd that work? Say he did want to do that. Would Jason Light and Tampa Bay have they have to get?
Is he a true free agent? I think he's a true free agent, right? Because remember,
he's still in.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, you're right. Because he
gave back the money or did some kind of funky thing, right?
He did not have a contract.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Wow. He could come out of retirement. Hey, Jimmy, TV12's back.
Wouldn't that be great if he came walking on the field?
Oh,
Jimmy's got his walking boot on or something. All of a sudden, who's number 12 over there? That guy looks familiar.
No. It's him.
You'll get your money, Jimmy, but guess what? You're the backup again.
Wow.
See ya. Just like it was in New England.
You gonna show up when we scrimmage them in Henderson before the preseason game?
Here comes TV12. What's up, Dre? Yeah, picking this one off. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I love it. All right, there it is.
Trey's a good guy.
He is a good guy. I mean, that's pretty ballsy. I wouldn't have done that. Hey, Tom, you signed this ball I intercepted from you.
Well, at the end of the game, It was like a receiving line. All the 49ers lined up to hug it out with him.
That's true. They knew. What was that, 35-7? Boy, he's not kidding, too, because he was talking about at the beginning of the segment, and people missed it, how he can be a bit of a red ass, and he got him at a good moment. Man, I went to his press conference after that 35-7 win by the Niners. He was just not happy. You can't carry pissed off Tom Brady live, I can tell you that.
He did not have a good game.
No, he did not.
He did not have a good game.
And remember, he was on the sidelines screaming at guys.
Who made his first NFL start that day?
Yeah.
Brock Purdy.
It's pretty good. It's tough to, from there, it's like, who'd you beat in your first start? Tom Brady. Yeesh, not bad. All right, 1 o'clock hour is on the way. We'll give you the foreplay at the top of the hour. I have a great, sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol as well. Are we done with, I think we're done with guests, right? Done with guests on the day? Good stuff, man. Nick Wagner, Brian Kenny, Dre Greenlaw. Really good stuff today. So, all right, we'll get into all of it coming up next to the foreplay. Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now? On KNBR.com.
Kyle Harrison, he struck out 9 in just 4 innings in his last outing. And Giants President of Baseball Operations Farhan Zaidi joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to let everybody know that they plan to increase Kyle Harrison's pitch count after that strong outing. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. John Lund here for my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. And it was a tough winter for many of us. The heavy rains, dangerous driving conditions, and unfortunately, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they saw a sharp increase in accidents and injury cases as a result of that bad weather. Now, it wasn't the only thing, that weather, that made this winter difficult. We also saw people affected by the mass layoffs, especially in the tech industry. The Dolan Law Firm's Employment Practices Group also saw an uptick in unlawful terminations, discrimination, and sexual harassment cases. But now that the bad weather is behind us, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm want to remind everyone, please be aware that the good weather brings out pedestrians, motorcyclists, scooters, bicyclists, and children playing. So let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And for employees, go to DolanLawFirm.com. That's DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. The award-winning firm has secured over, get this, $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. Headquartered right here in the Bay Area, they live here. They work here. More importantly, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I love that we play that every Thursday. It makes my week.
Right afternoon, John, starts.
Speaking of, and we'll get into some Giants here. We got a foreplay for you in which you'll hear from Farhan if you missed him yesterday with Tolbert and Cope, so stay right there. But since we played that cut, do you realize, and a lot of celebrities are doing this now, it's the big thing, Steph Curry is launching his own alcohol. It's called Gentleman's Cut Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, and a bottle of it will set you back about $80. That ain't cool,
Not
Steph.
bad.
Ain't cool.
Does Steph even drink bourbon whiskey?
That's a good point. I don't know.
I think Draymond does in the off season.
But that's his. I'm glad that he came out with a whiskey. I'm a big whiskey guy. So, Gentleman's Cut Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, priced at $80. So
not bad.
Which is not. Yeah, that's not a.
We could have a sample sent here.
I would like that.
Like it.
Yeah, I will say that I did try, just because I have a bartender friend who works in Danville, and I went there and they had the blackened Metallica whiskey.
Which
and I was,
spot did you go to?
A little steak place there that both you and I know. Very nice. Chad is the bartender.
In the livery? Good. In the livery?
No, right in. I'm trying to think exactly what street it's on. But I wouldn't have never tried it out. I would have never tried it on my own, but it was the Metallica whiskey, and he made it in an old fashioned, and it was outstanding. So I got to give it up to Metallica, because I didn't try the. I've never tried the George Clooney tequila Casamigos. I've never
had that.
No, I've heard Jordan's tequila is terrible, but it's in a fancy bottle. My tequila purist friends are like, that's garbage, but it's in a cool bottle, so people buy it. So
yeah,
I am a whiskey fan, so I hope Steph's Gentleman's Cut Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey.
Another outside endeavor for Stephen Curry.
Like he didn't have enough of those.
Even though he's not in the NBA playoffs, they just, for the CarMax commercials, just never stop.
Him and Candace Parker.
How many commercials is he on? And Sue Bird with the flashing the rings. I mean, it just never stops.
Somebody knocked it.
I wonder how the ratings are. Have you seen the conference final ratings without the Warriors in them?
Yeah.
Having the Lakers go out in 4 to Denver. What the league wanted was obviously Warriors in the finals or Lakers-Celtics finals.
Yeah.
So Boston could come back here and win. All they needed was one. We'll see what's going to happen tonight. Okay, Vincent's not going to play for Miami with an ankle injury. He's a good player.
He's been really good.
That was at the end of that, right when Boston started to take the game over in game 4 to force tonight's game 5. He was when he tweaked the ankle. So
and he did it to himself. Usually, like, he'd land on somebody's foot. Yeah. He just kind of turned it.
He just rolled it. Oh, Steph used to do it that way over and over again. Steph hardly needed anybody else. I remember one time he was guarding Jimmer. Remember Jimmer for Sacramento?
You mean the guy who was taken ahead of Klay Thompson by the Kings?
Yeah, number 10 to Klay's number 11. But he was just guarding Jimmer, never went near Jimmer's foot, and he rolled the ankle. And it's like, wow, he needs some stabilizers in those shoes. So, in any event, and we got the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Induction ceremony tonight. What a class. Julie Foudy will go in, obviously, and Patrick Willis, Gary Payton, the original GP2's daddy, the son of God, speaking of Danville out in my way and your way, John, the great Andre Ward.
Yep.
And
love him.
And Buster Posey.
How about that as a group, by the way? That's
what's the over-under on Buster length of speech tonight, and who will give the longest speech? It's got to be Andre.
I was just going to say Andre. Oh, maybe Gary Payton.
Well, Andre went into broadcasting. He was
Andre's
really
great. That's why I
can do anything.
Andre might. Buster's will be the shortest. Patrick's won't be very long.
Yeah. Julie Foudy will go.
Yeah.
She'll go.
That's a great group. My gosh.
Gary Payton. He's going to taunt somebody.
He's going to talk a lot of trash, especially if he gets some of that Steph whiskey in him.
He's going to get down in his defensive stance and bang the floor. Remember
That'll be amazing.
When he got down low and hit the court, it's like, oh, God.
Yeah, it's on.
Good luck in the cross midcourt.
Yeah, it's on, man.
That's a good class.
That is a good
class.
class.
A good class.
Man, we are working on getting Patrick Willis. Well, I'm sure we'll get him in the next couple of days. Because I was telling Walter, who does a great job getting our guests for us, we had Patrick in studio one time in an earlier rendition of our show. Patrick last year I talked to Patrick extensively. He was a captain last year, an honorary captain, and he came in. He's an awesome guy. And by the way, more and more athletes are doing this. Patrick is in amazing shape. My gosh, man.
It's I remember doing a function with him at the 49ers a few years ago, 2019, and the toe injury, he actually hung on a few years longer than he wanted to. He wanted to retire earlier, but it was painful for him to play and for us to watch him try to cover on crossing routes anymore. I mean, he changed football. He was the original, lighter, but he could still, scrape and go sideline to sideline, even playing inside in the 3-4.
Didn't he run like a 4.37 coming out?
Somewhere
like
in that. But he could cover. He could cover, whether it was big tight ends or backs out of the backfield. There was nobody better. He just man-matched him, and Navarro could do it as well. So one day, Patrick, he's going to warm up tonight with his Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction speech because he's been a finalist in Canton twice, John. So this will be a warm-up for him to go into the Hall of Fame, and likewise for Buster Posey. Buster Posey going to be a Hall of Famer.
Absolutely. It is Bob and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station. Little Farhan for you, some Sam Darnold, which I threw in for you, and some Kyle Shanahan. Let's get to the foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, let's start with little Farhan Zaidi. He was on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday, and a lot of young guys have been coming up, but the eye still is on Kyle Harrison. A couple days ago, 4 innings pitched, 9 strikeouts, no hits. Here is when Farhan says he could come up.
The general thinking is twofold. One is for a lot of our young pitchers, and Kyle is a good example of this, they're much more likely to be pitching for us later in the season than early on. So a sort of slower buildup, preserving those bullets to avoid the Strasburg type situation is part of the thinking there. The other is there's research that we've done that we've seen out there that, pitchers generally, you can mitigate injury risk by building them up more slowly throughout the season, not just going 460, 575, 690 in successive starts, but letting guys repeat each of those levels multiple times to build up arm strength. So it's both to kind of manage injury risk and also to try to preserve bullets for later in the season.
All right, so that was the explanation. You and I talked about that a little bit earlier. That's why they're building him up the way that they are, and he did mention there Steven Strasburg yesterday with Tolbert and Copes.
Don't want to go there.
No.
He hasn't had any injuries like that, but they're going to stair-step him. So his first year in 21, he threw 98 2/3. Last year was 113 innings. This year so far, in 10 starts, 30 2/3. So I think the max would be what? 15%, 20% higher than that, John, the 113, so maybe get him up to 140. And they are stair-stepping him up a little bit, as they said. His last outing, he got up to 61 pitches. He's thrown 69 before. So the question would be, he said it's probably more later in the year than earlier. I mean, could he come up and throw those pitches with the Giants? He's probably going to go up to, 5-70 now, 5 innings, 70 pitches if he's, efficient. Last outing out, he punched out 9 and got 15 outs, right, John? And he only walked one guy, 9 of the 15 outs. So,
and he had an umpire back there, not the tight robo zone. So
which
that's what he had.
zone.
Yeah, definitely.
So what's the point where if he has another outing like that one, in his next one, would they, in early June, would they be looking at him? And if he's going to throw 70 pitches down there, couldn't he throw 70, 75 pitches here?
I would think that would be the logic. And again, look, I'd love that the prospects are coming up, all these kind of things, but it doesn't come down to one simple rule. And this is why I think Casey Schmidt's here. Now, I know that Patrick Bailey, and we're going to hear from Farhan on Patrick Bailey in a minute, but he got a break, but still I think Patrick Bailey is, unless he just can't hit it all, is here to stay. If he's the better player for the spot you need, then he should be here. And I start looking at it, okay, you got your 3 guys. I know DeSclafani struggled last time, but obviously you have your 3. And now you're talking bullpen games a lot. Is he better than Alex Wood, who's only going through, 18 batters at the most? He's not going through, he's not even going through the 3rd time through the lineup, right? So, is he better than Alex Wood? Is he better than Ross Stripling? I know he's on the IL, but you get the gist. And is he better than Sean Manaea? I mean, those are your options at 4-5. So to me, I got to believe he's better than those options, right?
Yeah, but they want him to come up when he's ready. They don't want to rush him. I mean, I imagine, is that, Bannister making that call? Dick Tidrow used to make these calls for years for Savvy Saves. I wonder who makes the call. If it's Bannister, if they're sending video to Andrew Bailey and he's looking at it. But tonight they are going to go bullpen guy. So Scott Alexander, the lefty, will start. And we'll see what Craig Counsell does with his lineup. You could come in with another, Jacob Junis behind him, John, go lefty starter, come in with a righty, or even Brebbia could come in behind. So how does Counsell balance the lineup knowing that Alexander's going to be an opener and only go 1 inning? And what is Counsell going to do tonight? The Milwaukee Brewers have not listed a starting pitcher. I'm hearing it's either going to be a opener or possibly Julio Teheran. Remember him, the former Atlanta Brave?
I do.
And went to the Angels, Tigers. They got him off waivers from San Diego on Tuesday. So either opener or Julio Teheran.
Yeah. I'm not going back, and this is an old argument, ripping on the opener, but wouldn't it make more sense if you used Junis to start, and then, because I don't like burning Scott Alexander. He's a valuable left-handed arm out of your pen. I just don't like it. Or Brebbia when he starts. Brebbia is normally, I know he's had his struggles, but he's normally one of your better, more reliable arms out of the pen. I don't know.
Well, Christian Yelich, a left-handed hitter. Milwaukee's got some lefties that could open the game, so maybe that's why you want him to go in the first inning. But then how does Counsell balance his lineup? Assuming Alexander starts, he's going to go 1 inning, right? Perhaps 2.
So you just keep your lineup the same, don't you? And just be like, oh, well.
Well, then who do they come in behind? I mean, you're probably coming behind with Junis.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say Brebbia for later? So, and they screwed the other night when they started Brebbia and went Sean Manaea.
Right.
They had to pinch hit there. They didn't even get their Donovan Solano came in. Their starting second baseman never even got a plate appearance. So if you are able to switch arms from left to right or right to left early in the game, some of the guys get burned and never even get a plate appearance.
All right, let's flip it over to football. This one's for you, Sam Darnold. He had all of the quarterbacks have spoken. Here is Sam Darnold and what knowledge he's bringing to the quarterback room.
The past, what has it been, 5 years? The past 5 years of being in this league and being a starter and, going through the ups, going through the downs of just being in this league and being a quarterback. You experience some things and, but I think, Trey and Brock, even the young careers that they've had, have dealt with some adversity, obviously some ups and downs as well. So, I think it's just at the end of the day, it's playing quarterback's a special privilege. And, with that comes a little bit of adversity as well. And, I think it's just really cool, the conversations that we get to have in the quarterback room, especially like you mentioned with Coach Greasy in there, just being able to talk about the position and talk about how to kind of deal with those things and deal with adversity and even deal with success at times. So, it's just great conversations that come up and,
12 ums in there. He's got to work on his ums. But there's been so much talk about...
I thought he was going to say special purpose there for a minute.
There's been so much talk about Brock getting healthy and Trey's new motion that we haven't heard a lot from Sam Darnold. Have you heard anything about the way he looks? I haven't heard anything.
I've not.
No, I haven't heard anything. You haven't? Come on, I think that's a flat lie. You haven't asked anybody about Sam Darnold. That's a lie.
Did they sign Sam Darnold?
That is
the
a lie.
USC Trojan.
That's the first question. Is Tim Ryan returning your text messages yet? I know you texted Tim. Bro.
He's a Trojan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Tim Ryan's like, hey, how's your USC buddy? Right. Oh, you're both going to be doing that this year on Thursdays.
I had nothing to do with him being a USC Trojan. We don't care. I'm also a Bison from Buffalo. I like North Dakota State. I don't care. I'm a Cyclone as well.
Yeah.
He looks impressive.
You don't even like those things anyway.
What do you mean?
The Trojans. You don't like those things.
Oh. I don't use them. I don't use them.
I don't use them.
Rocky. Had 5 kids, never used one.
Never used one. But, okay. I would have figured maybe you'd ask somebody because he's not getting talked about. It's just like Trey's motion and Purdy's injury and then nothing. That's it.
Keep it on the down.
All right. Just checking.
By the way, the Brewers just made it official. Julio Teheran will start the game.
I didn't remember he was still
around. Be an
around.
opener. He can go 5 innings. He hasn't pitched in a couple of years.
I was going to say, yeah.
He was. They got him off San Diego on Tuesday. He got waived, so he can go 5 innings probably.
All right, here's Kyle Shanahan. This is an interesting one. You mentioned the quarterback room before. He was asked about the quarterback situation and the quarterback room versus past years.
Oh, and I don't want to compare it to other years, but I mean, we got two guys who are talented enough to be taken in the top 5 of the draft, and we have another guy who played like it last year. So I like the 3 guys we got, and I've always been a fan of Brandon Allen. Just watching him throughout his career, and to be able to get him in here also, I feel real fortunate with our 4.
Well, I forgot about Brandon Allen. Was he the guy that threw the pick that Bosa tipped up in the air when he was with Carolina and he took it back? Wasn't that Brandon Allen? Or was that a different guy?
I know he was in Cincinnati the last couple of years backing up Mr. Burrow.
Because I remember when Nick did that.
That was one of the great. I thought he had a pick 6 going back the other way. That was an amazing play.
Yeah.
No, this is not.
Different Allen.
This is.
That was Kyle Allen.
Denver, Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle Allen, different guy.
Right. He was in Denver in 2019, and he's been in Cincinnati backing up Burrow the last few years. They like him.
Kyle Allen.
Okay, so right now he's a camp arm, and we'll see how Brock gets through it and all that. I mean, would you bring him to training camp and go with 4 arms in training camp? I mean, as we were talking to Nick Wagner, they are going to allow Brock to start throwing next week, but what's he going to throw? It's not going to be a full, as far as weight, NFL football. It's going to be a smaller ball, and he's going to have to step up. So they like Brandon Allen. I know that. So he may hang around and at least be available in training camp. Whether or not he plays in preseason games, John, and by the way, I've known it for a while, but the preseason schedule came out officially. So the first game is the Raiders, and that's going to be the joint practices with the Raiders as well. And then the Broncos game will be August 19th at Levi's, and the Charger game August the 25th at Levi's. So, I don't think Brandon Allen necessarily will get in the preseason game. Certainly that'll be Trey and Sam, and then will Brock Purdy be cleared by then to play in any preseason games? If he's not, then Brandon Allen could hang around and play in a few August games.
All right, that is your foreplay. One from Sam Darnold there. You heard Kyle Shanahan, a couple from Farhan as well. If you missed any of those interviews, just go to KNBR.com. The Farhan stuff's really, really good. A lot of good insight onto that. By the way, speaking of baseball, Eric Burns joining Tolbert and Copes this afternoon. I'm sure they will talk about Jeff Passan's piece on ESPN about the robo-umps. Plus, I follow Burns on social media. His son is on the 12-under USA baseball team. They're in Mexico. And Burns is doing live play-by-play of it. It's hilarious.
In Spanish?
Yeah, probably. There's probably some Spanish thrown in there, the way that he does things. But so that'll be pretty funny. So this afternoon, make sure that you tune into the boys and Burnsy this afternoon
Burns,
from Mexico.
Baby Burn.
Yeah, he's in Mexico, so who knows what he's going to be doing.
Good player.
Yeah, probably like running the streets or something. I don't know. Hola. Yeah, that was
John.
beautiful.
What's Eric in Spanish?
Yeah, that's. I think it's just
Hola,
Eric.
Eric.
Yeah, yeah. That was John Miller when he was in Mexico City. I said to him,
talking to you.
Yeah, he's incredible. But the stories.
How many
he told.
adios pelotas did he have that weekend?
I say adios paloma, and that's my favorite drink right now. they go fast too.
Very
adios
good.
paloma.
Very good.
I'm telling you, man.
Next.
Yeah, I'm telling you. By the way, somebody chimes in and says the Rock's tequila. The Rock has a tequila. I forgot about that. Said it's good. Take your word for it.
Dwayne Johnson?
Yeah, I don't think he needs any more money.
The XFL owner, he's got one as well?
Yeah, I guess he does. So, all right. Some good stuff on the text line. We'll hit up a couple other things we missed, including a rule change that could happen in the NBA that I think could be as good as some of the ones they put in baseball. We'll do that. And then we got a sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol for you at 1:30. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Our pal Mike Silver from the Chronicle, he breaks down the 49ers quarterback hierarchy. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Protect your assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Sports leader. It only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
If you had either one of these teams winning the series, which some people definitely had Denver winning this series, I don't think anyone had Miami winning the series. In saying that, if you did, there's no way you had it this way. Like, even the smartest of the smartest didn't have it this way. Like, there's just no way you had it this way. The Lakers getting swept and Miami sweeping Boston, like, you just didn't. It didn't follow the script. We're talking scripts. That definitely wasn't the script. So for all the script lovers out there, the script has been burned. Like, it definitely didn't follow the script.
There's, of course, Draymond Green. The Celtics could make it 3-2 and make this thing very interesting against Miami tonight. That's what's going on. And how about this? Shams Charania reporting this morning the NBA's competition committee is discussing the potential of in-game penalties for flops that would result in technical free throws. The trial is possible at the Summer League in July. The LaFlop rule.
Well, I mean, we talked to Jeff Van Gundy, and Steve Kerr prompted it, saying the Lakers flop, and Darvin Ham pushed back. But now it's become a epidemic. I remember it's in the rule book now, and I thought at one point you could, if somebody was deemed to be flopping, John, I thought you could give them a technical foul. It would not be necessarily a flagrant, But I thought at one point on the books you could issue a technical. It's like the balk rule years ago, or everybody was balking Bob Davidson for a month and they backed off and they changed. So the rules in the rule book, it's a way they interpret the rule or legislate the rule with the game officials. So I think it's gotten to the point now, and Jeff Van Gundy's just making too much of a deal out of it. He's ruining NBA playoff games, conference finals games by just harping on it. His team's coached that way. Nelly used to bring out the mats. Tolbert knows that, and they practice flopping, and you got away with it more. I think the real issue is the block charge in the NBA, John. These great athletes, to have somebody just step under them and get outside of the no charge zone, where you can get a charge, a block call or a charge, get out that circle, the no block zone, but you're outside of it. It's just, to me, I think that's the rule they got to look at, or you're becoming too much like college basketball, where lesser athletes step under these great athletes that are soaring in the air, and basically stepping right into them and getting a charge call. So I think we're all on board with that. To take the flop away from the game is good, and I kind of thought it was on the rule book anyway. I'm not sure why you have to go to the summer league to look at it. It's there.
Yeah, I don't know if it went away, because I was looking at, during the Lakers series, I was looking at a YouTube video of a series of LeBron flops, and this was when he was playing back with Cleveland, and it was in a playoff game against Chicago, and Reggie Miller made reference to that. Now, this is years ago. I don't know exactly what year it was, but he said LeBron's going to get fined again for this one when they were doing fines.
Started doing it. Was it just finding him? I think they were chainning him up.
They were finding him up. And yeah, maybe so. But this is interesting because, again, I'm not against the Lakers or any other team. The Lakers especially were doing against screens in the playoffs, because, like you said, of the way that the rule is written, if you can give yourself an advantage, then you should do that. I just think from an aesthetic standpoint, you're constantly stopping the game. Guys are acting. The referees are getting fooled. I don't think you should be rewarded for that. So I do think that it would make the game better. And I also agree with this block charge thing, because what's happening too is that you're not defending. A guy's coming in, and we're not seeing the bigs and the rim protection and all this kind of stuff. It's guys just sliding under somebody, and rather than actually defending and using those skills, they're sliding under guys and trying to get the charge now. And to me, again, the game itself is not better because of it. And so they need to fix those two things, I think, so that first of all, I don't want more fouls. I want less fouls, and I want things to have rhythm to it, and that's taken away from all of that.
Without a doubt.
So,
and we got to get into the NFL essentially taking the kickoff out of the game. We got to get Joe Nedney on a little bit to talk about how you got to handle this. So we talked about it a little bit. I think at some point, John, we got to give more attention to that, because there's no doubt that's going to change things. As far as what Draymond was saying, I thought Denver was going to beat the Lakers in the series. I didn't think they'd sweep them, but they were 4 close games. LA had a chance to win all of them. One, they were down 21. They came back at the end. It's just Denver, just a late game execution for a roster. Is any of their players been in the NBA Finals, John? I mean, there's Jokic or Jamal Murray, their stars, Michael Porter Jr. They have anybody? Contavious Caldwell-Pope.
That's it.
He's a champion from the Lakers. But beyond him, I mean, to play with the poise that they play with as a young team, and they've been building for a while, and they overcome the Murray and the Porter Jr. injuries. But as far as Boston goes, this would be some story. And I could easily see Boston flip, and they already have. The way they played Game 4, the way they got on that run, couple of them, but the 18-0 run, the way they kind of solved Miami and Spoelstra's zone, and it's all down to just making shots, and Tatum played so well with that step-back shot. Now, the curious thing, John, Boston, on their home floor, the parquet in Boston, the TD Garden, they're 4-5 at home in the playoffs. They play better on the road, so you would think 3-1, now they're home for Game 5. They win 6. They force Game 7 at home. But they got to find a way to play on their parquet.
Yeah. And, it's interesting because, look, no team has ever come back from 3-0, and it's probably not going to happen here. But you start looking at it, and you say, okay, they did win the one in Miami. Gabe Vincent, who's been really good, is out tonight. You're at home. Despite that record, I don't know, they probably win tonight, 3-2. And then basically it comes down to a one game, or you tie it, and then you could go back home. So It's never been done, but it's kind of an interesting looking one here at this point.
Never been done in the NBA.
Right.
But it has been done in Major League Baseball, obviously, with the Red Sox coming back from 3-0 down against the Yankees in the 2004 American League Championship Series. And then hockey fans, we all remember the Sharks and the face plant on Figueroa.
Oh, man.
Remember when the Sharks were up 3-0 on the LA Kings? Kings came back and won, what was that, 2014? And then they won the Stanley Cup that year.
That was brutal.
That was a first rounder. Remember that? They were up 3-0 on the Kings.
Yeah, that was brutal. Very brutal. All right, we got a sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol for you. A Florida man. Well, just wait in the line to go to the bathroom, all right? I will explain that one. Man shot a roommate in the backside for eating this, and we always have something about airlines. We've got one of those for you as well. Plus a story on Madden that we'll throw in there as well that I think will make you happy because I know you're a big Madden guy. We'll get into that. Sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol next on the Sports Leader. Going into restaurants as you get older and having to turn your flashlight on, it's very embarrassing to read the menu. Do you like scrambling around your house and looking for readers because you can't read your phone or something that you need to look at and read? Do you like driving down the road and not be able to see your instrument? I think I'm going the speed limit. Oh, no, that's the CHP behind me. I was doing 89. I couldn't see my instruments. Yeah, those things are a problem, and you can have them fixed very, very quickly, and it's quite easily done. I went to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, had this thing called CLR. It was awesome. Custom lens replacement. You'll be able to see again. It is life-changing. It is awesome. Dr. Joe Ling and the incredible team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley took me through the process. It was simple. Just took minutes. Had a couple of adjustments, and it's like I'm 20 years old again. Papa kept coming into the studio. He had it done, and he was all excited about it. And I thought to myself, yeah, I don't like doing any of those things. I don't like hunting for readers around my house. Do I have a pair? Oh, by the way, I just smashed a pair, that kind of stuff. It's not great. So if you want to do what I did, if you want to do what Greg did, and you're able to see again, and it is life-changing, there's a free consultation. All you have to do is call 877-GET-2020. Again, it's 877-GET-2020, and you schedule your free consultation. It's that simple. Or just go online to BayArea2020.com. That's BayArea2020.com. And you'll be able to see again. No glasses, no readers, no putting your light on to read a menu in a restaurant. It is awesome. Dr. Joe Ling and the entire team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. 877-GET-2020 for your free consultation or BayArea2020.com.
In essence, a sophisticated heat beam, which we called a laser.
a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Sometimes the mood strikes me, and just we've played that thousands of times, but when he says, I know some women who could fit a machine gun in there.
Are we going to explain that? You said you wanted to do that.
I think we're going to do that Friday. We'll replay the cut because we did get asked about it last week. As far as the day it is today, National Wine Day. May 25th is National Wine Day. So
really?
If you like to partake, and even if you don't, because I'm not a huge wine drinker, I enjoy it. When I go up to Napa, I'll drink wine. When I eat a steak, I like a nice hearty Cabernet. But by and large, I'm not. But I don't mind wine, that's for sure. So
is it all kinds of wine?
All kinds of wine. Yeah. Any
Red,
wine.
white.
Yeah.
Pinot, Chardonnay.
Yeah. Rosé.
Everything.
Whatever you like.
Rosé all day on
Sure.
May 25th.
So National Wine Day is today. So if you
know what also
partake,
this date is?
Go for it. Well,
as I say this now, Buster Posey is going to be inducted in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame tonight, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't it on this date that he got run over by Cousins at home plate?
Is this the day? And I missed it?
I really think it is. I think this date, that game is in my mind forever.
You got to find it.
And Tim Flannery waving Angel Pagan around.
That's 10-year anniversary.
And the inside.
That one is today.
10 years ago?
Yeah, 10 years ago
2013.
today. Yeah,
that was May 25th.
Oh, you are right. How did I miss that? Oh, I am
Why would they have the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction
You're right.
on the anniversary? What year was that, 2011?
2011. You're exactly
so
right.
12 years ago on this date?
5/25/2011.
Maybe that's his speech as it reflects on how he came back from that gruesome injury to have his best year.
Remember how pissed off Saby Sabes was at that one?
Oh,
Here it is.
wow.
I'm watching it right now.
Cousins. What was his first name? What is his first
Scott
name?
Cousins?
Scott Cousins.
Here comes. Here's the throw. Oh, it's so nasty.
Rule
It's so
7.13 will be put in.
6-6 game in the 12th, and he just got. Oh, it was terrible.
So 12 years ago to the day, he's going to go to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame after being crunched.
Wow.
And it was...
the timing on that one.
I never thought about that till just now. And the 10-year anniversary of... And that was a leadoff inside the park walk-off.
That was pretty cool, too. That was
Flan
really cool.
strutting from third base after he waved him in?
He did. Oh, we got to get Flan on. That was awesome. Oh, I don't even want to see this angle. I hate the front angle of it.
The Scott Cousins.
Because his leg gets caught, his left leg gets caught underneath him. Oh, it's so nasty. And yet I've watched it like 5 times. Oh, man.
So now he got his ankle was shredded.
It is so bad. Oh, it's so bad. Ugh. All right.
Anyway, sorry.
No, it's okay.
National Wine Day.
National Wine Day.
National Angel Pagan Day. And National Scott Cousins Day.
Jeez, today's a day, isn't it?
May 25th.
That was not a good day.
Not a good day.
I mean, you could bring in all the people you want. Once Posey went down, it's like, we're not defending this title. Oh, that's not good.
Is that the year they traded for Carlos Beltran?
It is.
I think it was.
They traded all
missing a bat.
Yeah.
Missing a bat.
And remember for years we went, Zach Wheeler hasn't turned into anything.
He's still mowing.
He's pretty good. He's still pretty good. Yeah. He'd be nice in this rotation.
Hard.
All right. This is a wild story. I think we did report it originally, but there's an update to it. So the Florida bar goer who had his arm chomped off by a 10.5-foot gator has revealed he was mauled while peeing in a pond. He was speaking from his bed in a Fort Myers, Florida intensive care unit. Jordan Rivera, 23, said that he only left this bar. It was called Banditos. Banditos Bar.
Banditos.
Yes, he was at Banditos Bar.
So that's why he had to pee in the water, John. He got a few more Banditos.
Well, that's what he said. He said he left Banditos Bar for a quick bathroom break in the early hours Sunday because the restroom line was too long. Quote, I just saw a little lake, so I was trying to go over there and take a little pee, he said. And that's when he ran into this alligator who ripped his arm off. He's okay.
Well,
he's going to be fine.
He kind of had it coming. Why is he going into the water where the gators are and ready to strike?
He said he didn't realize
Was he drinking too much wine on National Wine Day?
He said he didn't realize how big the pond actually was. He said something happened where I either tripped or the ground below me kind of went down. Dude, you were hammered. And I end up in the water, and that's literally the last thing I remember. So he looked at the line. He went, this line's too long. Saw the pond, pond would be nice for you. Saw the pond, tripped on the ground, saying the ground gave way, ended up in the water, and then an alligator ripped his arm off. That'd sober you up. Man, wow. He's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. Okay. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, point is, if the bathroom line's too long, don't go in the pond. Okay? Just deal with it.
Although, if you go into the urinal at Banditos, John, you'll be lucky to lose just one arm.
That's true.
I think it's better off going with the gator.
Yeah. That's a good point. Especially if you have to do number 2. Who does number 2 work for?
Wow.
You have to do a number 2 into like a really bad in a really bad bathroom stall. It's like, nah, man.
No, but then you do the squat.
Yeah, it's not happening.
You do the deep knee bend.
Yeah, that's good. The deep knee bend. Gotta hover.
You don't go all the way down.
Yeah, like a hovercraft.
You go hovercraft.
Yeah, you
Stay
definitely
away from
do.
The alligator.
Yeah, you don't sit on that thing. You look down oh my goodness, man.
No,
anyway,
not at Banditos.
Plus, here's the other thing too. I feel really bad for women because their line is always like out the door, and it's guys. It's just like we're
invite
moving.
them in.
Yeah, we're moving. Would you like to use the urinal, ma'am?
Yeah, but the urinal. That's gonna be a hard one, but that's the kicker.
Oh man,
the sit down is occupied.
Exactly.
You gotta
it takes
use the
time.
Invite them in.
The line's forever.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Speaking of, a woman raised a stink about a stinky diaper dilemma during an airline trip and wound up flying in some unfriendly skies, and the parents of the child in question didn't appreciate her request. So basically, a 28-year-old woman was on a flight, she said, for several hours, seated behind a couple with a baby, and they changed the baby, and speaking of long lines, they were changing the baby in the seat, airline seat.
Okay.
So
this 28-year-old woman's never been a mom.
Clearly
probably.
Not.
So, I mean, you could go in the back, but in the height of my powers, John, I could change a diaper in 30 seconds. With one hand and tie a tie in the other.
You got a cigar in one hand, a drink, and you're doing the diaper.
There's no pins involved here. It's so much easier. The thing is discarding it after.
Oh, that's
they
bad.
Just throw it behind her and lay it.
when they come by.
Here, alley-oop.
Do you have any trash? I meant plastic cups.
What are you supposed to do?
What that nasty diaper.
So she complained?
She said, I didn't say anything the first time, but the second time I heard them go into the diaper bag. A couple hours later, I asked if they could please go use the plane bathroom instead of exposing everyone on the plane to the smell.
Well, those are so small. I can barely get in there myself.
Exactly.
What is the protocol there? I don't think I've ever done that.
That's what I'm asking.
I don't think I ever took my child into the bathroom in a plane. I don't know.
I'm trying to think about.
There's some nice areas when you go into the airport terminal where they have a table laid out.
Yeah.
And they do it.
Right.
They do it in the men's room as well, and it's beautiful.
You know, I
use that.
I guarantee I changed the diaper in a seat. There's no doubt I did.
Well, because there's no room in the bathroom. Where are you going to put them?
There's not. And I'm trying to think, like you said, where the heck are you going to put a diaper? Oh my goodness. Sometimes.
Well, that's the hard part is discarding it. You got to go to the flight attendant and say, "Here, put it down with a cargo by her."
She's like, "Look, I'm looking
Louis Vuitton
exactly.
bag."
Hey, I'll take plastic cups. I'm not taking that diaper.
You know what? Throw in the woman 28C's Louis Vuitton bag and see what she gets there. She'll love it.
Yeah, she must not have had a kid. I don't think that's that controversial. When somebody gets mad, like, you got to change your kid. I mean, I get it. It doesn't smell pleasant.
The worst thing is to leave the stinky diaper that's laying there for hours.
Plus, clearly she's young. Because remember back in the day when there was a smoking section on a plane? Like
You're going way back. You're going way back.
Well, no, when I was a child and I grew up in California and we'd go back to Chicago where all my family was. And so you're on this damn plane for 5 hours and you're one row ahead of the smoking section and you're 5.
Well, I know.
It's like, my God, man.
The thing was,
my lungs are full.
Smoking section, you could put them in the last 2 rows of the plane. The entire plane turned into the smoking section. You're not going to smell it? Come on, it's so ridiculous.
Unbelievable.
But those poor people. I remember when they wouldn't allow them to fly at all. You couldn't smoke at all. If you have a serious nicotine habit, what do you think you're going to do when you're 40,000 feet high? You're like, how are you going to deal with it?
Do what I do, man. They say don't bring your own alcohol on board. Are you kidding me? What am I supposed to do? You got to replace it with something. I mean, I've got all sorts of vices. I got all sorts of stuff in my bag. You can't smoke, but
You got the Steph Curry bourbon whiskey?
Yeah, you got to have that. You got to have the chocolate covered blueberries with the high THC. I mean, you got a lot of stuff in there.
Wow. You got a lot of vices.
I got Romanowski's tackle box with me. I mean,
wow. You going neuro and lean? Wow.
Plus, I showed up 2 hours early to go to the airport bar. I mean, figure it out.
Rent a car upon arrival.
Exactly. And that's just to go down to L.A.
You better go Uber.
Yeah, exactly. And finally, a man in Louisville, Kentucky, is facing an assault charge after shooting his roommate in the buttocks during a fight about eating the last Hot Pocket. Yeah,
those are yummy. The Hot Pocket,
especially when you've been drinking.
The pepperoni one.
Oh, the pepperoni one.
Was it the Hot Pocket or the Lean Pocket?
Yeah, Lean Pockets are terrible.
Wow.
You do a
Pocket?
pepperoni pizza Hot Pocket at about 2 a.m. That thing's gold. Yeah,
wow.
You better not. I will shoot you in the ass if you take the last one.
That
of
must
those.
have been the only thing in the freezer left for him to shoot somebody over a Hot Pocket. He hit him right in the Hot Pocket because he took the last Hot Pocket?
It says, as the roommate was leaving, I guess the guy's name is Williams, Mr. Williams went inside the residence and got a gun. He then shot his roommate in the ass. This is the quote. In the ass.
Okay. Yeah.
He shot the roommate in the ass while he was trying to leave, according to the citation. The roommate went a few blocks away to get help. Let's see here. Blah, 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 blah. I just want to know what kind of Hot Pocket.
Had to be the pepperoni.
It had to be.
Ham and cheese? Those are good, too.
Oh, they are. Meatball ones are pretty good.
Stay away from the broccoli one, though.
See, that's so funny you say that. My mom used to buy the Lean Pockets with chicken and broccoli. I was like, they would be in there for a year. Finally, I'd throw them away. It was like, look, we're not eating broccoli. Okay?
Chicken and broccoli?
Chicken and broccoli. I was like, come on, Mom.
If you're going to have a Lean Pocket, go with the meatballs.
Exactly.
It's going to be lean anyway. I'm going to lose weight. They still make Lean Pockets. The Hot Pockets are still there. I don't see the Lean Pockets anymore.
Like I said, I used to, because they'd have them at convenience stores and they'd have the monster size ones. And again, of course, I wasn't driving, but
the monster boxes was.
No,
they a Lean Pocket that's like 2 feet long.
At like 7-Eleven, they had them in the freezer, and they were the double sized ones that were the pepperoni one. And you'd throw that thing in the microwave, and again, you just wouldn't wait.
Could you fit it in the microwave?
It was monstrous. So you'd buy it.
It was a double lean?
Yeah, it was a double pepperoni.
Those jumbo lean?
Yeah, it was it was a double pepperoni pizza, and they would sell them individually at like fast food stores. Man, you'd go in there like 2 a.m, stumble into the 7-Eleven, buy like a 32-ounce Budweiser and a big old Hot Pocket. Good night.
Wow.
That'd put you out.
That's a night out, John. You're a gourmet and a gourmand. That should be an ad.
Guy would look at you
they
like,
love our Hot Pocket so much. He shot the guy in the ass.
How about that?
True story.
Bro, did you take the last Hot Pocket? Oh, man. There you go. Shot him in the ass.
Wow.
It even says that.
These are college kids?
Louisville, Kentucky. No, this is an old guy.
What?
He kind of looks like Bill Murray, actually. Older guy.
Really?
Clifton Williams. How old's Clifton Williams? Got to be in his 60s. Older guy.
He's the guy who got shot or the guy who was a shooter?
He's the guy who was a shooter.
Wow.
Well, let's see here. Yeah. Anyway, because he took the last Hot Pocket. I would like to know. You're right. It's probably the pepperoni. I mean, really, what else is there? I think there's a cheese one, a meatball one, a ham and cheese, but it's got to be the pizza. So
what would possess you to shoot somebody over that?
Over a Hot Pocket.
Don't they have DoorDash?
Yeah. It's unbelievable.
You got the Philly steak, John.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. That was
That's
pretty
a
good,
good
too.
one.
That's not a bad one.
The Philly steak. Now, if he took the Philly steak, there could be an issue. You may have to light up his ass. How about the breakfast one? They make a bacon and egg one, too?
Yeah, it's been a while since I had that. I don't know that one was as good. Don't they make a croissant type, too? A croissant? I think they do. I think
you got to go Jimmy Dean breakfast for that, John.
Yeah, those are good. Yeah, man. Now we can start. Now we can get into a real conversation. Get some of that stuff going. There's one that's wrapped in a pancake, and it looks like a corn dog. It's a pancake with the sausage in the middle instead of the corn dog. That thing's dangerous. I'll save this one for the other side. It's kind of sportsy, but this is big. This is a big deal among gamers. I bet this is like a Super Bowl kind of a story. We'll explain that. We got a couple more remnants before we get out of here as well. To the top of the hour, it's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Harrison, he struck out 9 in just 4 innings in his last outing. And Giants president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi, joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to let everybody know that they plan to increase Kyle Harrison's pitch count after that strong outing. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here for Sleep Number, where you can sleep next level. Here's one tip for you if you have trouble falling asleep. Take a warm shower before bedtime. That'll release the heat to help your body get ready for sleep. With a Flex Fit 3 smart adjustable base, the Sleep Number smart bed can also gently warm your feet when you first go to bed to help you send you off to sleep even quicker. So sleep next level. Unlock your special potential with a smart bed that can perform as well as you. And now, during Sleep Number's Memorial Day sale, you can save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, you get special financing and a free home delivery when you add a base. It ends Memorial Day this Monday, May the 29th. Available only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sherholtz has the best arm. Fairly shallow. More center than right. Cousins is going to test him. Posey can't handle it, and Posey gets clobbered. Posey is hurt, and he never caught the ball. The Marlins are back ahead, and the Giants' only focus now is Buster Posey.
Wow, there you go. 12 years? 12 years?
11 years, 2011, right?
That's right.
Wow.
Man.
On the 12th anniversary of him getting crunched by Scott Cousins and that gruesome ankle injury, it took him off the field for the rest of the year. He's going into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame tonight. Anybody realize May 25th is the date of this? Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Just thought of it.
Yeah.
Just thought of it.
That's crazy. And of course, the Angel Pagan, that's 10 years. That's crazy. That doesn't seem like 10 years
That was
ago.
a Tim Flannery.
Yeah, it was awesome.
I got the Lunatic Fringe Tim Flannery shirt on her Flan.
A couple of things before we get out of here. This is pretty cool. You and I both love playing Madden. Madden 24 is going to allow cross-play. So if you have a PS5, if you have an Xbox, a PC, they can all play each other. So you don't have to be on the same device. You could have a different type, and you can still play.
Is that smart or not as far as people have to buy the different gaming devices? But that's good for the consumer, so that's great.
So it doesn't matter what you have, you can play each other, which is very cool. No, why it took
we
so
should
long.
play now with our live stream. We should have a Madden game up.
That's a good idea.
We could live stream it.
Yeah. We can do that.
Fun.
Get more boxes, good little box in the corner. Because I know in the morning, don't they have, they've got like their produce, like we can put more boxes up here. It's just me and you. We throw somebody having a Madden tournament on. You know, it's a National Wine Day. We have
I don't
somebody
have
drinking.
Jimmy Garoppolo as my quarterback now. I'm lost. I run that same play over and over again. The fake stretch right, the keep, throw, slant you going left over and over and again. Got a few pick sixes on that as well, John.
I got a weird feeling that the owner's going to come out of the box. I don't know why.
What do you mean? Oh, Tom Brady?
I can see him going down there. Oh, Jimmy's not going to be ready for the season?
Wow.
Can you imagine that?
Would he be allowed to play?
That's a good question. I mean,
the only former players that have owned teams, George Halas.
He's a true free agent.
Was a player. And Halas owned the team and coached the team. And then Jerry Richardson, when he was done as a player, owned the Carolina Panthers for years. Now Tom Brady. What's the rule on that? Remember when Ted Turner tried to manage the Atlanta Braves?
Oh, yeah.
When can you be an owner and then suit up and play quarterback as well?
I'll see why you can't. You're the owner. Why don't you just be like, I'm the best quarterback on the team?
Well, I mean,
come down there.
They have a rule on that. I don't know.
It's interesting. Anyway, we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it because Jimmy, I've got that foot injury. I got to get surgery. I just signed that contract.
Poor Jimmy.
Oh, boy.
So you know what? He was preparing to come back at the end in January, and then he had a setback. Mm-hmm. There was one day when he wasn't happy, and he needs surgery on that. So he's going to be out the entire offseason, right into training camp. That's why that introductory press conference for Jimmy was delayed that day. Remember, we were waiting on it?
Yeah.
1 o'clock, where's Jimmy? He wound up coming back the next day and having it.
Do you think they had discussions, though? They were probably like, oh.
No, they knew he had to have surgery. Scott Touche.
But I wonder if they thought about just nixing the deal at that point.
Well, I think they figured he could recover from the surgery. You know, it was like Gary Payton II.
Exact
when
same
he came
thing.
back. The Warriors took a weekend to figure it out, and that was a trade. Here, he wasn't in a contract with the 49ers as a free agent. So I'm sure they looked, is he going to heal and come back? But the timeline was have the surgery right away. But it does. It's a brand new team. So like we were talking about Aaron Rodgers, it's important to be at OTAs with the Jets at Florham Park. For Jimmy not to be able to practice with the Raiders and his new receivers, that's going to be hard. And then will he take part in the joint practices against the 49ers before that first preseason game? No.
Now, this is an interesting one. And again, this is a little bit different, but you and I had talked about where if Bob Myers doesn't come back to the Warriors, where would he go? Their general manager, Michael Winger, he's going to take over in Washington. Now, he's going to be the president of basketball operations. So if Bob wants to run his own show, Lawrence Frank is still down there. But technically, the Clippers don't have a general manager. Would Bob be interested in that, do you think?
Yeah, but Bob would be ahead of Lawrence Frank.
Mm-hmm.
So they would maybe they make Lawrence Frank the GM and bring Bob in. I mean, I thought of that right away because of obviously Ballmer's money, but more the Jerry West connection. When Jerry West left the Warriors after being a consultant and went down to the Clippers, and right away, his first offseason, what did he do? He got Kawhi Leonard to come there, and they had Paul George, and they haven't been able to put it together on the floor because they can't stay healthy. But, I mean, we asked Monty Poole this, we asked Marcus Thompson, is that he's not going to go to their team right away. He could take a year off and then go to the Clippers the following year. But that opening there, that Lawrence Frank is really the guy that runs their basketball operation. Speaking of Bob, I'm hearing, John, next Tuesday will be the Bob Myers press conference, his first one since the season ended. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions about where he's going to spend July if he's still going to work for the Warriors, and how forthcoming will he be? Will he have any kind of announcement there, or just put his head down and work for the next month and then make his decision then?
You know, what's interesting is a lot of these press conferences that we've heard from Bob over the years, they've been on somebody else or some other situation. They've never been about him. So it is going to be fun to say this one's about you, because it's been about players, it's been about, trades, it's been about, injuries, but it has never been about him. So
well, he's been asked since he's in a lame duck year, but he always said, I'll wait till the end of the year and assess. Well, the year's over. The Warriors have been eliminated. Now, technically, his year's not over because it's rolling right into the draft on June 22nd, and then he has to make a call on his contract a little over a week later. So, Bob is he's a politician that way, the way he dodges questions, John. But that, I'm sure most of it will be about where he's going to go and how he's going to handle it. And who knows? Maybe he'll have a decision by then. Probably unlikely. He won't decide for another month or so. And then how do the Warriors handle it? If they know he's leaving, do you want him to run your draft again? Or do you just let him go before, or just move on?
Especially if he's going to the Clippers. You can pick some guy never heard of. See you later. I'm picking you a good guy. Nah, Bob's got too much integrity. I would do that. I would screw the organization, but he wouldn't. So there you go. All right, we're going to watch the Heat and Celtics tonight. We got Giants baseball coming up as well, so we'll have a ton. And a Friday. We got to come up with a poll tomorrow. And as always, wonderful job on the changes today. I forgot my robe. I did set my robe out, so tomorrow I will have a robe.
You'll have the robe tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll have a robe.
All right, matching
robe. A plush robe, not that white.
8-9 hitters tonight. Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey. It's short, and it's behind the plate.
They're back out. All right, thanks as always to our guys. Thanks to Danny. Thanks to Walter. Great guest list as always. Nick Wagner, Brian Kenny, Dre Greenlaw. If you missed any of those, go to KNBR.com. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the Friday edition of the show. Tolbert and Cope's coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader. The show for the thinking fan, Pop. Brian
That's
joins us.
not us, John, but he can help us.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today on the broadcast, Eric Burns, you're going to join us. You're going to join us at 2:50. And then Jeremy Affeldt, 3:15. So do a little baseball, and then get you ready for a little baseball. As we go watch a little basketball. Got one more hockey game tonight. We've got sweep number 2 out of the way.
One more hockey game. That's all we got.
Yeah, we got 2 sweeps. One that's gone to 5, and another one that could be gone tonight. Last night's game was brutal. We won't get too far into it. We need to get Drew on one of these days when we get maybe when we get the Stanley Cup Finals. Maybe hockey can make it onto our golden.
What's that, like a month away? What do we got? Like a month till the Stanley Cup starts?
About 10 days.
Yeah.
About 10 days.
June 8th. So they're the same thing as the NBA, where they have a set date.
Is that what it is?
Well, they have a set date. Not the same day, but it's a set date where they don't move it up.
I don't know. Maybe we can. I mean, maybe the people that do these things can see fit squeezing a little sport like hockey onto the show when we get to the Stanley Cup Finals.
I'll determine that later, Tom. If we've got if that's something acceptable for us to be doing and discussing here on 50,000 Watts and the Sports Leader. Dude, I did catch. Check this. I mean, I'm sure you know this because you watch a lot of Angels ball. Reyes Maranta, former Giants pitcher, is a you call him, dude. Baseball players, man, all shapes and sizes. I mean, like if you thought Pablo was getting big when he got to the end, dude, I'm not here to shame anybody.
He's way bigger than when he was with the Giants.
Dude, he's pushing the width being wider than the height. You know what I mean? You know where I'm going with this. Like he's
no, I know exactly where you're going.
He's a stumpy little dude out there, but he's throwing gas. He's throwing flames.
Yeah. I mean, let's just put it this way. I'm glad my television's a widescreen.
Yeah, thank you.
That's all I can say.
I was like, oh, they got a bullpen card in Anaheim. I was like, oh, no, that's Reyes Maranta. He's just jogging out.
Dude, Maranta, I was like, yeah, I saw him about 4 days ago. I go, oh, damn, Maranta's here. I go,
how big was he then?
He's not as good as he was with the Giants. He's
kind of a journeyman now. He's in Arizona.
You know who else they got? They got Matt Moore. He's their setup guy. Yeah, Matt Moore comes in the
pearly whites and everything.
Correct. And then Davinsky, former Astro, comes in the 8th, so that's kind of your Davinsky, Moore, and Estevez is your.
Moore is the 8th inning guy, huh, for the Angels?
Yeah, Moore is the 8th inning guy, and he's been nails, too. He's been incredible in the 8th inning. It's like, wow, this guy's been. No, he's been really, really, really good for him. And it was fun last night to get him to sweep the Red Sox. Because my buddy, he's a huge. You may have met him before. He comes in and hangs out every once in a while when we do the show, and he's a huge Red Sox fan. Yeah,
okay.
He loves the Red Sox, so he was giving me crap when they took 3 out of 4 in Boston. He goes, oh, the Angels, the perfect tonic for the Red Sox. So I texted him last night at like 2 a.m. his time. I go, oh, the Red Sox, the perfect tonic.
Yeah, beautiful.
For the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
Now, you guys had that means you guys had some head-to-head playoff matchups, division series, right?
Correct.
Back in like, 2008, 9, 10? I want to say like Jose Arredondo was a guy giving up home runs for the Angels. Remember that guy?
Yeah,
hard-throwing Dominican dude. Ibanez was out there. Hitting home runs. Ben Weber was earlier. Ben Weber was like 02.
Weber was early. That bullpen, when they were really good, 02.
I'm talking like 08. Yeah, Tim's going
Yeah. 02 was like when they beat the Yankees. 02 was Donnelly, K-Rod, and
Shields.
Now Shields was a little after.
Scott Shields? No,
Scott Shields was after. He came. He set up K-Rod.
Okay,
but K-Rod set up, and I can't blank on his name right now. His big right-hander.
Troy Percival.
Yes, Percy. Yes, exactly. So that was the World Series team. So yeah, we've had our battles, but yeah, he texted me. I was like, okay, it's time to text him back.
Time to bow out.
He's always been a huge Red Sox fan. I'm not sure why, but he loves the Red Sox. So. Maranta. Reyes Maranta is.
He's a big dude, big man out there.
I was like, wow, where'd he say? I had no idea. And so home for the refugee Giants, the Angels.
I texted Kerry Crowley last night because he used to have a bit when he was covering the Giants and Maranta was on the team. He always called it the Reyes Maranta experience. He's like, here's another. And he put a little like TM on Twitter, like it was like a copyrighted thing, a trademark thing. So I hit him last night with a little photo of Reyes Maranta, who was awfully big out there on the mound. And I said, dude, if we're going the Reyes Maranta experience and we're going with a sequel here in Anaheim, we probably got to go the Reyes Maranta experience type 2. That's probably the way we're going. Then I think I got one more good one off. Check this whip. Just said cool, That was it. That was it. Does he pop champagne or is it? I don't know. Jars of
going.
gravy. We can keep on going. Is it Weyas Maranta? I see. Now I'm out.
Wow.
5'10", 270. 949 says, big boy on the Cache Creek text line. That's a big man. I'm 5'9", 170.
Yeah.
This guy's the same height as me. He's 100 pounds heavier. And he looks it. I mean, he's a pro athlete, though.
How about let's just be honest? That man has a problem. Okay, that's too heavy. You shouldn't be that heavy. 5'10", 270 is absurd, absolutely absurd. So I don't know if it would reduce his velocity if he lost 20, but I'm guessing it'd probably be healthier. I'm not a doctor, so
I'm no doctor here. Yeah,
I'm no doctor, but I feel like that's probably a little more strain in your heart than your heart needs to be strained. But yeah, I mean, it's weird. It was weird seeing him for the first time, but he's doing all right. And look, all right's good enough with the Angels because the Angel bullpen is, whew. Anyway, enough of the Angels.
It's a good pivot point, though, because I want to jump off the Angels and talk about something. We'll do this on the other side, because we had Farhan on yesterday, and look, we'll be honest here. I mean, you guys always check in. Love when people check in on the Cache Creek text line. On YouTube, on the YouTube stream, if you're watching that, I've been trying to communicate with people there. It's cool, because listeners are talking to each other. But people have their feelings about the Giants front office, right? This offseason, we were hard on them. We tried to get to the bottom of what was going on. People wanted to see results. And I would say, from my perspective, the tone about the conversations around the team when we talk to guys like Farhan, when we talk to other Giants guests, like we're going to have Jeremy Affeld on today, but specifically yesterday, seemed like there's more optimism from people, and rightly so. But the people who were saying, they've got to show me something. Where are the prospects? Where is this success that's supposed to be coming? It's just a bunch of holdovers until the young guys get here. Some of that's going away because some of these Band-Aids, like Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey, and we saw what Kyle Harrison did the other night, and Farhan spoke pretty highly of him. I thought he all but said he's here to help us later in the year, which is why he's not throwing all that many innings right now. He said basically that. So we'll play some of that sound for you, but seems to me like there's optimism here now. Like we've got a little bit more hope, and the tone around this team, at least from the fan perspective, is looking forward towards some light instead of just, where the hell are we going?
Well, I think it's excitement, and, we've talked about it. When you bring up the young guys play well, there is going to be a little more excitement. That's going to wear off eventually, and you want to see wins. Like, ultimately, that's what you want as a fan. You want to see the team win ball games, and there's going to be a lot more excitement when you have young guys and you're 500 than if you're 500 you don't have guys, because people are thinking, well, what is this going to lead to? Where are we going from here?
Right.
And now you can kind of see, okay, Schmidt could be here a while. Bailey could be here a while.
It's a core. You start looking
could be
at
here
guys,
a while. Yeah, and then you get Harrison coming up. Walker came. I mean, you start seeing, like, oh, okay, wait a minute. Now, I wouldn't expect too many more guys. Maybe a couple more guys this year. I mean, you're going to bring up the whole slew of minor league guys, but if you start seeing them coming in a few a year, and then that's kind of what happened with the Giants back in the day, right? It was Posey and I think
first it was Kane. Kane was the very first one. Then Lincecum.
I know Bumgarner was like the last one.
Bumgarner was 09.
Like
he came up in August.
Came up,
and Posey
but they started all trickling in, right? It wasn't all at one time, and then all of a sudden you look up and you're like, damn, like a whole pitching staff came from the minor leagues. Our catcher came from the minor leagues. Our third base, our left side of the infield came from the minor leagues. Our first baseman came from the minor leagues. When Panic came up, we got our second baseman from the minor leagues. Now the outfield, they didn't have too many outfielders for the minor, but
you don't get those in the minors here. No.
Yeah, exactly. The point was, there was a lot of guys that came from the minor leagues, and it wasn't all at once. It slowly, and then all of a sudden, it was like, bam, hey, we got a core here. We get a core. Like, I don't remember exactly the timeline for the Yankees and when their core came up, but it was Pettit, it was Jeter, it was
Posada.
Williams, it was Posada, and they had like 5 or 6 guys. And again, I don't remember.
It was all like 92
timeline.
to 95, really, because Jeter was 96, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. All of a sudden, 95. It's like, oh damn, we're pretty good for a while.
Yeah.
Like, look at this core that we have here, and ultimately, I think that's the best path to doing it. I'm not going to say the only path to doing it, but I remember during the 80s, the Yankees, they still spent a lot, but they just didn't have much. They just kept going out and getting guys, and it just never worked. Like after 81, 82, they just weren't very good. It took them a long time to be really good. They had Mattingly, and that was about it.
Yeah.
After that, it was like, let's go get this guy. Let's go get that guy. Let's go get this guy. So you got to have that core.
They kept doing that, but they had the core. Like by the time I was a kid, they had the core. Yeah.
Yeah, now you can kind of see it. You can kind of see, okay, can Schmidt and Bailey be a part of that core? Can Sable, even though he didn't come up from their system, he's still young enough where you feel like 3 years from now you feel like he was from your system. Like he didn't come over here as like a free agent when he was 28. He's still a young guy.
Like Yaz, you didn't draft him, but he came from here basically.
So and then you get a couple more guys, and all of a sudden 3 years from now you look at me and go, oh damn, we got a core here. This is like a core, and then you go out and spend $300 million, $400 million, and you can add those type of guys because you got a whole bunch of guys that are making $600,000, $700,000, $800,000, and you're good. And it's like, oh, okay. So that to me is the reason. And again, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm a Giants fan. I like to see the Giants do well, and I root for the Giants, but I don't like get all uptight about it. I didn't grow up here. I'm not like you. I'm not like a lot of our fans that listen, but I like to see them win. They got people in the organization that I like, and I like to see them have success. So, but that's the reason for my optimism is, okay, you can kind of start seeing it now. And you can see, like, these guys look like they can play. You still got a little ways to go before you know, but it looks like they can play. So, yeah, I think the fan base is going to be a little more excited about this. Hey, we have a future now. Instead of every year relying on who's on the scrap heap this year. Who can we get this year? Who do we have to convince to come here this year? Free agency. No, you might have these guys, and this is a year it may have started. Hopefully. We've been waiting for it for quite some time now. So, but for me, that's the reason for optimism. I don't know how the fans feel. I guess they could text in, call if they wanted to, but this feels different than it did a month ago.
Yeah, 808 KNBR. Does it feel like there's a little bit more hope with this Giants team? They start a series in Milwaukee later today, actually at 4:40 first pitch. We will get you out to pregame at 3:40 today. We'll talk to Eric Burns at 2:50, Jeremy Affeld at 3:15. Farhan Zaidi joined us yesterday. One of the interesting topics right now is what happens with Patrick Bailey when Joey Bart does inevitably come back. Farhan didn't seem super confident in the fact that Patrick Bailey is going to be here for sure, that he's set in stone. We'll tell you what Farhan had to say on the other side. And then we'll let you hear what he had to say about Kyle Harrison as well. He could be here sooner rather than later. More Reyes Maranta talk, more Giants talk. Eric Burns, Jeremy Affeld, and Giants pregame coming your way. Tolbert and Copes Thursday afternoon on the Sports Leader. Linebacker Dre Greenlaw joined Papa and Lund today and discussed how the 49ers defense is going to look without DeMeco Ryans. That podcast and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the SF Tax Team, Kugelman Law Team, sftaxteam.com. I don't know if you've heard or not, but the IRS is receiving $80 billion to increase enforcement and audits of individual small business owners. Like I canceled my IRS weekly a couple months ago, so I did not get that news. So I'm happy to be giving that news to you. If you're a small business owner or someone who is getting audited, give Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team a ring. He prepared my taxes, just, run-of-the-mill everyday taxes, and I felt over-prepared. He talks to you, lets you know what we're doing as far as deductions, timelines, all that. It just, I felt like, okay, hey, we're good. get you over-prepared for the test. So if you have an audit coming, or crypto reporting. Like, that's something that's big nowadays. I don't have to mess with that, but I can imagine that can get a little sticky. Crypto reporting. So anything that has to do with taxes, any type of issue you have, look, take the letters, the phone calls, the knocks at the door that have you worried it's the IRS. Throw them away. Get rid of them. Boom. We're done. We're going to talk to Alex Kugelman and get a blueprint, a timeline, and a clear and concise plan as to how to get out of this mess. That's all you got to do. So visit sftaxteam.com to schedule your consultation today and you get an honest assessment of your tax and crypto issues. That's sftaxteam.com or just Google Kugelman, Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Protect your assets with David Hollander, Business and Technology Report. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
He's obviously made a great impression. I mean, behind the plate, he has such great hands. I mean, he's so good at stealing those strikes while not really looking like he's trying to do it. I mean, there have been some of these calls that he's gotten over this past week where I'm kind of just laughing to myself, and you feel like you stole a cookie from the cookie jar with some of the strikes he's able to get us. So that's been great. The at-bats have been really good. He's had his first couple starts were against lefties. He's historically weaker from the right side, but did a really nice job there. So, yeah, as far as what the future holds, we'll see. A lot can happen by the time Joey's back. But, when you come up, we've talked about this with young players. If you can hold your own defensively, that's something you can bring to the park every day, especially at the catcher position. And then the offense is just a bonus. So he's really done a phenomenal job behind the plate.
That's Farhan Zaidi on with us yesterday talking Patrick Bailey and what the future holds for him when Joey Bart comes on back. What do you think of his tone there? It didn't sound like I sort of phrased it thinking the way that they were talking about him when he came up, like he's here to stay and he's been a great receiver. And, Roberto Perez going down is, you don't want to see anybody get hurt like that for the season, but it's kind of been nice to see his development accelerated because of the available playing time and not having to put it all on Joey Bart and on Blake Sable. But what was how would you judge his tone there? What would you think about how he spoke about the role behind the plate?
I don't know if it led me to believe one way or the other that he's staying or going. What I did get from it is he really values defense in a catcher. Like when he said just hitting's a bonus, like it almost sounded like he didn't even care about hitting. Now I guess at some point you care. Like if the guy's batting .10, you probably care at that point. But it just made it sound like, you know what, he values the stealing the strikes, handling the staff, and if you are offensive minded, great. I mean that but if not, that's not that big a deal. Like that's not your priority, which makes me believe that he's probably going to be up here if he just hits a little bit, because they like him behind home plate, and it's pretty clear that he values what a catcher does behind home plate more than what he does at the plate. So if I had to kind of like read the tea leaves a little bit and just kind of piece stuff together, I would say he's probably staying because of how much they value defense behind the plate, and that's what this guy does. That's his calling card. So I gotta think he'll probably be here.
There's some positions like that. I actually think when they called up Casey Schmidt, they didn't have to say that because he came out and he was like a bat out of hell. He was just on fire with the bat, but he wasn't killing it down at AAA. He had just hit his first home run at AAA, I think about a week before, a couple of days before they called him up. And when we had him on and when Andy Baggerly was on with us that week that he was called up, remember Bags told us he'd half expected to walk into a clubhouse, can't remember where they were, maybe Miami or something like that. He said, I half expected to walk in and see a locker for Casey Schmidt because Brandon Crawford went down and they just don't have depth at shortstop, and he is a plus defender, was going to have to be moved on to the 40-man and all that, but because of his glove, it seemed like that's going to play. They started a year, 2008, was it, when Brian Bocock was the single-A shortstop opening day because Omar Vizquel got hurt, then Franny got hurt, tore his Achilles, and then they bring up Bocock, and they said, well, if he hits, that's great, but we just need a guy who can play defensive shortstop. Yeah. And so there are some positions where they're not power spots where you can get away with that because the defense will help you, and the Giants were getting more ground balls from their pitchers than anybody. They needed the defense to help. So I think catcher definitely does that. Shortstop.
It's really, I remember thinking at the time it was really just kind of a waste of a great name that Bocock could make it into the big leagues.
Yeah, it is too bad.
I just think how much fun everybody could have had. Great name. Just think if he was really, really good, all the endorsement opportunities. It's too bad.
Foster Farms. Would that be number one?
Yeah, a lot of stuff. Trojan. You go on and on and on.
It's interesting that he has
Niagara.
It's interesting that his name is also like the sound effect that animal makes. You know what I mean? Like he's got the...
It's chicken.
There you go. He's got the Bocock. I think I was at the first game that guy played. At Dodger Stadium.
What did you just do?
I said, Bocock! No, you're not with me? Oh, so when Tom moans and does this, so when Tom does that, it's okay. That's okay. But God forbid I take a joke a little bit too far and make a chicken reference. You're making Viagra jokes. I just said "Bakak" one time.
I didn't say you went too far. You can never go too far.
I saw the look on your face. I saw the disappointment.
No. Trust me. You're not going to make me blush. That's not going to happen.
I got an hour 40, man. I got to get all the riffs out that I can.
Get them all in there, man.
I said "Bakak." I didn't have time to iron out the good ones. We had an hour 40 today. You were getting what you get. One more soundbite here from Farhan yesterday. This one's a little beefier, but it is comprehensive on what's going on with Kyle Harrison. We talked about how he has not thrown more than 4 innings. We asked about, is that by design? Are you doing that with all starters? Is it by design because you're waiting to use them later in the year? What does using a guy for just 4 innings, start after start after start, talks about 4 and 60, 4 innings, 60 pitches. What's the plan and the development roadmap for Kyle Harrison?
Yeah, we've kind of been in that 460 range with Kyle. I mean, some of the decision has been because especially in a couple of his earlier outings where he wasn't as efficient with his strike throwing, the pitch counts were getting up there, and so we didn't kind of want to keep extending him out. But I think you'll see him get to the 575 range as soon as this next start. He obviously had a phenomenal outing last time out. I watched a lot of it. He's been working on shortening his breaking ball a little bit. He's got a big breaking ball that sometimes it's hard to command. And, one of the issues is he doesn't get a lot of swings at it because it's so big that guys just give up on it. And so he's been working on a shorter one that he, I think, debuted in that last outing and think it helped him a lot with the strike throwing. So I think you'll see him kind of build up to 5 innings this next time out. The general thinking is twofold. One is for a lot of our young pitchers, and Kyle is a good example of this, they're much more likely to be pitching for us later in the season than early on. So a sort of slower build-up, preserving those bullets to avoid the Strasburg-type situation is part of the thinking there. The other is there's research that we've done that we've seen out there that, pitchers generally, you can mitigate injury risk by building them up more slowly throughout the season, not just going 460, 575, 690 in successive starts, but letting guys repeat each of those levels multiple times to build up arm strength. So it's both to kind of manage injury risk and also to try to preserve bullets for later in the season.
Sounds to me like there's a plan for guys who get to AAA. If they're pitching well enough to help you at the end of the season, you don't want to get them up here and then run into a wall where you're like, oh, man, we got to be real careful about when we pitch him, how we use him, how many pitches he throws. Because if he's built this sort of arm strength to this point, it seems to make sense. I mean, this sort of study makes sense that he's sort of calloused his arm or he's built that strength for 4 innings, 60 pitches. Then you start to develop that a little bit further out. And if he can pitch for you at the end of the season, I mean, they always say getting a guy off the injured list or off the IL or the DL is like, oh, it's like another trade. No, it's not. You're just getting healthy. I expected this guy to be here. Calling somebody up is like a trade. That's somebody you couldn't have accounted for. I think your microphone is turned off.
There we go. Was that like miming?
I was like, dude, are you in a box? What's going on? Yeah. Right you are, Tom. All right, coming up next.
No, what I was saying was, you know what I want to know? And I kind of let this one slide yesterday, well, because I didn't think about it. But you know how we just like take it for granted when he said there have been research and studies done that, like, and we just go,
yeah.
Like what studies?
Peer reviews. I don't know.
I want to start knowing this stuff.
John Hopkins. They're like,
I want to know like what studies, like how many pitchers have you studied? Where did the studies come from? How long have they been doing it?
Where do you read these? Did just GMs get subscriptions to these things? Like where do they exactly Obscure Sports Quarterly? Where does this come from?
I feel like we kind of take it for granted. Like I and the reason I just thought of that because I don't take it for granted in football. When they're like, oh, we ran the simulation, that's why you go for it, 4th and 2 here. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, how many times have teams gone for this? And how many times they got it? How many times they not? I mean, I feel like because we don't – I'll speak for myself here, not for you. but like you don't understand it. Like I guess not smart enough to understand like algorithms and like, okay, how you factor this, how you factor that. Like sometimes you just take, oh, okay, yeah, oh, so the study, okay, yeah, 4th and 2 at your own 26. Yeah, good study says you're going to get it.
Numbers say to do it
time,
here.
so,
yeah, like, what?
I get it. But why? Why those numbers? How did you get those numbers? Where did those numbers come from? Did they come from a simulation? Did they come from a historical data that you're just going with? How do you factor in your offensive line? Your offensive lineman got hurt. How do you factor in that the wind is blowing from left to right at 20 miles an hour?
When's the data start?
So
the rules the rules are different. Like when did the data start?
I don't know.
Football rules change every year. Football data to me is real sketch.
That's what I'd love to know.
Yeah.
I would love to know like where this stuff comes from. And again, I hate talking about it that much because I almost feel like when I'm talking about it, people are hearing me going, "Oh, he doesn't believe in numbers. He doesn't." No, I do. I just kind of want to understand them more. Like, I'm not going to just accept them on their face. Like, if somebody tells me, "Well, this is this happens 58% of the time, and this is why we do that," I'm not just going to be, "Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense." Like, well, how? How did you arrive at 58%? Like, how do you know 58% of the time? Like, where does that come from? So, I'm not saying there aren't studies, but I wish I would have asked him, like, what studies? Like how many years have these studies been going on? How many pitchers have done the 460, 575 build up, ramp up, and not gotten hurt versus guys that haven't done it and got hurt?
How
many
him on
guys
the spot, he starts
done
fumbling for answers.
Well, I'm just curious.
How much
does make sense, to understand that kind of stuff. I just feel like sometimes, and again, I'll speak for myself, I just kind of gloss over it, don't ask him, just like, oh, okay, yeah, you're really smart. That makes sense. Like, I get it. And he is really smart. He's a hell of a lot smarter than I am. But it'd be interesting to find out, like, okay, exactly, like, when you're talking about research that you've done, how long have you done it? How many guys have you done it with? How many guys in the big leagues right now have gone through that program where they've ramped up that way? How many guys haven't and then got hurt? How many guys haven't and didn't get hurt? I don't know. I just feel like there's so many numbers out there sometimes.
My guess is some of it is the careful play. You know what I mean? Some of it is like,
yeah, I agree.
Some of it is like, yeah, you take all this information, you go, you know what, this guy, we're just going to be careful with him. Kind of like when Shohei Ohtani showed up. They were being extra careful. You're not going to hit on days that you pitch, and there was no book for it. You were just taking the information you had and trying to apply it so the player could be successful, play as much as possible, and be safe. And I think that's probably how they apply it, and I imagine that stuff changes. We're going to jump into some basketball.
Well,
real
yeah,
quick.
Now the Angels are like, hell with it. You only got a year left. Get your ass out there and pitch.
Yeah, it's like DeMarco Murray's last year with the Cowboys. They're like 800 toes, dude, as many times.
700 carry.
Have a good time in Tennessee or wherever the hell you're going next. On the other side, actually at 2:50, we'll get back into the baseball. We can talk to Eric Burns about some of that stuff. Jeremy Affelt as well at 3:15, because I'm sure for their careers, the information just grew exponentially year by year as they were playing. All the stuff they were given to prep for their games and a game plan. All right, so on the other side, we'll get back into some basketball. Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape, joined us yesterday, pointed out that the former Clippers general manager, Michael Winger, left the Clippers to become president of the Washington Wizards. Lawrence Frank, currently the president of basketball operations for the Clippers. Jerry West is down there. Mark Spears just kind of raised eyebrows by saying, hey, if Bob Myers is talking about leaving, are the Clippers a possible destination? We'll talk about what Mark Spears had to say yesterday, and then we'll talk to Eric Burns at 2:50. Where is Bob Myers going? Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, everybody. Mr. T here for studies.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Monday, June 19th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
The sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Clippers GM, this is via Woj, Michael Winger, has agreed to become the president of the Wizards.
What does that mean?
Clippers general manager is now the president of the Wizards. He's taking that job.
Yeah. That means that job is open, but
well, yeah, I get that.
President.
I understand how I understand how job openings work, but what does that?
No, but what
does that mean for the Clippers dynamic?
Bob, L.A.
He's talking about Bob.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, light bulb just went off.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that's rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. That was Mark Spears on with us yesterday. And we were both kind of like, where's he going with this, man? What's he talking about? Who cares about the Clippers GM search? And then he brought up Bob Myers, and we went, oh. I guess my thought on the whole matter, and we can talk about what the logistics would be. And again, there's already a president. Lawrence Frank is down there. Would he go take a GM job to work under Lawrence Frank? For me, the opening of another job doesn't really have anything to do with Bob Myers' decision to stay or to leave. He's going to decide that, and then we will determine what the reasoning behind it all was if he were to take another job after or whatever the next thing is that he does. But if he leaves, I don't think it's because he's leaving because there's another job open.
Yeah.
It's just about the scary possibility that he could be in your conference going against you, which is something no team wants in any sport when they have an asset.
Why would Bob take a demotion?
That's what
Why would he go from president to GM? Makes no sense whatsoever.
From Dubs to Clippers would be a demotion.
Yeah, makes no sense to me. I think if he gets out of this, I think he gets out of basketball for maybe a year or two and just recharges. Could be wrong. Again, I haven't talked to Bob in a few months, so I don't know what he's thinking, but that would be my guess, that he doesn't go right from here to somewhere else. And if he does, well, then that tells you his thoughts on ownership and people that he's dealing with on a day-to-day basis. That maybe it just got to the point where it's too much and he just didn't want to be here anymore because he didn't want to deal with that anymore. So
can I ask you a question as it relates to that?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I've always, with the Giants organization, I've loved since I was a kid, every Hall of Famer is an advisor. They stay close and all that, right? It's like Felipe stops being the manager and then he's working in the front office. But it's like, it's almost, again, not to take anything away from anybody, a lot of times those are just titles, right? They're just, they're employees of the organization, but they're ambassadors for the team, whatever they help out with. Sometimes when they're younger, they do a little bit more. I sort of always thought that's just what Jerry West was. And then because again, we hadn't seen what building a product like this Warriors team ever looked like. I never thought much of him being here. I never thought much of his impact on the team. So we found out that like Bob Myers trusted his advice in not trading Klay Thompson for Kevin Love, right? Like that was a huge advisement from Jerry West, which has changed the course of a franchise and many careers. How big of a role did he play as I don't know if go-between or a buffer is the right word, but in his role in the front office? I mean, we watch Winning Time and watch him deal with the ownership and deal with the like he kind of became that guy. He was sort of like the showrunner, the executive producer almost of what's going on behind the scenes there. He's not the GM. He's like the president of basketball, but he's an advisor. Did he play a big role with Bob and Joe and the relationship and the gel? Does his lack of presence play a role in any of that? I mean, I don't know. You're not in those rooms necessarily, but how big was Jerry West's role with the Warriors front office?
I think it was pretty big. Look, the biggest voices are going to be Bob, Steve. Travis Schlenk had a pretty big voice back then.
Yeah.
When he was with the Warriors.
Did he take a GM or president job in Atlanta?
He was a GM, then he was the president for Atlanta, and then I think he's kind of gotten moved aside for the owner's son. So I know he got moved up.
That's a new tale.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a novel story.
What? Wake me up. I can't believe that happened.
I've seen that movie.
But yeah, so I don't think his role is he's as active and has as big a voice as he once did. I could be wrong, but I don't think he does. But here, I mean, he's a really smart guy. Like, they had Travis, Bob, Jerry West, Steve Kerr, all helping him inform like Joe and the team. And look, I think Kirk's done a real nice job there too. I don't know the other son as much, but I think Kirk isn't just a guy who is there because he's Joe's son. I mean, I think he works at it, and I think he's like earned his stripes. But he wasn't that big a voice back then. So, like, you know, and Joe's gonna have his thoughts too. Like, Joe's been around basketball a long time, and he has his opinions on what works and what doesn't work. And I know there were people that wanted Kevin Love. There were just more people, and maybe Jerry West was the biggest voice. I know Steve didn't want him either, and not because you didn't want Kevin Love, just because you wanted Klay Thompson and Draymond Green, and you wanted to keep it together. And that was the team that Steve took over, and that's the team he wanted. Like, let's work with this team, and let's see what this team can do. And we saw what that team could do, obviously. But, yeah, I think Jerry was a pretty big voice. I think Jerry probably left because his voice kind of diminished a little bit. And maybe they didn't not take his phone calls, but call him as much to ask him for advice or need his advice as much. Maybe he just thought, I am kind of a... Thank you. Dude. Maybe he felt like he was a figurehead at that point. Like, that, if you're just going to have me for that, then I'd rather go somewhere else. Because I think Jerry's someone who feels like not only is his voice... going to be heard, but it's wanted. Like, his expertise is wanted. It's not, let's just have Jerry West, so we say have Jerry West. No, we have you here because we know you know what the hell you're talking about, and you've done this before, and you've done this for many years, and you're going to be a voice we listen to and respect. So I don't know if that waned toward the end a little bit. I'm not sure. Maybe they brought him in just because everybody was so new. You know, Bob hadn't been at it that long. This was Steve's first go-around at this, so maybe they wanted to bring someone in who had a little more experience with it. And then when they had more experience, maybe they felt like his voice wasn't as needed. I'm not sure the ins and outs of that, but he goes right from here to the Clippers, where they want him. So, no, I think he was. I think he did have a big voice. He wasn't a decision-maker, but you don't just bring in Jerry and pay him the type of money they're paying him just to say, hey, we just want to say you're on the staff here. You're a consultant here. No, I think what he said mattered in those office rooms.
I think when we lose our gigs, we'll just be radio consultants. It's always what you do.
Wouldn't that be the best?
Yeah, you fail at something, and then you're like, I can consult on that.
Yeah, exactly. And then you get paid, so you know they're going to do what you say.
Make money doing it.
Oh, hey, we're paying him a bunch of money, and he said do this, so we probably should do it, or it's a waste of money.
That's it. You got to do it, otherwise you waste the money. Let's consult Eric Burns about what's going on with the Giants and some of these young players coming up. Eric Burns will join us on the other side, talk a little ball. Then Jeremy Affeld at 3:15, and Giants pregame coming your way at 3:40. Boy, Bob Myers has got a big decision to make, but we're jumping to baseball. Eric Burns next on the Sports Leader. Former Giant and world champion Travis Ishikawa joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed the excitement around Farhan's youth movement. I'd like him to discuss the excitement around that walk-off home run, too. Anyway, that podcast, it's on KNBR.com.
and broke into the bigs with Oaktown.
I gave it absolutely everything I had each and every time I stepped on the field.
It's time to talk ball with Burns.
Holy jeez! Oh, see ya! See ya!
Now here's Toll.
It's nofilter.net. He's Eric Burns. Burnsy, what's going on?
What's up, dude?
What's up, guys? Actually, the past few days, it's been Enrique Jaime Molin Byrones, that's my Mexican stage name, as I've been broadcasting these 12U USA baseball games down here in Aguas Calientes, Mexico. It's been an absolute joy.
It's been a lot of fun?
It's been amazing, dude. I can't even tell you the quality of baseball, and I think more than anything, just the experience to get to play against some of the best players in the world. And I have to scratch my head and think about, where I was at 11 and 12 years old and where these kids are and how much more advanced the game is now. And obviously these kids play a lot more baseball, but it looks like big league baseball played by 11 and 12-year-olds. So, overall, the United States is just kicked ass start to finish. They had one game. The first game they played Brazil and then beat them 16-1. And then the second game, you ready for this?
Dude, I'm looking at the box score, Burns. This is insane.
25-24. One of the most ridiculous. It's one of the most ridiculous games I've ever seen in my entire life. The United States went down. Now, mind you, they started a kid. His name is Nathan Handley White. He's an Englishman from South Florida. I mean, it's just can't make this stuff up. Like, I've been hanging out with his dad all week. He's just such a delightful guy. He's a mechanical engineer.
He's brilliant.
And Handley White throws 76 to 79 miles per hour with a wipeout slider. Venezuela took them apart. It was insane to see what they were doing. I mean, you have to understand, this is from 51 feet. The dimensions are normal travel, all dimensions at this age, 57. So it's 51-75. But they absolutely bombed this kid. And it was just, I'm like, there's no way, whether they know the pitchers are coming or whatever it is, but every one of these guys, 1 through 9 of that Venezuela lineup was just banging. So the United States found themselves down 18-10. They come back. Troy Gloss's kid comes up. I think it was 18-17 at the time. Hits a 3-run bomb. They go up 20-18. Venezuela ties it up at 20-20. U.S. goes back ahead 22-20. Venezuela scores 4 more, so it's 24-22. And then in the bottom of the 6th inning, the last inning, the U.S. walks them off on, it was a 2-run shot, which tied it up, and then a kid by the name of Boston Targach out of Texas, he hits a walk-off bomb, and that was it, man. I mean, it was the wildest, and honestly, I could probably say the best baseball game I've ever seen. I'm obviously whacked out, but because it wasn't like it was sloppy. It was just nuke after nuke after nuke after nuke. Now, that's what you get when you get these crazy loaded bats and 225 feet down the line. I think it's 250 to center. But for these kids, it's just way, way too small. So, it's been fun.
Yeah. Hope you had the over.
I kept adjusting that, Tommy, because I put the OU at the game at like 7-8 homers. The U.S. had 9 homers themselves. I think there's 15 home runs hit in the game. And, some of them obviously some cheapies. But, yeah, it's...
time of game? You ready for this? Time of game?
What, yeah.
3:21.
It's like 3 hours.
3:21.
Grieve.
3 hours. That was awful. After every single play. It doesn't matter what it is.
This is the problem with ball, Burns. It's too long, and it's all home runs and strikeouts, man. This is the problem today, man.
And that's it. And I couldn't agree with you more. And on top of that, just the Latin American culture in general, like they love arguing. They love debating. They love, dramatizing every situation. I just know this because I played in the Dominican for 5 winters. And our average game time there was 4+ hours. And so every little thing they were complaining about, they were arguing about. And half the time I have no idea what it was even about. This one will take the cake, though. This did happen to the Dominican yesterday. Their number 3 hitter comes up. And so to beat the United States, great, at this point they're 6-0. They've run ruled everybody except for Venezuela. But to beat them, you're gonna have to play your absolute best game. Like, you cannot give up an out. You cannot make an error. Do not give them a crack in the door at all, because they're going to kick this thing down. So yesterday, the Dominican gets the first 2 guys on. Third guy comes up, and we have one of our dudes on the mound. He's throwing low 70s, really good breaking ball. Zaylen Johnson is his name, out of Louisiana. And their 3 hitter comes up. It's a freaking rocket. Oppo Taco gone 3-0 Dominican. Well, here comes David Sharp, the U.S. manager, out to home plate with the lineup card, batting out of order. He's out, runners back to first and second. And as soon as that happened, I said, ball game. It's over. They have their chance. That was it. That was their chance. And I go back to saying, I try to explain to whether it's the parents, I don't know, his coaches, whoever I talk to about, they're asking about the Dominican, anyone who knew I played there. I'm like, look, I said, there's a right way, the wrong way, and the Dominican way. And don't take this in like any sort of demeaning way. It's just the Dominicans are their own people. They do their own thing. It's a very unique culture. They're very happy. They're very animated. They, at oftentimes could be a bit, I don't know, like say over aggressive, which sometimes can work against you. So if you watch him in the field too, like the shortstop makes an error or something, and this is what happened. There's a base hit the center field. The center fielder gets the ball and he throws a bullet. And mind you, like the fences are, they're only like 250 to center. So he throws a bullet into the second baseman. It almost takes the second baseman's head off. This is on a routine base hit. It ricochets off his glove, and then it shoots over the third baseman. Nobody advanced, but the second baseman is like, "Hey, Poppy, and then the center fielder's giving it back to him, and I felt like it was 2005 again, and I was back in a winter ball, and it was fun. So Dominican hung for a while, and then U.S. opened up on them, and ended up beating them 19-9, and then took down Puerto Rico today. So,
all right, let's jump to the major leagues, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it.
Unless you have something else. No, unless you.
I said, shut up, Cope. Listen. So I said yesterday, see if you agree with me. Susan Slusser didn't quite agree with me, but I said the Braves, Dodgers, and Mets are the 3 teams right now that I'd put above the Giants in the National League. That there's a gap between those 3 teams and the Giants. She put the Padres in there. I'm not willing to put the Padres in there quite yet. They should be there, but they're not there. So I'll include them with the Giants. Other than that, do you see any other teams in the National League that you think are really, really good? And the Mets record says they're not, but Verlander coming back, I think they're going to be there. I feel more confident in them than the Padres. Braves and Dodgers are there, period. They're going to be there the whole year unless they have injuries. The National League just seems like a cluster, doesn't it? Like there's a whole bunch of teams that could be there, could fall out, and the Giants are starting to look like one of those teams that, not a dominant team, but could certainly lay claim to being, amongst the top 4 to 7 best teams in the National League. I mean, how do you see it?
Yeah, you're right. The Braves are somewhat on an island of their own with the Dodgers.
Yep.
And then I actually would say after that, the third best team in the National League, in my very humble opinion here, and I'd say biased, but it's not. I don't, even though I played for them, it's not like I'm out there looking to give them extra love. It's the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, they're good.
They're good, dude. They're like, if you guys don't know who Corbin Carroll is, wake up.
Yeah.
Like this kid, I couldn't understand it. I really couldn't. They gave him $100 million contract, and this was a guy who's a first-round draft pick a couple years ago. Got to the big leagues last year. Had some really nice numbers in the minor leagues. Got to the big leagues, nice numbers in the big leagues in a short stint there. Yet then he gets this $100+ million deal. And I'm reading about this in spring training, and it's just like, this is asinine. And I only say that because you don't know what you're going to get out of a guy until the second time around. I think we talked about this last week, where it's like the first time around the big leagues, which you come up and you're speaking to everybody for the first time. There's no book on you. They're still trying to figure out what's going to transpire, and then ultimately it comes down to the hard in, soft away approach to typically all the best hitters. And then maybe at that point you might start going backwards and figuring it out. But Corbin Carroll, a huge fan he is. He's one of the fastest players in all of baseball. If you watch him swing a bat, you're like, dude, he doesn't have any pop. I mean, literally, it's like what we used to call a punch and Judy hitter. And he punch and Judy in this thing halfway up the bleachers in left field going off with Taco. It's like, what? So just sneaky raw power. But you pair him up with Zach Gallen, who is one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. He's that scoreless inning streak for I don't know. I want to say it was like 40 something or earlier in the season. So you have an ace there, and then the question becomes what you're going to get out of everybody else, whether it's Merrill Kelly and the rest of the staff. So look, they're 7-3 in their past 10. Giants are 7-3 in their past 10. They're 29-21. So it's a team that I would be honestly, I'd be shocked if they don't continue this. I think it's we're pretty far into the season now to figure out that you can no longer sort of be a pretender. Like, for example, Pittsburgh, I don't know, they've regressed to the means, right? This is a 500 team. We all got excited about them at the very beginning, but they're back to they're one game over 500 right now at this point. So, yeah, the National League, in summation, it is all over the place, and it's really anybody's game. But
yeah, where you at with the Giants?
Braves and Dodgers on top.
Like, where you at with the Giants?
They're fine. I mean, they got back to 500. Good on them. They won a couple games in Minnesota they should have. Yeah. Will and I were on the other night on our Deuces Wild show on No Filter Network, and they pulled out I think they were down, and they ended up pulling out that second game in Minnesota. And the lock of the year that we were talking about was that next day game following the first two wins, where you have the visiting team go in. You take the first couple games, you sneak the second one, right? So it's no longer the rubber match. And then Minnesota had Joe Ryan on the mound, he's filthy. I think a .89 whip was the walks and hits for his pitch. That's the number I like to look at to really kind of be an indicator of how nasty a pitcher is, and not only is he pounding the zone, but obviously he's not giving up any hits. And I don't know what that number was, but I swear to you that was the absolute lock of the year. I gotta believe it. It had been like near minus 200. I think maybe.
No, it was about 150, 160. I think it ended up at. Yeah. Well, the funny thing was Ryan wasn't even that great. I mean, they had a bunch of runners on base. A lot of
pitches, yeah.
They just couldn't. They couldn't get the hits to capitalize, and then they decided to kick the ball around the infield for about 10 minutes, and that was the game at that point.
Yeah, that's funny because I didn't see the game. I was just watching the score.
Yep.
And I'm just celebrating myself the entire time.
Minus 150 is what I see it at. That's what I closed at.
That was nuts. I literally would have backed up the Brinks truck at minus 150. It should have been minus 200.
Oh, that is hilarious. What's going on No Filter Network right now?
Thrill and I did a Deuces Wild last night. He was in his garage. He was giving hitting clinics and lessons, and he just got back from Richmond and was talking about a lot of the guys there in AA. What's cool is that you're starting to see all these guys that Will works with, and they're now making their big league debuts and making an impact. But it was so fun to hear him talk hitting, because I think so much of the launch angle revolution has infiltrated professional baseball, and all these guys have their personal hitting coaches and everything else. And so he specifically was talking about one of the kids in AA where, he goes to get set and his hands drop, right? And then his hands drop and then never get back up. And so they drop, and it's kind of like a timing mechanism. and then they come up maybe like 2 or 3 inches, and that's it. And he was getting under everything, like average fastballs, 90, 92 mile per hour fastballs, down him off. And so Will was saying, he's like, look, I just let him suffer for the first couple of days. And I could see exactly what's happening. And then the third day, he's like, I took him underneath the tunnel. He's like, yo, man, you ready to get right? And he's like, yeah, sure. He's like, okay, watch. And Will goes and mimics. He's like, this is you. Watch from the side. You're getting here. You're coming back to here. And you're launching basically, say, would be from, I don't know, if you're a right-handed hitter, what would be your right nipple? He's like, once you get down here, you got to bring it back up here. And then now that's to be able to get you on plane. I guess he went out there the third night and hit 2 bombs just like that. And so we had Will in his garage the other night whacking baseballs off the tee, giving the hitting lessons. We had, whether it was kids or coaches or whoever chiming in, it's gold. It's gold. It's probably, one of my favorite things that obviously is just talking hitting in general, but to hear it come out of a legend's mouth like this and, to hear his theories. And, we talked about how he developed his swing. And when, I guess it was Dusty Baker who suggested that he basically limit movement because he used to start more straight up, and then he would get into his little crouch. So if you watch Will in his first home run off Noah Ryan, he's going to stand up there, he's real tall, and then he crouches down, and he gets in the low position, and then boom, he launches. But there's a lot of moving parts there. And so he really credits his entire, say, offensive onslaught from, I think it was like 87, 88 on, and when they won the MVP award in 89, when Dusty Baker's like, look, if you're going back and you're going to get back to that launch position, go ahead and just start back there. Start with your weight back there. And then get a little rock so you can get a little timing and rhythm so you're not hitting from a stale position. And so then Will did it in 89, and he caught fire. Well, guess who was hitting behind him? Kevin Mitchell. Kevin Mitchell then implements the exact same thing. So if you watch Kevin Mitchell in 89, on his backside, a little rock, a little slow, a little rhythm, and they finished 1-2 in the National League in the MVP. It's just awesome. The stories like that, the stuff we get, the knowledge, the information, every Tuesday, No Filter Network, Deuces Wild. Don't miss it.
The Pacific Sock Exchange. I wasn't even a Giants fan, but I was a Will Clark fan, but that was one of the great posters of my youth. I wasn't even young back then. Hell, I was like 20. What was I at that point? 24, probably. And I still thought that was an incredible. I think I might have had that poster when I was playing for the Warriors at some point. It was such an awesome poster. Him and Kevin Mitchell, and then got a chance to meet Will when he was playing for the Giants and I was playing for the Warriors. It's so cool listening to you guys tell stories, and the games are on. You're talking baseball. It's just really fun stuff, and it does like something for everybody. There's like humor, there's stories, there's instruction. So yeah, if you're a baseball fan and specifically a Giant fan, but you don't have to be. If you're just a baseball fan and like going around the league and talking baseball and learning a little something, Deuces Wild is definitely a show.
It's fantastic.
You should check into because it's really, really, really good stuff on No Filter Network. All right, brother, have a good week. Tell the family we said hi, and we will talk to you again next week.
All right, dudes.
All right, Burnsy.
Vámonos, Estados Unidos.
Get out of here.
Siempre mi corazón, Burnsy. Good stuff from Eric Burns. Dude, down in Mexico, giving you breakdowns of Little League tournaments, the U12s, and dude, the lineups. It's all kids and major leaguers too. It's incredible looking at both of these teams. It's just a bunch of kids and minor leaguers. We'll continue some of the baseball talk. We'll probably get a little bit more on the pitching side and on the major league side with our next guest. Jeremy Affelt joins us on the other side for his weekly conversation. We'll get into what the Giants have ahead of them in Milwaukee. 3:40 pregame coming your way. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. 49ers linebacker Dre Greenlaw joined Papa and Lund today and discussed how the 49ers defense is going to look without D'Amico Ryans. That podcast and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction. One of my favorite things to talk about because it changed my life. No joke. Getting Furlong or getting my LASIK vision procedure done with Dr. Michael Furlong down at Furlong Vision Correction got me seeing 2015. Got to kick my glasses, my contacts. Golf game improved. It can only go up or down, I guess is the score you're looking for there. Bottom line is, it's something that if you've been wearing corrective lenses, and it's something you've had I was going to say a stigma about. I had astigmatism in my eye, which is what they got fixed up when I went down to see Dr. Sane and Dr. Furlong. But if you're having issues with your vision and you want to get rid of those corrective lenses, it's at least worth picking up the phone and booking a free LASIK consultation, 408-453-5600, or you can do it online, furlongvision.com. They'll walk you through the process to tell you all about it. It is non-invasive. It's a simple procedure. You are in and out. And then you go home, you take a little nap, you wake up, and you're seeing as good as I am. If you book it and have your LASIK by June 30th, you can save up to $800. How about that? A savings down at Furlong Vision Correction. But it all starts with booking that LASIK consultation at furlongvision.com or by calling 408-453-5600. You want to start seeing better? Go see the best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
One of our favorite shows of the week. We get a chance to talk ball with Jeremy Affeldt, 3-time Major League champion. Oh, that feels good. Feels good to say it. I'm sure it feels good to be it. We talk to him every week. Little beer, little podcast. Built for the Storm is where you can find his podcast. I suggest you give it a listen. It's really, really good stuff. Jeremy, what's going on?
Nothing. I'm just actually hanging out in the brewery. We have our general manager's getting married this weekend, and I won't be there for it, unfortunately, because I'll be traveling. But we're doing a little party for him here at the brewery, so we've got beer flowing, people smiling, having a good time. It's been great.
That's so awesome. Like, you never have to worry about a place to have a party. You're like, good.
I know. And
party? Oh, we're good.
Yeah, I just rope it off. I just rope it off and say, because I said so.
Because I own it. That's why.
I am the manager. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Can I speak to the owner?
You're
speaking to him.
Fine.
Have you gotten to do that, Jeremy? Have you guys, somebody asked for a manager and you get to turn around and say, guess what? I am the manager. Have you gotten to mic drop that?
Actually, I've had so many people. I'll be cleaning up glasses, in the back and just kind of helping. And someone says, hey, do you work here? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, man, well, is the owner here? I said, hold on, let me go get him. They're like, great. And I'll go put the glasses back and I'll come back out and I'll say, yes, ma'am. How can I help you? And they're like, oh, you're the owner? I'm like, yeah. Yes, ma'am. It's been great. My funniest one of all time, though, kid you not, the funniest thing I've ever seen yet is I have a beer tender here. He's one of our beer managers. His name's Joe. Kind of looks like me, except he's a little bit stronger than me, but if everybody thinks I'm him, then it makes me feel good. But they'll ask him all the time for autographs because they think it's him. They think I'm him. And I'm like, sign him. Sign it, dude. Go ahead. Sign away. And so I was standing literally right next to him. We're talking, and this guy comes up to me, and he's got 3 buddies with him. He looks at me, and he's like, hey, is that Jeremy Affeldt? And I'm like, who? That guy you were talking to. Him? And Joe looks at me. He's trying not to laugh. And I'm looking at him, and I'm like, man, nah, honestly, Jeremy's way better looking than him. And the guy's like, what? No, that's him. No, that's not him. He's like, no, it's him. And he pulls up my picture on his phone, like on the internet. And he's like, dude, you're telling me that's not him. And I'm looking right at him, and I'm looking at his phone. I'm like, yeah, I'm telling you, that's not him. And he goes back to his buddies, and he's talking. He holds him the phone, and he goes, that guy just said that's not him. How is that not him, guys? And they all look at the phone, and then they look at me, and they look at him, and they almost want to slap him. Like, they're like, wait, is this a joke? And I'm laughing, and the guy's looking at me. He's like, bro, that's him. That's not him. How do you see that?
He doesn't want to believe you. Like, what?
Oh, it was unbelievable. The guy's like, "There's no way that's him. That's him." I'm like, "Yeah, dude. The next time you order a beer, we're gonna give you a glass of water. All right, we might have to give you a glass of water.
Hydrate. You gotta hydrate. Very, very.
Humbles you a bit. Yeah.
Oh man. So, give us your thoughts on where the Giants are right now. About a little more than a quarter way through the season. Where you at?
Well, they fought their way back. I mean, anytime I've been in that situation, you got to get to 500. You got to flirt with it a little bit. Go on another, hold pretty close. Maybe go on another big run. Get over 500. If you can get over that, because what you have to do is you have to talk a GM into making a decision.
Yeah.
Like, are we going to compete or are we not? If you're sub 500, it's not even a hard decision for him, right? Like, he doesn't have a decision. I always wanted to make it hard. I was like, man, if we could make this hard where the front office has to work, like, you got to work right now. You got to put your head together, and it's not work to figure out how to get a bunch of young prospects for some other guys because you're trying to go into your little rebuilding year every year. Like, it's actually like we've got to work to figure out how we're going to compete and how do we chase. And for me, I don't ever count you out if you can be above 500. I've been with 2 teams, the Rockies and the Giants, when you're 7 to 10 games out going into September, and you end up going to the World Series or winning the World Series. Like, so I know it can happen, but you got to give yourself a chance. You got to give your GM a push to want to make a decision. You got to give your ownership to think hard about it. And so if you can get back to 500 and you can show you can win and expose the holes that you need to have filled to actually not just win sporadically, but keep winning and win 60, 70% of the time in the second half, that's where you got to be. But you got to get to 500 first. And so I think they've done a great job. It looks like they're kind of clicking a little more. They got some of their guys that are hitting with some power, kind of getting healthier. They're starting to see their young kids they're coming up. They're making impact right away. That's a healthy sign. So I think that's where you got to start seeing, okay, momentum. And if you're over 500 at the All-Star break, that's a good position to be in.
Talking to Jeremy Affeldt on the UMA guest line. Dude, I always forget you were on the 07 Rockies. One of the most fun ends of a season or fun months of September into that game 163 against the Padres where they threw Jake Peavy because they didn't throw him on the final day of the season. They threw Chris Young. I just want to ask you, going back to that season in 2007, just because it was such a hot topic then, were you guys turning off the humidor in September?
Yeah, I have no idea. I honestly, I will tell you this, but maybe because I was on the home side, I know that when I was in San Francisco, the balls, by the time we came into the game, were very, very hard, and they were colder, right?
Timmy was not happy, wow. Yeah. Lincecum used to get upset about it.
Yeah.
Visibly.
Timmy, the famous,
blank and juice balls, right, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm like, and it did feel, I was like, man, they're like throwing rocks up there, and you could not grip them. You didn't, but when I played with them, I mean, I got great, and the ball never really was a big deal. I never even thought anything different of it. And we were using the humidor back then, but I thought it was for everybody. I didn't really think, are they switching out? Or are they not switching out? And I have no idea if they were switching it out. I mean, their main excuse was there's so many foul balls, right? Because the balls are, I mean, you got so many guys swinging the bat.
Right.
They're like, we ran out of balls, so we had to go with. I'm like, well, you can't run out every series. Eventually, you got to do the numbers and be like, well, maybe we should put 200 balls in the humidor, not 100, and say we run out every day by the 6. You know, maybe we got to change it up. You know,
yeah.
So that was always a dumb excuse for me. But I don't remember when I played ever noticing anything about the ball. Like
that's the plan. They wouldn't do it to the home team. They would do it to the visiting team.
Yeah, so that's where you didn't know, right? You didn't know. You're like, I wonder what ball. I wonder if they're the same. Like, how does an umpire not know? He's got to ask for the balls all the time. Eventually, he's got to be like, wait a minute. It kind of feels different. But I also had like a .9 ERA at home when I played for Colorado. I just had like a 7,000 on the road, so it kind of messed up my numbers. But I had, But I had great numbers in Colorado, so I was like, I don't have a problem with the ball. I got a .9. I'm good. So I wouldn't know. I don't remember any of that.
I want to follow up on you because you were saying that, if you're in it, if you're around 500 and you said you were on 2 teams, I remember that team, that Rockies team. You guys won like 22 of 23 or something to wrap up this, some crazy run in that month of September. I was looking at your record where you were right about 500, 64 and 63 after a loss to the Pirates on August 23rd. You guys end up tying for the division lead on the final day of the season. You finish up the season with a 90 and 73 record. After 163, you were one game over a month before that. What did a guy like Troy Tulowitzki do for that team? And I know he should have been the Rookie of the Year. Forget the success on the field. What did he do when you had that kind of veteran-like confidence in a player on the field? I look at Casey Schmidt like that. I wonder what a guy like that does for a team that's sort of middling right here. I know you had Matt Holliday, you had Brad Hopp, you had a bunch of other big-name players that could go out and do damage. But in terms of a guy to get behind, he was the spark for that team, was he not?
He was the spark for that team because his talent was, he was an incredible shortstop, right? I think injuries, I always saw him. Who knows what happened later in his career? I know he had some injuries. It's just a weird deal. And he had easily potential to be a Hall of Famer. He had a Cal Ripken body, right? Like big, tall, 6'4", could move, could throw incredibly hard. But I think that when you have the team that you have, where you had the power, you had the speed, we had great pitching, we had it back into the bullpen, we had some scenarios there, but then you added him and you plugged him into short, and now you have, think about it, you're adding another guy that hits for power, that had a pretty good understanding on how to swing the bat. And he brings that spark of, like, it's not just, well, these are the same guys we've been playing with for in the outfield and the infield for 4 or 5 years now. And all of a sudden you bring this kid in, and he's bringing that fresh energy,
different skill set,
making really good plays. Yeah, and the plays he was making were absolutely crazy. So you're like, well, as a pitcher, you're like, dude, I'm good, man. I'm just going to freaking keep trying to get him a pound on the ground. There's no hole. Atkins is phenomenal at third, Tulowitzki at short. We had
Tadaguchi at second or something?
It was we had Aoki or someone at or
Iguchi. Kaz Matsui. That's who it was. The former Met. Yeah, I remember him.
At second, he was really good. And you had Helton, who's like the best first baseman ever, to play first, and then you had an outfield that could run down. Willie Taveras was like, if it's in the air and it stays in the stadium, he's going to catch it. You didn't even need the other two guys, Hop and Holiday. They just kind of played the lines and let Taveras run around out there. And you had Torrealba catching, who's an stupid smart catcher. So you have now all the pieces in the puzzle of, like, throw strikes and let him hit the ball. I know it's Colorado, but just keep it down. Keep the ball in the ballpark, and we got a chance because the defense is there, and our offense is ridiculous. I mean, there is not a hole now. Tulowitzki plugged it. Now you got speed, you got power, and you got batting average. I mean, that to me still was one of the most dangerous lineups in September I've ever seen. I would not want to go through them one time, let alone 3 or 4 times, and have a pitching staff try to figure it out. And I mean, but that's kind of what the Giants have, right? You got to plug those holes, get some guys that can do that, some younger guys that can spark, that have talent, that are not just up there for a week. Get guys that know they're actually going to play big league level baseball. Get your pitchers confident by playing good defense, and let yourself run, and you got a shot. And as long as you're close to that 500 mark and you're competitive and you're within striking distance of a win streak, if you're a 7 or 10 win streak away from tying the division with a little over a month left, man, they might say odds this, odds that, but hey, baseball is baseball, and you play in your division a lot. Back then, we played in our division a lot. I mean, we played the Dodgers like something stupid like 9 times, and we took all 9 from them or something. You know, that's a big swing. You know, so like, but you just got to have the momentum and the team to do it, and within striking distance, and you got a chance because you put pressure on everybody else. If they can do that, they'll be fine.
Give us a little sneak preview of what's going on with the Built for the Storm podcast this week, or maybe even early next week, what you're going to be dropping for everybody.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna. I think I switched roles. I think I was thinking. I was talking about it. Remember, I think I'm gonna go on. I think I'm gonna go ahead and tell my story a little bit. I did a few other podcasts here. I'm gonna do a couple more. I'm actually in New York. I have a chance. I'm trying. I'm really excited about a potential interview with one. I'm gonna bring my equipment possibly. I have a potential interview with one of the wives whose husband was in the 10 building, which is the fire hall across the street from the Twin Towers, and he died in 9/11 while he was he was one of the first guys in and didn't make it out. And my wife actually was a good friend of hers, so trying to line up a possible conversation with her, because I really been 20 years and I just trying to understand that dynamic now. From that perspective would be an incredible story. So I'm looking forward to hopefully having that conversation and putting that out here shortly as well. So it's going to be a good summer. I've got some pretty cool guests lined up, so I'm pretty excited for that.
Well, awesome. Well, enjoy the rest of the day. Giants on in about an hour from now. So the bar will be kicking, the Giants will be playing, beers will be flowing. Right. Everybody's going to be having a good time at Free Roam Brewery. Right. And one of these days we're going to get there. And do a remote, the Giants game, beers, and we'll set up you got everything set up. It'd be incredible.
Dude, it's going to be awesome. Tell KNBR to freaking blow the dust off their wallet, send you out here, and we'll have a good time. It'll be awesome.
That's funny. I'm going to have to save up on my own. kidding me? I'm making a KNBR duffel bag. That'll be about it.
We're collecting cans over here, Jeremy. We're collecting cans, dude. We'll see you in 2026, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna be like hobos. We're gonna have like the knapsack and the little thing, and we're gonna be hopping
skipping trains. Yeah, exactly.
Hopping trains until we get to Texas. It'll be all right, man. Have a great week. Enjoy the game today. I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun over at the bar. So take care. We'll talk to you next week, Jeremy.
Awesome.
All right, man.
See you, Jeremy. Good stuff. I'll bring the harmonica when we do that, by the way.
Nice.
I think one of us has got to have something like that.
I think so.
You can sing about how
I'll bring a banjo.
Yeah. Thing of life's tough and things are going bad. It's kind of like country music. On the other side, we'll get you ready for.
I'll bring the knapsack and the chew.
Good. The Big Chief, the best. We'll talk to nobody. We'll talk to whoever's calling the Giants game tonight. Giants and the Milwaukee Brewers coming your way from Milwaukee pregame in about 5 minutes right here on the Sports Leader.
right, we're going to get on out of here and get you ready for the Brew Crew and the Giants. Want to thank our guests today, Eric Burns, Jeremy Affel. Always fun talking ball with those two gentlemen. Next week, we may even actually talk Major League ball with those two guys. Thank you very much to Derek.
Don't be so presumptuous, Tom.
Thank you very much to Derek. Hey, come on. It's a kid show. Thank you very much to Derek. Thank you very much to Tim. Appreciate it. It's time to get you ready. It's time to get you ready for the Giants and the Brew Crew. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God.